When the virtual world suddenly merges with reality, the strong in the game become godlike beings holding the power over life and death, while the weak are nothing but trash waiting to be slaughtered. Welcome back to Hali Recaps. Today we will follow Lu Yi on his blood and tear-filled journey of rebirth to overturn the hand of fate. But before having the chance to start over, he had to endure bone-deep agony, paying for his past carelessness with the life of his only family. How did that terrifying nightmare begin? Let's step into the world of Metaverse with Hali Recaps right now. As the story opens, the protagonist, Lu Yi, witnesses his younger sister, Lu Yun, being run through by a swordsman. He himself is also gravely injured, left utterly powerless as he watches his sister being murdered. At this moment, his heart is filled with agony and self-reproach. As an older brother, not only did he fail to protect his sister, but he also realized he should have taken the game more seriously in the past. Had he not chosen to be a casual player back then, perhaps they would not have met such a tragic end today. We learn at this point that the siblings were orphaned at a young age. Lu Yi's lifelong dream had always been to raise his sister, so he had focused entirely on working tirelessly to make money, never looking deeply into the game. But who could have imagined that this game, named Metaverse, would actually merge with reality, granting players the exact same extraordinary powers as their in-game characters? The world was plunged into chaos as a result. At this moment, Lu Yi gathered his remaining strength to stand up, swinging his blade at the enemy's back. However, this blow was like a mere tickle to the opponent, and he paid for it with his life. Just as his consciousness began to fade into endless darkness, he suddenly jolted awake to find himself lying in bed. Countless questions flooded his mind. Aren't I dead? Where am I? My house was demolished 3 years ago. Just then, Lu Yun walked into the room holding a game login device, asking Lu Yi where she should put the newly purchased equipment. This sight sent a jolt through Lu Yi, and he hurriedly asked Lu Yun what the date was. Lu Yun complained as she replied that today was July 27, 2030. This was exactly 3 years ago when Metaverse had just launched. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lu Yi pulled Lu Yun into a tight embrace, silently swearing in his heart. This time he would absolutely not choose the wrong path again. On July 27, 2030, the virtual reality game Metaverse officially launched. By September 1st, the game would merge with reality, and players would acquire the exact same abilities as their game characters. Disadvantaged players who originally occupied the bottom rungs of society instantly possessed formidable power that the privileged class could not contend with. Consequently, a frenzied struggle for power and wealth erupted all across the globe. Meanwhile, those who had weak foundations because they chose to be casual players became incredibly vulnerable once Metaverse merged with reality, ultimately being brutally slaughtered by high-level players. Cutting back to the present, seeing Lu Yi suddenly come over and hug her, Lu Yun felt like she was being teased. At this moment, the clock pointed to 7:59 a.m. on July 27th. The launch of Metaverse was imminent. Lu Yi already had a clear goal in mind: to obtain force in Metaverse, the very ability that would make him the strongest player. With a simple wave of his hand, a single slash of his blade could slice an entire building in half. At last, the gates of Metaverse officially swung open. He knew he had to act immediately. Everyone wanted to level up, but no one mentioned where to do it. The crowd buzzed with discussion, but most only talked about basic experiences. As a Reborn player, Lu Yi knew everything. Momentum was the most mysterious and powerful force for players. It was the line that separated top-tier players from ordinary ones. Rather than wasting time on that, Lu Yi decided to head straight to the weapon training ground. In the primordial realm system, there were no classes, only distinctions in weapon usage. The key was to choose a suitable weapon and master it to 100 proficiency, as that was the key to possessing momentum. The weapon training ground was a vast area equipped with facilities for practicing various weapons. Lu Yi decided to start with his favorite weapon, a blade. Though he didn't yet know which weapon suited him best, he was willing to try them one by one. After 5 exhausting hours of training, a prompt sounded, and his blade proficiency reached 100. But Lu Yi suddenly noticed no other changes. It seemed the blade wasn't for him. So he switched to a sword. Outside the weapon training ground, a man and a woman stood talking about their ultimate experiences in the primordial realm. The extreme sports beyond reality were too much. The incredibly realistic sensory stimulation was addictive, and these were just low-level experiences. They wondered what high-level experiences, only unlocked at higher levels, would be like. After speaking, the two wondered where they had wandered. The young man identified the area as the weapon experience zone. Though vast, only Lu Yi was inside, training hard. They tried a few weapons themselves but quickly grew bored. Besides prompts about increased weapon proficiency, they found nothing else. and for the weapons they were trying, they'd need to strike 10,000 times to reach 100. The two gave up on weapons, deciding leveling up was the priority, and left. Lu Yi stayed, continuing to practice with weapons. On the first day he mastered all blades and swords and even filled up the halberd, but still didn't gain momentum. The second day was for spears, hammers and shields all maxed out, but the result was the same. On the third day a group passed by discussing levels. Some had already reached level 20 or 21. Lu Yi realized that most players were already at level 20, while he was not only still at level 1 but also hadn't gained momentum. He felt lost, wondering if he should give up and level up first. But Lu Yi decided to keep searching for momentum, because to become the strongest he had to have it. Momentum was the foundation of everything. On the third day the two players from the first 2 days returned to the training area, chatting as they walked. Oh my god, the death penalty in the primordial realm is too harsh. Their levels had all reset to 0, wasting all the hard work from the past 2 days. When they walked in they were shocked to find Lu Yi still there, endlessly practicing with various weapons. Whether it was fighting, adventuring, peeking, or entering mirror secret realms, all were more interesting than training weapons. They wondered what Lu Yi was up to, or if there was a secret, and tried training weapon proficiency themselves. The girl thought, Lu Yi had been here for 3 days and was still the same. Even if there was a secret, the rise time was too long. Most players were now in their 20s. So impressive, how could Lu Yi compare? Even if she casually swung a weapon now, she could shatter that target in 1 hit, while his strike didn't even leave a mark. The girl left. The young man wanted to give it a try, but the girl stopped him, saying it was better to spend time leveling up. Levels were what mattered here. On the 4th and 5th days, Lu Yi had mastered 18 types of weapons, earning the title Weapon Master. Weapon Master allowed him to freely utilize weapon forms and characteristics. But even so, he still didn't have momentum, unless hot weapons suited him. This thought stunned Lu Yi. Before his rebirth, no one had ever said hot weapons could bring momentum. Perhaps previous players hadn't reached a high enough level to discover it, or it was a secret of a higher order. With that, Lu Yi headed to the hot weapon training room. He thought 5 days had passed and most players were already level 30. There were so many hot weapons here. If he trained them all, the primordial realm would have already descended into reality. He muttered to himself, should I keep going? But recalling the past, Lu Yi couldn't give up. Without momentum, he could never become a top player, and he'd end up on the same old path, killed before his rebirth. With that, Lu Yi began practicing with a pistol. Gunshots rang out as his pistol proficiency slowly increased. The girl from before returned to the weapon training room to see if Lu Yi was still there. The room was empty, and she thought he had left. Just then, gunshots caught her curiosity. Entering the hot weapon training room, she saw Lu Yi glowing with a blue light. A prompt sounded, and his pistol proficiency reached 100. Lu Yi successfully comprehended life momentum, and the conversion rate of the attributes intelligence and knowledge power, updated to the current ratio of 1:1 with 4/5 of knowledge power remaining. He finally had momentum, and finally felt a sense of security before the upcoming events. Next, it was time for him to level up and catch up with most players. Suddenly, Lu Yi turned around and saw a girl standing at the door whistling as if nothing was wrong. Lu Yi approached and walked past her. The girl blushed, her heart screaming, Wei Xinyi, why are you nervous? Just ask about what happened. But she didn't dare, so she decided to study it herself. Meanwhile, Lu Yi had to go to an equipment shop to buy a gun and bullets and also prepare a melee weapon for emergencies. On the way, 2 young men were talking about how the online player count for the primordial realm had already exceeded 10 million. So fast, and only a few days in, could the virtual devices keep up? The first batch of pre-orders had all arrived, and the second batch would take about 2 more days. Lu Yi went to buy a gun. A low-level white pistol cost 500, 3 boxes of regular bullets cost 300, and a low-level white dagger cost 200, totaling 1,000. Hearing this price, Lu Yi felt dizzy. Oh my god, this is too expensive. Primordial coins were in-game currency, with a 1:1 ratio to real money, so this was 1,000 real dollars. Not only were newbie equipment not free, but they cost 1,000. The primordial realm was blatantly exploitative. Speaking of which, Weapon Master allowed him to freely utilize weapon forms and characteristics. With this title, Lu Yi could break through limitations, no longer restricted to only using momentum with suitable weapons. At the Mirror Secret Realm Company, Mirror Secret Realms were scenes uploaded by players paying fees, offering challenges to other players. Winning players would gain exclusive rights to the realm, all primordial coins in the prize pool, and experience rewards equal to the coin amount. If a challenge failed, the fee would be added to the realm's prize pool. The higher the principal in the pool, the higher the ranking on the mirror leaderboard. Currently, the top spot on the mirror leaderboard had a prize of 432,369, with the player Thunderous Entrance level 30 from the guild New Order. Second place had a prize of 334,798, with the player Bad Guys Come to Me level 30, guild New Order. Third place had a prize of 241,235, with the player Leading Brother level 30, guild Sanctuary. There were 2 conditions for challenging a mirror secret realm. First, the challenger's level had to be at least 5 levels lower than the mirrors. Second, they had to pay 10 of the prize pool's principal as a challenge fee. Lu Yi thought he was only level 1 but had momentum, allowing him to challenge higher levels. This was perfect. Just as he was thinking, someone walked out lamenting, "Failed again. The realm's difficulty is insane. Not only did I not get the money, but all the levels I worked so hard for after failing the challenge went straight to 0. Another person comforted, "This is still okay. If you die in a realm collapse, not only levels but also equipment goes to 0. The 2 sat on chairs, dazed. And when they saw Lu Yi coming, they started commenting, "Gang C, look, another level 1 player coming to challenge a mirror, even equipped with a pistol as a weapon." Hot weapons are the least popular in the primordial realm. Gang C saw he didn't even have proper gear, just another newbie wanting to experience the mirror secret realm. Such people basically lose the challenge fee and leave, not the ones they were looking for. Lu Yi, on the other hand, was carefully selecting opponents. A prompt sounded, asking if he wanted to choose the mirror of the player "This World Is Not Gentle" as an opponent. Lu Yi pondered, realizing he had to choose a combat style to level up. He recalled being mocked in the past. In reality, he was afraid of fighting, and even in the game he was still scared. Some people had reached the point of provoking him, teasing him, and treating him as a joke. Thinking of this, Lu Yi clenched his fists tightly, determined to change the past, conquer the challenge, and overcome his fear. A prompt sounded, deducting 100 primordial coins as a challenge fee. Teleportation began, and the challenge countdown started. Lu Yi arrived at the challenge arena with "This World Is Not Gentle." The prompt showed the opponent was level 5 using a blade, with a newbie set. Lu Yi was nervous as this was his first time actively fighting someone else, and his legs began to tremble. He slapped his thighs hard to comfort himself. The challenge began. The opponent swung his blade at Lu Yi first, startling him. He quickly dodged and countered with his pistol. However, the opponent immediately knocked the gun out of Lu Yi's hand. Fortunately, he still had his dagger to block the next attack. Lu Yi felt an unusual unease, not understanding why he couldn't fight with full force. Though fate had given him a chance to be reborn, fear still held him back. Lu Yi had to use the Weapon Master title to convert the dagger's characteristics. He regained his confidence, released life momentum to fill up, and launched Dagger Assault, aiming straight at the opponent. The enemy's blade snapped in 2 and then dissipated. Lu Yi stood steady, looking into the distance with new resolve. Indeed, the Weapon Master title allowed Lu Yi to break through limitations, though the additional attack power was only half of the pistol's. A prompt congratulated Lu Yi on defeating "This World Is Not Gentle," awarding 1,000 primordial coins and 1,000 experience. A series of prompts sounded, and his level rose continuously. Lu Yi cursed, unable to believe he had won while his body still trembled. In the Mirror Secret Realm lobby, Gang C and his companion were searching for clues. The challenge mechanism here was too harsh, making it nearly impossible for ordinary players to succeed. Most only large guild members could pass. Thus, Gang C insisted on finding a way to succeed. As they were discussing, Lu Yi suddenly appeared. The companion recognized Lu Yi and was shocked to learn he had succeeded. With almost no equipment, Lu Yi had defeated a mirror 5 levels higher than himself. Unbelievable, Gang C said urgently. "That's him. Quickly apply for funds from back garden." Gang C and his companion finished discussing, secured the funds, and decided to lock onto Lu Yi, watching which mirror he would choose, then set up a betting pool. At Lu Yi's current level, he had reached level 5 with 500 experience, and all other attributes had significantly increased. He continued searching for the next mirror to challenge. Gang C and his companion couldn't contain their curiosity and quickly prepared to watch who Lu Yi would choose next. But when they saw his choice, they couldn't believe their eyes. Gang C rubbed his eyes. "I must be seeing things." "Gang C, you're not." Lu Yi chose Thunderous Entrance, a level 10 mirror, one of the strongest and hardest to defeat among all level 10 opponents. Gang C slumped to the ground, feeling weak and completely broken. Unable to understand why Lu Yi would choose such a tough opponent, the young man with him held his head and stammered, Then do we still open the pool?" Gang C replied tearfully. "The arrow is on the string, we have to. But he absolutely can't let anyone know about this, or it'll affect our funds." On the Primordial Realm betting table, news of the match between Lu Yi and Thunderous Entrance spread quickly. Everyone was talking, constantly asking who dared to challenge the strongest level 10 mirror, the one considered unbeatable. Some mocked Lu Yi, thinking he was just a newbie with white weapons and no gear, daring to challenge a powerful opponent like Thunder. Meanwhile, Gang Si and his companion were crying over the match. The bets had reached 200,000, all place on Thunder winning. Gang Si kept crying, rubbing his eyes and biting his clothes, unable to accept Lu Yi's decision. But even if they wanted to change it, it was too late. The pool was already open, and they could only watch. In the mirror challenge space, 2 players, level 10 thunderous entrants, using a blade with the toughness combo skill, and Lu Yi had appeared. The challenge countdown began. At the start, Lu Yi stabbed himself in the thigh with his dagger. Blood flowed from his thigh to his feet, which gave him some reassurance. The match was fiercely intense. The clash of their powers created powerful shockwaves, destroying everything around them. Once again, Lu Yi's gun was knocked away, but he wasn't panicked. Thunder continued with fierce blade strikes. Lu Yi quickly used the momentum technique Shroud, launching dagger assault, nimbly grazing the opponent's body to counterattack. At this point, Lu Yi realized he had chosen an opponent too strong, almost impossible to defeat. He blamed himself for not thinking it through, but he couldn't give up. He had to fight, and couldn't let fear stop him. With heightened determination, Lu Yi launched a fierce attack on the opponent, swiftly dodging strikes and picking up his pistol to continue fighting. Each shot and every attack pushed the opponent back. A prompt sounded, notifying Lu Yi that his knowledge power had reached its maximum, breaking the deadlock he faced once again. The final shot made Thunder's head vanish instantly, while Lu Yi's health and knowledge power were depleted. After defeating thunderous entrants, Lu Yi was rewarded with 15,768 primordial coins and 15,768 experience, and his level rose to 13. All attributes increased significantly. After the match, a series of follow-up prompts sounded, and Lu Yi received a skill upgrade choice. With his level 10 skill, he could choose between life momentum recovery and life momentum erosion. Each choice had unique advantages, making Lu Yi stronger in future battles. Life momentum recovery heals a target for a certain amount of health. The healing ratio is 1 point of knowledge power for 100 health points. For each level increase, 1 point of knowledge power restores an additional 10 health points. For every 10 levels, the number of healing targets increases by 1. Life momentum erosion deals 25 damage per second to the opponent for 10 seconds, consuming a bit of knowledge power. Leveling up each time, each point of knowledge power deals 10 damage every 10 levels. The target's attack count increases by 1. On the other side, Gang Si and his companions are surrounded by a crowd. Those demanding refunds are extremely agitated, convinced that Lu Yi will lose in his match against Rulai's arrival. Don't think you can just force your way out of this. If you dare to quit the game, I'll track you down in real life using the personal info you left in the back garden. Gang Si, panicked, holds his head and asks the crowd if they can surrender and lose half to cut their losses. A person in the crowd confidently replies that Rulai's arrival will definitely win, so surrender is impossible. Gang Si still doesn't get it. How can they be so sure? So what? Are you trying to tell me Rulai will lose? If Rulai's mirror image loses, I'll go plant bananas and eat shit. As soon as he says this, the notification of Lu Yi's victory rings out, leaving those who backed Rulai frozen in shock, mouths wide open. Gang Si stands up imposingly, no longer looking humble. Who was it that said they'd plant bananas and eat shit? Meanwhile, Lu Yi has already left the challenge space, with the skill panel appearing before him. In reality, Lu Yi's sister is calling him to get up and eat. Today, there's his favorite dish, winter bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat. Lu Yi sits at the dining table as his sister sets out the food. He's weighing the 2 skills he chose, one leaning toward healing, the other toward attack. He's torn between them. One is life recovery, which heals wounds and boosts health. The other is life erosion, which increases damage to enemies. 1 point of knowledge power enhances attack by 50 points. Life erosion, though reducing 25 points in instant attacks, has a total bonus of around 250 points. As for life recovery, after the metaverse descends into reality, using this skill in the real world can heal wounds and the germs they bring. If possible, it'll be the hottest skill in the future. Plus, later on, in high-danger destruction scenarios, it'll be indispensable. Having a healing skill makes teaming up easier. He puts down his chopsticks, deciding not to eat, surprising his sister. Because usually he'd eat 3 times this much. So she starts scheming to find him a sister-in-law. She thinks it's too dangerous to leave her brother idle. Meanwhile, over at Gong's side, a person in the crowd is clutching his leg and crying, begging for half his money back because it's his entire fortune. Without it he can't survive. Gang Si sneers, trying to shake off his leg. If they'd agreed to lose half earlier, they might even be making a profit now. But what choice did you make? Gang Si is about to continue when suddenly someone punches him in the face. Rulai's M-level mirror image loss has been resolved. How do you plan to compensate us? The administrator of the New Order Guild's mirror space, Jiguan, comes to settle the chaos. Gangxi explains fearfully that Lu Yi isn't his man. He just started a game and didn't know Lu Yi would challenge Rulai's mirror. Jiguan angrily thinks Gangxi is the biggest beneficiary, feeling he can shift blame, but they should still talk in reality. Gangxi begs for mercy, offering to give all his earnings to Jiguan, but Jiguan says no with a very dangerous expression. I just need you to do me a few small favors. Can you handle that? Meanwhile, Lu Yi has returned to the game and immediately chooses the life recovery skill. Comprehensive combat evaluation increases by 10, detecting that the player's stamina and combat power have exceeded 10. The combat power system activates, calculation complete. Lu Yi has 15.6 combat power, earning the title Lower Warrior. Lower Warrior grants the privilege of a 1 weight to all attributes. Lu Yi thinks this is a reward that would normally only appear when a single attribute exceeds 100. After obtaining the Lower Warrior title, not only is it directly granted, but it also gives a 1 weight to all attributes, equivalent to his own attributes. Though only at level 13, the actual effect is like having the attributes of level 26. After saying this, Lu Yi looks at the leaderboard and sees the 6th-ranked person with a reward of 152,475, a level 20 player named Rulai's Arrival. Lu Yi asks himself if he can currently match this person. He thinks it'll be a considerable challenge, but also a good chance to test his strength after significant progress. Without hesitation, Lu Yi decides to choose Rulai's Arrival as his next opponent, treating it as a real strength test. In the Metaverse's chat channel, people are buzzing about Lu Yi's unbelievable victory over the level 10 Rulai mirror. This scene makes many doubt their own eyes, because who would have thought a level 5 player like Lu Yi could do this? Some who heavily backed Rulai are now left empty-handed with disappointment. When the next match, Lu Yi level 13 versus Rulai's Arrival level 20, begins, everyone is curious who made this decision. A curious person in the group reveals it's the head of the mirror space in New Order, who also bet on Lu Yi winning, with a stake as high as 300,000 yen. Everyone starts waiting for the result, full of anticipation. At the entrance to the mirror scene space, Gangxi and his companions are also anxious. Gangxi, Jiguan only told you to promote, not to bet. Why did you bet again, and you put it all on Yi? Though a bit scared, Gangxi still shows confidence. Believing Lu Yi will win, Gangxi explains that if Jiguan wanted to influence him, he couldn't gain power in New Order, so there's nothing to worry about. Jiguan wants to promote, getting everyone to bet on Lu Yi. Gangxi knows this isn't a good thing overall. In the challenge space, the countdown has started. When the match begins, Rulai's Arrival looks handsome, with a long blade and light armor upgrade, appearing as a very strong opponent. Lu Yi, with a short blade, pistol and novice gear, is slightly disadvantaged in equipment and experience. He calculates his knowledge power very carefully, knowing that if he gets one chance for a fatal blow, victory could be in his hands. At the start, Lu Yi immediately shoots at the opponent's head, but Rulai blocks in time and counters with a fierce slash. Gunshots ring out continuously, the atmosphere tense. Lu Yi feels the power boost. Knowing he's no longer as suppressed as before, he smugly thinks he's much stronger than before when suddenly Rulai speaks. A low-level player like you dares to lay a hand on me? Lu Yi suddenly feels scared and steps back. This feeling panics him, as if facing a past enemy, and his legs start trembling again. Lu Yi asks himself if he has the courage to keep fighting. After a brief panic, Lu Yi realizes that if he doesn't dare to move forward, he'll never grow. He decides to act, quickly locking the opponent's neck, pointing the gun at his head and declaring he has grown. The final shot ends the match, and the level 20 Rulai's Arrival is eliminated. This time, Lu Yi earns 152,478 yuan coins and 152,478 experience points, followed by a series of level-up notifications. Notification: reaching level 20 conditions, life skill branch unlocked. Lu Yi leaves the challenge area, convinced he has not only grown but is ahead of other players. In the betting activity room, a large crowd of players cheers for Lu Yi's amazing performance. Unbelievable. He'll be the god of wealth from now on. We must worship him. Many young people are crying because they didn't bet on him earlier, and now they have no money left for another bet. At this moment, Gangza's companion realizes something important. Jiguan did this on purpose to convince everyone to bet on Lu Yi. After defeating the level 20 Rulai's Arrival, Lu Yi could reach levels 22 or 23 and have a chance to challenge a level 30 mirror. The match against the level 30 mirror will definitely be tough, but if he wins, the reward will be huge. But Gangxi wonders, how can Jiguan guarantee that the level 30 Rulai can beat Lu Yi? If so, what's the difference from Lu Yi's extremely dangerous next challenge against the level 30 Rulai? Sure enough, Lu Yi goes to challenge the level 30 mirror, just as Jiguan predicted. He thinks he's not only grown but taken several steps ahead of others. If the previous fight couldn't prove it, he'll use this to showcase his talent. Challenging the level 30 mirror, unbeatable under heaven. Any expert daring to challenge gets knocked back to square one. The title of unbeatable isn't earned for nothing. I heard the New Order Guild even cleared the world game because of this mirror. By now, Lu Yi has confirmed the start of the fight. Jiguan smugly opens a betting pool to make money. Gangxi gets dragged into it too, but he bets on Lu Yi, making his companion hold his head in despair. Why are you betting again? This is clearly a trap. On the battlefield, the level 30 Rulai's arrival stands imposing with a long blade and sturdy armor, while Lu Yi is just in ordinary clothes and novice gear. As the challenge begins, Rulai unleashes a move so fast Lu Yi can't react. The entire health bar plummets instantly. He quickly regains composure and recovers strength. Just as he pushes Rulai back, Lu Yi grabs his gun and fires continuously. Rulai sidesteps all the bullets, then agilely charges forward with a slash. Lu Yi crosses his arms to block, but his recovery can't keep up with the hits. He's knocked flying, rolling on the ground to dodge the slash. He jumps far to create distance, thinking of a countermeasure. Sure enough, level 30, even with his weight boost he's still completely suppressed, but if Rulai's only this strong then he's sure to win. Lu Yi learns a new skill, Blessing, which enhances target attributes and randomly removes one abnormal status from the target within 1 minute. If he can't match the level, he'll compensate with all attributes. It consumes 400 knowledge power, but all attributes increase by 200 for 1 minute. Lu Yi radiates a completely different power, his eyes pouncing on Rulai like a hungry wolf. He must finish him within this minute. The level 30 Rulai's arrival is called unbeatable for a reason. It's been boosted to the player's level 30 limit, and no one below that level can defeat him. If someone truly can, it means that person has at least the strongest potential and an invincible physique. Back in the fight, Rulai still dodges every bullet, but this time he can't avoid the last one. Hit in the chest by a bullet, Rulai loses his ability to resist, taking several more shots. His body riddled like a sieve, he grits his teeth in rage, then suddenly recovers completely, as if nothing happened. Lu Yi finally understands why no one can beat him, attributes far beyond his level, plus a passive skill that grants immunity to death when near dying. Who can win against that? Only by overwhelming with absolute strength could he possibly succeed. Both sides return to their starting state, but it's a race to see whose runs out first. Lu Yi's blessing duration or Rulai's death immunity. He raises his gun and fires continuously. The blessing countdown has half a minute left. Lu Yi can't lose. Not for the reward, but to surpass his past self. He'll say goodbye to that self-doubting version who couldn't control his fate, growing stronger and stronger. The last bullet hits Rulai in the head. That seems to be his weak point, and he instantly falls to the ground at this moment. Lu Yi thinks back to his past self, hearing about the strongest potential and invincible talent. Those two things had nothing to do with him. Back then he thought those who possessed them were in a different world from him. They were over there and we were here. Now Lu Yi no longer thinks that way. The challenge ends, and he gains over 400,000 experience and currency. His combat power significantly improves. Jiguan tightly crushes the cola cup in his hand, unable to believe his eyes. Suddenly his gaze sweeps up and down, filled with envy, his face returning to calm but hiding danger. Meanwhile, Gangxi makes another big profit. Secretly admiring his own judgment, the young companion urgently urges Gangxi to quit the game and move away to avoid being tracked down for money. Back in Lu Yi's real-world residence, his sister's voice comes. "Bro, are you hungry? Want me to cook you some noodles?" Today, Lu Yi is in an especially good mood and even takes his sister out for barbecue. She sees him making money from the game, half believing, but the prospect of barbecue after days of instant noodles quickly gets her on board. Today, Lu Yi goes on a shopping platform to grab discounted items, but the goods won't arrive for 2 months, and the Metaverse is descending in 24 days. He can't wait. The street shops have no stock either. Is it fate that he can't get a player identity? If so, he'll just have to work hard. Meanwhile, his sister Lu Yun and friend Huang Nianchu are strolling down the street, attracting countless gazes as if a long-legged supermodel is filming. Nianchu wonders why Lu Yun called her out today, while Lu Yun is still thinking about how to introduce her friend to her brother. She has a great figure, a good family background, and is several times better than her in character. Lu Yun smiles as she thinks, "Oh, nothing, just missed you and wanted to hang out. What have you been up to? Haven't seen you active in the group for a while." While probing, Lu Yun silently prays that Nianchu doesn't have a boyfriend and that she's meant for Lu Yi. Nianchu sighs, and when Lu Yun asks about it, she indignantly shouts, "My family forced me to play online games." Lu Yun's soul nearly leaves her body, unsure whether to continue matchmaking for her brother as they start singing together. In reality, Jigwon is agitated, taking his anger out on a girl. "Do I need your comfort? Who do you think you are, pitying me?" He says this while viciously kicking the girl. Onlookers are indignant but dare not step in, because anyone who makes a sound gets yelled at. "What are those waiters muttering about?" Several male waiters immediately turn and run. Jigwon feels relieved after venting. Then a call comes in. He picks up and asks if they've found the address. Unexpectedly, as soon as he answers, he starts roaring again. "Still haven't found it? Are you people taking money and not working?" The voice on the other end lowers, asking him to listen. After the report, Jigwon asks again, "Will the method you mentioned really get his address?" "Absolutely no problem." After hearing this, Jigwon agrees, promising they won't be short a single coin if they find Lu Yi's real-world address. Meanwhile, Lu Yi has entered the Mirror Secret Realm. The highest scenario is only level 30, and at his current level, there are no more mirrors to challenge. To continue leveling up, Lu Yi can only go through this Destruction Secret Realm. Walking along, he suddenly realizes he's wearing all junk gear. At least he should upgrade to look decent. Lu Yi goes to the equipment sales and crafting area, where the cheapest item costs 5,000 coins. He stares at the price, then walks away with a blank expression. Lu Yi already knows the downside of leveling in the Mirror Secret Realm. You can't get the Secret Realm essence needed to craft equipment. If he goes through the level 28 Destruction Secret Realm, the essence gained will be enough to craft a full set of level 20 blue gear, though he has enough money to buy a level 20 set. Lu Yi isn't well off, and he still needs cash for real life. Better head to the Destruction Secret Realm to find a team for leveling. In the square, countless players are looking for remaining teammates. The three major guilds of New Order failed a level 40 Chaos Zone 10-player challenge, with the entire team's levels reset to 0 and all equipment lost. In an instant, they go from the top player team in the Metaverse back to square one. Truly a miserable sight. Some say it's because one team member achieved a desperate achievement, wiping out the whole team. After all, the reward is 10 times the usual. Who wouldn't have ambition? The team modes here are 5-player, 10-player, 20-player, and unlimited. Once you enter a Destruction Secret Realm, you can only leave by winning. Otherwise, you die, and death in the Metaverse means returning to the start. So team member selection and the choice of each Destruction Secret Realm's difficulty are extremely cautious. With Lu Yi's current strength, he's enough to enter a level 30 10-player team Secret Realm. Based on this, he had to drop a level and find a level 25 10-player raid team or a level 35-player dungeon. To his surprise, Lu Yi was rejected everywhere he went. Either they required level 30, or they thought his gear was too poor. The most absurd reason was that the team didn't accept outsiders, only blood relatives. After being turned down for a while, Lu Yi held his head in frustration. "I've already beaten a level 30 Thunder Mirror expert, and you're judging me just by my gear and level?" He sighed dejectedly. Did he really have to start from the lowest level dungeons to get some gear before he could enter higher level ones? Just as Lu Yi was about to accept reality, someone invited him. "Our team is exactly one short. You in?" The rooster-combed man put on a friendly expression, wanting to form a 10-player team with Lu Yi to enter a level 35 danger zone. For some reason, Lu Yi found him very familiar but couldn't place him. Seeing him standing there blankly, the rooster-combed man made as if to turn away. "No, then I'll find someone else." No, I agree." Lu Yi scratched his head and followed. The entrance to this level 35 10-player danger zone was outside Twilight Void City, nestled between the Twilight Void Mountains. Those with poor financial conditions had to walk to the entrance. Those with spare money at home could use a dungeon-breaking portal to get there directly, just like Lu Yi's current team. Several people looked displeased when they saw the rooster-combed man had found him, saying he was too casual in picking someone, even choosing a newbie still using thermal weapons. Lu Yi was dazzled by their gear, which emitted purple light, indicating at least half of their equipment was trace-free A-grade. Lu Yi wanted such good stuff too. A young team leader gestured, "We're all here, let's go, I want to hit level 40 today." A prickly-haired guy ran over and put his arm around his shoulder, asking for favors. "If you reach level 40, you'll have to swap out your gear, right? Give me a few pieces." "Sure, give me your secondary weapon." "Pick any 3 pieces from my gear." The group walked on, leaving poor Lu Yi behind, all smirking slyly. The dungeon was a defense type, so the rooster-combed man signaled everyone to surround the defense crystal and set up a perimeter. Anyone who let a live monster approach the crystal, reducing the completion rate, would have to compensate for the loss. Lu Yi assessed the situation quietly as the portal was gradually closing. Their mission was to protect 3 dark energy crystals with 100 integrity. If it dropped to 0, the mission would fail outright. Lu Yi's keen ears twitched slightly, catching a strange sound. The monsters were coming. He looked up into the distance, where dust and smoke filled the sky and earth. A massive swarm of giant insects charged fiercely, surrounding them. The prickly-haired guy sneered at Lu Yi. "Newbie, stand closer to the crystal and be careful not to get killed by the monsters." He wielded powerful double axes, cleanly cutting down 3 in front of him. The others were equally impressive, killing many monsters with seamless coordination, proving they had worked together for a long time. The rooster-combed man glanced at the person holding a red sword while fighting, signaling something. This person deliberately dodged a monster, letting it charge straight at Lu Yi. Lu Yi was still busy analyzing the team. Though they were very coordinated, their strength level was just average. At that moment, he drew his blade and struck, cleanly killing the monster without letting it near the crystal. The first wave ended, and the second would begin in 10 minutes. The monster swarm was teleported away, and the group sat together praising Lu Yi. "Who would have thought you're a pro, taking down a monster 10 levels higher with newbie gear?" The red-haired guy then theatrically covered his face and sighed. "If it weren't for Xiao Dian suddenly disappearing and creating a gap in our defense, I wouldn't have slipped up." The prickly-haired guy suggested letting Lu Yi join their defense to complete the mission flawlessly. Others even wanted to invite him to replace the one called Xiao Dian. "Blue-green garden is fixed. What do you think, boss? If you join us, you won't waste time finding a team for dungeons, and once we're in sync, we can challenge higher-level ones." Lu Yi beamed with joy, and the underlings turned to ask the rooster-combed man for his opinion. He put on a benevolent smile again. "Sure, but to join our team, you need to provide a real phone number and address for contact. It's also to prevent another Xiao Dian situation," he sighed, saying they'd worked hard to build up gear and synergy, only for Xiao Dian to vanish and leave a hole in the team. "If you join, I hope you understand." Lu Yi pondered, and they exchanged glances, smirking coldly, waiting for him to fall into their trap. But Lu Yi said, "Is this the real reason you invited me to join? There were so many people in the square, yet you picked me. After entering the dungeon, you went all out to show friendship, brotherhood, and strength, making me envious, then revealed a crisis in the team, let a monster through to showcase my skills, and finally extended the invitation. That way, you could easily trick me into giving my real info. A clever and heartwarming plan." Lu Yi remembered. The rooster-combed man was the one in charge of spatial mirrors in the New Order Guild. Other players had mentioned that a player who beat a level 20 Thunder Mirror was tricked into giving his real address, then captured in reality and forced to work in a karaoke bar, still not released, and Lu Yi had beaten a level 30 Thunder Mirror. No wonder he caught the rooster-combed man's eye. So he went to all this trouble to stage this brotherly act to get Lu Yi's real address. The group exchanged glances, ready to act, but the rooster-combed man held back. "How could that be? Are you misunderstanding something?" Lu Yi drew his gun, no longer wanting to play along. "I'm not misunderstanding anything. I just pretended to follow you into the dungeon to see what you were really up to. But now that I know your true goal, I've lost interest in acting. Since you're enemies, I have to deal with you immediately." The rooster-combed man stopped playing dumb. He strode angrily up to Lu Yi, eyes wide, exuding an overwhelming aura. The underlings closed in too. "You want to take on all 9 of us here?" The big guy with a blade charged first. Lu Yi just stood there, consuming 30 points of power, and the big guy immediately spat blood, his head flying off. The remaining 8 exchanged panicked glances in the slow-motion aftermath. How is that possible? Just a single moment, from the big guy's body emerged a blue loot orb. This only appeared after killing a player, allowing a random piece of equipment to be drawn from the victim. Lu Yi happened to need gear, and with 9 loot orbs right in front of him, how could he waste them? The rooster-combed man gritted his teeth and ordered everyone to attack Lu Yi together. Wanting a quick resolution, Lu Yi decided to activate all his attribute buffs. If possible, Lu Yi didn't want to kill any players. It was no different from stripping them of their ability to survive in the apocalypse. But in times like this he had no choice. If his sister Lu Yun didn't have player powers, his current strength wouldn't be enough to protect her. So Lu Yi couldn't afford any mistakes. Besides racing against time to grow stronger, he had to crush any enemy who might kill him while he was still weak. The rooster-combed man had been throwing his weight around for a long time, backed by a powerful patron in the real world and being a top player in the game. But so what? Lu Yi would climb to the top over his corpse and his accomplices. The rooster-combed man watched as his underlings were taken out, standing frozen. He couldn't understand where his logic had failed. They far outmatched him in gear and levels, yet couldn't win. He gritted his teeth and threatened, "Not bad. No wonder you beat a level 30 Thunder Mirror, but think carefully. Even if we lose more people, it doesn't matter if this dungeon fails." Lu Yi had already calculated. He could go back to the mirror dungeon to level up, wasting at most a day, but they couldn't beat the mirror in that time. The rooster-combed man tried another trick, summoning friends from all directions to surround Lu Yi and block him from the mirror dungeon. But Lu Yi just smiled. Then a bullet pierced the head of the man next to the rooster-combed man, stunning him. The prickly-haired guy turned to run but entered the scope. 2 more were killed in succession. The rooster-combed man remembered his superior's orders, maintain an advantage in the origin realm, and he'd be supported in anything he did. But once they lost that advantage, the superior would not only withdraw all support but also settle all their mistakes. Now only the rooster-combed man and Lu Yi were left for a one-on-one. He suddenly knelt and begged for mercy. "No, please don't kill me." Lu Yi frowned. He offered a trade. If spared, he'd tell Lu Yi a super secret about the origin realm. Lu Yi smirked. "Oh, let's hear it." "No, you have to promise first." As soon as he said that, Lu Yi sent him back to the starting point. If he wouldn't talk, fine. Lu Yi didn't want to know anyway. But the rooster-combed man hadn't dissipated yet. He struggled to get up. Lu Yi was surprised he was still alive. But 10 minutes were almost up and the second wave was about to start. The rooster-combed man kept rambling, guessing Lu Yi knew part of the origin realm's secrets too, or he couldn't have gotten so strong. Though he couldn't beat Lu Yi, he could report him to higher-ups. Then countless other factions would take notice. Plus, through this dungeon, Lu Yi might drop back to level 1. Facing at least double-digit level opponents, your chances of growing again are slim. Then the advantage from the secrets you've gained would be gone. "Spare me, I'll tell you the secret I know and we'll work together. With your strength and mine plus the recovery potions I've prepared, we still have a chance to clear this dungeon," the rooster-combed man pleaded for a while. But Lu Yi wasn't listening. "Who says I'm going to die?" The rooster-combed man thought he was crazy. "No gear, only level 28, no matter how strong it was hopeless." Lu Yi shrugged. "Then watch me clear it if you live that long." The rooster-combed man froze, not understanding. Lu Yi wasn't afraid of lacking gear because they'd already given him this pile of blue loot orbs. Lu Yi eagerly opened the orbs to draw equipment. He wondered what he'd get from these 8 worthless lives. Lu Yi emerged from the swirling dust in a brand new black outfit, his face serious. His arms showed off solid muscle lines thanks to the tight suit. The system panel updated. Defense 20, Resistance 5, Speed 12, Constitution 13, Intelligence 15, Level Requirement 30 to 5. The system continued displaying the stats of his outerwear: Special Combat Speed Suit, bonuses to Defense, Resistance, Strength, Speed, and Constitution. Then it announced the gloves Lu Yi had just put on: Lightweight Special Combat Gloves, bonuses to Defense, Resistance, Perception, and Constitution. A new pair of shoes appeared on his feet: Special Combat Speed Shoes, bonuses to Defense, Resistance, Speed, and Perception, adding 5 to 20 points. Arc Blade, a long sharp blade. Attack power increased by a full 160 points, strength enhanced by 20, skill weight reduction, equipment requirement -5. The system began reporting the player's level 28 stats: attribute points, experience, attack power, defense, resistance, strength, speed, constitution, intelligence. Perception attribute available for allocation: 0, power 354,564. The system added current combat power, 46. After the system finished, Lu Yi held the blade, smiled at the man opposite him and said, "Thanks for your generosity." He raised an eyebrow and continued, "With this gear my strength has at least tripled, but it also proves how useless you are." In the dusty desert space, Lu Yi finished with, "You had such good gear and still couldn't beat me." The rooster-combed man's eyes widened. He was completely stunned by the sudden turn, but in an instant he snapped back, gritting his teeth and glaring fiercely at Lu Yi. He immediately shouted again, "No, even so, you can't clear this dungeon alone. Impossible." The dungeon's monsters were already closing in. A leader quickly leaped toward the dark crystal, opening its mouth wide. Lu Yi swung his blade, easily slicing the monster into pieces. The young man chuckled softly, his expression radiant. The following monsters charged straight at Lu Yi, one after another. With just a few light swings, the ones behind were cut to shreds. He rested the blade on his shoulder, admiring it. Lu Yi thought happily. With this blade, dealing with these bugs no longer required consuming power. The monsters that hadn't been hit kept coming. They formed a circle, surrounding Lu Yi in the middle. The blade swept quickly, cleanly cutting into them. The monsters' corpses fell around Lu Yi, forming a ring with him and the dark crystal at the center. Lu Yi swung a few more times, and their bodies piled up into a small hill. Lu Yi's health bar was nearly empty, but the equipment he wore began to emit a faint green glow. In an instant the health bar recovered. On the other side, the rooster-combed man was struggling barehanded against a few monsters charging at him. He couldn't help shouting at Lu Yi while fighting, "You've got quick recovery potions too, but how many do you have? I'll definitely outlast you." "Grandpa." The rooster-combed man watched Lu Yi's back as he cleanly killed monsters, calling him Grandpa again. "I'm here watching you die from your arrogance." Just then, Lu Yi kicked a monster flying toward him, heard the commotion below, grinned and turned to tease him, "Brother Rooster," then waved and continued cutting monsters. Lu Yi left him with an arrogant remark, "Since you called me Grandpa, I won't let you off either." The rooster-combed man gritted his teeth in fury. You! Suddenly, a yellow object flew toward him. The rooster-combed man raised his arm to block, seeing it was another flying monster, and had no time to provoke Lu Yi further. Lu Yi's health bar filled and emptied, and the equipment quickly restored him. He swung the blade a few times. The health bar emptied again, and the equipment continued to recover as he swung. This recovery process repeated without a second's delay. After a long time, the dungeon's monster corpses had piled into mountain after mountain. The rooster-combed man muttered at the sight. How is this possible? How do you have so many quick recovery potions? Unbelievable. Just then a monster charged and bit the rooster-combed man's arm, sending his health bar plummeting to the bottom, but he still distracted himself thinking, the number you've used definitely exceeds the player carry limit. Then as he opened the system panel to find a potion, staring at the empty inventory, he thought weakly, oh no, no health again. His eyes widened in disbelief. The rooster-combed man screamed for potions, but it was too late as other monsters began pouncing on him. Gradually, more and more monsters flew toward where he stood, grabbing his arms, legs, and shoulders. The rooster-combed man struggled and shouted a few times. No, he started to realize the situation was dire, glanced at Lu Yi and said, I won't accept this. Watching the boy focused on killing monsters, he yelled again, I'll wait for you outside to die, and I'll make you pay. Lu Yi just smiled faintly and ignored him. The rooster-combed man's health bar finally depleted, and his body began to dissipate. The system promptly announced detected only one team member remaining. Desperate conditions met. Dungeon cleared successfully. Reward multiplied by 10. The sky in the dungeon didn't darken, remaining its original yellow, accompanied by lingering dust. Amid the fine dust, Lu Yi plopped down onto the ground. He leaned against the corpses of several monsters, taking a brief rest while waiting for the system to process the remains. Lu Yi thought to himself, finally, it's over. I'm exhausted. Letting out a tired breath, he turned to look at the gradually vanishing remains being handled by the system and pondered. Luckily, he had taken them all out in one go, so the monster corpses would all be refreshed. Otherwise, with so many bodies, he wouldn't even know where to bury the dark energy crystals. Just then, a yellow orb appeared, a golden loot sphere. The system then announced, attention, golden loot sphere. You may randomly draw 3 pieces of equipment from the opponent or 3 items from their backpack. Lu Yi slowly stood up as the monster remains turned into streams of green light and completely dissipated into the void. Straightening up, he smiled and said, a golden loot sphere. Finally, the Secret Realm's overseer did something good. The golden orb flew closer to him on its own. Watching the shrunken sphere resting quietly in his palm, Lu Yi fell into a brief contemplation. At that moment, the system showed his rage value as 5,564. Lu Yi lowered his gaze and thought, not much rage left. With 10 minutes of rest, I can probably recover only half of it, and half of my mental energy too might not be enough to hold out through the last wave. He reconsidered his next course of action. I was still a bit reckless. I should have saved my burst for the final moment instead of resting during the first and second waves. Now he could only pin his hopes on the golden loot sphere from the chicken pavilion, hoping it would yield equipment useful to him at this moment. At that moment the sphere emitted swirling strands of golden light. Lu Yi gave the order, sphere. The system's voice immediately rang out, prompting him to choose equipment or items. Lu Yi paused for a moment, thinking, speaking of which, my strength, speed, and physique are all already at 100. If I can get equipment that boosts these 3 stats, pushing them past 100, then my strength will take a qualitative leap. Then he said, choose equipment, and the system acted accordingly. The sphere opened and the opening was complete. The following items were obtained. A circular earring set with a deep pink gemstone. The system introduced it. All-round earring right. Attributes, strength 10, speed 10, perception 5, level requirement 30 to 5. Then another earring appeared. Also an all-round earring, but for the left ear with attributes, physique 10, intelligence 10, perception 5, level requirement 30 to 5. After introducing the pair of earrings, the system added all-round earring set effect 2-2, all attributes 10. Next came a copper-colored gun. It was a pocket watch, or rather, a pistol. Attack power 200, intelligence 30. Skill, judgment, attack deals triple damage or stun effect. Level requirement 30 to 5. Pistol bullets auto-reload, each reload taking only 1 minute. Magazine capacity 1-1. Lu Yi stared at the equipment he had drawn, stunned. He stammered, this, did my mouth get blessed? Not only did I get stat-boosting gear, but even my signature weapon showed up. After the excitement, Lu Yi fell silent again, reading the gun's attribute description and muttering to himself, but this auto-reload, does it mean only 1 bullet per minute? He didn't hesitate for long, though. The young man added, forget it, I'll equip it first. The next second, Lu Yi said, equip, and the system quickly configured it for him. The control panel for player Knight lit up, showing Lu Yi's figure in the center, now equipped with the newly obtained items. Around it was the item bar, already more than half full. After checking, the system promptly reported the attributes added to Lu Yi, such as strength. Several stats were listed, including individual strength, heavy strength, and increased attack power. Another data box popped up, showing attack power, defense, resistance, speed, physique, intelligence, and perception. Assignable attribute points, 0. Health had reached its cap, and rage was at 155.714. After equipping everything, Lu Yi excitedly punched the air. Great, besides perception and intelligence, the 3 individual stats that were already over 100 are now all above 100 points. This is truly another leap in my physique. He raised a hand to stroke his chin and said hesitantly, should I thank someone? With that, he bent at a 45-degree angle and said, thanks to the members of the Chicken Pavilion for the gear you sent me. Then he pursed his lips and stared ahead with a determined gaze. Before him stretched a vast dry desert space. Lu Yi thought to himself, next, my only weakness is my level. Once I clear this secret realm, I'll be able to catch up with most players. Meanwhile, in a city shrouded in smoke and dust with towering buildings, Twilight Void City, a figure gradually materialized at the wide player respawn point amid streams of blue light. That person was Brother Chicken. He kept bowing his head toward the green system screen, responding through his glasses-covered mouth, yes, guild leader. I'm sure he holds the secret to a player's explosive growth. Staring at the blurry figure on the screen, Brother Chicken kept explaining, otherwise I wouldn't have died at his hands. And if you don't believe me, at least trust the difficulty of the Primal Realm's secret realm. A level 28 player daring to solo a level 35 10-player team's secret realm and almost succeeding. Who else could do that? After a moment of thought, the other party said, alright, I'll give you one more chance. Bring the level back to me. Also, don't worry about that player named Knight. I'll send someone to contact him. Brother Chicken bowed to the fading screen and replied, thank you, guild leader, thank you, I'll do my best. Only after the screen completely disappeared did Brother Chicken slowly lift his head. A fierce glint flashing in his eyes, he muttered under his breath, HMPH, let's see how you die next. The scene shifted to a cafe in the real world where a girl with purple hair stood up from her chair and asked her friend sitting nearby, so your whole family is playing this game now? That girl was Lu Yun. She widened her eyes and continued, not only that, they've put all their savings into it. Her friend Huang Nianchu rested her chin on her hand, looking listless, and said, yeah, and they keep forcing me to level up with them every day. I can't stand it. Even if I really want to play this game, I want to do it my way. Suddenly, Huang Nianchu thought of something and jumped up, saying to Lu Yun, hey Yun, how about we play this game together? Let's go to your place and carve out our own world in this game. Lu Yun was startled by her sudden excitement and exclaimed, but I don't have a login device. However, Lu Yun paused and thought to herself, wait, if we go to my place, wouldn't that create the perfect alone time for my brother and Huang Nianchu? Lu Yun smirked inwardly, if I step out for a bit then they, with that mischievous thought. It was as if 2 horns had sprouted from her head, looking utterly sly. Beside her, Nianchu, seeing her friend suddenly go silent, continued pleading, is it okay? Yun, please, play this game with me. Lu Yun immediately replied, alright, let's go buy the login device right now. The 2 girls' voices echoed through the surrounding scene. The barren desert was thick with dust, obscuring the view. The next wave of monsters surged forward rapidly, shaking the entire space. Lu Yi agilely swung his arc light blade, sweeping past his surroundings. The monsters were easily sliced into pieces. The long blade moved back and forth, fluid and smooth. Lu Yi thought briefly, I've never felt my own growth so clearly before. With the equipment on, all his attributes had exploded upward, especially after gaining another weight boost. His thoughts stretched with every flash of the blade. He swung the blade in a smooth green arc, still pondering, the blade feels lighter in my hand, gripping the handle tightly. Lu Yi thought, the force when striking is stronger. And when he pushed off the ground with his feet, he noticed his steps were more agile, powerful, and swift. Then, the young man leaped into the air, the thin long blade tracing a graceful green arc. Lu Yi thought again, the height of my jump is enough to trample anything beneath me. Gazing into the distance, he was suddenly startled to see a brilliant horizon he had never witnessed in his past life now fully in view. The dazzling light illuminated his entire body. Lu Yi's eyes widened as if he paused for a moment, then he slightly pursed his lips, revealing a faint smile as his thoughts suddenly cleared. I can see farther, more beautiful scenery. Lu Yi landed heavily with a stylish spinning blade move. The young man's expression gradually darkened, his brows furrowed, and a voice deep inside him cried out, but it's not enough. A massive horde of monsters surged rapidly toward the dark flow crystal. Suddenly, several rings of green light like sound waves burst from the dark crystal toward the monster horde, blasting them away. Lu Yi emerged from the monsters sent flying into the air, continuing his inner monologue. I not only see it, but I also want to make sure I can reach it, anywhere my eyes can see. The dust-filled space fell instantly silent. In the thickest part of the dust, 9 eyes of varying sizes suddenly appeared. A long drawn-out screech rang out. As the hazy dust cleared, the figure of the 9-eyed monster was revealed. It was an enlarged version of the monsters Lu Yi had first faced. The young man tensed up, gripping his arc light blade tightly. With a whoosh, a small hole was punched into the ground, sending gravel flying. Lu Yi kicked off the ground, leaping toward the giant monster that was opening its massive mouth to devour him, and swung his blade. The scene was too fast to follow, and the system prompt had already sounded. Congratulations, player knight, on successfully clearing the secret realm. Secret realm rewards, experience points and secret realm essence times 10. Then came another notification about completing the desperate clear achievement. Title obtained, one who reverses desperation. When entering a secret realm, for each team member lost, attributes increase by 10. This was followed by a series of level-up sound effects from player knight system, level 36. Experience was near the cap, a string of attributes was listed, and finally, assignable attribute points 30. Health and mental energy had both reached their caps. The system also notified that the skill branch Chi Force had reached level 20. The first skill was Silence, which put the opponent's skills into cooldown for several seconds, followed by a series of additions and subtractions. The system introduced the second skill as Imprisonment, which immobilized the opponent for 10 seconds, with corresponding additive and subtractive effects. At that moment, Lu Yi was sitting on the back of the last giant monster that had appeared, resting. He looked up at the sky, lost in thought, as the system began processing the corpse of the beheaded monster. A carefree smile spread across the young man's face as he thought to himself, "I'm really too strong." That slightly upturned, proud corner of his mouth remained. As the system teleported him out of the secret realm, Lu Yi thought again, "This time no one should refuse my team-up request, right?" Back in the real world at Lu Yi's residence, a rather run-down apartment building, a pair of hands appeared, placing glasses on the table. Lu Yi had returned to the real world and was leaning on the windowsill, looking outward. The city's uneven skyline came into view. Lu Yi quietly thought, "My current growth is satisfactory." But after a moment he lowered his head and pondered, "If only I could get another login device so my sister could become a player too." Just then a crisp voice rang out, "Brother, I'm back." Lu Yi turned toward the sound. He walked in from the balcony and encountered someone entering from outside as soon as he reached the living room. That person was Lu Yun. She was holding a box and said, "Brother, this login device was so hard to get. Luckily, Nianchu had connection, so I managed to snag one." Lu Yi stood still, watching the two figures enter, a dazed expression on his face as the words "Primal Realm Login Device" echoed repeatedly in his mind. The next second he excitedly repeated "Primal Realm Login Device." Meanwhile, Lu Yun led Huang Nianchu into the house, continuing with a sly smile, "So to thank Nianchu, she'll be staying with us from now on." The beautiful girl Huang Nianchu, hearing her name mentioned, politely raised her hand in greeting, "Hello, big brother." Lu Yi lunged at the login device, still in Lu Yun's hands, completely ignoring the beautiful girl standing nearby. He cheered excitedly, "It really is a Primal Realm login device, awesome." Holding the heavy box in his hands, Lu Yi still couldn't believe it was real, and kept asking, "How did you get it?" "That's amazing." His sister Lu Yun pouted in frustration, mentally screaming, "Brother, you should be caring about the beautiful girl, not the login device. You're about to live with a beauty. Get your priorities straight." On the other side, Huang Nianchu was also awkwardly thinking, forcing a smile, "It's just a login device, is it really that exciting?" In a vast forest, a full moon hung high, its light spilling over the treetops. It was the day before a certain level 40 secret realm. In the dead of night, faint murmurs of conversation arose. "Once we clear this secret realm, we'll surpass the second team. Yeah, then our overall wages will go up. Just thinking about it gets me excited." On a clearing, a group of people sat around a campfire. A few of them continued, "In the end, we have to thank Shay Weixi for her luck, getting a special ability in the game. Without her, clearing this secret realm wouldn't have been this easy. Right, she's too strong. It's like she's cheating." The Shay Weixi they were talking about was a beautiful young girl sitting with her knees hugged, looking up at the sky. She was a member of the Order's new team. At that moment, the man sitting across from her spoke up, "After clearing this secret realm, apply to join the first team. It'll be better for your future development in Order." This man was Zhao Yang, the captain of Order's third team. Hearing this, Shay Weixi's eyes widened slightly in surprise. The other team members, however, weren't as calm. One of them immediately shouted to Zhao Yang, "Captain, our team's growth still depends on Weixi." Shay Weixi still didn't say anything upon hearing this. Other members began to stand up and protest. "Exactly. If Weixi leaves, our team's rating will drop again. We've finally trained her up, and now's when we need her most. How can we let her go now?" Zhao Yang gently shook his head, stopping the team's agitation. "You can't use camaraderie to limit personal growth. Besides, I believe that once Weixi joins the first team and becomes a leader in Order, she won't forget us." With that, he looked up and asked, Right, Yixi? The young girl remained silent, only giving a slight faint smile in response to the question. Seeing this, the member who had just protested said dejectedly, "So we can only choose to wish her well, right?" The first member to oppose the decision could only raise a hand to scratch his head, muttering, "Well," someone else compromised, "Yeah, we can't limit our own people's growth." With that, the whole team chimed in agreement. Everyone rushed to say a word. "Once you're in the first team, if you run into any trouble or need our help, just say the word. Just like when you first joined us, we'll do our best to help you." Only then did Yixi break into a bright smile and say, "You're all such kind brothers, so I'll accept your kindness for now." Then she raised her hand to cover her face, feigning shyness as she whispered, "Speaking of help, I actually do have something I need everyone's assistance with now." Faced with the beauty's coy demeanor, the group stood frozen in place, a big question mark hovering over their heads. In the blink of an eye, the entire New Order squad was nearly wiped out. One surviving team member, whose health bar was in a precarious and depleted state, could barely contain his fury, stammering out a few curses. Gulp. Yixi, standing opposite, let out a faint smile. She explained unhurriedly, "Although I have vitality, my level isn't high enough yet, so I need you to trigger the desperate reward for me, so I can take this chance to become a top-tier player in Yuanjie." Upon hearing this, that team member angrily retorted, "We trained you up, and this is how you repay us?" Yixi simply waved her hand and said, "Don't be mad, it's just a game. You can just level up again." The man suddenly mustered all his strength to stand up, firing shots at the girl repeatedly, cursing, "Damn it, a wolf in sheep's clothing." Yixi showed no panic, gracefully dodging the barrage of bullets as she approached the team member and said, "How many times have I told you? In Yuanjie, no matter how powerful a machine gun is, bullet speed is fixed and it can't hit a player with a speed stat over 100. Her pretty face smiled slightly as she softly reminded, "But cold weapons are different." Yixi's weapon swiftly pierced the man's neck. The gentle girl at that moment was left with nothing but unstoppable ruthlessness. She whispered, "As long as your stats are sufficient, there's no upper limit to swing speed and power." A day later, in a cave of a certain level 45 20-player secret realm, a panicked voice rang out, "Captain, I'm almost out of potions. Have you finished gathering energy?" Another person chimed in, "I'm almost out too." That massive half-human, half-beast monster appeared alongside another team engaged in a chaotic battle. They all shouted, "Why is this guy so tough? Why isn't there a healer-type player class in Yuanjie that can restore health? Damn, this is painful." Just then, a blue light swept across the monster's face, knocking it askew. The source of that light was the blade in the hand of a man who had just leaped up, sending the monster's teeth flying toward him. Cheers erupted around him. "Wow, the captain is amazing, but it's a shame he's been solo for so long." As the man landed, the monster fell behind him. This highly skilled man was none other than the captain of New Order's first squad, Ru Lei Dengchong, level 45. His neatly booted feet took a few steps forward. Ru Lei Dengchong heard the blonde man in the distance say close, and asked, "President, what's wrong?" That blonde man was the New Order president, Nu Chi Chong Chong, level 45. He replied softly, "It seems another player with vitality has appeared." Ru Lei Dengchong asked him, "Friend or foe, can we recruit him?" The man answered, "He just took out the person in charge of the mirror space." "Got it." These words left Ru Lei stunned, scratching his head. Nu Chi Chong Chong turned around and asked what Yixi was doing now. At this moment, in the chaotic and disorderly suburban area, a cliff covered in blue-red multi-petal flowers stood. Yixi was now standing with her hands on her hips, looking at the system panel in front of her. On it was a private message. New Order President Nu Chi Chong Chong had contacted someone like her with vitality. The player's name was Yi. After reading the messages, she curled her lips and said, "Not talking about recruiting or dealing with it." She raised her slender hand to her chin, looking thoughtful. Yixi muttered to herself, "Given the current rarity of players with vitality, recruiting player Yi into the guild would prove there's still hope to develop the guild. From the guild's standpoint, if they deal with him, it shows they don't care about the guild's development at all." Her sweet red lips lightly pursed. Then she said, "President, you don't really care about this player either, do you? So you can accept either outcome, but you care about me, letting me choose, hoping I'll use this chance to recruit Yi and prove my worth." With that beautiful, innocent face, Yixi gently clapped her hands and then uttered a venomous statement completely at odds with her appearance. "In that case, I'll choose to deal with him." Lu Yi's real-world residence was a somewhat old apartment building. Lu Yi was currently sitting with his back to the room working at his computer. On the desk, a piece of paper bore crooked handwriting. After Yuanjie descends into reality, levels can no longer be increased. He remembered that when Yuanjie first descended into reality, the highest level player was level 60. If he could have trained to level 60 back then, he would have been a top-tier player. Lu Yi propped his hand on his chin, staring thoughtfully at the paper, thinking that with level 60 strength it would be enough to protect himself and his sister in the apocalypse. Lu Yi planned with determination, and after Yuanjie descended into reality, social order quickly collapsed and supplies became scarce. When several supergame guilds rebuilt a new order for the world, food would replace paper currency as the most effective hard currency. Therefore, before Yuanjie descends into reality, he should stockpile as much food as possible, while using this place as a base to build a small apocalypse fortress for himself and his sister. Lu Yi looked at the building in the computer, thinking of first using his check to rent an empty building to store things. He pondered future plans while using all the money earned from the Mirror Secret Realm to buy rice and long shelf-life food. Once the goods arrived, as for the game character's level, he was already at level 36, only 24 levels away from the goal. Lu Yi looked at himself with satisfaction, thinking everything was progressing according to plan. As long as he didn't die in the game and the real-world supplies arrived on time, then he and his sister could live peacefully after Yuanjie descended into reality. At the end of the weapon training room corridor, 3 figures stood. Lu Yi's voice rang out, "In Yuanjie, the most powerful thing is vitality, and the key to obtaining vitality is training weapon proficiency. To be capable in Yuanjie, the most important first step is to practice various weapons to gain vitality." A pretty girl held a stick in her hand. Her name was Lu Yun, nicknamed Qianwei NV or Level 1, he continued. Although Nianchu's level and equipment are already good, without vitality in Yuanjie, no matter how high the level, you're just an ordinary player. Lu Yi looked at Huang Nianchu, who was standing by the display panel. Huang Nianchu, nicknamed Xin Xin Nian Nian, level 32. He said, "So you two should practice weapon proficiency well in the training ground." The two happily replied in unison, "Yes." Outside, sunlight streamed through the open door into the room. Lu Yi stood at the door looking back at the training room. He thought to himself, "Speaking of which, what have I done? I've indirectly changed history. I remember in my past life Nianchu didn't come to live at my house, but even if this life is different, Nianchu helped a Yun make the login device. Watching the diligent little girl named Nianchu practice, he thought. In my past life, if it weren't for Huang Nianchu, my sister and I wouldn't have survived 3 years." Lu Yi punched the sky, determined to repay her well in this life. Keep leveling up, aim for 60. Half a day later, at the exit of a certain level 35 secret realm, 3 figures appeared. When Lu Yi stepped out, he had already risen to level 37. The crowd gathered around him praising, "Amazing, Yi, you're incredible. It feels like you could solo a level 35 10-player secret realm." Yeah, today I finally latched onto a big shot," the group surrounding him said excitedly. "Still going?" "Keep going." Lu Yi turned back and smiled at them. "I'll stop for now, I have some errands." Hearing his refusal, the crowd said with disappointment, "Oh, then I'll stop too." "Me too," Lu Yi said. "You guys are so pragmatic," the group suggested, adding friends. Add friends. Next time Yi needs people for a secret realm, remember to call us." Lu Yi happily scratched his head and replied, "No problem, the problem is too serious." Lu Yi's eyes widened, his face full of anger, his hands clenched, calculating based on a level 35 10-player team clearing a secret realm. Each run takes half a day to a day, and the experience gained is only about half a level. At this rate, in the remaining 20 days, he could at most reach level 50. Level 60 was out of the question. In a corner of the team formation plaza, Lu Yi sat alone on a chair, anxiously thinking about what to do. A prompt appeared. Achievement prompt, clear desperate mission, obtain title desperate reverser. When entering a secret realm for each team member sacrificed, all player stats increase by 10. Is this the only way? Lu Yi frowned and thought. By sacrificing 9 players to get the most efficient experience reward, he rubbed his face and thought, in my past life, teams that cleared secret realms this way were called desperate games. Players who organized such teams were treated like rats crossing the street, despised by everyone. Would I become like that? But if this was the only way, Lu Yi's eyes filled with determination. With a ding, a message appeared, startling Lu Yi. Lu Yi looked at the letter and thought, "Who sent me a message?" Lu Yi said, "Open the letter. Secret Realm Invitation, Yixi, level 40, difficulty 10 player. Location, Chaotic Disorder Area, Secret Realm number 602, join, confirm, reject." Lu Yi wondered to himself, Yixi. Suddenly, Lu Yi thought happily, Yixi. He looked at the letter with joy. In my past life, that female player who specialized in using desperate rewards to level up became a top-tier player. Is she inviting me to join her desperate game? Lu Yi thought. So can I take this chance to play a double cross and level up quickly? He sneered and thought, Yixi, don't blame me for planning to use you the moment I got your invitation. 1. You're a new order member. 2. We have no prior connection. Under these circumstances, your sudden invitation can't be well-intentioned. But in my past life, Yixi had already gained vitality in the early stages of Yuanjie. Has she gotten it now? If she has, can I handle her? Chen Lu Yi trembled, his eyes filled with killing intent. Lu Yi reached out and pressed accept on the invitation letter. He made up his mind thinking, only desperation brings growth, he said loudly. Accept invitation. The announcement panel showed Captain Weixi, level 45, team member Bing Shang Li Data, level 43, team member Wen Rumeng Shou, level 41, team member Heng Yi Shang, level 44, team member Now Fu Cheng Jing, level 42, team member Xian Nu Kai Chang, level 40, team member Xiao Bing, level 42, team member Tuo Chun Shi Hai Shu, level 41, team member Ni Cheng Yi Lian Fei, level 43, team member Yi, level 37. Lu Yi looked at the member list and sneered, thinking, all familiar faces. Lu Yi looked at a man on the announcement panel and thought, Ni Cheng Yi Lian Fei, in my past life for the desperate reward. After completing the mission, he killed all team members before the system settled the rewards. His team members cursed him on the World Channel for 3 whole days. He looked at another team member and thought, this Xiao Bing has a similar record, but she beat him to it, falsely accusing her team members of trying to harm her first, and then she killed them in self-defense. Lu Yi evaluated the other names on the list. The rest also have more or less the same track record. So is this Secret Realm team itself set up by Weixi for a double cross? He looked at the character panel and asked himself, but how did Weixi know these people's character? Or did these people turn bad only after being tricked by Weixi? The panel then displayed a map. Weixi said, everyone's here, let's go. Location, Chaotic Disorder Area, Secret Realm number 602, difficulty 10 player. Ni Cheng Yi Lian Fei said, is this the expert the boss mentioned? Why is he only level 37? Weixi immediately replied. Level isn't the most important thing, strength is. Lu Yi immediately ordered, open the map. A map depicting different areas appeared. Ice Damage Zone, Orderly Danger Zone, Chaotic Zone, Chaotic Disorder Zone, Chaotic Zone. Lu Yi frowned and said, the Yuanjie map is divided into 5 parts based on Mushu City's control over each Secret Realm area. Mushu City provides supplies for players. Within Mushu City, all secret realms are under its control and have been modified, such as Mirror Secret Realms and various Experience Secret Realms. The 2 Orderly Danger Zones offer players simple, thrilling adventures. Snow-covered mountains, secret realms in the Danger Zone cannot be modified, but 100 of the Secret Realm monsters are sealed within the Secret Realm by Mushu City. The place where Jiguan went earlier was in this Secret Realm area. A huge monster. The 3 Chaotic Disorder Zones offer players a desperate experience. Starting from the Chaotic Zone, Mushu City's control over other secret realms begins to weaken. Monsters below level 30 can escape from the secret realms. An old man with sharp teeth. The 4 out-of-control zones are almost unreachable for players. Monsters escaping from the out-of-control zones are as high as level 70, and besides the above areas, there's the mysterious Ice Damage Zone where Mushu City cannot control the secret realms. There is no containment for the monsters inside. A huge tiger with multiple heads, looking extremely fierce. Therefore, the Ice Damage Zone is filled with various devastating ejection-level monsters. In a mysterious forest, in a certain section of the Chaotic Disorder Zone, bang, something rushed past, and Lu Yi ran forward quickly. Suddenly, an ah sound caught his attention. Lu Yi looked in shock toward the direction of the sound, which was the deep call of a tree demon in the forest. Lu Yi quickly hid in a stone cave to observe. Their vines covered the ground. Those small tree demons, under the command of a large tree, charged forward madly. Lu Yi observed the scene outside the stone cave and thought to himself, although the monsters in the Chaotic Zone aren't high level, there are too many of them. Once any sound is made, the surrounding monsters will swarm to the source of the sound in an instant, and more will keep replenishing from the secret realm. He frowned and sighed. Facing this many monsters, no one can handle it. A sound rang out. The scream just now was probably some careless player, right? Lu Yi immediately glanced to observe, thinking, it seems it's over. Was that player taken out? Lu Yi thought, hurry up. Then he quickly ran out of the stone cave he was hiding in. Suddenly a spike like a spear shot toward him at high speed. Startling Lu Yi, he lightly dodged the deadly spear. Lu Yi thought in shock, who is it? The person continued to swing attacks at Lu Yi, but he had already dodged quickly. Lu Yi stared at him intently, his eyes full of killing intent. The man standing in the shadows also looked at him with red eyes like a predator hunting. Lu Yi immediately used the arc light equipment, infused with vitality, and instantly attacked the man. The man sneered at him, immediately used explosive vitality to infuse. With a loud bang that shook the sky, smoke filled the air. As the smoke began to clear, the two stood motionless, staring at each other. The man spoke, so you're also a player with vitality. No wonder the captain grouped you despite your low level. This man was team member Ni Cheng Yi Lian Fei, level 43. Hearing this, Lu Yi frowned unhappily and stared at him. Ni Cheng Yi Lian Fei looked at him, smiled with satisfaction and said, although your vitality-infused attack power isn't on the same level as mine, you've earned my recognition. He turned to Lu Yi and said, Let's go to the meeting point, or it'll be trouble if those monsters surround us. Lu Yi still gripped his weapon tightly, standing in place watching Ni Chengyi Lian Fei's retreating figure. Lu Yi pondered. So it's Zhu Mingzheng, a player with vitality, plus Weixi who most likely already has vitality. Thinking back to Nick Defei's smug expression while training earlier, Lu Yi sighed at how terrifyingly strong this team was. He pondered to himself, it seemed the chances of obtaining the reward from this desperate secret realm were very slim, and he might even die inside. If so, should he still go? At the entrance of the secret realm in Chaos Zone 602, a group of people stood before it. Lu Yi quickly ran over while someone in the distance was secretly watching him. It was Wei Shi sitting on a rock far away, smiling slightly at Lu Yi. Lu Yi bit his lip and frowned, thinking, so that's Wei Shi. Wei Shi stood up and clapped her hands to get everyone's attention. She said, all right, we have enough people. Before entering the secret realm, let me say a few things. Lu Yi secretly scanned the area. The three-person squad was also watching him warily, and Defei rubbed his neck, avoiding his gaze. Lu Yi looked over all the team members and assessed to himself, these are my teammates from now on, a bunch of future losers. Wei Shi continued, the secret realms in the Chaos Zone are known for being bizarre, so once we're inside, no matter the rules, strategies, or how many strange things there are, I hope no one panics. We'll gather first to discuss the strategy, since clearing the realm is the top priority. Everyone was pleased to hear this and agreed, no problem, sounds good, she added. Then it settled, everyone stood behind Wei Shi, and she confidently gave the order, let's move out. Lu Yi followed along. Expressionless, he thought to himself, so it seems the chances of getting the reward from this desperate secret realm are very slim, and he might even die inside. If so, should he still go? Lu Yi was amused by his own thoughts. He thought, Lu Yi, are you scared? He looked at Wei Shi, who was smiling happily, sizing her up with confident eyes. As one of the top players in his past life, getting involved with her meant he was about to step into the world of those he once considered elite. His heart began to stir with unease and anxiety. He worried whether he could become a top player like them. He feared he wouldn't surpass them. He dreaded dying and making all his efforts so far a joke. Lu Yi lifted his head, looking ahead with a confident smile. The sky was dark, stars twinkling above. Lu Yi walked forward calmly, silently resolving, then let this secret realm journey prove it. He frowned, his expression firm, determined to show he was no worse than them. Memories tinged with sadness surfaced. A blood-stained wall covered in red, self-blaming words. Why won't she play with me? The memory shifted to a short-haired girl surrounded by curses. HMPH, if you won't play with me, I'll go find other toys myself. Bodies lay scattered on the ground. That strange voice sounded again. Boring, everything's boring, playing with her was fun. I want to go home. A blood-soaked robot stood dejectedly, speaking in a regretful tone. Looks like I can't go home. It stood alone by a pillar beneath which was engraved a line. Despair and hope coexist. Everyone buzzed with discussion. What kind of secret realm is this? It even has an animation. This is my first time seeing this too. In the shadows at the entrance, team members appeared one by one. Someone said, the original realm's secret realm mechanics, random scenes, random maps, really make you love and hate them. Lu Yi glanced toward the voice. Another replied, yeah, especially when you die if you can't clear it. This mechanic is even more headache-inducing. The team was all present, staring intently at the blood-soaked robot before them. One person said, the only unique thing in this secret realm is this toy doll. It seems the key to clearing this realm is it. Suddenly, the doll before them vanished, shocking everyone. The realm announced a prompt. Entrance and exit closed. Generating mission. Prompt. Mission generated. Strange game doll. Strange game doll victory condition. Clear. Eliminate the strange game doll. Among all players, the strange doll will be placed in a random player's backpack. Killing the player holding the strange doll eliminates it. Conversely, if the doll still exists within the 6-hour time limit, the secret realm clear, strange game doll fails. Note, after the player holding the strange doll kills an ordinary player, the doll's host will transfer. Lu Yi thought, he exclaimed in surprise. Is this secret realm tailor-made for the desperate reward? He thought, if he kept the player holding the strange doll until the end, he could 100 get the highest level desperate reward. System prompt, doll has parasitized. Secret realm clear begins. Countdown 5 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Countdown 5 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. Check the backpack to see if the doll is on you. Lu Yi observed those around him, closing his eyes and frowning in thought. No, he couldn't check yet. Lu Yi looked around with a determined gaze, thinking he had to wait until things calmed down to secretly check if the doll was on him. He glanced at the other team members, wondering if the doll might be on him. If he revealed it in surprise, he'd become the team's public enemy, targeted by at least 2 strong players, with a high chance of dying directly. A fat guy also started secretly observing everyone. Defei was looking around too, everyone silently watching each other. Seeing this, Lu Yi thought, everyone's observing but I don't know if they're faking it or in the same situation as me. Applause rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Lu Yi turned toward the sound. Wei Shi smiled and proposed to everyone, "You've all seen the mission content. The one holding the strange doll, step forward. The corresponding death losses will be compensated by the surviving team members. Any objections from those not parasitized by the strange doll?" Everyone quickly agreed. "I agree with the captain, me too." Lu Yi thought, now's the time. While everyone was looking at Wei Shi, he opened his backpack to check. Lu Yi secretly opened it, his eyes widening in surprise as he exclaimed, "This," looking at the doll lying in his backpack. Lu Yi thought, "Can it not be this intense? Right off the bat, I'm pitted against the whole team." Lu Yi frowned at his backpack. He glanced at the others thinking, "So my current goal is to kill a team member, transfer the doll's host and resolve this crisis." He looked at the person before him and asked himself, "But who should I choose as the target to kill and transfer the doll? And after killing a teammate and transferring the doll, how do I face the anger of those two strong players?" Wei Shi smiled gently and asked everyone, "No one admits it." Lu Yi lowered his head, silent. He shifted slightly. Wei Shi had already run up to him and said, "Hey dear knight friend, you should step forward and admit you're parasitized by the doll." Lu Yi thought in surprise. "What?" she continued. "Speaking of which, we haven't introduced ourselves yet. I'm Wei Shi, female, hobby, knight, and you?" Lu Yi still frowned, silent. He looked up at the other team members. Lu Yi noticed everyone was staring at him. Defei had a twisted smile, his eyes bloodshot. Lu Yi realized had they not been observing each other earlier but communicating secretly to confirm the doll was on him. Lu Yi quickly concluded they were in cahoots. He sneered, thinking, "Isn't it obvious?" The team suddenly invited him, intercepted him halfway to test him. Though he didn't know why they were targeting him, this secret realm was set up by Wei Shi to go after him, so it made sense she'd bring 8 helpers. Lu Yi stared hard at Wei Shi, thinking just like he joined this team and came to this realm to take them all out and get the desperate reward. A killing intent radiated from him, his eyes like a tiger pouncing on prey. Wei Shi rested her chin on her hand, looking at Lu Yi and sighing. "So rude, but whatever, since I like you. Based on the strength you showed fighting Defei earlier, you're definitely no match for all of us together. So don't waste time. Come out early and start leveling up, isn't that better?" Roulette appeared and reminded, "Captain, give him a chance to struggle. It'll be more fun to kill him that way. Crushing his hopes bit by bit is amusing." Wei Shi coyly covered her face with her hands, pretending to be weak, and said, "But that's too cruel. I'm afraid to see that." With that, she gave Lu Yi a smug look. Wei Shi said, "So please, don't let me see it, okay?" Lu Yi secretly used his equipment watch and immediately aimed his gun at her. Facing Lu Yi's threat, Wei Shi still held her head unmoving. She said regretfully, "Not willing, you really don't know how to be considerate." Everyone started talking. "Wow, is this the expert the boss said to watch out for? Still using hot weapons? Forget the boss. Even we weaklings can easily dodge that, right?" Defei spoke up. "Since he's an expert, his thinking must be different. Maybe his attacks have auto-targeting." Everyone burst into laughter at Defei's words, saying between laughs, "Brother Fei, that's a good joke. Asking the original realm for a restraint skill is like asking for magic in a martial arts world. Don't say that. The original realm can still set traps to indirectly achieve restraint." Wei Shi also laughed, saying, "You guys are really funny. I like it." Lu Yi sneered and said, "Restraint." Wei Shi looked at him in shock. Suddenly, Wei Shi was pushed backward, staring at Lu Yi in disbelief. She checked herself and said, "I'm fine." But there was a sudden jolt. She looked at him with murderous eyes. Wei Shi shouted angrily, "Defei, stop testing. Come with me to take him out." Hearing this, Lu Yi sneered. Defei tried to charge in for an attack but was restrained by a chain-like force. He exclaimed in surprise, "I can't move." Defei struggled. "Chains?" he shouted. "What is this?" Wei Zai's eyes widened in shock. Anger skill branch level 30, silence, silent skill, puts all target skills on cooldown for 5 seconds, consumes 50 energy points. Each level increases cooldown time, with a corresponding 10-point increase in energy consumption, cooldown 1 minute. Restraint, immobilizes the opponent for 10 seconds, consumes 50 energy points. Each 10 levels increases immobilization time by 1 second, cooldown 1 minute. Lu Yi continued using the watch's judgment. Watch pistol, attack 200, intelligence 30. Skill, judgment attack deals triple damage or stun effect. Requirement, equipment level 20, pistol ammo auto loads. Each reload takes 1 minute, ammo count 1-1. Judgment, triple damage, consumes 100 energy points. Next attack power increased by 5,000. Lu Yi's eyes were bloodshot, filled with killing intent. He aimed the gun at Defei and said coldly, "Goodbye." Defei could only watch helplessly as the bullet flew toward him. The bullet pierced Defei's abdomen. He fell amid the shock of all team members. Secret realm prompt. You killed Nick Defei, successfully transferring the strange doll. Prompt. Team member count reduced by 1, triggering desperate title reverser. All stats increased by 10. Wei Zai's eyes widened in shock, the other team members dumbfounded. Lu Yi thought silently, in this team I feared 2 things most. 1 was Wei Shi and Nick Defei joining forces against me. 2 was that there were 4 other strong players in the team, Either scenario would put me in a desperate situation, especially the second. But from Wei Zai's tone earlier, it was clear only she and Nick DeFei had the strength to deal with me, combined with her expression and words. Based on the strength you showed fighting DeFei earlier, you're definitely no match for all of us together. He understood, so only they had the strength, meaning the only threat from this team was the two of them working together. DeFei's figure was fading, Lu Yi thought, now taking advantage of their carelessness and lack of knowledge about my skills. I've taken out Nick DeFei, dismantling the only threat this team posed to me, putting me in a dominant position. Lu Yi's expression was triumphant. He thought, this is the best way to resolve my crisis. He felt like a giant manipulating the tiny pieces on his chessboard. An even better plan would have been to kill Wei Shi first, but when he tried to lock her down with restraint earlier, she dodged. Was it due to high perception? Lu Yi said with a smile. Friendly reminder, the strange doll has been transferred from me. You'd better protect the new host, otherwise, if I kill them directly, you won't be able to deal with me or get revenge. He reminded himself to stay cautious and not let his guard down. If he wanted the desperate reward, he'd need to find the new host and keep them until the end. Wei Shi glared at him angrily and shouted, "You haven't—" She sensed something wrong. She quickly yelled, "Don't move, he's trying to use this method to find the new host." The team members immediately huddled together, shouting in surprise. What? Following Wei Zai's command, they stood still. Lu Yi smiled and thought, so it's her? He assessed Little Cake, standing at the back of the team looking confused. Little Cake was subconsciously protected at the rear. Prompt. All stats enhanced, consumes 400 energy points. All stats increased by 200. Lu Yi quickly dashed past Wei Shi toward Little Cake. He passed through the team members, easily killing them. Lu Yi sighed inwardly. Ordinary players were too weak. The realm prompts rang out continuously. Prompt. You killed Brother's Fridge. You killed Gentle Beast. You killed HMPH. You killed Brain Rot Essence. You killed Fairy and Chong. You killed Shy Skirt Lifter. Prompt. Team member count reduced by 7. Triggering Desperate Title Reverser. All stats increased by 7. Lu Yi's power kept rising. Wei Shi charged at Lu Yi with her sword in fury, a blue flash passing by. Lu Yi quickly blocked her attack. Little Cake sat on the ground in shock, terrified. Wei Shi angrily demanded of Lu Yi, "You left only Little Cake who's parasitized by the strange doll, so your real goal is the desperate reward." Bold enough, Lu Yi sneered in reply. "Just you left." Wei Shi immediately used Air Step Phantom. A mysterious purple aura appeared around her. She said angrily, "When you stop, I'll see how you clean up. Now choose." With that, she vanished. Lu Yi was left surrounded by a ring of purple smoke. He frowned, thinking she disappeared. Suddenly, Wei Shi attacked him from behind. Lu Yi turned to swing his sword, but he was too slow. Wei Shi stabbed him hard in the back, dealing 300 damage. The panel showed, Team Member Knight level 37 health reduced. Wei Shi continued attacking him. The words, "Sunburn deducts 300 hydrogen phosphide" kept flashing. The health bar of the level 37 team member dropped rapidly. Suddenly, Anger Recovery 9000 hydrogen phosphide appeared. Lu Yi suddenly swung his blade at Wei Shi, catching her off guard. Wei Shi frowned and said, 900 damage only took off 75 of your health. Looks like your stamina is the tank type. With a clang, their swords clashed. Wei Shi leaned in close to Lu Yi, speaking disdainfully, "But that's all there is to it. Once I add a few more hits and drain your quick recovery potions, I'll still be the winner." Lu Yi said nothing, just smiled at her. A purple ring appeared in Wei Zai's hand. This was a broken iron equipment piece, and she immediately launched an attack. HP minus 9800 from a speed strike, but the prompt instantly showed, Anger Recovery HP 9800. Wei Zai's eyes widened in shock as she thought to herself, a level 30 instant recovery potion only restores 1000 HP, and the maximum carry limit in a secret realm is 10 bottles, yet he's already recovered nearly 19,000 HP. She was lost in thought. With a swoosh, Lu Yi's sword slashed across her body. He looked at her and sneered, "Sorry, but the winner will be me." Wei Shi was still stunned, not understanding what had happened. She gritted her teeth in anger as Lu Yi swung his sword again. He glared at her with killing intent, and she retreated toward Little Cookie. Frowning, she questioned him. A level 30 recovery potion instantly restores only 1000 HP, and the maximum carry limit in a secret realm is 10 bottles. The wounds I just inflicted were nearly 20,000 damage, and you recovered them all instantly. Combined with your extremely high health, you have a support-type stamina. Lu Yi replied calmly, "You should have put all your stats into speed paired with an attack-type support stamina, making your speed freakishly fast, including attack power." Wei Shi fell silent upon hearing this. Suddenly she smiled at him. She scratched her head and said sheepishly, "So my perception power is extremely lacking. I don't have much left now, maybe I'm about to lose." Wei Shi then suggested, "How about I just kill Little Cookie and end this secret realm?" Little Cookie was startled. Lu Yi thought to himself, did I push too hard? Drove her to this point. Wei Zai's speed is too fast, but the only chance to kill her is after a stun. Otherwise, once she realizes she can't take me down. Under normal circumstances, she would definitely choose to eliminate Little Cookie and end the secret realm directly. But now her sudden shock and distraction was a rare opportunity. Lu Yi spoke up, "So what are you waiting for?" he thought, but she didn't immediately kill Little Cookie. Maybe he still had a chance, then wait for the cooldown of the restraint skill to end. Wei Shi rested her chin on her hand, speaking calmly, "If that's the case, I can't deal with you. What a headache. This was my main goal for this secret realm." Ding. System prompt. All stat enhancement ended. Equipment installed. Restraint skill cooldown complete. Lu Yi's eyes widened in shock as he thought, the skill cooldown is over. He shouted restraint clock and pointed his gun at Wei Shi. He wondered, what's going on? Little Cookie, standing beside Wei Shi, immediately attacked. The system displayed, Team Leader Wei Shi level 45. Wei Shi looked at him with a contemptuous smile. In the private chat channel of Wei Zai's team, Little Cookie whispered, "Kill me then kill yourself, double drops." Little Cookie whispered, "Got it." Lu Yi's eyes widened in shock. Wei Shi softly uttered 2 words, "You lose." Then she laughed maniacally and vanished, leaving Lu Yi standing there dumbfounded. He stepped back in shock. Lu Yi asked himself how this could be. He slumped to the ground, his face full of disbelief. He wondered why this happened. His backpack showed. The puppet returned to Lu Yi's bag. He questioned, didn't she want to escape the secret realm? Why choose such an extreme method just because she didn't want him to win? That was too absurd. Lu Yi shouted helplessly, what do I do now? He clutched his head in self-blame. Little Cookie killed Wei Shi and the puppet transferred to me. Even if Little Cookie doesn't kill herself after I kill Little Cookie, I have no teammate left to transfer the parasitic puppet to. This is truly a death trap, Lu Yi said dazedly. Has all my effort from rebirth to today come to nothing? Only Lu Yi's voice echoed through the pillar. This is too painful. I was about to win. Lu Yi lay listlessly in the center of the pillar, but his gaze grew determined. He sat up and reminded himself, there must be another way. He looked around and thought, if the original realm didn't directly judge my strategy as a failure when all teammates were dead, it proves there's another method. He turned his head left and right, asking himself, but what is that method? Lu Yi stood alone in the center of the pillar and shouted. He reached out to touch the void around the pillar and was surprised to find it impenetrable. He thought, an air wall. Lu Yi looked behind him. So the secret realm's range was only this small. He examined the pillar's boundaries. Looking up, he thought, this cylinder holding the puppet is the only special thing here. With that, he jumped higher. Frowning, he stared at the words, despair and hope coexist. Then he noticed a line of small text beneath the title. I can't open this door, he asked himself. I can't open this door. Lu Yi reached out to touch the text. Who is this? The puppet. Suddenly, a square frame appeared where he pressed. Like a mechanism for opening a secret room, Lu Yi's eyes widened in surprise. A mechanism? Prompt. Do you want to consume 1,000 points of perception power to open the 602 Research Institute entry test? Lu Yi frowned in thought. 1,000 points is a lot. In his current state as a reverse desperado, his perception power exceeded 1,500. After the fight, he had just over 1,000 left, but he didn't know what was inside, so he couldn't use it all here. But I can consume 700 points of perception power to increase all stats by 350, indirectly gaining 1,000 perception power, Lu Yi calculated. That leaves me with over 300 perception power, and entering an unknown area in an enhanced state is the best choice. Alright, let's do it. Prompt. All stat enhancement consumes 700 perception power, all stats increased by 350. Prompt. Do you want to consume 1,000 points of perception power to open the 602 Research Institute entry test? Lu Yi said confirm. Prompt. Perception power consumed. 602 Research Institute entry test is opening. A blinding light flashed, and Lu Yi's expression was one of great surprise. A voice came, Dean, please decide quickly. Where should we allocate the computational power? Concentrated on those following you, or absorb and reflect it onto everyone? A figure urged with anxious eyes. Dean, make your decision quickly. The eyes slowly closed and a voice came, I want to invest the computational power. Lu Yi rubbed his eyes. A blond man rushed over and said to him, concentrated on those following you, or absorb and reflect it onto everyone? Lu Yi asked, computational power. What does reflect mean? He asked. What's the difference? The man urged anxiously. Dean, please decide quickly. Where should we allocate the computational power? Concentrated on those following you, or absorb and reflect it onto everyone? Lu Yi looked at him in confusion. He thought, is this a fixed script? This place is probably an independent space for the 602 Research Institute entry test. Lu Yi glanced and asked himself, what do these two choices mean? He looked at the two display boards in front of him and wondered, is the entry test just a binary choice? Concentrate reflection on followers. Absorb and reflect onto everyone. He thought, will there be a penalty for choosing wrong? Lu Yi frowned and sighed. No context, too hard to choose, he pondered. Based on this fixed script, they're probably facing a disaster. He recalled the man's anxious expression and thought, the key to winning is computational power. What does being reflected by computational power grant? The right to continue living. Lu Yi rested his chin on his hand and frowned. Or becoming a tool to resolve the disaster? He sighed, clutched his head in frustration, and thought, in his past life he was only level 1 and hadn't accessed such important data from the original realm. A glint flashed in his eyes. If it's the right to continue living, I'd choose to concentrate reflection on followers. That way I can keep surviving with my sister. But if it's becoming a tool to resolve the disaster, I'd definitely choose the latter. If the disaster is unavoidable, doing my best to resolve it is the only way out. He evaluated the two choices before him, and reflecting computational power onto someone is surely to gain traits to solve some disaster. Who can guarantee the chosen one is suitable? Maybe among those focused on someone is perfect for the computational power, needing just a little to get far more than expected. He then thought of his past self. Like my past self, if it weren't for the fact that player levels couldn't increase after the original realm descended, I wouldn't have. Lu Yi reached out to choose a display board and said, I'll pick this one. The board read, absorb and reflect onto everyone. Lu Yi silently prayed, please let me succeed. Nothing changed around him, and he was sent back to the original space. His expression was a bit dazed as he frowned and observed his surroundings. Lu Yi thought, no change. Did I choose wrong? He sat cross-legged on the ground and asked himself, so the correct answer is concentrate reflection on followers. He frowned and thought, his perception power was now about 350, and being parasitized by the puppet meant he was in combat mode, slowing his recovery significantly. But even so, in the remaining 5 hours he could recover enough perception power to open the entry test twice. Twice, enough. Wait. Lu Yi closed his eyes to rest. An hour and a half later his perception power showed. Phone. He opened his eyes, and a prompt appeared. Consume 700 perception power to enhance all stats by 350. Prompt. Can consume 1000 perception power to open the 602 Research Institute entrance. Lu Yi said, okay, this time I face two choices, concentrate reflection on followers, absorb and reflect onto everyone. He steadied himself and reached out to choose the other option, but then stopped. He thought, if the entry test only requires picking the right option, wouldn't entering this research institute be too easy? Just pick correctly. Then what's the point of that big door? To filter out those without perception power. He recalled entering this secret realm, the strange woman and puppet saying, not fun, so boring, I'll go home and play with her. I want to go home but I can't go back. Lu Yi guessed the puppet was blocked by this door's test, unable to enter the research institute it considered home. But he asked himself, what blocked it? Perception power reserves, some trait or personality. The only useful info was the opening cutscene when entering the secret realm. The cutscene only showed the puppet leaving the institute due to its playful nature, then wanting to return but being barred. Lu Yi frowned and concluded, so what blocked the puppet was its personality. He looked at the choice board and thought, so this test might not be about choosing one option but about my attitude in choosing. Lu Yi frowned. How do I choose an attitude? He reached out, trusting his judgment. When he clicked to choose, he picked the second option again. A flash of light and Lu Yi was back at the start. Nothing changed around him. He frowned and thought, only one chance left. If his judgment was wrong, all that awaited him was a restart. But still, trust yourself. His perception power showed 1519594. He sat down again and closed his eyes to rest. 3.5 hours later, the system countdown panel showed. Secret Realm strategy time remaining 27 minutes 5 seconds. Lu Yi's perception power showed 7001.594. Prompt. Consume 700 perception power to enhance all stats by 350. Prompt. Can consume 1000 perception power to open the 602 Research Institute entrance. Lu Yi said, okay. He returned to that room once more. This time he didn't hesitate and clicked to choose. He still picked release and reflect onto everyone. He returned to the start, but his surroundings were shaking violently. The pillar holding the puppet was slowly descending. Lu Yi shouted joyfully, great, it worked. He laughed and thought, the key to the test wasn't which option to pick, but whether you stuck to your choice. So, regardless of the option, choosing the same one 3 times in a row opened the door. He looked at the exit below and thought, this secret realm's hidden level probably required the whole team to complete. Lu Yi descended the stairs, calculating as he went. But the original realm left a sliver of possibility for solo completion, hence the 3 times setup. He continued down, thinking, and that sliver came from all stat enhancement plus full perception power, plus the reverse Desperado title bonus. Otherwise, it would be impossible to open this door 3 times. Lu Yi looked at the deep tunnel and thought, it can be said that now, besides me, no one can solo this secret realm's hidden level. He frowned in contemplation. Speaking of which, I was too careless dealing with Wei Shi and the others. Though only in dire straits can you break through, courage isn't recklessness. He felt some regret. If I had entered as a team or even known before entering that Wei Shi was such a madwoman, I wouldn't have miscalculated at the last moment, nearly dying here. Lu Yi saw a figure at the end of the tunnel. As he approached, the doctor was already dead, reduced to a skeleton. Lu Yi looked at the skeleton and immediately recognized it as the female corpse from the opening cutscene. Suddenly, a red bubble shot out. Lu Yi was very surprised. The red bubble flew from the corpse to Lu Yi and merged with him. System prompt: congratulations player on perfectly clearing the secret realm Puppet Ruckus. Puppet Ruckus has been purified. Reward: computational power permission 1 Mo. Lu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. The system continued. Prompt: achievement touching the desperate mission strategy reward. Secret realm strategy points 10. System is settling. Lu Yi leaned weakly against the wall behind him, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Lu Yi thought to himself, it seems I was really scared, afraid of dying in this secret realm. He rubbed his forehead and chuckled self-deprecatingly. So embarrassing, a little difficulty and my legs go weak. System prompt: Lu Yi's power has greatly increased, his current level is 44. Besides the significant power boost, his skill points also increased, his current perception power is 846,846. The system voice rang out continuously. Settling combat power, skill life force level 40. Skill life force level 40, target HP and perception power unstable, increased by 10 levels. Target full body stay time 1 second. The target cannot move, with a cooldown of 24 hours. The standard distance from the start to the end of the target marker is 1,000 meters. All creatures are sensing. It lasts 10 minutes, and each time you level up by 10 you consume 50 perception points, increasing the duration by 10 seconds. Lu Yi clenched his fist, thinking, but he had beaten Wei Shi, right? He shouted happily. He was really amazing. Lu Yi laughed joyfully. Over here, Lu Yun and Huang Nianchu were still practicing diligently. Both looked very happy. At the player respawn point, a figure stood waiting. Wei Shi thought it had been a few seconds already. She frowned and asked herself so she had lost. The chat panel displayed. Steaming hot, New Order leader. What's up with Wei Shi? Wei Shi is dead. Steaming hot, New Order leader. She killed him. Wei Shi, I'm dead. Steaming hot, New Order leader. Wei Shi, but I got some valuable intel. Steaming hot, New Order leader, what do I need to trade for it? Wei Shi, help me cultivate a mirror image in the mirror space. Enough for me to recover my level after the challenge. The chat panel displayed. Wei Shi, Knight is the person you've been looking for with the support type ability. Steaming hot frowned as he looked at the chat panel. In the meeting room of the New Order Guild headquarters in the Metaverse, Wu Ji sat across from Steaming Hot and said, you know support type abilities are rare. So you want me to agree to help you conquer the out-of-control zone's secret realm? He readily agreed. He was a level 45 player on par with Wu Ji, with a fist-type weapon as his match, and possessed a life-type ability. He proposed, as for the reward, I want this amount. 100,000 for conquering a secret realm. Steaming Hot chuckled and replied, no problem. Outside the New Order headquarters, it was getting dark. Wu Ji walked out and someone spotted him in surprise. He ran over and shouted, Big brother, how did the talk go? Are the New Order folks all jumping for joy? I heard they've been scouring the entire network to find someone with a support-type ability. Wu Ji angrily kicked a nearby iron pillar, bending it. The person immediately shut up in fear. Wu Ji frowned and said angrily, that's it. 100,000 per secret realm, the person asked in surprise. This already achieves the first step of our plan. Why are you still so angry? Wu Ji shouted angrily. What pisses me off is that I'm not the only special one, the only special player with a life-type ability. He frowned and said displeased Ly, how are we supposed to execute our next plan like this? How to climb to a high position in New Order through support means. At Lu Yi's real-world residence, he looked at the paper in front of him and asked himself, computing authority. Lu Yi crossed his arms and pondered, computing authority. What is this? Literally, it means the authority to control the degree of computing power transmission in large mechanical systems. Is the reward from perfectly conquering a secret realm a condition to trigger some large-scale task, or does it have some other special meaning? Lu Yi frowned and calculated. What would happen if computing authority reached 100? What's the relationship between this computing authority and the computing power in the entry test? He raised his hand to rub his forehead, feeling tired. Too many questions. Lu Yi stood up. He always felt this was very important, related to his future. Forget it, stop thinking. Go take a shower first. Hello. Lu Yi went to open the door, walking out of the room. Huang Nianchu was happily drying her hair and she spotted Lu Yi. Huang Nianchu happily raised her hand and waved. Hello. Lu Yi smiled and nodded at her, heading straight for the bathroom. At the door he suddenly stopped. He thought for a moment, and at that moment, Huang Nianchu opened her door and went in. Lu Yi swallowed, thinking that ever since Huang Nianyan moved in, the house always had a faint lingering fragrance. He blushed, awkwardly raised his hand to scratch his cheek, thinking it smelled nice. Suddenly, Lu Yi slapped his head hard to snap out of it. He reminded himself, "What are you daydreaming about? Go shower, then get online to set the next phase goals." In the Metaverse, Lu Yi stood in front of the screen thinking his current level was 44, only 16 levels away from the goal of 60. Calculating 2 secret realms per level up, he needed to do 32 secret realms, about 20 days to achieve the goal. Lu Yi propped his chin and thought, but with only 22 days left until the Metaverse descended into reality, he worried time was too tight, and an accident might prevent him from reaching level 60. On the other hand, equipment was also a big problem. The screen showed that the current secret realm essence remaining was 11,021 points. There were 2 ways to obtain Metaverse equipment. One was to craft it directly with secret realm essence, and the other was to upgrade equipment with it. Lu Yi suddenly felt uneasy. In short, it was these 2 methods. He currently had a total of 11,021 points of secret realm essence, with 4,271 points from 3 secret realm rewards, and the rest from decomposing equipment he had drawn but couldn't use. The screen showed that crafting a level 40 purple equipment cost 650 secret realm essence. Craft it. Upgrading a level 30 faith level equipment to level 40 faith level cost 400 secret realm essence. Upgrade, he was still missing 3 pieces of equipment, hat, necklace and badge. Plus upgrading the 9 pieces he had to level 40, it would cost a total of 5,550 secret realm essence. The screen showed that upgrading a level 40 faith level equipment to level 50 faith level cost 700 secret realm essence. Upgrading a level 50 faith level equipment to level 60 faith level cost 1,100 secret realm essence. Upgrade, Lu Yi thought if he subtracted what he had. Upgrading the entire set to level 60 would still require 16,129 secret realm essence. That meant he needed to do over 40 more secret realms at level 40. Lu Yi propped his chin and glanced at the screen, frowning as he calculated. To safely achieve his goal, he'd need to risk getting a desperate reward at least once or twice. Who should he target? A new message notification. Lu Yi glanced at it, wondering who it was. Suddenly he paused. Wait, he thought worriedly. A new message in a tough spot. Why does this feel so familiar? Lu Yi commanded the message to display. Private message. Steaming hot new order leader, got a minute? Let's chat. Lu Yi frowned. Every time with new order, someone had kicked him, and Lu Yi fell to the ground. He remembered the harsh tone of the person who spoke to him. How can trash like you be in new order? Get lost. The leader's coming. Lu Yi recalled that in his past life, after New Order descended into the Metaverse, they controlled the entire South China region, and were one of the world's strongest guilds. They enforced an elite privilege-based management, where elite players or ordinary people with special abilities lived comfortably under their rule, while low-level players and ordinary people without abilities had to live like livestock, oppressed. In his past life he was one of the latter. It was impossible not to hate New Order. Lu Yi frowned, thinking, but the root cause was that he was too weak in his past life. Chat screen. Knight, what's up? Steaming hot new order leader. I want to organize a team specifically to conquer out-of-control zone's secret realms. The team is still missing someone with a support type ability. I heard from a friend that you have a support type ability, so I'm specifically inviting you. Just name your joining conditions and I'll do my best to meet them. Knight, you only lack a support type ability. Do you mean all team members have abilities? Steaming hot new order leader, that's right. Lu Yi thought, a team where everyone has abilities, this strength. Chat screen. Steaming hot new order leader, I can say this is definitely one of the strongest teams in the Metaverse right now. Knight, why go to the out-of-control zone? With these conditions you should be able to dominate the chaotic and dangerous zones. Steaming hot new order leader, I definitely have a reason to go. Knight, let me think about it, I'll reply later. Steaming hot new order leader, okay. Lu Yi frowned and asked himself, should I go? Although this team's setup almost cuts off my chance to get secret realm rewards, on the other hand, the speed of gaining experience and secret realm essence from conquering secret realms will definitely far exceed that of an ordinary team. But why does he have to go to the out-of-control zone? Starting from the out-of-control zone, you can't use the teleportation array in Mixu City to directly enter secret realms, and various level 70 secret realm monsters roam the wilds there. Lu Yi quickly pushed the thought aside. Forget it, ignore it for now, upgrade the equipment first. Screen display, crafting level 40 purple equipment consumes 650 secret realm essence. Generating equipment. Player Knight obtained equipment. Wisdom had attributes. Defense 30, Resistance 10, Intelligence 24, Intelligence 22, Constitution 22, Equipment level 40 to 5. Guardian Necklace attributes: Defense 30, Resistance 10, Intelligence 25, Intelligence 21, Constitution 20, Equipment level 40 to 5, Wisdom Swift Battle Suit Special Attribute: Defense 30, Resistance 10, Strength 11, Agility 15, Constitution 12, Intelligence 30, Equipment level 40 to 5, Special Wisdom Inner Armor Attributes: Defense 30, Resistance 10, Agility 15, Constitution 12, Intelligence 15, Intelligence 30, Equipment level 40 to 5, Special Wisdom Swift Boot Special Attribute: Defense 30, Resistance 10, Agility 11, Agility 10, Perception 13, Intelligence 30, Equipment level 40 to 5, Special Wisdom Gloves Attributes: Defense 30, Resistance 10, Perception 12, Constitution 11, Intelligence 30, Equipment level 40 to 5, All-Round Left Earring Attributes: Strength 20, Agility 20, Perception 10, Intelligence 30, Equipment level 40 to 5, All-Round Right Earring Attributes: Constitution 20, Intelligence 20, Perception 10, Intelligence 20, Equipment level 40 to 5, All-Round Earring Effect All Attributes 20, Wisdom Arc Blade Attributes: Attack Power 240, Strength 30, Intelligence 20, Equipment level 40 to 5, Wisdom Emblem Attributes: Defense 10, Resistance 30, Intelligence 63, Equipment level 40 to 5, Pendulum Pendant Attack Power 300, Intelligence 60, Skill: Judgment Attack deals triple damage or stun effect. Equipment requirement: Equipment level 40 to 5, Auto Reload 30 seconds per reload, Ammo 11. Its attributes are very powerful. HP 6 and 3 and 630, Combat Power 2034, Calculating Combat Power. Current Combat Power is 102, Detected Combat Power greater than 100. Low-level Warrior title upgraded to High-level Warrior. Title Effect: All Attribute Weight 1, upgraded. Title Effect: All Attribute Weight 2, attributes are very high. HP is 8040, 840. Wow, Combat Power 2712. Lu Yi exclaimed in surprise. This Combat Power system's reward is so cool. After Combat Power exceeds 100, the weight ratio directly increases from 1 to 2, boosting strength by 30. If Combat Power keeps increasing, can the weight ratio increase further? Lu Yi asked himself, how much is needed? 2, 100, or 11,000? Suddenly he fell silent. He glanced and thought, speaking of which, the Combat Power system can be activated as long as you have an ability, so the enhancement it gives me should also apply to other players with abilities. If that's the case, doesn't that mean the members of the team organized by the new order leader all have strength comparable to mine when I join? That's like 10 people like me forming a team to conquer the out-of-control zone's secret realm. It seems the out-of-control zone isn't off-limits after all. Chat panel displayed. Knight, you there? I've thought it over. I agree to join. Steaming hot new order leader, wise choice. I won't treat you badly. There's another person with a support type ability in this team and I'm giving him 100,000 per secret realm. Same for you, Lu Yi thought in surprise. What did this new order leader do before to be so rich? But that's good, I'll have money to buy more food. Chat screen: Knight, pay per session. Steaming hot new order leader, no problem. Steaming hot sat and chuckled as he looked at the chat screen. Screen display: Knight joined the team. Steaming hot, welcome to our final team member. Wu Ji, is this the second player in our team with a life-type ability besides me? Knight, hello. Wu Ji, hello. Let's work together to support this team from now on. Knight, okay. Notification: Steaming hot new order leader gather at the north gate of Mixu City. Lu Yi picked up his weapon. He thought to first turn off the equipment display on his head, then bring the usual ordinary firearms he had on hand, just in case. The clock pistol was in reloading state. He tucked the weapon into the bag on his back and slung the blade over his back as a disguise. Maybe it would also increase his safety factor a bit. At the north gate of Mixu City, team member list: Captain Steaming Hot, level 50. Member Shield loves meat, level 50. Member Hat doesn't fly wild, level 50. Member Little Fist doesn't hit you, level 50. Member Twin Blades kill monsters without sweat, level 50. Member Curly Hair is Truth, level 50. Member Late Samurai, level 50. Member Nameless is Falling Monster, level 50. Member Wu Ji, level 45. Member Knight, level 44. Lu Yi walked alone toward the crowd gathering. He approached the group ahead and Steaming Hot and 3 others initially observed him. Wu Ji saw Lu Yi and waved happily like an old acquaintance. He shouted loudly, "Is it Knight? Is it Knight?" He smiled and introduced himself. "I'm Wu Ji, the only one who greeted you in the chat channel." Lu Yi replied happily. "Hello." Steaming Hot spoke up. "I haven't encountered support-type abilities before, now that everyone's here," he continued. "Before we go to the out-of-control zone's secret realm, you two demonstrate first, so we can coordinate later." Lu Yi assessed inwardly. This is the new order leader, one of the most powerful people after the Metaverse descended in his past life. Steaming Hot continued. Use it on me, whether buff or debuff, just once. Lu Yi and Wu Ji simultaneously turned to look at each other. Wu Ji said, he thinks skills are like trump cards. Using them would mean showing all our trump cards to him. Wu Ji said, I'll go first. Then he turned and walked away. Wu Ji explained with a smile, if we use them they'll trust us more. Lu Yi replied, that's true. Wu Ji walked over to Steaming Hot. He smiled and said, I've tested it with a friend who has the same ability. The range of ability use is calculated based on the attack range of one's matched weapon, he continued. My matched weapon is the fist with an attack range of about 1.5 meters, so I need to get within 1.5 meters of the target to use a skill on them. This can be said to be my biggest weakness. Steaming Hot replied, the relationship between skills and matched weapons is indeed like that. Lu Yi opened his mouth wide in surprise, thinking, there's such a rule? His weapon is the fist, so his skill range is only 1.5 meters. My matched weapon is the pistol, so what's my range? He gritted his teeth, thinking. 100 meters or 200 meters, it seemed I had never seriously thought about this question. Skills could be used whenever I wanted. Lu Yi let out a bitter laugh, but if that were true, he suddenly felt he was too abnormal. Wu Ji then demonstrated his skill. This is my first skill, recovery, he continued. And this is my second skill. He chanted a spell and applied it to himself. Steaming with heat, he became enraged, his eyes sharp. I've tested it myself. It works on bosses and the effect is excellent. It can inflict a series of negative statuses on the target, such as weakness, blindness, or slow. A chain appeared in his steaming hand. This is my third skill, he said. Silence can restrict any skill of the target, including bosses. Wu Ji smiled and said, these 3 skills should be enough to assist everyone. I'll keep the 4th skill as my trump card. Can the guild leader understand? I can understand, said Steaming. Lu Yi thought to himself, only showing the 3 most commonly used skills that are most beneficial to the team, while keeping the 4th which might not be used often but is perfect as a trump card. This kind of demonstration is acceptable. Lu Yi stepped forward and said, my turn. My weapon of choice is, my skill release range is about 3 meters. A bit better than Wu Ji. First skill is the same as his, second skill is blessing, third skill is bind. I'll demonstrate for you. Lu Yi immediately cast bind on Steaming. Then came blessing. A golden light appeared around Steaming. He explained, bind can lock a target for 10 seconds. I'm not sure if it can lock a boss, I haven't tried it. Blessing can dispel abnormal statuses on the target. He smiled and said, including my own bind, I'll keep the 4th skill as my trump card too. Lu Yi glanced at Wu Ji, who smiled back at him. Steaming rested his chin on his hand and said, that's about clear. If that's the case, the team's strength should be enough, he shouted loudly. Brothers, we've been stuck on the outskirts of the out-of-control zone because we lacked people with support abilities. Now we've found them, and 2 at once. Steaming raised his hand high and said firmly to everyone, this time we must delve deep into the out-of-control zone and conquer its deep secret realm. Everyone replied happily in unison, yes, let's go. Lu Yi followed behind, looking at the backs of the people ahead. He thought to himself, speaking of secret realm rewards, the rewards from the secret realms in the chaos zone and the out-of-control zone are about the same, but the dangers in the wild are worlds apart. Why is the New Order guild leader so determined to conquer the secret realm in the out-of-control zone? What secret lies within? Wu Ji waved his hand and shouted, Yi, hurry up and catch up. Lu Yi smiled and replied, coming. I think the unique ones are the most valuable. Wu Ji looked ahead, his eyes filled with killing intent. He thought to himself, Yi-ha, I'll find a chance to reset you to 0. Then I'll be the only one with the breath of life again. The group stood before the entrance to the out-of-control zone, below which was a bottomless dark abyss. Ruins and thick fog were everywhere. Someone explained, the out-of-control zone is different from the chaos zone and the disorder zone. The New Order guild leader stood at the entrance and shared what he knew about this area. The difficulty of the wild and the out-of-control zone is calculated based on the number of people in the team. That's why I only organized a 10-person team to enter. He turned to look at the people behind him and warned seriously, but even on the easiest difficulty for 10 people, it's still level 70 plus 10 people's difficulty, so we must not underestimate the enemy. Plus, killing the peripheral monsters yields no rewards. Therefore, we should avoid the monsters on the outskirts of the out-of-control zone as much as possible. If we can't avoid them, we need to find a way to lure them away, even if it means sacrificing a team member. As soon as he finished the last sentence, the whole team fell silent. No one wanted to be the sacrifice. The guild leader jumped down first. The others watched him take the lead and followed his guidance one by one. Leaving only the protagonist Lu Yi standing at the cliff's edge, he crouched, gathered strength, and leaped down with a jump. At first, some light shone down, but the deeper he went, the thicker the darkness became. With a loud thud, the ground where Lu Yi landed caved in. Debris flew everywhere from the violent impact. He stood up and looked up at the sky. Lightning in the sky illuminated part of the area, allowing those standing in the out-of-control zone to see a portion of their surroundings. Lu Yi cautiously looked around. On the roof of a ruined building, a monster was staring intently at this group of people who had just appeared in the dark area. The monster looked like a hybrid of a leopard and a wolf. It had black spots on its body, sharp claws on its limbs and spine, and a mouth full of fangs, emitting a low growl. Lu Yi stared at it. The New Order guild leader also knew there were monsters nearby. He reminded them to avoid them if possible, then continued. Head to the safe spot we prepared in advance. As soon as he finished speaking, he started running first and the others followed. The monster, seeing its prey escape, began to chase, but it hadn't run far before a giant hand grabbed it tightly, like holding a doll. It was a giant monster 10 times its size. The giant monster clenched its hand, crushing it like an ant. It let out a huge roar, stomped hard, and the ruins beneath its feet shattered into countless pieces. It chased after Lu Yi's group. As it pursued, it made a loud noise. A ponytailed team member asked in confusion, "What's that sound?" Before he could finish, he turned around and saw a giant monster was leaping over collapsed buildings, hot on their trail. The ponytailed man saw it and reported, "Boss, that's a stone carving. Oh my god, what's going on? Why do we run into this killer right away?" The New Order guild leader didn't turn back and kept running forward, reminding them, "Stop talking nonsense. Find a way to shake it off." Then he veered in another direction, and the others followed. Wuji asked the ponytailed man, "Is that monster very strong?" The ponytailed man's face was grim, and he didn't hide anything, spilling it all. "Our guild has sent 10 teams into the out-of-control zone to scout for information. 5 of those teams were wiped out by it. What do you think?" The stone-carving monster behind them was still chasing wherever it went. It destroyed obstacles, leaving a trail of rubble. It charged at the crowd with ferocity, determined not to let its prey escape. The New Order guild leader felt something was wrong and ordered, "Take the lead and lure it away." Icehead stopped and faced the stone carving, replying, "Okay." Before the stone carving could reach him, it was controlled by the taunt skill. Taunt forced the target to attack the caster. Duration 1 minute. During the taunt, the target's movement speed was reduced by 10. Attack power reduced by 10. The stone carving was hit. Its speed immediately slowed, buying Lu Yi and the others more time to run farther. Even so, it still chased them. If they didn't shake it off, the stone carving would keep pursuing until it achieved its goal. Wuji ran at the back of the team, thoughtfully looking behind him. He frowned, thinking, if that monster is as fast as they say. His eyes filled with malice as he stared at Lu Yi's back, a despicable idea forming in his mind. Then I should take advantage of this. He cast a marking spell on Lu Yi, marking the target so it would always be within the perception range of all creatures within 1,000 meters. Duration 10 minutes. Instantly, the surrounding monsters raised their heads as if sensing prey. A large group of individuals looked in one direction, including the giant stone carving. Icehead looked at the suddenly still stone carving and asked, "Strange, why isn't it chasing?" Unaware, Lu Yi was still sprinting down the road. A dark shadow flashed by without a trace. It was the monster charging at Lu Yi. Panic and surprise filled his eyes. With a crash, the monster slammed him into a wall. The impact shattered quite a few pieces of debris. The team members also didn't understand what was happening. "What's going on?" Wuji continued running, unconcerned, his face full of smugness. Everyone asked in surprise, "Why did Lu Yi suddenly become the target of all the monsters?" The New Order guild leader seemed to have guessed something and looked at Wuji, whose face wore a hypocritical and ugly smile, as if convinced Lu Yi was doomed. The guild leader left a word, "Head to the first safe spot first. I'll try to save him." As soon as he finished, he immediately ran toward Lu Yi's direction, leaving the team members bewildered. The others could only shout "Guild leader" before his figure disappeared from sight. Wuji was stunned by this turn of events. It seemed beyond his expectations. Has the New Order guild leader lost his mind? How can he possibly save him in this situation? He pretended nothing was wrong and tried to boost team morale, saying, "The guild leader must have a plan. Let's hurry and not become a burden to him." In the distance, buildings were smashed to pieces, with concrete blocks scattered on the ground. The ponytailed man exclaimed in shock, "That guy who broke free is back." The rest of the team ran toward the safe zone. The system displayed Lu Yi's information. Team member Yi, level 44. The New Order guild leader's face was extremely grim as he thought, "Don't die." Right beside him, the unhurried monster burst out. He swung his blade at it, but the condensed edge couldn't penetrate it and was slightly worn down instead. The New Order guild leader's eyes widened in shock. These monsters have too high defense. The monster's claws came at him. He blocked the attack and retreated. Watching the swarm of monsters surge toward Lu Yi like ants to honey, he gave up in his heart. With so many, I'm afraid I can't save him. Suddenly, a light radiated from Lu Yi. The New Order guild leader was astonished to see that Lu Yi wasn't dead but was fighting back against the horde. Using the skill Stasis State, the effect was to lock the target's HP and combat power without consumption. For every 10 levels, the lock time on the target's entire body increased by 1 second. During the lock, the target couldn't move. Cooldown 24 hours. Stasis state countdown 10. Lu Yi shouted, blessing. System prompt: under stasis state, blessing takes effect. The abnormal status of being unable to move has been dispelled. The mark has been dispelled. Lu Yi picked up his familiar sword and his attack power increased by 50. He swung it, and the green blade light sent the monsters flying. They were cut in half and couldn't survive. Lu Yi's face was dark, his body completely intact, unharmed. After dealing with these small fry, there was still the giant stone carving in the distance. It charged at him with ferocity. It extended its sharp claws, trying to tear Lu Yi to shreds. Without fear, he gritted his teeth and grabbed the sharp claw tip in front of him. Squeezing with all his might, cracks appeared on the claw. He held it tightly, the pressure pushing him backward. The ground beneath his feet slid back, sending debris flying. Lu Yi switched his weapon from a sword to a gun, his attack power rising to 1,356,000. His left hand gripped the claw tightly, and his right hand raised the gun, pulling the trigger before the monster could launch a second attack. With a bang, the bullet pierced through the monster. The attack power penetrated it, hitting the wall behind and causing it to collapse one after another. The monster lost its life and slowly fell. Its body was so massive that its fall caused a huge tremor. Rumbling dust flew up, filling the surroundings. Lu Yi stood proudly on the stone carving's corpse, which gradually disappeared like a phantom. The New Order guild leader watched this shocking scene and could only exclaim, "Are you kidding me? This is support ability?" System prompt: stasis state ended. Blessing remaining 50 seconds. Before the monster's corpse had completely vanished, Lu Yi immediately rushed toward the New Order guild leader. He stood there stunned, not knowing what Lu Yi was going to do. Lu Yi just leaned in and whispered 2 words, "Let's go." He snapped back to reality. There were still many monsters in the distance. The guild leader calmed down and ran along, saying, "Together." At the entrance to a certain secret realm in the out-of-control zone, a huge bright entrance stood outside a collapsed building. In a dilapidated room, the players had already arrived. Someone said worriedly, "I wonder how the guild leader is doing." Another sighed and added, "I don't even dare send a message, afraid of distracting him." Others agreed. "Me too." Wuji looked at everyone and said, "Maybe we should try again next time. How could any player survive in that situation?" The ponytailed man disagreed, frowning and retorting, "The guild leader and Yi aren't dead yet." Wuji didn't think so. He was convinced the two had been killed by the monsters. He spoke insinuatingly, sowing discord. "Even though their HP hasn't dropped, it's probably just some temporary emergency skill locking it." Yi, really? I don't know how he attracted so many monsters to surround him. What a team wrecker, a team member as if carrying some kind of function. Had a shield on his back, looked displeased, arms crossed full of anger. Icehead looked at the operation panel and urgently reported, "The guild leader and Yi are showing on the map as already outside the safe house." Wuji was stunned. "What?" The other team members were overjoyed and excited. He quickly shouted, "They're not leading monsters here, are they? Watch the defense." The door opened, and everyone gripped their weapons warily, staring at the door ready for anything. But they didn't hear any major commotion. It was the guild leader and Lu Yi, the two of them. Everyone happily shouted, "Guild leader." Wuji was full of surprise, unable to believe his eyes. They came back like this. Damn it, the New Order guild leader is too meddlesome. Seeing the two return safely, everyone praised them excitedly. "Guild leader, you're amazing to bring someone back in that situation. Truly impressive. No wonder you're the captain." Yeah. The guild leader glanced at Lu Yi and saw him avoiding his gaze, knowing he didn't want to reveal information. Lu Yi silently found a spot to sit down. The guild leader also sat down, not wanting to elaborate on what happened, just saying vaguely, "Stop with the pointless flattery. Rest for 10 minutes, then we'll tackle the secret realm in this safe house." The two sat facing each other. The others didn't notice anything unusual about Lu Yi and happily followed the guild leader's orders. They shouted in unison, "Yes." Wuji glanced at Lu Yi, saw him sitting alone in a daze and went over to call him. "Yi, how did you two escape? Tell us about it, it must have been thrilling." Lu Yi turned his head coldly and looked at him, recalling the system prompt. Blessing took effect. The abnormal status of being unable to move has been dispelled. The mark has been dispelled. He smiled mysteriously and asked a question that made Wuji's heart race. "Was it you just now?" Wuji quickly denied it, waving his hands and forcing a smile. "What are you talking about? How could I have that kind of ability? You're overestimating me." Lu Yi ignored his act and calmly analyzed. "Maybe you haven't learned Blessing, so you don't know it can dispel any negative status, including the mark you placed on me." Wuji listened in horror, his eyes wide as he stared at Lu Yi. Lu Yi confidently continued, "Mark is a level 40 breath of life skill. In this team, besides me, only you could have it." He grabbed the air with his hand and immediately pulled out a pistol. Lu Yi added, To be honest, since I entered this room, I've been thinking about whether I should take care of you. He slowly rose to his feet, still speaking unhurriedly, saying that in such a situation hesitation precisely indicates an intense inner desire. Lu Yi straightened up, aimed his gun at Wuji, and said word by word, "Right now, you look like a villain from a novel. You say, since you desire it, just satisfy yourself." Wuji stood frozen before his gun, his expression and face unreadable. He suddenly raised his voice, speaking plausibly to Lu Yi, drawing everyone's attention. "We're teammates, not enemies. You want to kill me?" The players, hearing the commotion, turned to look. Wuji looked confident of victory, his face full of smugness and provocation, thinking to himself, "This fool with a firearm actually wants to kill me. What a joke, but fine. I can use this to isolate you from the team. As for what you said about a level 40 life skill, besides us two, who knows who can prove it? Even if you also learned it, if you show it, can't I just say it's a self-staged bitter trick?" The black-haired man saw Lu Yi pointing a gun at Wuji, confused, and frowned, saying, "Yi, what are you doing?" The guild leader sat silently across from them, and Lu Yi didn't care what others thought. He still held the gun aimed at Wuji, revealing a smile full of satisfaction. Wuji had no idea Lu Yi was not someone to be trifled with. He was still righteously playing the victim, patting his chest and saying, "I just asked how he could kill those monsters. He didn't answer and directly pointed a gun at me." Wuji even took the initiative to involve the leader of the Order New Guild. He looked at him and said, "Leader, you judge, is this any way to treat a teammate?" The leader remained silent, his thoughts unknown. Wuji seemed to be putting on a one-man show, talking non-stop. Not giving anyone a chance to interrupt, he spoke sarcastically about Lu Yi. "So are you a supportability user like me, and that's why you want to kill me? Once you kill me, you'll be the only supportability user. Then what conditions will you propose? The leader will have to agree to your terms to conquer the out-of-control zone's secret realm." Lu Yi let him talk, still holding the gun aimed at him. Wuji, acting out his own drama, pointed at him and said, "Fine, truly far-sighted. Look, what kind of scum is this? Does he still deserve to be on the team?" Lu Yi remained silent, just watching his performance. The leader of the Order New Guild sat between them, and Wuji pretended to step back, saying fearfully, "Leader, while we're not deep in the out-of-control zone, let's change teammates quickly. Keeping someone like this around is too dangerous." The black-haired man couldn't stand it anymore, and said, "Whatever grievances you have, settle them yourselves when we get back. Why make a scene now?" It was then that the leader stood up, seemingly having his own way of handling things. He walked over, put his hand on the black-haired man's shoulder, signaling it was fine. He said, "Yi took out a firearm, not a skill suited to him. He never really intended to kill anyone. He's giving us face, letting us handle this ourselves." Wuji's expression clearly changed, and he stared intently at the leader. He felt things weren't going as planned. "What's going on?" The Order New Guild leader's attitude was very off. The leader approached Lu Yi, placed his hand on the gun, signaling him to put it away. The two stood on the same side, looking at Wuji together. The leader continued, "On the contrary, why are you always trying to sow discord among us?" In an instant the leader rushed at Wuji, tightly gripping his neck, his eyes icy as if looking at a dead man. Wuji still stubbornly denied it. His expression already changed, struggling to say word by word, "Leader, what are you doing?" He was secretly shocked. What was his strength attribute? How could he be so strong? The Order New Guild leader seemed to be protecting his own, saying coldly, "I trust you deeply, more than you can imagine." Wuji tightly grasped the leader's wrist, afraid he would strangle him to death in the next second. He was still trying to reason, throwing dirt on Lu Yi. "Leader, don't be indiscriminate. He attacked me first, not me attacking him." The leader's hand had gradually turned red. He didn't believe what Wuji had just said and replied, "But I believe he has his reasons for doing this. I believe that with his strength, he wouldn't use this method against a teammate for no reason." After saying this, the leader's entire body was also covered in red, like blood. Only then did Wuji realize his calculations were completely wrong. He was lifted by the leader like a chick, choked by the neck, and roared, "No, leader, you can't be so extreme in trusting him. I didn't do anything wrong, I didn't. You're trying to frame me." The red covering the leader's body was called Blood Shadow Body. It burst like a gel, capable of turning into blood and enveloping the target. During the envelopment, the target's health decreases synchronously with the user's, and the user can consume mental energy to reduce the health loss ratio during the envelopment. Those enveloped by blood cannot use any skills. Daily usage time is 2 minutes. Wuji didn't know death was approaching. The Order New Guild leader continued, "Even if what I decide is wrong, I'll still follow through." Wuji was enveloped in blood, inside it like a vacuum glass cover, air sucked out, unable to breathe. What kind of skill is this? Lu Yi watched him slowly die, the panel showing his health dropping. Team member Wuji level 45, health remaining 45. He struggled in the blood pack, trying to use life skills to recover, but it was useless. What's going on? Why can't I use skills? Health was down to a sliver. Knowing it was impossible, he still frantically used life recovery. Recover. Health was just a red dot. He staggered toward Lu Yi, one hand covering his neck, the other reaching out. But before he could finish, death came, his face full of pain. His knees gave way, and he knelt down as if kneeling before Lu Yi. He sat there kneeling, lifeless. Then his body disappeared and the blood pack dissipated, leaving only Lu Yi and the leader. He looked at the other, said politely, "Thanks," and returned to his seat. The leader also smiled in response. He remembered Lu Yi cleaving through those monsters with one sword strike. Breaking out in a cold sweat, he looked away, thinking, "If I didn't do this, I'm afraid you'd kill us all." Lu Yi's time freeze state had a 24-hour cooldown. In the dilapidated room, the leader said to Lu Yi, "Yi interested in joining the Order New Guild? I'll give you the highest treatment of a special member." Lu Yi sat calmly on a cement slab, listening to the Order New Guild leader say, "Interested in joining the Order New Guild? I'll give you the highest treatment of a special member." He confidently invited Lu Yi to join, saying, "Killing Wuji today is my apology to you. You had some minor friction with our Order New Guild's low-level members before." He stood opposite Lu Yi and said, "But as long as we cooperate, those past unpleasantries can be wiped clean." The team members were all extremely surprised. The leader personally invited someone to join the Order New Guild, which had never happened before, and immediately offered special member treatment. Those nearby agreed, Yeah. Every one of us Order New Guild members went through layers of selection to join." A few also said discontentedly, "What's so special about him to warrant the leader's recruitment?" Lu Yi ignored the surrounding chatter. He coldly asked the Order New Guild leader, "What do I need to give?" This question was enough to surprise the other with his caution. Others didn't understand the implication and said, "What's going on? Shouldn't you ask about the treatment first?" Lu Yi explained his earlier question. "Joining a guild can't just be about benefits. Tell me the cost first. If I can accept it, I'll join." The leader's earlier polite expression had vanished. He smiled unexpectedly at Lu Yi's intelligence, answering the earlier doubt. "If I said there was none, you definitely wouldn't believe it." He raised his hand, rubbing two fingertips together, and said, "Even if you believed it, when the time comes that you really need to give something, you definitely won't agree." So, the Order New Guild leader, like a pyramid scheme leader luring prey, said plausibly, "The cost is when the guild needs you. I hope you'll give everything in the game, including unlimited levels and equipment. But afterward there will definitely be generous compensation." Lu Yi frowned and coldly stated an important piece of information. "The conquest of the out-of-control zone's secret realm will ultimately end in a dead end." This statement made everyone watch him warily. The Order New Guild leader felt that continuing would be irreparable, so he scratched his head and replied with a kind smile, "Right, I'm just giving an example in case this happens." Lu Yi crossed his hands, resting his chin on them, and said, "Promising too much is just a blank check. Sorry, I refuse." Although he expected this answer, he was still a bit disappointed. The Order New Guild leader looked at him. Lu Yi continued, "Cooperation is fine, but I will never give up my level and equipment, let alone bet on whether you'll keep your promises afterward." This was tantamount to slapping the faces of Order New Guild members. They said excitedly, "Ungrateful, probably doesn't know the treatment of special members, not to mention anything else. The basic annual salary alone is over 2 million. The cost is just him temporarily giving up levels and equipment in the game. Is he stupid or dumb?" The Order New Guild leader didn't care what the members said. He also sat on a cement slab, facing Lu Yi, and said, "Is that so? What a pity, but cooperation is already good enough." Lu Yi smiled and replied, "Thanks for understanding." The Order New Guild leader smiled back. Both maintained a polite and conciliatory demeanor. Lu Yi was lost in his thoughts, if not for the pressure of his past life, if not for knowing that levels and equipment in the original world were tied to future survival. He stared at the leader sitting opposite, thinking, with my current strength and the Order New Guild leader's personal invitation, joining the Order New Guild now would be a good choice. Lu Yi's expression darkened slightly. What a pity. But just for a moment he changed his mind, a slight curl of his lips, nothing to regret. Strength is the foundation of everything. The Order New Guild leader pulled me into the team and invited me to join because he valued my strength. Lu Yi thought confidently, as long as I keep my strength growing, as long as I don't die, more and more people will try to recruit me. On the other side, the Order New Guild leader was reading messages. White Hand sent a message. Lucky. The D-level secret realm we entered in the out-of-control zone happened to be a special one. My computational power authority defaults to 10. I've arrived. Below were a bunch of congratulatory messages. But the earliest displayed message had already changed the situation. White Hand sent a message, "Oh my god, I'm done." One of the perfect conquest conditions for this special secret realm is actually a dead end. More importantly, not only did I fail to conquer it, but I also caused a total wipeout. It'll take who knows how long to recruit more people. Below was a condolence message from Mystic Hand. The Order new guild leader finished reading the messages and felt a headache. A tough problem had arisen. He realized this and looked at Lu Yi. Sure enough, one of the conditions might be a dead end, and this had already hindered the initial plan to recruit Yi. The Order new guild leader calculated seriously, but Yi's ability is a huge help for me to overcome them. I must try again. In the message log, all parties were still reporting their progress. Mystic Hand was closest. Cyan Hand had 50 computational power authority. White Hand suggested passing through the danger zone and chaos zone because it was only 10, but Cyan Hand was unwilling because it was too low. Perfectly conquering a special secret realm yields 10 at once. The other two zones only yield 1 each time, especially with the same difficulty. The Order new guild leader read all the messages, his expression more serious than ever, and began to calculate whether to kill Lu Yi. Just in case, Thunder was still the most suitable for dealing with players. If a dead end really occurs and Yi ultimately refuses, then Thunder will cooperate with me to finish Yi at the last moment. He stared fixedly ahead, hoping this wouldn't happen. He gave his collected evaluations in order. Tank center shield loves meat tank support Order new guild leader firearm. For control palm support leading not floating small fist doesn't punch you. For dual sword holder is support attack dual blades cutting monsters no sweat. Light is truth. The black-haired man swinging his sword at the monster was a pure martial artist attacker. Nameless was a root-falling monster. Every member of the team played an indispensable role. At this moment, the whole team was fighting a monster that was a cross between a lion and a hippopotamus. It had 2 extremely hard horns. Its mane was like a lion's but black. Its mouth opened like a hippo's, roaring at those attacking it. With the team's cooperation, the Secret Realm Conquest averaged level 50, one round taking only 4 hours, and as the team delved deeper into the out-of-control zone, the number of conquered secret realms increased. Finally, on the 4th day after entering the out-of-control zone after conquering the 12th secret realm, I reached level 50. Lu Yi, player Yi, had reached level 50, unlocking the level 50 skill branch. The skills unlocked at level 50 were Weight Reset and Scan. Weight Reset puts all of the target skills into cooldown immediately, with no cost. Cooldown time 12 hours. Scan 1000 meters, instantly generates a map to detect resources, with scan range increasing by 100 mitas for every 10 levels. By the 3rd day, Lu Yi reached level 50, which was the 6th day after entering the out-of-control zone, and the team finally found the Order new guild leader's target. He stood before an entrance as red as a ruby. This was the out-of-control zone's special secret realm. Meanwhile, the 10th position left vacant by Wuji's death had been filled. Before this, the Order new guild leader had pulled in an unimportant member from the Order new guild to temporarily fill the team. His foot glided in the air. One foot heavily stomped on the floor, using the force to leap high, flying over a dozen stories high before landing. Standing before the special secret realm entrance, everyone saw him shout, "Captain, the replacement is Thunder arrives, level 56. The team members were very warm to him. "Captain, you're here." Thunder arrives grinned, carrying a hoe, and said cheekily, "Finally in the team, you weaklings, I told you can't do without me." The other 3 were dumbfounded by his blunt insult. He continued, "Ha, leader, I include you in that." Thunder arrives saw the leader looking at him, immediately dodged, raised his hand to deny it. "Oh, not included, misspoke. The leader still looked at him quietly. Lu Yi watched this scene, recalling Thunder arrives in his mind. He was Thunder arrives, ranked 5th among the top experts when the original world descended in his past life. I defeated the originals of those 2 scenes. I wonder how much stronger I am than Thunder Arrives' original." At this moment, Thunder Arrives also noticed Lu Yi. He approached Lu Yi, a head taller than him, and opened his mouth with nothing good to say. Thunder Arrives said, "I heard from the leader that you're strong. Can you touch my toes?" This drew eye rolls from many members. Lu Yi remained expressionless, thinking coldly, "Only touch your toes?" His brows were tightly furrowed as if they could crush a fly. Now is not the time to get angry, he thought. Squashing a person can indeed reach their toes. I hope there's no chance for me to squash you. The Order new guild leader interrupted. "Thunder, say less." "Yi, sorry." Thunder's mouth is a bit foul, but his heart isn't bad. Thunder Arrives said extremely arrogantly, "Leader, a support member whose combat power can touch my toes is already praising him, okay?" The leader didn't want to hear his nonsense, pointing at the other team members. "First, drag him into the special secret realm." Everyone immediately complied, saying, Right, Captain. You're unmatched in strength. We'll enter the secret realm first. You'd better perform well and not let your words become empty boasts." As Rulei Dengchang was pushed and pulled into the entrance, he said smugly, "Of course, I'm nothing like you all, don't pull me. I'll walk on my own. The guild leader, watching this group that had already entered the special secret realm, deeply regretted his choice. How could he have selected such people as guild representatives? He pondered by the entrance, thinking about the special secret realm in the out-of-control zone, where the difficulty of the teleportation secret realm is directly indicated by the color change of the special secret realm. Then he let out a slight sigh and turned to talk with Lu Yi. My biggest goal in coming to the out-of-control zone is to conquer this special secret realm. I promise you, as long as you follow my requirements to conquer this special secret realm, from now on, no matter what, the New Order owes you a favor. Lu Yi was somewhat surprised by this. What exactly did the New Order guild leader want from the special secret realm in the out-of-control zone? The guild leader gave Lu Yi a serious look full of determination, then stepped across the entrance and set off. Lu Yi was the last to enter the special secret realm, various thoughts swirling in his mind. Come to think of it, he hadn't encountered the New Order guild leader in his previous life. He didn't know what kind of person he was. Recalling the rumors he'd heard about him, he was only at the lower levels of the New Order. From other low-level New Order members he'd heard that the New Order guild leader was an extremely brutal demon who treated human lives like grass. Lu Yi walked with his head down, step by step. Over these few days of contact, the aura he exuded made me feel he could be a good friend. Gradually he approached the secret realm entrance. A friend? Only those with aligned interests can become friends. He'd only tasted a bit of sweetness from the conquest team, which gave rise to this thought. If interest conflict, everyone except his sister is an enemy, so he must stay vigilant. His figure gradually sank and disappeared into the entrance. He reminded himself, once your interests clash with those of the New Order, you and they could become enemies. At that point, all you can do is strive to survive and find a way to keep living. After that, the entrance's secret realm gate vanished, and two figures appeared, seemingly in conversation. The cultivation succeeded, great. It looked like it was in some research institute. A researcher in a white coat stood outside a glass door and said, computational power is truly omnipotent. Even mythical creatures can be cultivated. Voices rose and fell, and it was unclear what was happening on site. Someone was narrating something. A white-haired person said, it's grown so big in the blink of an eye. Has it been brainwashed? Sorry. Director, we've tried every method, but aside from it becoming more irritable, nothing works. The director wanted to scold his trainees, calling them a bunch of useless trash. But before he could finish, he saw something unexpected. What does it want to do? Dangerous. Glass shards shattered into pieces, and a monster covered in rough horny layers appeared through the mirror. A knocked-down person was desperately trying to grab the control panel. No, we can't let it escape. His eyes widened. We have to eliminate it. As soon as he said that, he slammed a hand onto a red button. The scene ended there. In the distance of the secret realm entrance stood a majestic mountain. Everyone had already passed through the secret realm. Lu Yi remained silent. Having also seen those images just now, he thought to himself, there's a completion video. This is a special secret realm. The guild leader also cautiously looked around. A system announcement appeared. Secret realm mission generated. Entrance O2 closed. Mission out of control research product. Objective: escort the life essence Nether Serpent to Mork number 304 Ancient Biological Cultivation Research Center. Nether Serpent Egg. Note: the glass bottle containing the essence cannot be placed in the backpack and is bound to the player's life. If the bottle breaks, the player dies. It was a bottle filled with orange liquid. This bottle gradually appeared on everyone's chest. The guild leader grabbed it thinking, everyone has one. So the condition for a perfect completion is for all members to reach the cultivation center without damage. He let out a slight sigh of relief. Good, it's not a hopeless situation. As for Lu Yi, he carefully examined the bottle in his hand, recalling the secret realms he'd participated in so far. Two had played videos. Could the secret realm he went to with Wei Shi also be a special one? Everyone was still curious about the bottle in their hands, unaware that above their heads was a giant python covered in spikes. Its eyes were bloodshot, staring at them like prey. Only then did the team notice the monster. The guild leader immediately ordered, form a formation. But the monster just roared, causing a significant tremor. 3 bottles fell because their holders, affected by the roar, covered their heads and lost their grip. Instantly, those 3 vanished without a trace. System announcement: your teammate Dundun Ai Chi Ru has died. Your teammate Wanmao Shi Zhenli has died. Your teammate Wuming Shi Shigulu Guai has died. The New Order guild leader was startled. 3 bottles lost. The system displayed a warning: you are under a phantom sound attack. Nether Serpent Pseudo Combat Power Comparison. You have resisted the phantom sound attack. Nether Serpent Pseudo Lu Yi is in combat readiness. Suddenly a voice rang out. Watch this, Rulei Dengchong charged fiercely at the nether serpent, shouting, "Watch me take it down, revenge for Wanmao." Suddenly, a powerful force struck the ground, sending clods of earth flying everywhere. Everyone in the team was shocked. One person raised their voice and said, "Captain, calm down, we've already lost 3 people, we can't afford to lose you." He rushed at the nether serpent at full speed, yelling, "Little bug, I'm going to chop you up and boil you into fertilizer." With that, he slashed it hard. After taking the hit, the nether serpent remained unchanged, showing no damage. He was surprised to see it unharmed. The nether serpent opened its huge mouth, revealing 2 long fangs, as if to swallow Rulei Dengchong whole. Panicked and unable to react in time, he was eventually swallowed by the nether serpent. His teammates cried out, "Captain!" Both of them stared in shock as he was devoured, exclaiming in panic, "Oh my God, I knew this would happen." Then the nether serpent turned in another direction. Everyone stood watching. One person suddenly spoke up, "What do we do now? We've lost 4 people right after entering the secret realm." At that moment, in a dense forest, its figure was moving. Suddenly, 3 bottles fell to the ground at the same time. The essence from the 3 bottles flew up and merged into one. Then, the essence from everyone in the team also merged. The essence in that person's hand was also moving. The essence in the bottle changed from yellow to orange and finally to red. Riki Tenten stared at the bottle, pondering. Could it be that the condition for perfect completion isn't for all members to reach the research institute, but for the 10 essences to merge into one? Lu Yi looked at the essence, thinking, if that secret realm was also a special one, but then he pondered and raised a question. Then could the thing Riki Tenten was so fixated on be the perfect completion of the special secret realm in the out-of-control zone? Suddenly, a system announcement appeared. "Congratulations, player. Perfect completion of secret realm Game Puppet. Game Puppet purified. Reward 1 computational power authority." Mork looked at the system announcement, guessing that the captain was probably inside the monster's stomach right now. Bingtu suddenly spoke up, "We need to find a way to save the captain." Rulei Dengchong suddenly asked, "How? Chase that monster?" Just then a voice rang out. "Guild leader," he interrupted all the chatter, "don't say more. If he didn't die at the start." Riki Tenten sternly warned everyone. "Then he can definitely survive that monster." Then he seriously reminded them, "The most important thing for us now is to reach the location and complete the mission." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yi snapped awake. Focusing on the task at hand, he paused for a moment, then spoke, "It's that skill." At that, the whole team, after hearing one person's voice, simultaneously sprinted forward. "Listen to the guild leader. Let's go." As he moved, he thought about countermeasures. The video content conveyed that they needed to deal with the nether serpent pseudo. And according to the method, if it wasn't about delivering 10 complete essences, then it might be about merging the essences in our hands. Then cultivate a stronger monster to deal with it. Nether serpent pseudo. The whole team and he ran toward the mission location at top speed. Then he thought of another scenario. Assuming that monster couldn't be defeated through conventional strategies, this might be the answer. He had to find a way to verify if that monster could be dealt with. 20 minutes after everyone reached the location to find the nether serpent, at that moment, looking at the map, he suddenly said, "Captain Rulei is rapidly approaching us at an astonishing speed." His words caught Lu Yi's attention. Bingtu spoke up, "That's not the captain. It's the monster that swallowed him, rapidly approaching us." Suddenly a voice rang out, "Guild leader, watch out." The nether serpent lunged out of nowhere, opening its huge mouth to swallow Riki Tenten. He dodged quickly while using the skill Body Blood Shadow, slashing horizontally. After finishing, he shouted loudly, "Watch the formation, try to take it down. The secret is to attack from the inside." Suddenly, the nether serpent whipped its head around. The whole team swung their weapons simultaneously. And just then a loud shout came, "Da!" At that moment he kept hacking at the nether serpent with all his might, while another person used both hands to increase damage. Yet another concentrated power in their hands and delivered a fierce blow. Suddenly the nether serpent raised its tail high, then struck them, sending everyone flying from the force. At that moment Bingtu hit the nether serpent's nose with a rope-attached weapon. After finishing, he moved to a distance to lure it. As he ran, he looked back. Suddenly, Riki Tenten charged in the opposite direction, toward the nether serpent. At that moment, it opened its mouth and emitted a piercing sound. The essence bottles that couldn't withstand it began to crack. Hearing the cracking sound, he looked down at his own bottle and it eventually fell. Glass shards shaded everywhere, and the system appeared around him. The others panicked and shouted, "Bingtu?" Riki Tenten quickly looked in his direction, and Lu Yi followed his gaze. Bingtu's figure gradually faded before everyone's eyes, and at the same time, a voice rang out, "Guild leader, Captain Rulei just sent a message. He says the monster's defense is astonishing. He can't break through from the inside at all." the nether serpent turned to face Riki Tenten, both sides exuding immense power. He looked up, somewhat uneasy, thinking, it's too big. With the essence bottle, we can't put it in the backpack. It wants to kill us. Just use sound waves to shatter our small bottles. Our survival depends entirely on its whim, Lu Yi said in dismay. No way. We're about to be wiped out right after entering the secret realm. At that moment, the nether serpent suddenly turned, its massive body sweeping past everyone. Seeing this, he asked in confusion, it's leaving, why isn't it attacking us anymore? Suddenly, essence appeared in the air. The essence in everyone's bottles merged simultaneously, forming a bright red essence bottle. Holding the bottle, he thought, but this way, it seems this monster isn't meant for us to fight at all, he suddenly guessed. So at that moment, Lu Yi glanced at the bottle and thought, if Riki Tenteung's goal really is the perfect completion of the special secret realm in the out-of-control zone, then given that the nether serpent can't be dealt with, what is the method for perfect completion? Have everyone's small essence bottles merge. Suddenly, he sternly said to everyone, never mind, it's good that the nether serpent is gone. Let's hurry to the research institute and complete the mission. That's what matters most. Suddenly, someone shouted, time is running out. 20 minutes have passed and the base has already been blown open with a big hole. Everyone immediately started running at full speed. Looking at the map, he said, Guild leader, it's coming again. Riki Tenten paused for a moment, then replied, Shuangdao, smash your bottle. Panicked, he ran and fought, looking at him and shouting, what? Then he seriously stated his solution, even with more people we can't deal with that monster. Speed, that's the way to drive it away. As long as we drive it away again, we'll reach the research institute. As soon as he finished, Shuangdao immediately smashed his own bottle on the ground. The system displayed an announcement, your teammate Shuangdao Kongguai Bu Chuhan has died. At that moment the nether serpent began to turn in another direction. That person happily shouted, it really left. Then another person praised. The guild leader is brilliant, he replied. Speaking of which, shouldn't we thank the captain for letting us observe the monster's movements? Looking at the map, his expression seemed as if everything was going according to plan. He thought to himself, indeed. He silently mused that he had already given the answer earlier, refusing to hand over equipment and levels. If Riki Tenten believed that the method for perfect completion was essence fusion, he would definitely make a move against him. And the best place to do that would be inside the Research Institute, with its narrow environment easy to surround. Then Riki Tenten ran up from behind and said, hurry, the Research Institute is just ahead. 4 figures in the distance are approaching the base. Everyone is running as fast as they can. At that moment one foot stopped. An inner voice sounded, can't let yourself fall into such a situation. Then he immediately halted all running movements. Seeing this, everyone turned their gazes toward him. 3 people were already on the steps. One of them turned to him and said, what's wrong? Hurry up. Lu Yi stood below, spoke and then paused. Guild leader, your goal is the perfect completion of this secret realm. If that's the case, he turned around to listen. And then he continued, can you tell me what you think the method for perfect completion is? At that moment the 4 of them fell into silent thought. He suddenly hesitated. Did he need to be the first to burn bridges and take them out? Suddenly the system displayed a message, channel Shuangdao Rulei Dengchang. Finally out. I was suffocating in there. At that moment the New Order Guild leader slowly walked down step by step, then spoke, I think you misunderstand. This secret realm is too difficult. I didn't prepare for a perfect completion, I just hope to complete the mission and leave. The 2 people beside him showed slightly dissatisfied expressions. He continued, if you don't trust me you can wait outside. The 3 of us will go complete the mission. We just don't know what dangers lie in the Research Institute. As for your safety, maybe next time that monster will find and attack you first. He remained silent with nothing to say in response. He asked angrily, what's wrong with you? Do you think the guild leader would harm you? Are you kidding? The New Order Guild is this big. Would it take advantage of you? He agreed with that statement and then spoke. Exactly, we've cooperated for so long and you don't even have a shred of trust. Do you deserve the guild leader's personal invitation? He stayed silent. Do you really want to make a move? On the map, the nearby dots were the 4 of them. In the distance was the nether serpent. He calculated silently that at Roulet's speed it would take about 10 minutes to get here. That monster attacked roughly every 20 minutes, so it would likely strike the team in about 13 minutes. He stood there, thinking of a countermeasure. If he really wanted to burn bridges with them, he had to do it before Roulet and the New Order Guild leader met up. At that moment, a slightly contemptuous voice interrupted his thoughts. I won't force you. We'll go complete the mission. He said maliciously to Lu Yi, waste can't be counted on at a critical moment. The person opposite him looked at the New Order Guild leader and said, I'm glad there's no one like you in the New Order. At that moment he raised his sword-wielding hand and thought. The stasis lasted only 10 seconds, and the blessing only 60 seconds. With someone like Lei around, facing 4 aggressive players at once, even using stasis and a blessing might not be enough to handle them. He assumed an attacking stance, ready to act, gripping his weapon tightly. But was his judgment truly correct? If he was wrong, he would lose the friendship of the Order New Society. If he was right but didn't act, he would lose everything he had worked for since his rebirth. He glanced at the other person, saw him preparing to strike, and said loudly, "What do you think you're doing? Are you really going to fight? If it weren't for our long cooperation. You're already dead, don't dig your own grave." "I don't want to fight." And then he rushed swiftly toward the one named Yi. In comparison, who was more important seemed obvious. So he began. Stasis, blessing, full attribute enhancement. With a single leap he was instantly beside the opponent. At that moment he quietly gathered power. A layer of red energy enveloping his body, and his blood shadow form gradually faded. After speaking loudly, his body split in two. "This kid really dares to make a move, warrior. Let's take him down together." He directly swung his sword, cutting the opponent in half. The opponent, mouth agape and eyes rolling, stammered, "How is that possible? The system notified that you had killed Little Fist, hammering people to death." Suddenly someone moved. Warrior Mist hastily attacked, creating multiple clones that struck him simultaneously. Wind Shadow Flow, Wind Shadow Strike. He gripped the sword hilt tightly, the blade deforming, and in an instant he cut him in two. The system chimed, notifying that you had killed Warrior Mist. Only the furious night like thunder remained on the map. He was in a raging state, eyes glowing red, and in the blink of an eye he was the only one left. Suddenly a nearby wall was partially blasted apart by a tremendous force, debris falling everywhere. System update. Team Leader Furious Level 56. Lu Yi stood on the newly collapsed wall, pondering. The map showed him here, yet after he had cut through everything he hadn't managed to harm him at all. What skill was this? The map indicated that like thunder was rapidly approaching the two of them. The system notified that the stasis had ended. He stood outside, and after the wall was shattered, the dust gradually cleared. He said loudly, "President of the Order New Society, are you nothing but a coward who only knows how to hide?" Silence fell, with no response. The system notified that the blessing's full attribute enhancement had ended. He continued to provoke, warning that if you get too used to being a turtle, you'll never lift your head again. On the map, like thunder was closing in on the two of them. Just then, a figure came to an abrupt halt outside the door. He turned to look at the person outside, and suddenly Furious turned toward like thunder. All movements were displayed on the map. The red sphere was surrounded by grid lines. Gradually, Furious emerged from the sphere. He spoke, "Truly decisive," he continued. "But overall, your last card was used against Butterfly, and the cost was just 2 people. He watched them silently, then revealed a smug smile, his tone contemptuous. "Now all that's left is to deal with you." Like thunder was drawing his sword, and the two shouted simultaneously. At that moment they both charged at each other, swords pointing at him. He looked at them with a serious expression. He taunted, "With such little strength you're not even worthy of the President's caution. Is it that you've grown weaker, or have you always been this weak?" He gritted his teeth in anger and replied, "Less talk. Deal with the opponent first." The system showed a consumption of 2,000 points of knowledge power, with all attributes enhanced by 1,000. Then as fast as lightning he had already reached the first person and swung his sword. He was surprised by his actions. He said with satisfaction, "Now that's more like it." A hurried voice rang out. "Like thunder, use your blade quickly." Then he swiftly blocked Lu Yi's eager attack with his own weapon. He said, "Come on, this is the blade I've been charging since the outbreak." He smiled proudly and said contemptuously, "Feel honored to die by its hand." The system displayed charge, transferring knowledge power into the weapon to enhance it, boosting attack power and speed for the next strike. In non-combat state, each point of knowledge power added 5 attack and 5 speed. In combat state, each point of knowledge power added 50 attack and 50 speed. He frowned, waiting for the stasis to reset. The system displayed waiting for reset. All skills end immediately. No cost. Skill cooldown 12 hours. Stasis locks target's health and knowledge power with no cost. For every 10 levels, lock duration increases by 1 second. Target cannot move while locked. Cooldown 24 hours. Something flashed by in an instant, and he turned to look back at the direction. The path bore deep marks from the earlier commotion. At that moment, a blade was placed against his neck, stopping his movement. He gritted his teeth. Blessing, a glint flashed in his eyes, and he slightly frowned as he manipulated the energy, completely altering the enhancement level's attributes. The system showed a consumption of 4,000 points of knowledge power, with all attributes enhanced by 2,000. Then the system updated his current info. Player Knight level 52, title, Desperate Reverser 70, Weapon Expert. Attributes, attack and defense both above 13,000, strength, agility, constitution and perception all above 3,000, intelligence over 4,000, resistance over 1,000, attributes categorized, health full. Knowledge power was running low. Suddenly a sword flash appeared as fast as lightning, and soon Lu Yi had his blade at his neck. He remained calm and said, "The president was right, you do have a hidden card." Suddenly the system prompted target restriction state. Before he attacked, the opponent couldn't deal any damage to him. Duration 30 seconds, cooldown 60-30 seconds. He directly slashed diagonally through like Thunder's body, but he seemed unharmed and instead smiled brightly. The system displayed that you were in a restricted state and couldn't attack the opponent. He suddenly burst into laughter. "Haha, fool, I'm here specifically to counter you." He frowned in displeasure. At that moment the ground cracked from a force, and then he turned to attack Furious. He revealed a malicious smile and immediately activated his ability, Attribute Assimilation. The system updated. Assimilation fusion, swapping attributes with the player. During this time the player shared health, knowledge, power, skills, equipment, and titles. Duration 10 minutes. Then he merged with the opponent. Red energy enveloped the surroundings. He turned to look at the other. The system displayed that the stasis had ended. Health and knowledge power released. Remaining health dropped from over 50,000 to 12,000. Knowledge power dropped from nearly 7,000 to nearly 15,000. Blessing 1 had 30 seconds left. Blessing 2 had 50 seconds left. He excitedly felt the power and said, "Attributes directly boosted by 2 levels. President, this skill of yours is too strong, barely worthy of me." He remained silent, helpless. Lu Yi pondered, then moved away. He distanced himself from the opponent and said, "You're so well prepared, it seems you've been planning for a long time." He replied calmly, "We just thought things through a bit more. It's not specifically aimed at you. You're not that important for us to target you specifically." Suddenly he pulled out a gun. Seeing this, he mocked, "Hagka plus a firearm? Are you planning to shoot me from a distance? I heard you have a blinding skill." Then he continued, "Use it on me. I'll stand here and let you shoot, see if you can kill me." Then he lowered his head with a mysterious smile. The system displayed that the restriction state had ended. Blessing 1 enhancement ended. Blessing 2 had 20 seconds left. Knowledge power remaining 12,130. Without any visible movement, like Thunder grew impatient and said, "Come on, attack me." Furious warned, "The restriction is over, don't be careless." At that moment he raised the gun and pointed it directly at the opponent, saying, "Fine," he said to him. His ranged weapon had some skill. The attack power was extremely abnormal. He not only didn't care but dismissed the weapon, replying, "It's just an ordinary pistol. At this distance we can easily dodge it and even exploit his weakness. Do you think this range is useful against us?" It made sense, so he said, "Right, let's wait for his enhancement to end and take him out." Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. At that moment he was trapped by glowing spikes. Instantly caught off guard, he stammered, "How is this possible?" Suddenly he speculated inwardly, could his specialized weapon be a pistol? He said incredulously, "Impossible. If it's a pistol, how could an ATI 5-star put enchantment on a blade?" At that moment Lu Yi said bye-bye. The system displayed that the blessing enhancement had 5 seconds left. The system continued to prompt enchantment overlay 8,000 points. Next, attack power increased by 400,000, medium range judgment damage tripled. Then Furious urged, "Quick, find a way to break his restraint." He stood thinking, "No way, but rest assured, President, I have an invincibility skill. Within 10 seconds he can't kill me," he scolded. "Idiot, when we can't move he doesn't need to attack us. He just needs to hit our essence bottles to finish us." He turned back and thought, It's okay, right?" he said to him. "It's hanging on my back. At this distance, circling behind us to hit them would take enough time to waste 10 seconds. But just in case, President, use your blood shadow form." Then he replied, "I've already used up today's time dodging the burst earlier, otherwise I wouldn't." Suddenly a sound interrupted him, and a spike stabbed sharply into his waist. The system notified that Furious and Like Thunder, both level 56, had their health depleted. Then the system displayed that Furious's team member had died. Before dying, he couldn't help but wonder, what kind of attack power was this? Not only did it directly kill the president covering him, but it also pierced through his invincible body and destroyed the essence bottle behind him. Like Thunder was stunned. Oh my god, his legs were stiff and immobile. Like Thunder looked down at the large hole blasted through his abdomen and froze. He looked at Lu Yi in the distance and said, I lost, but next time I'll win." At the same time the system prompted, "Your team member Like Thunder has died." Lu Yi remained unmoved, standing silently. Then Lu Yi walked away with a displeased expression. He approached 2 floating orbs in the air. Lu Yi frowned at them. He thought to himself, "Even though I won, there's no joy in my heart. Maybe the main reason is that I didn't truly kill them, and I might face their endless revenge next." Lu Yi smiled faintly, reasoning that on the path of growth how could there be no enemies? It's just that the enemies I encounter have a bit more power and are harder to deal with. Then Lu Yi picked up one orb, pondering, "And in the game, I'm not afraid of them at all. Their threat to me is only in reality." Lu Yi looked at the orb item, grinning with satisfaction, his gaze firm. He gripped the orb tightly, thinking about reality before the arrival of the Metaverse. Suddenly a pair of blood-red eyes stared intently behind Lu Yi. He immediately sensed it, startled and agilely sidestepped. Lu Yi jumped 2 or 3 steps away from where he had stood. He exclaimed inwardly, "Heavens, heavens!" Before him was a massive yellow python. It looked down at him with blood-red eyes, shifted its enormous body, and then slithered away in one direction. This scene left Lu Yi dumbfounded, blurting out, "What's going on?" Suddenly, he remembered something and thought, "Right." He confidently deduced that he had shattered the essence bottles of Like Thunder and the Order New Society president, so it had spared him. After figuring it out, Lu Yi leapt and vanished from the spot, then ran forward desperately, thinking, "Hurry, I'm the only one left on the team. I must complete the task within 20 minutes or I'll be the next to die." After a while, in a long room, neon lights illuminated the ceiling, both sides of the floor and the walls. One window showed bubbles floating in the air. At the end of the room was a console with a transparent sphere. Lu Yi had already reached it. He examined it, then wiped sweat and commented, "So this is the cultivation tank." He took an essence bottle from his waist and stood before the tank, assessing inwardly. There wasn't a single monster or researcher in the lab. It seemed this secret realm only had one living creature, the Nether Serpent. Then he took out the essence bottle and looked at the living creature with confusion. He frowned, analyzing the situation. I recall that the puppet show's secret realm also had only one living puppet, and looking at that realm's task, it was likely issued by the puppet itself to toy with players. Suddenly his eyes widened as a thought struck him. Wait, both are special secret realms with only one living creature. Could the task also be issued by the sole living being? Lu Yi recalled the last puppet incident and analyzed. In the special secret realm of the puppet show, the surface task was the puppet toying with players, but the perfect completion of the secret realm was fulfilling the puppet's wish. At that moment he realized and exclaimed, "Toying and fulfilling wishes. Could this be the secret to perfect completion in special secret realms?" He looked at the essence bottle in his hand, frowning in thought. For example, that monster clearly had the power to wipe us all out, but it only symbolically caused team losses and then left. It was playing, and perfect completion required fulfilling its wish immediately. Lu Yi stopped, glanced behind him, and then pondered what its wish could be. After a long time, Lu Yi still stood like a post beside the cultivation tank. He reasoned that if the task was issued by that monster, then the purpose of cultivating a Nether Serpent wasn't to kill it. He focused his reasoning. It wanted to create a friend to play with. Was it lonely or had no other choice? Could the Nether Serpent's wish be to leave this secret realm? Lu Yi's eyes widened in surprise. Why would I think that? He raised his hand to cover his mouth, frowning as he weighed the options, but he didn't rule out the possibility. In fact, it was highly likely. He boldly thought, just verify whether the Nether Serpent could enter this lab. If it could, then the idea that it wanted players to cultivate a companion for it wouldn't hold, and the subsequent deductions would also be invalid. If it couldn't, he stood still, staring at the cultivation tank in thought, then frowned at the orb in his hand and proposed a plan. Wait here for 20 minutes to see if the Nether Serpent would charge into the lab's cultivation tank to deal with him. If it could break in, he would immediately place the essence bottle into the tank to complete the task. If not, he would consider a second option. Then try using the carved jade soul orb to take the Nether Serpent and himself out together. Suddenly, the system prompted that the carved jade orb could randomly add carved jade attributes to equipment above level 50. Carved Jade 1 reduces cooldown, Carved Jade 2 lowers equipment level requirement, Carved Jade 3 increases defense, Carved Jade 4 increases skill duration, Carved Jade 5 enhances self-skill effects. All attributes random from 1 to 5. Carved Jade 99 allows monsters to attach to your weapons only, requiring 1000 Secret Realm Essence. Note, Carved Jade can be removed via a refining orb. Just before setting out, Lu Yi looked at the system screen and commented, "The people from New Order are all level 50 now. I thought I had caught up to the top tier, but it turns out I'm still a step behind." He scratched his head and muttered, "If I'd known, I would have leveled up to 45, equipped level 50 gear, and then had the current team regroup. I wondered if being a day late would be an issue." Lu Yi scrolled through the screen and murmured, I remember there are upgrade gems." He then indeed found information about upgrade gems that could randomly add affixes to gear above level 50, and informed me they were available for exchange. Although upgrading each piece of equipment costs 100 Realm Essence and Evaluation Points, it's still a worthwhile option. It can be used in any non-combat state. Suddenly his eyes widened as he realized what the upgrade gems might imply. He looked at 2 circles, one red-purple with an upward arrow, one blue with an exclamation mark, and felt confused. What? Do I have celestial eye perception or something? He sat down on the steps, hands on the ground, staring at the evaluation screen, feeling like he could use this. So he exchanged the remaining instance essence for 3 upgrade gems and 3 affix gems. but the defense ratio added by the affix was only 1. Then he scratched his head, sweating, and scolded himself. Was I thinking too simplistically? The success rate is 1. Did I really think I was the chosen one? Suddenly, a sound echoed all around. Lu Yi snapped his eyes open, alert. It's here. He stood up abruptly, turned to look behind him, and thought, has it been moving outside all this time on purpose, or can it really not get in? He stared at the wide-open deep door and silently decided to check it out, then slowly walked out step by step. But Lu Yi stopped, thinking, I can't look, at least wait until its patience runs out. It might be deliberately staying out now. Time flew by after 30 minutes. Lu Yi frowned, staring in one direction and muttering to himself, it's close. The underworld serpent outside has been rustling around. It stared at the pile of collapsed bricks. Its red eyes were wide open. It glared as Lu Yi walked out, but his steps were hesitant. After a moment he stood outside the door, looking up with some worry. The underworld serpent lowered its head and leaned in to examine him closely. Lu Yi frowned, silently calculating what he should say. If the underworld serpent can't communicate, that's bad. Suddenly it spoke, why haven't you completed the task yet? Seeing this, Lu Yi was stunned, his eyes widening in surprise. He looked at its eyes so close, sneered inwardly, and thought, great, it's actively communicating with me. This time my chances are better, then spoke. Because I feel you want to leave here more. Suddenly a loud crash erupted. The underworld serpent had just slammed its tail into the ground. Lu Yi was startled, feeling scared. He watched its thrashing tail, speechless, then silently assessed in awe. Too strong. This is no monster a player can handle. The underworld serpent asked again. Do you have a way? Then it looked at him, its eyes flickering as if deliberately searching for human weaknesses. Lu Yi, sweating, calmed down and silently thought, is it accepting this? Does it really want to leave, or is it tricking me? He bargained aloud. I do, but you have to follow me. Acknowledge me as your master. He considered this the final line of negotiation. If you disagree, I'll turn around and complete the task immediately. If you agree, I'll gamble on luck and see if I can get the soul-binding affix from the lottery. Hearing this, the underworld serpent raised its head and challenged. Do you think you're qualified? Its red eyes looked down at the tiny Lu Yi as if threatening him, making him flinch. Lu Yi grinned firmly and said, no, but this is the only way. Yet he glanced behind him and silently calculated. Something's off. Let's go. Don't even think about completing the hidden task. Meanwhile, the underworld serpent remained silent. Seeing this, he turned to leave. Suddenly, a system prompt. The underworld serpent pseudo wants to acknowledge you as its master. Do you agree? This information shocked Lu Yi, who couldn't believe it. The massive underworld serpent stretched its neck, looking down at Lu Yi. He thought, thrilled and surprised. Great, my guess was right, and immediately shouted, agree, I agree. At the same time, the system prompted, you have become the master of the underworld serpent pseudo. In this secret realm, you can command it freely. To take the underworld serpent pseudo out of the secret realm, you need to master soul binding. Then the system gave Lu Yi other data about the underworld serpent pseudo. To be grown, level, cataclysm, reward. Cataclysm, HP times 30, combat power times 6. All attributes, conversion 3, attack and defense both 50,000, resistance 1500, strength, agility, constitution, intelligence, perception all 10,000, HP 21 million, combat power 398,570, 420,000. Skills include phantom sound, sonic impact, earth spirit, all encompassing. The underworld serpent spoke, now take me out of here. This startled Lu Yi. Then he looked at it and agreed. He then held a blue upgrade gem and thought, success or failure hinges on this. He glanced at a steering wheel, then returned to the research room, thinking, when the underworld serpent acknowledged me as its master just now, the secret realm task disappeared. It seems that task was indeed issued by the underworld serpent. Since that's the case, there's no turning back. He lowered his head, pondering silently. Isn't this exactly the result I wanted? Before talking to the underworld serpent, I didn't use the affix gem because I was afraid I'd give up. Lu Yi frowned at the gem, thinking, such a powerful assistant is too tempting. Lu Yi, your gambling nature is growing. Back when dealing with Pseudo Shi before making the real move, you were betting that no fourth person had that boldness. Betting that if death came it would be your own. Betting that there was no winner but you. Then he laughed self-deprecatingly. Back then it was a 50 chance. Now it's directly 1, haha. Lu Yi looked at the gem's data on the system panel and mused, affix gem. Can the word random in your description disappear? That would be great. Then I wouldn't have to gamble. Then he reminded himself. But that's impossible. Suddenly, a system prompt. Do you want to activate authority to not change the rules of the affix gem? Seeing this, Lu Yi's eyes widened in surprise. He thought desperately, whatever it is, confirm it first, and shouted, yes. Suddenly, the gem in Lu Yi's hand emitted a dazzling light, astonishing him. The underworld serpent outside also noticed the anomaly and focused on it. At this moment, circular bubbles flew out from around the gem, and the system prompted, the affix gem has been changed. It can now add affixes to designated equipment above level 50. Lu Yi was stunned, exclaiming inwardly. He thought excitedly, whatever this is, it's great, add the soul-binding affix. Immediately, the system displayed new attributes. Wisdom, shaking fall hand, attack 500, intelligence 120, skill judgment. Attack has a triple stun effect. Equipment requirement, level 50, 5-bullet revolver with auto-reload. Each reload takes 30 seconds. Lu Yi was overjoyed by its one-shot potential. He grinned widely, laughing heartily. Really? Then his eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth lifted in satisfaction. Great. After a moment he raised the gun, standing before a massive yellow monster, and shouted, "Come on, underworld serpent." Lu Yi squinted, grinning happily with his teeth showing. Then came a series of system prompts. Congratulations. Perfectly cleared the secret realm, out-of-control research product, reward 10 authority calculation desert is summarizing the secret realm, triggering achievement mission conquer the dead end, reward secret realm conquest, summary complete, gained experience 44,945,600, gained secret realm essence 520, all multiplied by 10. Then the system told him about his player data, such as experience, nickname, attributes, attack, defense, resistance, strength, agility, constitution, intelligence, perception, and skills. At the same time, the system displayed the data for wisdom, shaking fall hand, attack, intelligence, skill judgment. Attack grants a triple stun effect, equipment requirement. Soul binding, underworld serpent pseudo. Effect 1, summon underworld serpent. Summons the underworld serpent's body. Effect 2, underworld serpent descends. Summons the underworld serpent to descend onto the user's body, granting 10 to 50 of the underworld serpent's full attribute skills. Finally, the system prompted combat power settlement. Detected that player calculation desert S authority has exceeded 5. Player gains skill structure. Use authority calculation to change the rules of the pseudo realm. Duration 11 seconds. 11. Cooldown depends on the difficulty of the rule change. Meanwhile, outside the uncontrolled area, crackling energy appeared. Lu Yi stepped out of the barrier, looking up at the gloomy sky. Suddenly, sunlight gradually emerged, piercing through the dark clouds. Lu Yi smiled happily, strolling leisurely in the sunlight toward the ruined city. Lu Yi thought to himself, time to return to Twilight Void City. At this moment, there were 17 days left until the original realm descends into reality. Time flew by. In reality, Lu Yi's residence was in an old apartment. He sat on the bed, propping his cheek with his hand, and sighed. These days of high-intensity dungeon raids have really exhausted me. Then he pondered, reviewing what he had done. When he wasn't sleeping, he was basically diving into the secret realms. Even meals were brought to his room by a yun, and he could only scarf them down when he had time. Lu Yi thought again, but the results are gratifying. Not only am I just 3 levels away from my target level, but I've also obtained a top-tier monster like the underworld serpent. He glanced curiously to the side, wondering how a yun's life force was doing. It's been a week already, shouldn't she have it by now? Lu Yi stood up and decided to go ask. He muttered to himself, speaking of which, have I been neglecting my sister? After she entered the game, I just briefly explained how to get life force and left it at that. Lu Yi walked outside toward a room with a closed door, thinking, should I care more about her? Should I take her leveling with me? Just as he raised his hand to knock, he heard voices from inside. So big, Nian Chu, you've developed really well. Hearing this, Lu Yi was dumbfounded, and the heated discussion continued inside. You're not bad either, let me check for my brother. Then came shouts from inside. Oh my, what are you saying? Oh no, this made Lu Yi's face redden to his ears, his eyes wide with shock. Then, still in the pose of raising his hand to knock, he turned around in panic and bolted. He thought, I'll ask in the game instead. At the north gate of Twilight Void City, Lu Yi muttered, playing games day and night without rest, I'm exhausted and stupid. He entered the game, scratched his head, and sighed. Yun and the others aren't online yet. I'll send a Yun a message first and ask about the recent situation when they log in. Then he pondered, now that I'm online, I'll upgrade the new equipment and then rest. Thinking of the affix gem, Lu Yi calculated silently. I'm level 57 now. The equipment I can wear might not be limited to level 60. He grinned happily, calculating inwardly. I wonder how far my dungeon essence will go. If it's not enough, I'll make up the difference with cash. Speaking of which, New Order hasn't settled the payment for that last dungeon yet. At that moment, Lu Yi received a message. The content was, Angry New Order leader, come back quickly. It seems you've already cleared that dungeon. This is the reward I owe you, 100,000 N original coins. Seeing this, he frowned unhappily and asked himself, what does this mean? Then another new message popped up. Got time? Let's find a place to sit and let me apologize to you. Looking at this content, Lu Yi was puzzled. Is this trying to make peace? He frowned and analyzed silently. The one who suffered the biggest loss is coming to make peace with me. The one who gained the most, and my gain came at the expense of their loss. Then the other party sent another message to explain. angry New Order leader. If possible, I don't want to be your enemy. And given the situation back then, the opposition was unavoidable. Lu Yi immediately replied, no need. I didn't suffer any loss. The more he looked, the harder it was for Lu Yi to believe. The New Order leader's behavior was too abnormal. What do I have that makes him want to win me over like this? Is it worth it? Then he thought again. Is it because I obtained the calculation desert authority? Unable to figure it out, Lu Yi decided to ignore it for now. First upgrade his equipment, raise his strength to the top of the original realm, and then consider other things. Suddenly, another new message popped up and opened automatically. Lu Yi frowned, recognizing it as a message from a Yun. The content was, Bro, the fairy sister already obtained her power long ago. Mine is wind power. Weapon is a big stick. Nian Chu's is soft power. Weapon is dual blades. We're leveling in the Mirror Secret Realm now. Meanwhile, outside the Mirror Secret Realm's gate at the company's Secret Realm area. At this moment, many people had gathered there, discussing heatedly. Speaking of which, after a round of interest exchanges, New Order has completely withdrawn from controlling the Mirror Secret Realm. I still prefer New Order. Now Backgarden controls it, and it's disgusting. They haven't even done much yet, but they're already threatening us with real-life information. Keep your voice down. Don't let Backgarden people hear. What are you afraid of? Can they really do anything to us in the real world? I say, when will we unite? The number of players who are regularly active in the Mirror Secret Realm is 10 times that of Backgarden members. If we unite, even if they have our real-life info, we won't be afraid. That's impossible. We're all fighting on our own, and no one submits to anyone. At this moment, seeing a person surrounded by a group of Backgarden martial artists, someone asked curiously, what happened? An insider explained. He offended Backgarden's ghostly wrath, so he got surrounded. No, wait. The Mirror Secret Realm is a safe zone where combat is impossible. So Ghostly Wrath devised this kind of punishment for those who offend her. Look, the person in the center has been trapped for 5 days. Lu Yi passed by and overheard some gossiping people say, can you get surrounded even when offline? Whether online or offline, players appear in the same spot. As long as the surrounding people don't move, you'll still be trapped there. Suddenly someone shouted, won again, haha, the goddess is really my money tree. I win every time I play. This caught Lu Yi's attention, and he continued listening. They're too strong. That pair of sisters is not only beautiful but also incredibly skilled. Since the Mirror Secret Realm opened, they've been winning non-stop. At this moment, a group of people was looking up at a tall tower, cheering enthusiastically. Truly our goddess. I want to marry both goddesses. Get lost. They're our goddesses. Anyone who dares to have a relationship with our goddesses will kill them. At the same time, a system prompt, 15 Proud Long Burn, level 32, defeated. You win Immortal. 25 Warm Sun, level 40, defeated. You win Heart's Desire. Suddenly a pair of beautiful legs appeared. The arrivals were 2 girls. Zan Nianchu Heart's Desire, level 39. Lu Yun position Immortal, level 31. Seeing the 2 girls, a crowd of young people surged forward to praise them. Oh, you 2 are amazing. Can you give us some tips to be this strong? Nianchu and Lu Yun waved their hands in denial, saying, no, you're exaggerating. But they still wouldn't stop their flattery. There are 2 kinds of cutest girls in the world. One is beautiful and one is strong. And you 2 are both beautiful and strong. Seeing them, Lu Yi was stunned, exclaiming inwardly, that's a Yun and Nianchu. Watching the girls surrounded by a group of men, he thought in confusion, what's going on with them? They're this popular. On the other side, Lu Yun squinted and smiled, replying, all right, thank you for the compliments, but remember what you said. The winner has to split half with me, so don't forget to transfer the money. Immediately, someone shouted, of course. A straightforward guy walked up to Lu Yi and said, are their faces and bodies custom-made or real? Another person replied, I don't know. Even if they're custom-made in the game, I'd accept it. Meanwhile, a player with peach-colored hair sighed with tears streaming down his face. If reality were like this, it would be too beautiful. But the moment I think about them getting married and having kids in the future, I can't help but feel jealous of whoever gets to be with them. Hearing the person next to me groan in pain, you say that and I hate it too. Suddenly, Kai the Fool patted Lu Yi on the shoulder and said, cheer up, we can never have a relationship with a girl like that. Right, bro? What kind of relationship could you have with a girl like that? Only in dreams. Then he looked at Lu Yi, expecting him to agree. Seeing this, Lu Yi was a bit surprised, then squinted and replied, isn't that a bit too much? While glancing at the 2 girls between Dong Kai the Fool, he sneered. Wow, bro, you call that too much? Do you hang out with girls like that every day? You're so full of it. Over there, Lu Yun widened her eyes as if she saw something unexpected. She stepped forward. The men were startled when they saw her walking straight over. Meanwhile, Kai the Fool was still busy chatting. All right, I get it. You're feeling insecure and your face is swollen like a balloon now. Everyone goes through this, I understand. Then he was stunned to see Lu Yun standing in front of Lu Yi shouting, "Goddess, when did you get here?" Seeing this, the crowd stirred. Who is he? Why did the goddess walk up to him on her own? No, could it be that kind of relationship? Impossible. I don't believe it. There's no love in games, except for myself. Over here, Lu Yi was also confused. Suddenly, Lu Yun grinned happily. Seeing this, Kai the Fool looked back and forth between the two, full of doubt. This bro, are you really? Out of nowhere, Lu Yun jumped up and wrapped her arms around Lu Yi's neck, asking, "Are you done?" This scene directly shocked Lu Yun's fans into shouting, "Ah, who is he, bastard? Don't think hiding your name and level means we can't find you trouble. We'll deal with you right now." Suddenly, Lu Yun shouted, "Bro," leaving everyone stunned. "What, he is?" Then everyone looked in unison at Lu Yi and Lu Yun, the siblings. Lu Yun hugged him and shouted, "Our big brother." On the side, Nian Chu, a message came in. She glanced suspiciously at another corner where a man was watching the crowd from afar, lowering his head to report, "Sister Li, they rejected us again." Hearing this, the girl angrily clawed 5 nail marks into the dented iron door, cursing, "2 ungrateful bitches." Ghost Li gritted her teeth and broke off a piece of the iron door, threatening, "If you don't want to cooperate, then forget about surviving in the origin realm. Surround them for me." Over here, Lu Yun, unaware of anyone scheming against her, hugged her brother and squinted happily. Suddenly she sensed killing intent, opened her eyes, and looked unhappily in a direction. That was exactly where Ghost Li and her subordinates were standing. Then Lu Yun sighed. She finally showed up. Lu Yun recalled the message she had sent her. "Cooperate once without losing, then we split 50-50. Be smart. Cooperation isn't a request, it's a notice. You little bitch, don't be ungrateful or I'll make sure you can't play the origin realm, got it? Think you're above everyone just because you have some looks? Let me tell you, we can put trash like you on stage. Is your mom a dog? That's why she gave birth to a dog like you." Time flew by and now. Lu Yun thought, wait, am I hugging my second brother right now? Then she worried, wouldn't he overthink this? Oh well, who can blame me for being naturally beautiful? Even my own brother is charmed by me. Meanwhile, Lu Yi frowned uncomfortably, thinking, is my sister too strong? She's squeezing me so hard it hurts. A group of people approached with heavy footsteps. They were from the back garden. Seeing this, the young people around Lu Yi and his siblings were all stunned, staring in surprise at the leading girl. People curiously shouted, "What's going on? Why is Ghost Li here? Who is she here to teach a lesson this time?" Over here, Lu Yi looked coldly, and immediately the 3 of them were surrounded by the back garden people. Lu Yi scrutinized them with an unfriendly gaze. Looking at Ghost Li in front of him, Lu Yi stepped forward, reaching out his hand to shield his sister, protecting Lu Yun and Nian Chu behind him. Then, Lu Yun placed her hand on his arm. She said confidently, "Bro, she's here for me. I can handle my own trouble." At this, Ghost Li walked up to Lu Yun and cursed, "You little bitch, finally we meet. Today you have to kneel and beg me crying or get the hell out of the origin realm forever." Hearing this, Lu Yi asked Nian Chu, "What's going on? Did you two offend her?" On the side, Nian Chu replied, "She wanted us to cooperate with her, to rig a mirror challenge and lose, to scam money from ordinary players. We didn't agree, so she's holding a grudge against us." Suddenly, Ghost Li ordered them to surround the two. Then someone suddenly shouted, "What do you think you're doing?" The startled back garden crowd turned around. Now they were surrounding Lu Yi and his siblings, but all the people present behind them had turned around to surround the back garden crowd in turn. Seeing this, Lu Yi was a bit surprised, while the yellow-clad people turned to look at the other players and threatened, "Back garden business, get lost." At the same time, Ghost Li screamed angrily, "Are you rebelling? Touching me means touching the back garden. You all know the consequences of offending the back garden." This indeed scared the surrounding people. Over here, Lu Yun was silent. Suddenly she curled her lips contemptuously. Then her eyes reddened, putting on an extremely pitiful look, and said, "Everyone, don't worry about this. It's fine, we can handle it ourselves." Seeing his sister's fake expression, Lu Yi was stunned, unable to believe it, but the surrounding players were deeply moved. Suddenly, Nian Chu shouted, "Aeon, why don't you tell them? She's targeting us because we refused to cooperate with her in rigging the mirror challenge to scam money." Then she looked at Lu Yi, seeing the corner of his mouth twitch. Nian Chu stuck out her tongue, a bit guilty, but still firmly stepped forward to stand by Lu Yun and said, "You offended her for everyone's sake, and now you're saying everyone shouldn't get involved. Do you want to play the saint? Don't be so foolish. Tell them, ask for their help." But Lu Yun, still channeling her inner actress, replied, "Nian Chu, don't say that. Everyone has the right to choose. I am me, and they are them." This started to sway the people around. Over here, Ghost Li raised an eyebrow and said contemptuously to Lu Yun, "Idiot, do you think just because you say these things they'll help you? The back garden's reputation won't disappear because of your words. If they dare touch me, they touch the back garden." But this remark made the people who were hesitating suddenly snap out of it, widening their eyes in anger. Then he took the lead and called out, "Brothers, this is just a game. Games are meant for us to vent our frustrations. Now our goddess is being bullied for our sake and we're standing here hesitating watching her get bullied. Are we even men? Hearing this, Ghost Lee looked over in confusion, while Lu Yun grinned in satisfaction. Then he added, besides, our big brother is also here. If we don't perform well, how can we face him? This left Lu Yi speechless, questioning life again, while Nian Chu looked at him and covered her mouth, snickering. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Brothers, charge!" At the same time, they tightened the encirclement around the back garden crowd, making them stammer in panic. Sister Lee, things don't look good, we're outnumbered. Let's retreat first." Seeing this, Ghost Lee threatened unwillingly, "Have you thought this through? Touching me means opposing the back garden." But the surrounding crowd shouted recklessly, "Fight! I've been sick of them for a long time. To hell with them. Back garden brothers, let's surround them and lock them in the mirror space." After a while, looking at the shouting crowd, Lu Yi was sweating and stunned, while someone angrily yelled, "Get lost, you bastards!" On the side, Ghost Lee was cornered by two young strong men and cursed angrily, "I'll kill you all." Meanwhile, Lu Yi was bewildered and muttered, This is it, I didn't even need to lift a finger." In the mirror space, Lu Yi questioned, "So you used the ordinary players in the mirror secret realm to deal with Ghost Lee of the back garden?" Then he continued, "If it was just about dealing with Ghost Lee, luring her into a collapsing secret realm and then finishing her off would have been enough." But Lu Yun disagreed, saying that if they did that, the players in the mirror secret realm would still be bullied by the back garden. She recalled the past period and said, "When we first came to the mirror secret realm, we were taken care of by many players here. We want to repay them as much as we can." Lu Yun pondered and added, "After a long time of contact, we found that although it's said on the surface that the mirror secret realm is controlled by the back garden, as long as the ordinary players in the mirror secret realm unite, no force can control this place. It's only because they're not united that they get crushed by the back garden every time. It's become like this now, and it's really unpleasant." Thinking of those who helped her despite their fear, Lu Yun added, "So we used our conflict with Ghost Lee to try to unite them, and the effect turned out surprisingly good." Nian Chu beside her raised a question, "But whether we can truly unite them going forward depends on whether we can resist the back garden's retaliation together." Hearing this, Lu Yun propped her chin and said firmly, "No matter what, the first step is done. Next we need to keep strengthening the unity." Standing by, Lu Yi listened to his sister's reflections and thought that having a powerful enemy wasn't entirely a bad thing. Seeing this, he wondered if he should care for her more, take her leveling up together. Then Lu Yi answered himself as if he was being overly concerned. The mirror secret realm they were in had already made new breakthroughs. He believed that without him, his sister could play the game well, maybe even carve out a path different from his own. Lu Yi smiled proudly. He looked at the people around him and commented that these players were the solid pillars of the future world. If Aeon could unite them, it would be a great protection for their future. Lu Yi lowered his head and thought, he believed, this was taking a path different from his own, one he didn't understand, but one that also held infinite promise. Two parallel paths, but they would intersect. Lu Yi said to himself, "Keep it up, little sister." Meanwhile, in another place, the martial artists of the back garden bowed their heads. A player looked at the endless stream of people and curiously asked, "Where is the back garden's second echelon going?" Another guessed, "I heard something happened in the mirror secret realm. The back garden sent them to deal with it, an average level of over 45. This was a big deal." At this moment, Lu Yi was hesitating at the door, thinking that no matter what he should remind his sister to protect herself. He had already left the mirror secret realm. Suddenly, Lu Yi noticed something ahead. Dozens of rows of people were neatly lined up in the courtyard. Lu Yi looked at them and commented that although these people were 10 levels higher than the players in the mirror space, in the mirror company, it was a safe zone, so level wasn't an advantage. After figuring this out, he didn't care and decided to leave. He thought that as long as Aeon could lead the mirror players to resolve this crisis, her popularity in the mirror space would skyrocket. Lu Yi smiled, thinking that then it would only be difficult, and in the remaining 10+ days, he would work hard to improve himself. He believed his sister could handle her own matters. Suddenly the tree wanted to be still, but the wind wouldn't stop. Someone shouted, "Kill any player coming out of the secret realm company, don't let anyone go." Hearing this, Lu Yi was startled and glanced over. At the same time, the crowd surged forward. 3 fearless ones, relying on their numbers, jumped up to attack Lu Yi, shouting, "Kid, dare to ignore us? Kill him." This left Lu Yi completely baffled, not knowing what was going on. Inside the mirror secret realm, someone loudly warned, they're coming, the back garden people are attacking." Immediately, someone exclaimed, "What?" Meanwhile, Ghost Lee saw the reinforcements arriving and grinned wildly, threatening, "Haha, you're all in for it now. Dare to touch me, you're asking for death." Suddenly, someone worriedly asked, "What do we do?" The leading Lu Yun frowned and looked ahead without speaking. Then she firmly reassured, "Everyone, don't panic. Shinchi Nianian has gone to find reinforcements. Her family also has a big guild, overall strength not inferior to the back garden. Besides, in the secret realm space, it's a safe zone. What matters most here is numbers. In that regard, we're not afraid of anyone." Hearing this, everyone felt a bit more at ease. Right, that's true. As long as we unite, we're not afraid of any force in the mirror space. But what about in reality? At this, Lu Yun loudly proposed that everyone charge together and negotiate with them. Let's settle game matters in the game. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Secret Realm Company, Kai the Fool poked his head out, wondering why there was no sound. Then he froze, his eyes wide with terror. Lu Yun led the crowd over and, seeing him like this, asked, "Kai the Fool, what are you doing standing here like an idiot?" She frowned and encouraged, "There's nothing to be surprised about in this situation." Immediately, everyone shouted, "Right," but the next second, Lu Yun and everyone else opened their mouths in horror. Countless orbs of varying sizes with question marks were floating. The entire large courtyard only had Lu Yi standing there with his sword. Around him were countless orbs. Time seemed to stop. Lu Yi stood motionless. Then he turned around, his face extremely displeased. Over there, Lu Yun was dumbfounded, while the crowd behind her was petrified. Mouths agape. Kai the Fool stammered in shock. Lu Yi alone killed the entire back garden reinforcement team. Then came a series of exclamations. "Oh my God, Goddess, can we follow you from now on? Goddess, tell us what to do and we'll do it." Somewhere in a chaotic area, a desolate and ruined scene. The dean of the back garden, the 55-level head gardener Zan, frowned and asked, "All dead?" A martial artist bowed at a 90-degree angle and replied, "Sorry, it was my oversight." Hearing this, the gardener became even more displeased, lowering his gaze in thought. The subordinate dared not look up, trembling all over. Suddenly, the gardener spoke, "All right, kill yourself to reset your level to 0, then take a break. Let me calculate." He raised his hand to his mouth and thought. Then he held up 2 fingers and said, "How about 20 days? That's the punishment." Hearing the people around murmuring, nearly 100 combatants above level 45 had died, and he was only punished by resetting his level and resting for 20 days. Was this a reward or a punishment? The subordinate was stunned. Seeing that he hadn't answered for a while, the gardener asked again, "What, you don't agree?" He immediately wiped his tears, stood up straight, and replied, No, thank you, Dean, thank you." Suddenly, the gardener patted his shoulder and smiled, instructing, "Go. Come back after your break and I'll arrange a new job for you." Then he squinted and asked, "As for that player, do you have any specific information?" Someone spoke up. "We found that person is connected to Fiery Temper." Then the martial artist added, "In the last 7 days, he teamed up with the Fiery Temper guild leader to go into the secret realm. We tried to investigate further, but the Fiery Temper guild leader stopped us." Hearing this, the gardener frowned in displeasure, thinking, "Is that hot-tempered person?" Then the gardener analyzed to himself, "It seems Fiery Temper has already obtained over 10 of the computing power, and that computing power is likely on that player. Otherwise he wouldn't have such strong combat strength." Then, with a scheming look in his eyes, he thought, displeased, Did Fiery Temper deliberately put the computing power authority on that person? Or is there another reason? But soon the gardener smiled and thought casually, "Forget it, since it's Fiery Temper's person. If we can't take it back, he would definitely lure him into the collapse zone. And even if he killed him there, it wouldn't violate the rule that the 4 hands must not attack each other." Yuan Ding's eyes gleamed with malice, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he schemed inwardly that if the victim were killed and recycled by the heatwave, he could pin everything on it. Meanwhile, on the west side of the out-of-control zone, Bai Shou Shanyang, the president of the level 56 shelter, sat frowning in deep thought. On the east side, however, the level 55 pavilion master, Qing Shui Shang Yun Lu, wore a delighted expression. Outside the Secret Realm Company, someone urged, "No problem, just take good care of my sister. If you have any difficulties, I'll definitely come to help for sure. Don't see me off. I'm going to upgrade my gear, don't bother, really." Lu Yi raised his arm to cover his face, saying they were too enthusiastic. Then he left, ignoring the cheers behind him, and sighed, "I barely managed to beat them, yet they act like I'm invincible." Feeling a bit smug, he secretly rejoiced, "But with this excuse I got 100 equipment orbs at level 45. Lu Yi calculated the numbers on the screen, wondering how much secret realm essence he'd get after decomposition. Then he jumped up in self-celebration. But it was still a windfall, easing his worries about secret realm essence, and he grinned with satisfaction. He squinted and walked happily, unaware that someone was watching him. Lu Yi paused, sensing something. The president of the New Order, leaning against the wall with arms crossed, spoke up, "Really not going to talk about why I'm so fixated on M's computing authority?" Hearing this, Lu Yi stopped, glanced back at the source of the voice, and turned to face the New Order president. Later, at the Twilight Void Tea House, Heatwave sat across from Lu Yi and said, You've already obtained Mo's computing authority, haven't you? I think you've guessed it. My purpose in coming to the out-of-control zone was to get it, he admitted frankly, and my obsession with it is because it's a talisman for entering the collapse zone. Hearing this, Lu Yi wondered inwardly. Collapse zone, right. I remember from my past life that when the primordial realm descended, a few big guilds jointly organized an expedition into the collapse zone and no one survived. Its fearsome reputation spread from there. Heatwave smiled and added, and the collapse zone hides the authority to control the primordial realm. This stunned Lu Yi, he blurted out, thinking, what does authority mean? But outwardly he remained calm. Lu Yi rested his chin on his hand and probed. Haha, don't you think it's ridiculous? You're telling me such important information so easily? Yet Heatwave was sharper. He clenched his fist and affirmed, you didn't deny it, and you even joked about the primordial realm's authority. This made Lu Yi's eyes widen in surprise. On the other side, Heatwave crossed his hands over his mouth and added, logically the game's authority should be in the hands of the company that made it, not inside the game, but you see this as important information. Then he pointed out Lu Yi's secret. Looks like you're one of the few who knows the truth. So I won't beat around the bush. But this made Lu Yi unable to pretend any longer. Frowning in irritation, at the Twilight Void Tea House, the New Order president spoke. The collapse zone indeed hides the authority to control the primordial realm. He extended his hand and explained, believe it or not, that's the truth. And I'm telling you this because I hope to invite you again to join my team to compete for this authority. The New Order president expressed his thoughts, I need your strength. Do you agree? But Lu Yi, sitting across from him, just stared silently. After a long pause he sneered in reply, ha, and then end up breaking with me again over that authority? Lu Yi curled his lip in mockery. Are you kidding me? The New Order president lowered his head and shook it in defense. No, this time we're not raiding a secret realm but exploring the collapse zone together. There won't be a situation like the dead end. He then held up 3 fingers and explained. Moreover, to enter the collapse zone you need at least 5 of Mo's computing authority. So the final team, including you, might only have 3 or 4 people, at most 3. With your current strength, the last ones who'd want to break with you are probably us. This piqued Lu Yi's interest. He fell into thought. Lu Yi spoke up, as for the authority, I hope we can share it. Hearing this, the New Order president immediately agreed. Of course, that depends on your decision. Then he added, but whether we can go in the end depends on whether I can get the computing authority in the out-of-control zone in the next few days. The New Order president said seriously, if I can't, then everything I'm saying now is empty talk. And this can also prove from the side that I don't want to be your enemy anymore. If I really wanted to harm you now, I'd be pushing you to come with us to the out-of-control zone to get the computing authority. Hearing this, Lu Yi silently scrutinized him. He sat across from the New Order president, observing his confidence and candor. Suddenly, the New Order president stood up and said, so you don't have to answer me now. There are still a few days. Think it over carefully. Then he left first. I'm off to get the computing authority in the out-of-control zone. Lu Yi watched the New Order president leave, his face full of contemplation, still sitting in place until the man reached the tea house door, analyzing inwardly, in my past life no one survived the collapse zone expedition. Did no one really make it, or did someone succeed and get that authority the New Order president mentioned? Lu Yi frowned in thought, then proposed a possibility, control the primordial realm's descent into reality. He was startled by his own deduction. Then he comforted himself. Stop overthinking. I can't go to such a dangerous place. My most important goal now is to preserve my strength and wait for the primordial realm to descend into reality. Some time later, at the entrance of an equipment sales and crafting shop, Lu Yi walked in nervously and a bit guiltily. The first time he came, he wanted to see his sister. The second time, he was stopped by people from the back garden. The third time, he was interrupted by the New Order president. This time, no one should stop me, right? Suddenly, a notification sound startled him, and he stammered, "Ding, message." It was the ding notification from room 072, and Lu Yi was about to enter room 071. Seeing this, he breathed a sigh of relief, walked into the room, lowered his head to think, and was quite shaken. After a while, the system screen displayed the current secret realm essence, 15,320. Looking at this number, Lu Yi thought, equipment above level 50 can have conditions actively added. He frowned in displeasure and silently complained, while noting that every 10 levels each piece of equipment could have 1 condition added. This was something he hadn't thought of before. Then he scratched his head in self-blame, once again underestimating his shallow gaming experience from his past life. Then he calculated silently, I still have 9 pieces of equipment that need to be upgraded to level 50, which requires 6,300 secret realm essence. Among them, 9 pieces need conditions added. My bodysuit, though 1 piece takes up 2 slots. so upgrading it costs double the essence and can have 3 conditions added. So if I want all level 50 equipment to have conditions subtracting 2 condition orbs, I still need 9,000 Secret Realm essence. Lu Yi rested his chin on his hand, weighing the options on the screen. With the arc light reduction, I've equipped level 60 gear. Then he muttered and calculated. If I want to upgrade equipment to level 60 and add 1 condition to each piece, that would require 26,200 Secret Realm essence. Lu Yi looked at the 2 options on the screen and thought, luckily the back garden guys gave me a batch of equipment, or I wouldn't even have level 60 gear, let alone using the reduction to strengthen it. Then he decided to check how much Secret Realm essence the back garden had given him and called out, "Open the equipment orbs for decomposition." After a moment the system prompted, "Equipment opened." Seeing the 100 equipment slots filled, Lu Yi wondered, what kind of junk is this? All self-made, and they add strength, speed, and constitution. Can't they give me some pure intelligence? Without hesitation he ordered, "Decompose all of it." The system immediately prompted, "Equipment decomposed, gained 33,542 Secret Realm essence." Seeing this huge number, Lu Yi propped himself on the table and said excitedly, "Enough." He was moved to tears. "Thank you, back garden." Then he proceeded, "Now let's start strengthening and upgrade the equipment to level 60. First, the headband. Average spirit, defense 90, resistance 30, intelligence 24, intelligence 22, strength 22, intelligence 33, equip level 60 to 5. Next, the handgun necklace, defense 90, resistance 30, intelligence 25, constitution 20, equip level 60 to 5. Third piece, extreme wisdom speed special outfit. Fourth piece, extreme wisdom ice silk special inner lining. Fifth piece, extreme wisdom speed special shoes. Sixth piece, extreme wisdom lightweight special combat gloves. Seventh and eighth pieces, full intelligence left and right earrings. Combined attribute effect all attributes 40. Ninth piece, extreme wisdom badge. 10th piece, extreme wisdom arc light blade attack 960 strength 30. Intelligence 30, 33, 44. 11th piece, extreme wisdom pistol attack 900 intelligence 12. 20 skill judgment attack dealing triple damage or stun. Pistol bullets auto reload, each reload takes 7.5 seconds. Soul Jade Ming Snake, equip level 60 to 5. Then player info level 57, experience 11.24 million 100 million. Attributes, attack 2512, defense 1384, resistance 303, strength 163, agility 170, constitution 214. Intelligence 1630, perception 147. Distributable attributes, none. Full HP 85,560, full stamina 6,520. Next, system prompt, detected intelligence attribute reaching 1000, intelligence weight 1. Skill acquired condense intelligence. Condense intelligence for 10 seconds, recover 50 stamina, cooldown 1 hour. Finally, the system added existing title info. Dead-end transmigrator, weapon expert, high-dimensional warrior, and his skills, life cover, repair, blessing, zither, solidify state, set, structure. Condense power. It also reported combat power affected by unknown interference, current combat power 129.9. After receiving all the data, Lu Yi looked at his hands in thought, eyes moist, and sighed emotionally. So strong compared to my past life with only level 1 attributes, it's really strong. Lu Yi wiped away tears of joy, then regained his manly composure and said firmly, "Next is to modify the attribute bonus conditions on the conditions." A few seconds passed and Lu Yi wondered, how do I change that? Use conditions to shout or combine Mo's computing authority with the structure skill? Lu Yi commanded the system, "Structure, modify the control orb from random conditions to specified conditions." The system replied, "Modification successful, duration 11 seconds, cooldown 2 hours. He then requested a cooldown reset, but the system prompted, "Skill unknown, cannot reset." Hearing this, Lu Yi held the orb in his hand and assessed inwardly, 2-hour cooldown and I can't use the set skill to reset it. So if I want to change the equipment to specified conditions it'll take 2 days and 2 nights. Then he put the orb away. Meanwhile Lu Yi had to accept, "I'll just have to take it slow." Suddenly the system reported, "Condition cooldown bonus successful, all condition skills reduced by 5, max cooldown 50. Lu Yi walked out thinking, "I'll go team up for leveling during the cooldown." Suddenly the system displayed the Extreme Wisdom Pistol's info. Soul Jade Ming Snake Pseudo, equip level 60 to 5. Sometime later at the team plaza, Lu Yi knelt on the ground with his hands supporting him, lamenting, "Oh God, I never expected this." He held his head, eyes wide, and blurted out, "Entering a team leveling secret realm requires at least 5 people, with a level difference no more than 10, and now ordinary primordial realm players are generally at level 40, with the highest at 43. He clenched his fists and looked up shouting, "My level is too high." Time flew by. Lu Yi plopped down in a chair and sighed. Sigh, what should I do next? Waiting for ordinary players to reach level 47 means waiting until a few days before the primordial realm descends. Then he silently complained, "If I wait for them, won't these 10+ days be wasted? What about teaming up with core members of big guilds?" Thinking of the New Order president's words, that the collapse zone hides the authority to control the primordial realm, he grew more worried. If a player can gain the authority to control the game through the game, doesn't that make them the top player? Lu Yi straightened up, looked ahead, and fell into thought, but it's too dangerous. He weighed his plan again. My most important goal is to preserve my strength and consolidate my advantage. If I fail in raiding the collapse zone, all my current advantages will be gone. Then he frowned and decided, I can't take that risk. The more he thought, the more exhausted he became, and he groaned while holding his head. Lu Yi pursed his lips and silently asked, "Is there anything that can make me immune to one death? Then I'd dare to go." He leaned his head back on the chair, wondering. Immune to death, he reasoned, glancing at the recycling orb beside him, then frowned and looked to the side where a tall tower stood. Meanwhile, the system provided info. The recycling orb records player data. When the player dies, the orb shatters, the player revives at the orb's location, and their state reverts to the recorded one, with obtained items locked. Hearing this, Lu Yi thought, if I could get it. He glanced and calculated silently. Then I could try the collapse zone. Then he weighed. And the two big goals before the primordial realm descends, level 60 equipment, are already done. He clenched his fist and thought happily, I'll bet the remaining secret realm essence on this. Lu Yi calculated, if I lose it won't hurt. If I win, I might get enough essence to strengthen to level 70. Then he stood up, resolved to leave. Let's go. After a while, at the gate of the Secret Realm Company's tower branch, Secret Realm, he looked at the layered towers and muttered to himself. The tower has 21 floors in total. Each floor generates a guardian based on the challenger's template, with one attribute reaching an extreme value. The tower's purpose is to comprehensively test the player's skill. So to challenge the tower, the player must go from the first floor straight up without breaks, no recovery, and only one attempt. Only by clearing all 21 floors can you get the tower reward. Thinking of the top floor, Lu Yi recalled that the recycling orb was in the tower's final reward. In a corner of the tower challenge leaderboard had 13 spots. First place was Bai Yi, level 53, cleared 13 floors. Second place belonged to Etienne, level 53, cleared 13 floors. Then came the names: Zetian, Pang Zi, K, Ni Li, Sui Xin Wo Shi Fei Wu, I Ching Hu Shang Shanghai, Ching Shanghai Wo, Dai Shang Wo, Qian Pai Dio Lian Yujin Ju Chang. In 13th place, Mi Jia De Ji Chi. Suddenly someone shouted, it's starting, the tower challenge is about to begin. Will Bai Yi hold his lead this time, or will Etienne surpass him and reclaim the top spot? Hearing this, Bai Yi, a level 53 player from the Shelter Guild, sneered inwardly. He knew he had to stay calm, or he'd lose his presence. Meanwhile, Etienne, a level 53 player from the Evil Heaven Guild, was ecstatic, shouting with a big grin, breaking through adversity as a man's mission. I, Etienne, must break my own record in the tower. Seeing his opponent like this, Bai Yi sighed helplessly. How embarrassing. Lu Yi, standing far off in the arena, watched the two and thought, the tower opens every 8 hours and the timing is perfect. In a few minutes the challenge round begins. How about that? He thought with a determined look. Go for it. Around the arena, the crowd watched Bai Yi and Etienne, who were preparing to tackle the tower in the center, and buzzed with discussion. When the pros show up, the vibe is strong. Yeah. As soon as word got out they were challenging the tower, all players stopped their own attempts. But they gave them space. Just look at the rankings, no one can get past the 7th floor except Bai Yi and Etienne. Nearby, 3 gossipy people were still puzzled. No one can pass the 7th floor, most people are stuck on the 6th. Is the 7th floor guardian that insane? And what about the 14th floor? Why can't Bai Yi and Etienne get through it? Just then, Lu Yi stepped onto the arena. Seeing him, both Bai Yi and Etienne were startled, and the onlookers outside found new fodder for chatter. What's going on? Someone wants to take on the tower with Bai Yi and Etienne? Is he trying to ride their coattails or just an idiot? Is he a newbie? He's hiding his level, and his gear doesn't stand out. Who knows? Bai Yi sized him up silently. Daring to challenge the tower with us, that takes guts. Etienne, on the other hand, happily patted Lu Yi on the shoulder and said, having someone to chase keeps us on our toes. Thanks, bro. Hearing this, Lu Yi squinted and smiled, but inwardly he dismissed them. Actually, these two seemed to be the players ranked 6th and 7th in his past life. He recalled that the return orb was also first obtained by them. Suddenly a broadcast sounded, announcing the start of the tower challenge. Lu Yi immediately went on alert, thinking, it's starting soon. Then the three were sucked into the tower challenge together. The crowd immediately shouted, it's starting. Let's watch the power ranking live stream. At the same time, 2 people, one with white hair, one with green hair, looked toward the arena. The white-haired one stammered, Did I see that right? The green-haired one widened his eyes and blurted out, no doubt about it. Gangxi and the green-haired one exchanged a glance and then bolted. Then the two ran frantically, shouting, "We can't miss this chance." Their eyes lit up as they jumped and yelled, "Betting is open, betting is open." Bai Yi, Etienne, and an unknown new player. Old versus new, who will go further in the tower. Fixed odds currently 1-1. Place your bets now, place your bets now. System announcement. Tower challenge begins. All skill cooldowns reset to 100. All skills are usable, including life overlay, repair, blessing, bind, solidify state, reset, and condensed power. Additionally, at prompts affected by unknown interference, structural skills cannot be restored. Structural cooldown remaining 1 hour 20 minutes. Then the system requires selecting the percentage of existing secret realm essence to deduct 10, 20,100. Lu Yi chose 100. Finally, the system confirms 7,344 secret realm essence deducted. Tower challenge cumulative reward per floor 3,672. If the challenge fails, rewards reset to 0. At the same time, Lu Yi is teleported to the starting point of the tower challenge, appearing quite far from the Guardian. The Guardian is entirely white with some orange accents. The first floor tower Guardian, level 57, specializing in defense level 1 with no exclusive attribute skills. On this side, Lu Yi, dressed in black with orange accents, sighed helplessly. "Am I too confident? In this life I only knew the return orb was here, not the rules. And now I've used up all my secret realm essence right away." He drew the sword from his back, determined. "But this kind of confidence isn't new to me." On the other side, the Guardian was wielding a sword, mimicking Lu Yi's gear as it charged to attack him. Lu Yi thought, "If I can't act on my own will, where's the desire to win?" So he raised his sword to block the Guardian's attack. He mused, "Without desire, how can you break through difficulties?" Then he struck the Guardian's chest with a palm. Immediately 1936 health was deducted. Lu Yi frowned, his eyes sharp, wondering silently. 1936, that seems to be my max damage. What the hell? Is this what they call specialized defense so weak? Elsewhere, in Etienne's challenge hall, the tower power ranking had already updated. First place Etienne, second place Bai Yi, third place Yi. Seeing this, bystander A commented expressionlessly, "Bai Yi and Etienne are really strong." "They've already reached the third floor in no time," bystander B exclaimed. "Otherwise, why call the tower the player's last line of defense, if not for them? The tower's ranking is the player's shame list. Not a single person has successfully cleared the first stage of the 7th floor." Then, bystander B thought with a grin, "Hey, I heard Etienne's strength got a huge boost this time for some unknown reason, and he's confident about breaking through the 14th floor. He then raised a golden badge, thinking smugly, "And I went out of my way to get this badge that lets me join any guild directly. When Etienne breaks through the 14th floor, I'll whip out this badge in front of everyone, join a guild and say I'm in the same guild as Etienne. Won't that be a perfect flex?" The more he thought, the more excited he got. Meanwhile, Gangxi, sitting in a corner, checked the virtual computer screen, while his green-haired companion held his head in worry. "Isn't this too risky? Yi dared to step onto the arena, so there must be plenty of players who think Yi has real skill." Then he tried to reassure himself. "I need to stay calm." Gangxi sat down next to him, putting an arm around his shoulder. "Relax. Bai Yi and Etienne are high-level members of the two major guilds, Shelter and Evil Heaven. With guild resources, they're 10 levels above us regular players. Yi has no guild emblem. In the current game environment, someone without a guild is at best mid-tier among regular players. At most level 40. Then Gangxi added, "Level 40 versus level 50. Compare it yourself. Almost no one would think he can beat Bai Yi and Etienne." Hearing this, the green-haired one still felt uneasy. "But what if he really is only level 40? Gangxi immediately said. "Exactly. If he really is only level 40. Then both froze, staring at the numbers on the screen. The screen showed, Yi bet 324, Bai Yi and Etienne bet 12,213,340. The numbers made them pale and sweat, muttering, we have to believe in Yi." At that moment, inside the tower, Lu Yi had just taken down another Guardian. System prompt. Specialized defense cleared. Cumulative reward 3,672. Soon he sliced off the head of a specialized strength Guardian, earning a cumulative reward of 7,344. A moment later, system prompt. Specialized physique cleared. Cumulative reward 11,016. Specialized speed. Reward 18,000. 360. Specialized strength, reward 18,360. Specialized perception, reward 2,232. Now Lu Yi stood on floor B of the tower. His current state, health and perception were still ample. After standing for a while, Lu Yi evaluated silently. "Too easy. I can't feel what this specialization is supposed to be. Is it because my level is too high?" He then proposed another seemingly reasonable point. "Or is it because the tower's guardians are set based on the player's attributes?" At this moment, standing before Lu Yi was the 7th floor tower guardian, level 57, specialized in all attributes level 1, with no exclusive attribute skills. Seeing this, he looked at himself with even more scrutiny and confusion, because his attributes were mainly intelligence. When intelligence isn't paired with strength, it shows special auxiliary reasons. Lu Yi stood opposite the Guardian, not even bothering to assume a ready stance. After a long pause, he curled his lips, raised his sword, and thought, if that's really the case, then great. On the other side, the Guardian, with a face marked by the number 7, exuded a white aura and was ready for battle. Suddenly it leapt, vanished on the spot, then swung a powerful sword in a parabolic arc toward Lu Yi. But Lu Yi was still deep in thought. If my guess is right, and it's generated based on all my attributes, then its attributes are at most double mine, even accounting for the weight bonus from attributes exceeding 100 lives. Lu Yi excitedly swung his sword upward, analyzing silently. The actual effect of the attributes is only equivalent to someone like me with a high warrior title. He was confident. The 7th floor tower boss is nothing special. Meanwhile, player C pointed upward and shouted, "Look at Yi's speed, he's going up. He cleared 6 floors in one go and now he's challenging the 7th. Seeing this, bystander A widened his eyes in surprise. Could he surpass Bai Yi and Etienne? Bystander B stared blankly, his eyes wide, thinking, what's up with that Yi? Where did he come from? Then he opened his mouth to curse. What the hell, reaching the 7th floor is normal, isn't it? Plenty of us here can't get past it. The key is how to deal with that all-attribute specialized boss on the 7th. That's not something ordinary players can handle. Then bystander B waved his arms mockingly. The 7th floor Guardian has every attribute 3 times stronger than ours, with all attributes suppressed. Unless you're a core member of a big guild with hidden power, there's no way to beat it. He was still comforting himself, shouting loudly. Clearly he has no guild emblem. He's just a regular player. No way he can pass the 7th floor. At that moment, the tower power ranking live stream showed. First place Etienne and second place Bai Yi were both on the 8th floor, while third place Yi was on the 7th. Suddenly, the number 7 next to Yi's name dimmed and then turned into an 8. Seeing this, bystander B was dumbfounded, completely frozen. At that moment, on the 8th floor of the tower, the glass door seemed to wobble slightly. Now, the 8th floor tower's second stage speed specialized Guardian with no exclusive attribute skills was holding a sword ready to fight. Lu Yi charged to attack, but the Guardian dodged, surprising him. Suddenly a sharp shout rang out. Then the Guardian appeared behind Lu Yi and slashed his back, deducting 1870 health. Lu Yi then turned and counterattacked, unleashing a series of sword strikes on the Guardian. Each hit landed, continuously draining the Guardian's health. Finally, system prompt, Guardian vanished. Second stage speed specialization cleared. Cumulative reward 47,736. Lu Yi stood in thought, observing the speed attribute, roughly twice as fast as the Guardians from the first 7 floors. Recalling the 8th floor Guardian's reaction, he analyzed silently, so every 7 floors the Guardian's attributes double. Then he smirked, and the system prompted beginning teleport to the 9th floor of the tower. Lu Yi encouraged himself, I need to steady up. These tower monsters are starting to put some pressure on me without using blessings. At that moment, the tower power ranking live stream changed again. First place Etienne and second place Bai Yi were both on the 11th floor. Third place Yi was on the 9th floor. Then the ranking updated twice, with Yi always 1 floor behind the other 2. But when it reached the 14th floor, all 3 appeared simultaneously. Seeing this, the onlookers were shocked. They're on the same level. Where did this Yi come from? No guild background, yet he's keeping pace with Bai Yi and Etienne in the tower. Suddenly, bystander B stubbornly sneered. Sure, Yi caught up to Bai Yi and Etienne, but they're high-level players nurtured by big guilds. Regular players can't surpass them. Nearby, bystander A scolded. You're really looking down on us. Then he still mocked the guilds. Some people have resources and intel to help their members grow fast. What do regular players have? Loneliness. Seeing this, bystander A retorted unhappily, you're a regular player too. Don't sell yourself short. Etienne and Bai Yi are strong, but there's no need to use that as an excuse to hype up guild members. Someone immediately chimed in. Exactly. Despite this, bystander B raised the badge that allowed direct guild entry and said, Sorry, I'm about to be a member of Evil Heaven. We Evil Heaven members can't be put down by regular players. But inwardly he felt a bit uneasy. Sensing something was off, he had to keep up the act, or he might not be able to pull it off later. So annoying. Someone asked, How many times has this tower challenge been? The bottom 2 floors are already marked, the person continued. About 20-something times. As long as the guild doesn't move as a whole, I come here. In this primal realm, failure rarely means death penalty. It's just a place to deduct secret realm essence. Suddenly, the floor cracked and the players were still gossiping. With the guild providing equipment, secret realm essence was just a meaningless number to him. He muttered, but for me, the tower. From the first attempt, to getting frustrated and finally realizing I had to conquer this place. Etienne's eyes glowed with purple light, his fists clenched in determination. he comforted himself. So every challenge, every failure, and finally, with the guild's collective burst of power, I made it here. The wall clearly displayed the number representing the 14th floor of the tower. Etienne gritted his teeth. I failed here 7 times. This time I finally had another big burst, sending rubble flying from the floor. A moment later, Etienne watched the Guardian slowly fading away, while the system prompted, second stage all attribute specialization cleared. Secret Realm Essence cumulative reward doubled. Current Secret Realm Essence cumulative reward 36. The number 14 caught Etienne's eye again, and he blurted out, I finally won. Etienne, tears streaming, sighed emotionally. So hard, it's really so hard. He tilted his head back to keep the tears from falling and said excitedly, at this moment I just want to cry. Outside, the ranking had changed again. First place Etienne, 15th floor. Second place by Yi and Yi, both still on the 14th floor. Immediately, bystander B pointed excitedly. See that? That's the strength of us evil heaven members. Haha, the 14th floor? Then he stood in the center of the hall, raised his hands to the sky and shouted, while most players can't even clear the 7th floor, we evil heaven people have already broken through the 14th. Evil heaven forever the gods. But the surrounding crowd sneered, disgusting. Yet they couldn't refute him, which was frustrating. Can he really flex like that? After shouting, bystander B grinned smugly. Nearby, bystander A crossed his arms in annoyance. Come on, look, he is on the 14th floor too. Those 2 guild players aren't that impressive. Suddenly, bystander B looked up, stunned. Because on the ranking Lu Yi had also reached the 15th floor. Someone said, now only Bai Yi is left. Seeing this, bystander B sneered, HMPH, just a last struggle. Watch, he'll be kicked out any moment. But inwardly he was worried. Why do I feel like these guild players like Etienne and Bai Yi are getting less reliable? Should I switch who I hype up, otherwise won't I look stupid later? A moment later in the battle, Lu Yi stood watching the fallen 14th floor Guardian slowly disappear while the system prompted, all attribute enhancement ended. Status Yi healthful, perception phone. He looked at the new info and evaluated silently. Pure enhancement just adds attributes. This is way too easy. Suddenly, the system announced that the second order all attribute specialization had been resolved, and the cumulative reward for Secret Realm Essence had doubled. The current cumulative reward for Secret Realm Essence was 132,192. It was only then that Lu Yi thought happily, if this trend continues and he successfully challenges the tower, the Secret Realm Essence he obtains might approach 300,000. Then, clenching his fists excitedly, he said, combined with weight reduction, he could definitely equip gear with 70 bonuses, and even 80 or 90 might be possible. This filled him with even more motivation and determination. This time he really had to work hard, not just for the orb's return. There was also enough Secret Realm Essence to continue strengthening his equipment. Then the system said it was starting the teleportation to the destination, the 15th floor of the tower. Over there, Etienne was also teleported. He looked at his hand and assessed that not only had he won this time, but his condition was also unprecedentedly at 30 remaining. Then Etienne calculated that the burst direction he had chosen was self-destructive burst. The lower his health, the higher the damage, meaning the lower his intelligence, the higher the burst. He clenched his fists happily, confirming that he could still push through the next few floors in this state. Bai Yi, in the end, I still win. At the same time, the system notified that they had arrived at the 15th floor of the tower. Etienne stepped onto the 15th floor with a relaxed mindset. He grinned, full of confidence. I am the number 1 in the tower. Facing Etienne was the Guardian of the 15th floor, level 53, third order defense specialization, with specialization skills, burst attack power, blood exchange and accumulation. Seeing this, Etienne was puzzled. With attributes over 1,000 it might have exclusive attribute skills, and 3 of them at that. Was it because its specialization was defense that it came with strength and physique enhancements? That meant both its strength and physique attributes were over 1,000. Etienne was baffled. He looked at the system notification that the challenge had begun with a time limit of 5 minutes, and then said, I can't be intimidated. Then he entered his state. Clenching his fists, he said, no matter what, the number 1 in the tower can't be cowardly. Even if he fails, he must fight to the end. The Guardian over there assumed the same stance as him, and Etienne comforted himself. Besides, it only has higher strength and physique attributes than me. Then both lipped up simultaneously and vanished from their spots. Etienne said confidently, it's still uncertain who will win. He gritted his teeth and attacked the Guardian firmly, but in an instant the Guardian used the accumulation skill combined with burst attack power, accumulation and blood exchange to send Etienne flying. Moments later, the system notified, you have died. Tower challenge failed. Seeing this, he wondered, how did I get killed in 1 minute? In the tower challenge viewing hall, players were dumbfounded. Etienne was dead. He had failed, falling at the 15th floor. but Bai Yi had also successfully broken through the 14th floor and reached the 15th. They wondered how long Bai Yi could last, whether he would end up like Etienne. At that moment on the leaderboard, Etienne, Bai Yi, and Yi were all on the 15th floor. Seeing this, the crowd curiously continued refreshing the players' records in the tower. Meanwhile, passerby A glanced aside and taunted, "Haha, is this the strength of the big shots?" Passerby B pretended to be clueless. Holding a badge that allowed entry into the sanctuary, he shouted loudly, "Oh dear, I picked up the wrong badge. The guild I can join is the sanctuary." He pretended to scratch his head, saying he was forgetful, leaving the people around him speechless. Then, sweating, he thought, "Thank goodness I still have the badge to enter the sanctuary. Bai Yi, keep it up. I've already said the guild members are awesome, don't fall. At least you have to surpass the 16th floor, one more than Yi." Over here on the 15th floor of the tower, Lu Yi was frantically fighting the Guardian. He swung a slash, but the opponent immediately parried it with a sword. The 15th floor Guardian, level 57, physique specialization, 3rd order exclusive skill Blood Exchange. Blood Exchange consumes 5 health, recovers 20 health within 10 seconds, and can be interrupted. Seeing this, Lu Yi wondered, didn't it say it can be interrupted? Why after attacking it for nearly 2 minutes can I still not stop it from recovering health? Now the 15th floor Guardian's health was continuously increasing by 800. It had just swung a sword, but Lu Yi had already leapt to dodge. He thought, does interrupting require special conditions? What conditions? At the same time he jumped back 3 or 4 steps, trying to distance himself from the opponent. The remaining time was 2 minutes and 29 seconds. Seeing this, Lu Yi frowned and calculated silently. Only 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. With current strength far surpassing my health, it's not enough to kill it within 2 minutes. He gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with determination, and decided he had to use blessings, and a lot of them. At the same time, the system notified that 2,000 intelligence had been consumed, and all attributes increased by 1,000. Meanwhile, on the other side of the 15th floor, Bai Yi had just been teleported in with current stats. Health 6030-740, intelligence 71. He sighed, snapped his fingers, and stood still, calculating silently. The current state is pretty good, almost no consumption. Next, playing it steady and pushing through the upper floors should be fine. As for clearing it directly, I don't dare hope for that. Over there, the 15th floor Guardian, level 53, 3rd order strength specialization, exclusive skill burst attack power. Burst attack power. The next attack doubles, the one after halves, no cost, no cooldown. The two assumed identical stances simultaneously, and the system notified that the challenge had begun with a time limit of 5 minutes. Here, Bai Yi looked ahead. Burst attack power meant he couldn't go head-to-head with it. Plus, with only 5 minutes. On the 15th floor, he couldn't clear it by slowly wearing it down like before. Suddenly, he leapt and vanished from his spot. Bai Yi swung his sword and slashed. He silently told himself he had to go all out. On the other side of the 15th floor, Lu Yi was sweating and panting heavily. His stats showed health consumed by 30, intelligence 558,150. He looked at the Guardian lying on the ground, dissipating, and analyzed quietly. So that's it. Earlier my speed wasn't enough. To interrupt Blood Exchange, I needed to hit it 3 times within a minute to cut off the recovery from Blood Exchange. Lu Yi frowned, pondering this skill. It's a physique attribute breakthrough. Can players learn skills on their own? Like the intelligence attribute breakthrough's intelligence condensation. The same should apply to strength, speed, and perception attributes. Can you learn exclusive skills after an attribute breakthrough? Then Lu Yi noted, this means in the future I can't just add to intelligence. I have to evenly raise all attributes to over 1,000. Alas, it's a pity that using blessings to enhance all attributes doesn't grant these skills. Suddenly, the system notified that the 3rd order physique specialization accumulation had been resolved. Reward, Secret Realm Essence 135,864, cumulative reward weight ratio physique 1. Seeing this, Lu Yi froze and exclaimed, "What?" He looked at the system panel in confusion. Starting from the 15th floor, cumulative rewards also have a weight ratio increase. Can this tower be challenged again? But the system didn't answer him, only informing that teleportation had been activated. Destination: the 16th floor of the tower. It noted that the blessing enhancement state had dissipated. Meanwhile, someone shouted success. The onlookers in the hall were dumbfounded, exclaiming, Yi has successfully cleared the 15th floor. He's heading to the 16th now. So awesome and idle. Where did this god come from? Voices buzzed and passerby A beside them smiled. Guild elites are nothing, you have to look at us ordinary players. Meanwhile, passerby B frowned and gritted his teeth, annoyed. On the leaderboard, Bai Yi was on the 15th floor, while Yi had already reached the 16th. Moments later, both were on the 16th floor immediately. Passerby B pointed triumphantly. See, Bai Yi has also made it to the 16th floor. That's the strength of guild elite players. Then he continued to taunt. A temporary victory means nothing. You have to look at the final result. The leaderboard showed Bai Yi and Yi both on the 16th floor, but in an instant Bai Yi's name turned black. This meant the challenge had failed, leaving passerby B dumbfounded. Nearby, a girl asked dazedly, "What's going on? How did Bai Yi fail as soon as he reached the 16th floor? What happened?" Suddenly, 2 golden badges were thrown to the ground, accompanied by a curse. "To hell with guild elites," passerby B angrily tossed the 2 badges on the ground. Then he slapped himself, raised his hands high and shouted, "The greatest in this world are still ordinary players," making the people around him pale and startled. Then he even danced joyfully, cheering for Yi. "Go Yi, Yi is invincible." Seeing this, everyone broke out in a cold sweat, feeling awkward. Someone spoke up. "Bro, can you not change so fast? A minute ago, on the 16th floor of the tower." Bai Yi was panting, kneeling on the ground listening to the system report his stats. Health 530,740, intelligence phone. He sweated and gritted his teeth, sighing. It was too hard. He almost died on the 15th floor. But fortunately, burst attack power had a brief weakening period after a boosted attack. Using that weakening period, he barely managed to clear the 15th floor. Now Bai Yi looked at the 16th floor guardian and said to himself, "In my current state, I can probably only clear the 16th floor." At the same time, the system informed him of the 16th floor guardian's info. Level 53, 3rd order intelligence specialization, exclusive skill intelligence condensation. Intelligence condensation, recovers 50 intelligence within 10 seconds. Seeing this, Bai Yi commented happily, "Hey, lucky me, I ran into the easiest intelligence specialization." Then he said confidently, "It seems the Origin Realm wants me to go further." At the same time, he leapt and swung his sword to attack, then said, since that's the case, I'll fulfill the Origin Realm's expectations of us." The guardian over there looked up and assumed a stance. When Bai Yi's sword came down, it lightly sidestepped to dodge, startling Bai Yi, and then the guardian counterattacked like lightning, slashing. At the same time, the system displayed info. Coverage consumes 1 intelligence per use, increases attack by 50 points. Attack dodge. Each successful dodge step allows a 100 hit attack, leaving Bai Yi panicked, dumbfounded, and in disbelief. By then he had already been slashed in the abdomen. Bai Yi wondered, what? How can it use Jin Force and even Jin Force skills exactly like mine? Finally, the system notified that you had died. Tower challenge failed, cumulative rewards deducted. On the 16th floor of the tower, Lu Yi stood before the guardian, still looking the same as from the 1st to the 15th floor, only the number on its face was different. 16th floor guardian, level 57, 3rd order perception specialization, exclusive skill 1 second precognition. With perception over 1000, 1 second crisis perception guaranteed kill, no cost avoidance of 1 fatal damage, cooldown 1 hour. Seeing this, Lu Yi opened his mouth wide in surprise, and thought happily, this perception attribute exclusive skill is perfect for me. For non-fatal damage I use repair to recover. For fatal damage I can use this skill to perceive and avoid it. Got it. He picked up his sword, looked straight ahead and calculated. Next, if I can upgrade my equipment, I must focus on perception to get this skill. Then he leapt and vanished from his spot, saying, and now he gritted his teeth and made up his mind, I'll deal with you first. He slashed a parabolic sword arc toward the guardian's face, but the opponent leaned back to dodge. Lu Yi then attacked the guardian's abdomen. Then he quickly retreated. Seeing it was tricky, Lu Yi frowned, annoyed. Then he continued swinging his sword, this time hitting the opponent's abdomen, dealing 1,855 damage. Lu Yi thought perception is higher than other base attributes, but it's still not enough. Even with perception to avoid danger, it can't keep dodging my attacks. The weight ratio is greatly increased, plus 2 points given to the high-dimensional warrior. My speed is twice yours. Lu Yi grinned smugly, thinking plus at the same time, the system notified that 500 intelligence had been consumed, all attributes increased by 250, and he added, my speed is 6 times yours. Then Lu Yi charged forward, slashing down with his sword, shouting, die. Subsequently, the system reported that the 3rd order perception specialization had been resolved. Cumulative reward Secret Realm Essence 139,536, cumulative reward weight ratio Physique 1, Perception 1. Then Lu Yi was teleported to the 17th floor of the tower. He smiled contentedly, thinking too easy. The only hard part in the tower is the final enhancement coefficient. Everything else is a breeze. Lu Yi faced the guardian, silently reminding himself, as long as I watch my intelligence consumption, clearing the tower is no problem. On the other side, a figure with the number 17 on its face was the 17th floor guardian, level 57, 3rd order defense specialization, exclusive skills, burst attack power, blood exchange accumulation. Meanwhile, in the tower resurrection room, Bai Yi was teleported there, and immediately Etienne sighed, looks like I lost again. You came out 5 minutes later than me. But Bai Yi wasn't happy. he asked. This time I cleared the 15th floor, and you, he sat cross-legged on the ground, and Etienne, holding his head, sighed. You are indeed stronger than me. I can't compete with you. You are the number one in the tower. Hearing this, Bai Yi smiled and said, so, share intel like the previous times. Then, leaning comfortably against the wall, he grinned and asked, how did you die, over there? Etienne pondered for a moment, then propped himself up with his hands on the ground, slowly stood up and replied, I died from the stacking effect of attribute-exclusive skills. Bai Yi listened and asked in confusion, what does stacking mean? Etienne frowned and explained, literally. I only understood after checking the death records. The floor I died on was against a third-order defense specialization guardian. He recalled being knocked flying by the 15th floor guardian and said, having defense specialization means having strength specialization and physique specialization, meaning it has 3 attribute-exclusive skills. And the defense specialization's exclusive skill, accumulation, seems like a defense attribute skill. Then Etienne continued, but if combined with strength specialization's burst attack power, you can designate a certain attack to put the enemy in a defensive void, meaning all equipment is stripped. Bai Yi listened quietly to his analysis, remaining silent. Suddenly Etienne spoke. At that moment, all my equipment attributes vanished. He leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, recounting that in an unequipped state he was blown up by the Guardian's full equipment strength and state. Too insane. The effect of this skill exclusive stacking, I wonder how strong other exclusive skills can be. Inside the tower, Lu Yi spun his sword, silently wondering. 3 attribute exclusive skills. Then he gripped his sword confidently, saying he could handle it. Lu Yi assumed a stance, thinking he'd test the strength without skills first, then use blessings. The guardian over there had already put its sword behind its back. Here, Lu Yi bent slightly, looking straight ahead, smiling without a trace of worry. Then he leaped, the stone slab beneath his feet cracking. Then the two charged at each other, each using full force to attack the opponent with their swords. The 2 swords clashed in an X shape, and a skill was used, accumulation and burst attack power. Immediately, Lu Yi's combat suit and sword vanished, leaving him puzzled. The system notified that he had received the negative statuses accumulation and burst attack power, and all his equipment had been confiscated. Now Lu Yi was only wearing his home t-shirt and shorts, and his sword was gone. He lowered his head, sweating, confused. What is this? Then he shouted. Solidify state. Instantly, Lu Yi was hit by the guardian. His foot stomped hard on the ground, causing it to crack. At this point, Lu Yi could only cross his arms to block the guardian's sword. He suddenly spread one hand in front of him, using the barrier skill and health exchange. At the same time, the health bar of the 18th floor boss, which had been slowly regenerating, plummeted to half. The system prompted that the barrier and health exchange statuses were being adjudicated. Your health is below that of the 17th floor boss, with a deduction of 99.99 in a frozen state. Health in a frozen state will be deducted upon removal. Hearing this, Lu Yi was stunned and quickly opened his mouth to shout, blessing. At the same time, the system prompted the consumption of 5,000 willpower, increasing all attributes by 2,500. The untransferable frozen state has been removed. Barrier and burst attack power have been removed. Barrier and health exchange have been removed. Then Lu Yi continued to use the vitality overlay skill. Retrieving his combat suit and sword, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he executed a move. The system prompted again. Vitality overlay 5,000 points. Next attack power increased by 112,500. At the same time, Lu Yi struck the boss, deducting 28,325 health points. At this point, the health bar of the 17th floor tower boss was only a quarter left. The system prompted that barrier would provide maximum defense value with 75 damage reduction for 10 seconds. Seeing this, Lu Yi felt a mix of annoyance and confusion. Not dead, then I'll fire a few more shots. So he traced a few winding sword paths. Moments later, the system prompted. Defense Specialization Tier 3 resolved. Cumulative Reward Secret Realm Essence 143,208 points. Cumulative Reward Weight Ratio Perception and Defense each increased by 1. Lu Yi frowned, thinking he had been too careless, and heard the system prompt that teleportation to the 18th floor tower location was beginning. Status, Health Full, Willpower 45758150. He silently analyzed the previous situation. But even with more caution, facing the 17th floor boss with its stacked exclusive attribute skills and 2 skills with ultra-high health and defense, he still had to use the frozen state here. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yi stood on the 18th floor of the tower. He silently assessed that since he had already used it, there was no need to worry further. He still had 1 frozen state left, and if that wasn't enough, he could summon the underworld serpent for help, ensuring he could conquer the tower. Lu Yi looked down at the gun in his hand, deep in thought. The system displayed parameters: Extreme Wisdom Handgun, Attack Power 900, Intelligence 1120, Skill Judgment Attack with triple damage or stun effect. Soul-bound Underworld Serpent Fake Effect 1. Summon Underworld Serpent Effect 2. Underworld Serpent descends. Summoning the Underworld Serpent's descent grants himself 10 to 50 of all attributes, and the Underworld Serpent skills. But Lu Yi frowned in confusion again. Why had the soul-bound turned gray? The system immediately replied, "The Underworld Serpent's wish is unfulfilled, it refuses to obey." Seeing this, he wondered, "Isn't my wish to take it out of the secret realm?" But before he could find the reason, the 18th floor boss had already appeared. He possessed a Tier 3 willpower specialization skill exclusive to condensed strength. Lu Yi stood opposite him, sword in hand. He thought, forget the Underworld Serpent. The next Tier 3 specialization should be speed specialization, which is a bit troublesome, but the rest are not issues. As long as I save the last frozen state for the 21st floor of the Tianqing All system, conquering the tower won't be a problem. Back in the tower's resurrection room, Etienne, hands in pockets, asked, "How did you die this time?" Bai Yi replied, "Willpower Specialization Tier 3. Hearing this, Etienne was stunned and wondered, "Willpower Specialization? Don't you have enough?" "Not yet," Bai Yi added. "Willpower Specialization also has Chi Force." This left Etienne dumbfounded. "What?" Bai Yi, arms crossed and leaning against the wall, explained. "The difference between Tier 3 and Tiers 1 and 2, besides doubling willpower attributes, is the exclusive skill. It's probably the willpower exclusive skill, Condensed Strength, that gave him Chi Force." Etienne, after hearing this, clutched his head and exclaimed, "Then how can we fight? His willpower is 8 times mine. Now I can only secretly be glad my main attribute isn't willpower, or it would be terrifying to think about." Suddenly, he broke into a cold sweat, thinking of another matter. And even more terrifying is that the final boss on the 21st floor not only has stacked exclusive attribute skills, but also Chi Force. Then Etienne sighed. No wonder the tower's reward mechanism is so insane. It turns out the tower never intended for players to conquer it. Meanwhile, Lu Yi was charging at the boss with his sword, attacking. He wondered if other exclusive attribute skills could stack. From the way the defense specialization boss used his skills earlier, Lu Yi recalled the blue energy emanating from him, and silently judged that he might need to use the barrier skill on other exclusive skills. At this moment, Lu Yi swung his sword forward, determined. No matter what, everything would become clear when facing the 21st floor boss. On the other side, the boss pointed his sword directly at him, and used Blessing to enhance all attributes. Seeing this, Lu Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Then another skill was used. Before he could reset the frozen state, just a moment of distraction, Lu Yi was struck in the chest by the boss. He stared in shock, muttering to himself, "Was that Blessing?" On the other side, the boss had already assumed a stance for the next attack. Lu Yi exclaimed in disbelief, "How does a tower boss have a Chi Force skill, and it's exactly the same as mine?" He quickly used the Extreme Wisdom handgun to fire a bullet, while the system prompted the consumption of 4,500 willpower to enhance all attributes by 2,250 points. Lu Yi urgently decided this was not the time to think about it. He had to kill it in the early stages, otherwise, with the 18th floor boss having 8 times his willpower, he absolutely couldn't win. Then the system prompted extreme judgment. Triple damage, vitality overlay 4,500, increasing attack power by 225,000, cumulative attack power 675,000. The bullet hit the boss's head, and he immediately used the frozen state skill. Seeing this, Lu Yi broke out in a cold sweat and exclaimed, "He has all my skills." Then the boss slightly bowed and used the skill recurring move, Blessing. At the same time, he vanished from his spot. While the system prompted the frozen state had 5 seconds remaining. Here, he delivered a series of kicks at Lu Yi. Lu Yi, holding a gun in one hand and a sword in the other, crossed them into an X shape to block, thinking, "How much has he enhanced his attributes? I'm completely suppressed. What do I do?" He blocked the attack under the Yanjiang Ridge, unable to counterattack, silently analyzing what means he still had to deal with it without using the Underworld Serpent. There was still at this moment. The boss continued swinging his sword at Lu Yi. He sighed softly, "Is this the end?" But there was no hint of giving up in his eyes. The system asked, "Destroy Extreme, yes or no?" Immediately, Lu Yi frowned and shouted, "Underworld Serpent, if you don't help me, I'll destroy Extreme. Then not only will your wish be unfulfilled, but you'll cease to exist." At the same time, the system began a countdown. Frozen state remaining time, 3, 2, 1 seconds. But there was still no response from the Underworld Serpent. Lu Yi was furious. He shouted, "If this is your choice, fine, Extreme, be destroyed." But suddenly the Underworld Serpent spoke, "I want to make a deal. I'll help you, but you must do something for me." At the same time, the system prompted that the frozen state had ended. Suddenly the boss leaped up, raising his sword above his head, ready to strike Lu Yi. He shouted, "Agreed." Suddenly a golden halo appeared, enveloping Lu Yi and sending the boss flying. He hit the ground back first, then quickly bounced up and retreated, creating a large distance between them. At this moment the massive Underworld Serpent appeared, wrapping Lu Yi in its center. The system prompted Underworld Serpent's Blessing, all attributes increased by 5,000. Cataclysm level creature domain activated. All creatures below Cataclysm level have all attributes reduced by 30. All creatures below Disaster level have all attributes reduced by 60. All creatures below Crisis level have all attributes reduced by 90. Lu Yi, wielding the power of the Underworld Serpent, advanced with his sword, looking incredibly fearsome. The Underworld Serpent said, "Limited by the weapon's quality, my help to you in a short time can only give you 3 skills and my domain coverage." Seeing this, Lu Yi remarked, "That's enough." Then he charged forward to attack the boss. His sword swung, cutting through the boss's sword, and then the momentum continued, striking the boss's body even though he had used the frozen state. Lu Yi's snake eyes were filled with absolute confidence. Weakened by more than a little, is it the effect of the Cataclysm level creature domain? Then he lowered his sword, looking down at the boss as if at an insignificant being, and said, "Even if you use the frozen state, it only prolongs your death by 10 seconds. He raised his sharp eyes and added, "Let me say goodbye first." At the same time, the system displayed a series of countdown prompts. The 18th floor boss's frozen state remaining time, 4, 3, 2, 1, the system reported. Willpower specialization tier 3 resolved. Cumulative reward secret realm essence 146,880 points. Cumulative reward weight ratio physique perception defense and willpower all increased by 1. Bai Yi, hands in pockets, calmly said, "Alright, let's go out. Anyway, this time the goal was the 14th floor. Since we succeeded, there's nothing to regret." Etienne, beside him, touched his head in agreement. "True." As he followed Bai Yi, he asked, "But speaking of which, are we just going out like this? Those people will go crazy when they see us," Bai Yi ahead said. "Otherwise, surpassing the 15th floor of the tower isn't for this moment." Then he cheerfully and confidently gathered the envious gazes of millions upon himself. Hearing this, Etienne also looked forward to it. "Haha, let's go welcome our moment." The two walked side by side, hands in pockets, full of confidence. But when they reached the door and saw no one waiting, they were stunned. At this moment, everyone was busy focusing on the rankings. No one noticed the tower exit where Etienne and Bai Yi were. The two suffered a huge blow, their faces pale and sweating. Etienne wondered, what happened that we don't know about? Why isn't anyone paying attention to us? Suddenly, Bai Yi looked in a direction. It was the tower conquest ranking, directly first place. Yi, 19th floor. Seeing this, he opened his mouth wide in shock and shouted, Etienne, look at the ranking. Am I seeing things?" Hearing this, he also curiously looked up, then couldn't believe his eyes. Etienne covered his eyes, refusing to believe. "Impossible, impossible." Then he peeked through his fingers. Afterward, Etienne's jaw dropped in shock, exclaiming, "Oh my god, that guy really made it to the 19th floor." Meanwhile, on a street in Mixu Street, some people were walking around with swords chatting. Someone said, "Did you hear? There's a player named Yi challenging the tower. First try, and he's about to conquer the tower." Passerby wondered, "Are you kidding me? I've tried too. I died on the 2nd floor with the same attributes. The difficulty is just bullying." In another corner, Passerby B gossiped, "Did you hear? There's a player named Yi who conquered the 19th floor of the tower. Now he's preparing to break through the 20th floor." Hearing this, his companion sighed, "That's too insane. Is he a demon?" Nearby, Brother Kai, passing by, heard the noise and took notice. Then he walked up to the two and said, "Yi, is he the brother-in-law of all players in the Mirror Secret Realm?" Passerby B gossiped. "What brother-in-law? What's this about? Tell me." Immediately, Brother Kai started bragging. So it went, time flew by. Someone exclaimed, "The 20th floor, oh my god, look at the tower ranking." Everyone buzzed with discussion. "How did he do it? We're all players who started just over 10 days ago. How is he so strong?" Etienne looked up, stunned. "The 20th floor, this proves he at least defeated a boss with tier 3 exclusive skills stacked plus chi force. Does this Yi really want to conquer the tower today?" Some people recognized them. "Is that Etienne and Bai Yi?" Bai Yi, beside him, broke out in a cold sweat and exclaimed, "Impossible. With that intensity, how could any player succeed?" Then Passerby C stepped forward to tease, "Just because you can't doesn't mean you can't. We casual players still have experts." Then he smirked, thinking it was an unexpected bonus to show off in front of Bai Yi and Etienne, and let out a cold laugh that made everyone around shiver. "Hey, aren't you on our side?" Suddenly, someone shouted, "The 21st floor, Yi has entered the 21st floor?" Hearing this, Bai Yi, Etienne, and Passerby C all blurted out in shock, "What?" A group of people commented wildly, "I'm going crazy. Who is this Yi?" Suddenly, Brother Kai shouted from the crowd, "He's the brother-in-law of all players in the Mirror Secret Realm." Immediately, everyone asked curiously, "What's going on? Tell us." Then they listened to Brother Kai gossip. "Like this, look at the picture." When they saw it on Brother Kai's screen, everyone, regardless of gender, blushed and their hearts raced. Then someone disagreed. "Oh my god, what are you saying? What Mirror Secret Realm brother-in-law? He's the brother-in-law of all players in the entire Origin realm. At the same time, everyone clenched their fists and shouted, "Brother-in-law, brother-in-law." Moments later, the entire venue echoed like the Origin realm army chanting in unison, "Brother-in-law." Meanwhile, in the tower, the 21st floor boss appeared at level 57, with all attributes at Tier 3 specialization, exclusive skills. Burst attack power, enhanced speed, health exchange, barrier, condensed willpower and prediction. Lu Yi calmly and coldly looked at him, his status, health full, willpower 6108,150, but being replenished. He checked his hand, confirming all statuses were full, then looked up to probe ahead. At the same time, the system prompted cumulative reward, secret realm essence, 154,224 points, cumulative reward weight ratio, all coefficients increased by 1. Seeing this information, Lu Yi thought that if he followed common logic, the final reward for the 21st floor, besides the recovery orb, would be 308,448 points of secret realm essence, and all coefficient weight ratios increased by 2. Now, on the top floor of the tower, Lu Yi stood opposite the boss, thinking the reward was too tempting. If he could get this reward, his strength would take another leap. He frowned, his expression full of determination. He had to defeat the 21st floor boss and claim these rewards. Lu Yi closed his eyes, silently calculating but how to fight. Then he used the Underworld Serpent's Blessing skill, and his eyes immediately turned into golden snake pupils. At the same time, the system prompted Underworld Serpent's Blessing. All attributes increased by 5,000, Cataclysm level creature threat domain. The Underworld Serpent spoke, "Hey, be careful. My threat can only reduce his all attributes by 30. Hearing this, Lu Yi replied, "That's enough. My current status is health 208,560 full, willpower 33,150 full." Against the backdrop of the Underworld Serpent's phantom behind him, Lu Yi thought confidently, "Among all my skills, the strongest is Blessing. All enhancements revolve around this skill." Suddenly, on the other side, the boss raised his sword high. Lu Yi remarked, "I believe the 21st floor boss is absolutely the same." Then he silently pondered, "The only thing that can limit Blessing is willpower. The 21st floor boss's willpower attribute is 8 times mine, plus attributes that increase exponentially from 100. With weight ratio boosts, his willpower might be over 52,000 points. Even after the Underworld Serpent's threat reduces it by 30, it's still over 36,400 points. With the Underworld Serpent's boost, I only have over 33 willpower." Suddenly, Lu Yi's eyes widened as he shouted, "Blessing, all attributes enhanced." On the other side, the boss also reached for his neck and used a skill. "Blessing, all attributes enhanced." The two were now locked in a clash, with all attributes enhanced to 18,200 and 16,500 respectively, when a sudden collision erupted. Lu Yi calculated silently that although his own all attributes were lower than the 21st floor guardians, he had at least one more all attribute weight ratio than his opponent. The two fought fiercely. Energy burst forth and the force from their weapons' collision scattered in all directions. Seeing the shockwaves crack the floor, he felt he could win. Suddenly, something happened that surprised Lu Yi. On the other side, the guardian held his sword steady and blocked. Lu Yi analyzed again. Although his powerful skills were all on cooldown, as long as he held out until the first blessing's cooldown ended, and as long as he conserved his wisdom force before the first blessing ended, he could use the wisdom force gained from the first blessing to activate the second. Meanwhile, the system provided data on 2 skills for his reference. It had average spirit attribute, defense 90, resistance 30, intelligence 24, strength 22, skill cooldown -5. Blessing increases the target's all attributes, while randomly removing one abnormal status effect from the target. Duration 1 minute, cooldown 57 seconds. Each point of wisdom force increases the proportion by half of all attributes. For every 10 levels increased, removes 1 additional abnormal status. Seeing this, Lu Yi shouted that he could win. He then struck out with another sword slash, the impact shattering the floor again. A bit tired, sweating, he silently assessed that without the serpent he wouldn't even consider challenging this intensity, then continued evaluating the problem. If he had the serpent's blessing, he still had to ensure it didn't pose a threat or leave an opening for it to kill him with a powerful skill. Unfortunately, the upper layer's status in the tower wouldn't carry over to the next layer. Otherwise, with blessings all the way up, there would be no problems. Here the two were locked in attack and defense, taking turns endlessly. Suddenly, the system announced 40 seconds remaining on the blessing. Lu Yi rushed forward and unleashed a series of slashes. After a while, the system announced 20 seconds remaining on the blessing. He gritted his teeth and held on, listening to the system countdown, 10 seconds remaining on the blessing. On the other side, the guardian lunged forward. Suddenly, the system counted down. 5 seconds, 3 seconds, blessing cooldown complete. At the same time, Lu Yi, his entire body wreathed in red energy, charged at the Guardian, shouting, "Now, then!" The serpent's eyes glowed, and Lu Yi decided to continue using the blessing skill to enhance all attributes, while the system notified him of consuming 82,500 wisdom force, increasing all attributes by 41,250. Instantly, Lu Yi's whole body trembled as he flew up, then landed on his tiptoes. Suddenly, the ground beneath Lu Yi's feet shattered, and rubble sprayed outward in a large area centered on him. Lu Yi sneered and said confidently, "I win. Even if you keep using the blessing next, I'm not afraid. I just need to wait another minute to finish you off." Suddenly, the distant Guardian also used the blessing skill, startling him. The next second it enhanced its all attributes. Seeing this, Lu Yi froze, panicked, his pupils constricted in disbelief. At that moment, the Guardian's white outfit turned black. His entire body radiated emerald energy. He retreated in terror, thinking, it inherited the cooldown too. How can I fight this? Lu Yi's mouth gaped open in panic, and he groaned inwardly. It also has exclusive attribute skills, plus a bunch of unused raw power skills. Suddenly, the Guardian took a step, bent his knee, assumed a stance, and pointed his sword forward. Lu Yi was frozen in fear, not knowing what to do, and sighed. Like this, how can I possibly win? He gritted his teeth in anger. Suddenly, the Guardian vanished from his spot and charged straight at Lu Yi in one step. He broke out in a nervous sweat, muttering to himself that he still had a chance, then silently calculated a strategy. His weight ratio was higher than its. As long as he could drag it out for 5 minutes, he still had a chance. So Lu Yi retreated, trying to dodge, create distance, and buy time. But then the system popped up another prompt. This attack cannot be dodged. Barrier and speed enhancement make the next attack 100 hit within 1 minute. On this side, the Guardian held his sword with both hands above his head, already in front of Lu Yi. He shouted in shock, "This is an exclusive inheritance skill." Just as the system warning arrived, he could only resign himself to not being able to dodge. He would have to tank it. His current HP could withstand several hits of its damage without issue. At the same time, the Guardian used barrier and exchange, barrier and burst attack power. Instantly, its HP was nearly depleted. Meanwhile, Lu Yi had already lost his battle outfit and sword, left only in a t-shirt and shorts, standing there letting it hit him. He exclaimed, "It's over!" Suddenly, a loud shout, "Protect!" At the same time, the system prompted, "Protect condenses 6 shields, immune to 6 instances of damage." Just as the 21st floor Guardian struck, a golden shield shattered, but Lu Yi was unharmed. He crossed his arms in front of his face in surprise and confusion. "This is the Order Serpent's reply. This is the final skill." On the other side, the Guardian continued using barrier and speed enhancement, while swinging his sword to strike. This time, another shield shattered. Looking at the 4 shields protecting him, Lu Yi frowned and thought, 6 shields, 2 guaranteed hits broke 2. That means 4 shields left, which can block 4 more hits for me. He then jumped back, but the Guardian immediately pursued. Seeing this, Lu Yi said sorrowfully, "Even though the serpent saved me, it's only prolonging my death. What other means do I have to deal with it?" He gritted his teeth in despair. "It's over, all over," then he complained to himself, waiting for the blessing cooldown, having a higher weight ratio than the Guardian. It was all just fantasy. As long as the Guardian uses 1 reset plus blessing, all my advantages are gone. As for trying to make the Guardian not use it, that's ridiculous. We're both fighting for our lives. Who can make concessions for whom? Lu Yi complained as he fled. "I really have no way out." He clenched his fists, veins bulging, then murmured, "But the rewards are just too generous. If I can conquer the tower, my strength with a 2-weight ratio and the boost from 300,000 secret realm essence equipment can be greatly enhanced." He bit his lip and fantasized, "Then I could directly become the highest level player in the Metaverse." Suddenly, the system notified that the mechanism had cooled down. Hearing this, he looked at the mechanism in surprise, then at the Guardian before him, thinking he could defeat it by changing the rules. At this moment, Lu Yi was unarmed, with only 4 shields surrounding him for protection. He silently pondered how to use the mechanism to defeat it. Lu Yi retreated, frowning and sweating as he thought hard, then decided to use the mechanism to successfully conquer the tower. The system replied, "Not a rule, cannot be modified." Then he said, "Mechanism, kill the 21st floor challenger," and was rejected again by the system. Lu Yi made another request, "Mechanism, reset the 21st floor Guardian's level to 0. This was also denied. Stubbornly he asked, "Mechanism, reset the 21st floor Guardian's attributes to 0. The system refused. Seeing this, he cursed in anger, "Damn it, this won't work, that won't work. What can I actually change?" At this point, the system displayed entries 1 to 99 and soul control can allow the monster attached to you to attach to a weapon, weapons only. Hearing this, Lu Yi was puzzled and changed random to specified, then suddenly realized, if that's a rule, then the rule is, Lu Yi thought as he ran, his expression turning cold. He pondered and muttered to himself, Water flows downhill, fire burns things, you grow old and eventually die. These are established facts, the default rules of nature. He looked at the Guardian and analyzed. So in the current situation, the rules I face are HP depletes and you die, Wisdom Force depletes and you can't use skills, and skills have cooldowns. Cooldowns? Immediately, Lu Yi thought of this. This was what was suitable for him to deal with the 21st floor Guardian. He said clearly, "Mechanism, my skills have no cooldown." At the same time, the system prompted, "Rule modified. Player skills have no cooldown. Duration 11 seconds. Cooldown 5 hours." Seeing this, Lu Yi exclaimed happily, "It worked." At the same time, the system prompted, "Cooldown setting, frozen state. All blessings have cooled down." At this moment, he felt like a giant, looking excitedly at the tiny Guardian in the palm of his hand. Then he shouted, "Blessing. All attributes enhanced." Simultaneously, the system displayed his skill information growing exponentially. Wisdom Force consumption rising from over 200,000 to over 12 million, with 9 seconds remaining on the mechanism. Suddenly, a burst of energy light exploded violently in front of the Guardian, stunning it. The system then prompted, "Your attributes have reached the Metaverse player cap of 200,000 all attributes. Excess all attribute damage 20,000. Effect calculated as 20,000. Note, please fill the Metaverse wearable container with sufficient computing power to expand the Metaverse player attribute capacity cap." Seeing this, Lu Yi was puzzled that he could only enhance to 200,000, but it was enough to deal with the Guardian. Now he had his familiar battle outfit and sword, his eyes and body glowing. He raised his sword above his head and shouted, "Die!" With a single slash, Lu Yi cleaved the Guardian in two. Time flew by. 1 minute later. System prompt, "Congratulations on successfully conquering the tower. Reward, 300,000 Secret Realm Essence. Reward, Title Tower Conqueror. All coefficient weight ratio 2. Reward, Title First of the Tower, all attributes 100. Reward, Retrograde Orb. Obtain this orb to reward the player who defeats you." Note, the tower has been conquered. You can no longer obtain any rewards from within the tower. Outside the arena, everyone cheered. "It worked, it worked! The great savior!" Everyone jumped up as if they had won themselves, shouting that the tower had been conquered. Then they all rushed toward the tower exit. This was the first time a player could walk out of the tower exit instead of the resurrection room. At the same time, the system prompted, "Tower conquered." Preparing to teleport out of the tower, Lu Yi looked at the orb in his hand and thought, "So close." He then clenched his fist, closed his eyes, and thought with satisfaction, "So close to failing. Good thing the mechanism's cooldown ended just in time. Truly powerful." In the blink of an eye, Lu Yi appeared in the center of the arena. He assessed in his mind that to go to the collapse zone, he needed at least 5 computing power authority, ultimately to obtain the mechanism. With a cold glare, he clenched his fist firmly, now having the mechanism, and thought, "The collapse zone is indeed worth trying to explore." Suddenly, a loud shout, "The great savior is so handsome," startled Lu Yi. At the same time, a series of exclamations rang out. "The great savior is so handsome, great savior, you're amazing, great savior, how did you do it? You really conquered the tower." Seeing this, Lu Yi leaned back in surprise and confusion. How did so many people suddenly appear? And why is everyone so excited? "Great savior, you are the god in my heart. Great savior, will follow you from now on." Overwhelmed, Lu Yi stammered, "This, that." Meanwhile, everyone continued cheering, the noise making him secretly sweat, frozen and muttering, I only have one sister. I don't run a harem." On a certain street in Mixu City, people were discussing, "Have you heard? In just over 10 days, the Metaverse has firmly secured its place as the second world. Isn't that right? I've heard many people see opportunities to get rich in the Metaverse. Those with guts have already invested their assets into it." They also expressed concerns. "I've also heard that many people have directly quit their factory jobs to enter the Metaverse, and in huge numbers. I wonder if it will cause economic conflict with reality. After all, a virtual game is ultimately a virtual game. What sustains our lives are real-world jobs." Hearing this, someone wondered, "Isn't anyone regulating it?" Nearby, Lu Yi was focused on his own business, ignoring them. He was reading the information on the retrograde orb. Records player data. When the player dies, the orb shatters, and the player can resurrect at the orb's location, restoring their state to the recorded time. Confirmed. Seeing this, Lu Yi thought that since he had obtained the retrograde orb, he could go to the collapse zone. He closed his eyes, gripped the orb tightly, and thought, "But it's not yet time to use the retrograde orb." Then he glanced behind him and silently calculated whether he could use the mechanism to change the limit on the number of players entering the secret realm. Then, holding the pistol, he thought, "And now, ask me what you need me to do." In his mind, he remembered the serpent's earlier mention of wanting to exchange something. Perhaps it needed his help with something as his most important trump card besides the mechanism. Its problem was worth his full effort to solve. The Order Serpent spoke, "I want freedom." This made Lu Yi fall silent. He thought if he didn't know about the Metaverse's uniqueness, he added, I would definitely sigh and say the AI in this game is really well made. Then he asked the serpent, what do you want me to do? Lu Yi stared at the pistol, silently determined, although he didn't know if he could bring it into reality when the Metaverse descended. At least before the Metaverse arrived, he had to do his best to keep it by his side. Suddenly, the serpent said, take me to the boundary of this world. I feel in my heart that's where I belong. Hearing this, he was puzzled. The boundary of the Metaverse is the collapse zone, isn't it? He silently assessed. Could it be an imprint set by the one who created it? Then he replied, okay, but the boundary is extremely dangerous. If it threatens me, I hope you can help me. Hearing this, it agreed. Good. Besides that, there's one more thing I need your help with. If you're willing, I can help you awaken one of your exclusive attribute skills. Your choice. This stunned Lu Yi. Awaken any exclusive attribute skill of my choice? Immediately, he thought of the 21st floor guardian skill and blurted out, deal. After some time in an equipment crafting and sales shop, Lu Yi stood in front of a computer desk and said, all right, what do you want me to exchange for? He then puffed out his cheeks and thought smugly, HMPH, I have 300,000 secret realm essence. Exchange for whatever you want. He even scoffed, if the serpent can really help me obtain any exclusive attribute skill for me right now, spending any amount of secret realm essence is worth it. But after a long while, Lu Yi's face turned pale as he looked at the system display. Deformable Advanced Armor Cube, Secret Realm Essence 300,000 yen. Intermediate 200,000 yen. Low 100,000 yuan, he complained helplessly. I understand your desire to move freely, but can you pick something cheaper? 300,000. Now he felt a bit regretful. He should have brought more secret realm essence when challenging the tower. The serpent defended itself. It's expensive, but with it, I can act at my best in a short time. Otherwise, my help to you can only be providing one skill each time and my own pressure. Too dangerous. But Lu Yi asked suspiciously, hey, doesn't the skill description say you can directly participate in battle? Hearing this, the serpent explained, that requires a connector. If I descend directly, this weapon of yours might be destroyed afterwards except for me. All attributes will disappear, are you willing? This made him a bit timid, and he replied, well, all right then. He then silently calculated intermediate cube. Each upgrade increases level by 10 halves reload speed. After 3 more upgrades, each shot time reduces to 0.9 seconds, plus its built-in triple damage and stun. Truly a divine artifact. I wonder how Cage originally got this equipment. Then he said, exchange for the Deformable Advanced Armor Cube, and the system prompted. Upon exchanging it, he could equip the Advanced Transformation Armor, consuming 300 points of Mystic Realm Essence. As the exchange succeeded, a cubic ruby materialized. Lu Yi asked, what should I do next? The Nether Serpent replied, control it and turn it into a ring to wear on your finger. Lu Yi followed its instructions, thinking to himself, could the Nether Serpent's main goal actually be this ring? Everything else, like going to the border, is just a side quest. He assessed the ring on his index finger, but the attribute panel suddenly turned gray. He wondered if the Nether Serpent's previous anger was because it had seen this and wanted him to exchange for it, yet he had lacked the ability. Then Lu Yi recalled their encounter in the Mystic Realm and shook his head frantically in denial. Impossible, absolutely impossible, he muttered, convinced. The Nether Serpent looks so imposing it can't be that petty. At that moment it spoke, all right, since you helped me change my body, I'll fulfill my promise, but before I help you awaken your exclusive attribute skill, you must first reach level 60. Time flew by. 3 hours later, Lu Yi stood at the edge of a Mystic Realm entrance, the chaotic zone. He looked up, frowning in thought. Can I reach level 60 before arriving at the collapse zone? Can I get the exclusive attribute skill from the Nether Serpent? It all depended on whether the institution could change the rules for entering the secret realm. Note that no external conditions or effects can be brought inside the secret realm. As long as I can enter the secret realm with the blessing skill stacking continuously, I'll be invincible. He then demanded that the institution change the entry rules to remove the player limit. The system immediately indicated the rules had been changed with a 1-hour cooldown for the institution. Hearing this, Lu Yi jumped up excitedly. It really can be changed? Great, he grinned, clenched his fist, and resolved, next, let's start the crazy leveling mode. Level 60, here I come. Then he dashed frantically into the depths of the secret realm. After a long time, Lu Yi held his sword, slightly bent over, and assessed coldly. Although I can enter the secret realm, the annoying thing is that the rewards from this modified secret realm are only 1/10 of the original. His eyes lit up as he thought, with the desperate reverser title, I can just get the equivalent of 1 normal secret realm reward, based on clearing 2 to 3 secret realms a day. 3 secret realms will level me up once. Time flew by. 3 days later, Lu Yi thrust his sword into the ground, raised his fists, and shouted excitedly in his heart, I've reached level 60. At the same time, all 10 words of regret had been fully embedded, and of the remaining 14 words of regret, I embedded 10 into skill duration effects. Skill duration effect increases skill duration by 5 with a cap of 50. 3 soul guards and 1 weight reduction. Among them, the 3 soul guards were embedded into 2 weapons, while the weight reduction was purified and arranged on other equipment. Then the system displayed the new attributes of player Knight, level 60, experience 2.4 billion, current titles, Weapon Master, Desperate Reverser, High Dimensional Doctor, First of the Tower, Tower Conqueror. Cumulative weight ratio attributes, assignable attribute 0.0, HP 19,020, intelligence over 12,000, skill coverage, life force, repair, blessing, solidification, solidified state, duplicate, institution, stagnated intelligence. Equipment, words of regret, cumulative, cooldown 50, skill duration effect 50, equipment level requirement reduced by 10 levels. Next, the system informed him about the branch of the life force skill at level 60, Aura Resonance. Links targets within the aura's range. When they resonate, they share HP with each other. When HP drops to 10, they automatically exit the resonance state. Aura range 500, activation consumes 100 intelligence, duration costs 10 per second. Link targets, those within the aura's range, reduces the HP cap of link targets including self. Restored upon leaving the aura's range. Aura range 500, activation consumes 100 intelligence. While active, it costs 10 intelligence and 1 of maximum HP per second, with the total HP reduction capped at 90 of maximum HP. Finally, it prompted, due to the world's total computational power limit, experience cannot be gained. Seeing this, Lu Yi scratched his head in confusion. What's going on? He remembered that the blessing of the strengthened realm also had this prompt about limited computational power, meaning levels could still increase but only after boosting the original realm's total computational power. And after reaching level 60, he couldn't gain experience from mysterious realms anymore. No wonder in the previous life when the original realm descended, the highest player level was only 60. Back at the Mixu Hotel, Lu Yi was still pondering the related matter. Trying to upgrade equipment to level 70 would also trigger the insufficient total computational power prompt. He sat on the bed, hands supporting him, deep in thought. Then the Nether Serpent asked, "Which one do you choose?" Hearing this, Lu Yi thought, "What I want most is perception, but among all exclusive attribute skills, barrier is probably the hardest to get." He frowned, staring ahead, and calculated. And the strength and constitution attributes corresponding to barrier have attribute skills that aren't very useful to me. For attack bursts, I have middle card, and for HP I have repair. Additionally, Lu Yi considered, the most important thing, barrier can stack with other attribute skills. Yeah, that's settled. Then he said to the Nether Serpent, "I want barrier, specializing in defense." Seeing this, it sighed. "Good choice, alright, whatever prompt comes up next, just agree." Its words made him suspicious. Agree to any prompt, the Nether Serpent isn't tricking me, is it? But he still replied, "Yeah." Suddenly, the system prompted, "Do you want to enter the Nether Serpent's exclusive spirit domain?" Lu Yi immediately became alert. Spirit domain, the Nether Serpent's exclusive domain. If I go in, I'll be at its mercy. But he quickly comforted himself. Oh well, no risk, no reward. And confirmed, yes. Then a green light coiled toward a dark place. Moments later, Lu Yi's feet landed on the dark ground. He looked around and saw a desolate, eerie land with thunder rumbling in the distance. Lu Yi wondered, is this the Nether Serpent? Suddenly, a huge orange object lunged down. He looked up and was startled. The next second, the thing resembling the Nether Serpent's body slammed heavily onto the ground, sending debris flying. Lu Yi was crushed by it, grimacing and lying on the ground, groaning, "Oh my god!" Then a voice came from the massive body. The Nether Serpent looked down at him with glowing eyes. It scolded, "This is nothing. Get up, you bastard." Lu Yi struggled to his feet, looking at the Nether Serpent's enormous head, puzzled. Is this its form here? The pressure is way stronger than outside. Then the Nether Serpent spoke. "You can only obtain barrier by defeating this form of mine, otherwise, prepare to stay here forever." Hearing this, he hugged his shoulders, sweating, and assessed. "Stay here forever? Is it forcing me to fight for my life? If that's how it is." Then Lu Yi gripped his sword, leapt high, and shouted, "Then bring it on." After about 6 days, the system prompted, "Congratulations on obtaining the exclusive skill. Defense attribute, barrier. Barrier increases defense cap. Barrier can be stacked with other exclusive skills. Stack count 3-3, cooldown 1 hour. Current exclusive skills, stagnated intelligence. Stagnated barrier and intelligence, deducting target intelligence. The ratio of consumed intelligence to deducted target intelligence is 1 to 1. Then a message from the New Order leader, computational permissions have been obtained. After tomorrow's reorganization, set out at 8 a.m. Late at night at Lu Yi's real-world residence, he stood with his hands on the windowsill looking out. Observing the city's nightscape, Lu Yi thought, only 7 days left. These past few days I've been stuck in the Nether Serpent spirit domain space. From being beaten one-sidedly at first to exchanging blows later, he clenched his fist and raised it, sighing. But in the end, I defeated the Nether Serpent and obtained Barrier. What surprised me was that the combined effect of Barrier and stagnated intelligence actually deducts the opponent's intelligence. Isn't that like silence? And permanent silence at that. Stars twinkled in the sky and the city below was brightly lit. Lu Yi squinted and smiled proudly. Hey, I'm really strong now. I should be among the top players in the original realm, right? Time passed like a dog running through a field. The next morning, outside Lu Yi's rundown home, a pair of VR glasses sat on the table. Lu Yi was putting on a black short-sleeved shirt. He buttoned it all the way up and prepared to leave. He opened the door and looked out curiously. At that moment, Lu Yun was carrying a basket. She looked over and said happily, "Bro, I've got everything ready." Seeing this, Lu Yi replied, "Yeah, let's go." Suddenly, Lu Yun noticed something. She put the bag on the table and walked over. She reached out to adjust the top button on her brother's shirt, reminding him, "Bro, why did you button the top one again? Mom said not to button the top button. It makes you look sharper." Lu Yi looked at the unbuttoned button, heard Lu Yun mention their mom, and saw her bright smile. Then he squinted and smiled back, replying, "Yeah." After a long time at a grave in the western suburbs of Heishi, a tombstone bore the photos of a man and a woman. Incense had been lit, and a plate of chicken and a plate of fruit were set out. Lu Yi and Lu Yun crouched by the grave, burning paper money. He murmured in his heart, "Dad, Mom, I'll take good care of Yun, don't worry." She happily recounted in her heart, "Dad, Mom, I found a sister-in-law for my brother. Don't worry, I'll make sure they have 2 kids in 3 years. To carry on our family line." Suddenly, a voice called out from somewhere, "Xiao Yi, Yun, why are you 2 here earlier than me?" Hearing this, the siblings looked curiously at a man approaching from afar. It was Wang Xiaocheng, a friend of Lu Yi's parents. He laughed heartily. "Haha, long time no see." Seeing him, Lu Yi greeted happily, "Uncle Wang, you're here. Thank you, you always come to visit my parents at this time every year." Wang Xiaocheng patted his head and replied, "What are you saying? I'm your parents' good brother." Lu Yun, however, stared wide-eyed at him and asked, "Uncle Wang, you came alone again? My parents have been urging you for 10 years. When will you fulfill their last wish?" This made Wang Xiaocheng a bit uneasy. Then he raised his hand and made a V sign under his chin, replying, "Yun, you wouldn't understand. Actually, I'm a heartthrob. The reason I haven't found anyone yet is that I don't want to hurt my girlfriends." Hearing this, she frowned in disbelief and retorted, "Oh, then when you drive all your girlfriends to death, you won't have to worry about hurting them." Wang Xiaocheng immediately pointed at her and scolded angrily, "Don't go too far, Yun, that's too much, Yun. Show some respect." The siblings laughed happily. Then Lu Yun even stuck out her tongue to annoy him. Meanwhile, he put down the offering bag, lit incense, and said, "Old Lu, you need to appear in a dream and discipline your precious daughter." Then he sat down with Lu Yi to burn paper money and continued, "Stop guessing about me all the time. I'm busy with a plan to save our world, you know. I don't have time for romantic affairs." But Lu Yun still teased, "But Mom and Dad told me to carry it out firmly." At that point, Wang Xiaocheng changed the subject. "How have things been lately? I haven't asked about you since you moved out on your own." Lu Yi, without looking up, replied, "Pretty good. Thanks for always looking out for us, Uncle Wang." But Wang Xiaocheng lowered his head and sadly declined, "Don't thank me. After your parents passed, I was supposed to take care of you until you both started your own families. But instead of taking care of you living together, I ended up dragging you down." Hearing this, Lu Yi smiled and countered, "Don't say that. We were young back then, and it was good to have a reliable adult at home." Then he glanced at Wang Xiaocheng and thought, "Speaking of which, it was Uncle Wang who first got me into Original Realm. He should still be playing it now, right?" He felt a bit worried, remembering that in the previous life, when the Original Realm descended, Uncle Wang had disappeared. So he asked, "Uncle Wang, how's your Original Realm going?" Wang Xiaocheng was taken aback and asked curiously in return, "Why the sudden question? What about you? How's it going for you?" At that moment, Lu Yun put her hands on her hips and boasted, "He's definitely strong. My brother is super powerful in the game now. He should be among the top players in Original Realm right now." Hearing this, Wang Xiaocheng widened his eyes in surprise. "Among the top?" Seeing his strange expression, Lu Yi asked, "What's wrong, Uncle Wang?" But Wang Xiaocheng didn't answer. He just stared at him, thinking, among the top. In the distance, Lu Yun waved and shouted, "Uncle Wang, remember to find a girlfriend soon." Wang Xiaocheng turned and waved dismissively, go on, ignore her." Then the siblings gradually walked away, leaving the cemetery. Wang Xiaocheng still watched them for a long time. Suddenly he looked down. It was the tombstone of old Lu and his wife. He sat down on the ground and said, "Brother Lu, I'm sorry, in the end I still dragged Xiao Yi into this." Meanwhile, the siblings were leisurely walking along a tree-lined path. A new message appeared on the phone. According to the latest entertainment news, countries like Zhaoyan, Qirui, and Biwa have been out of contact for a long time, causing Xu Yi to become famous nationwide and then disappear there as well. Now, many of Xu Yi's fans are jointly requesting support from higher-ups. Lu Yun looked at her phone and said, "I really like this Xu Yi. How did she just disappear?" Hearing this, Lu Yi leaned in to look and asked, "Watching entertainment news again?" She replied, "I don't want to either. For the past year it's been nothing but entertainment news." Lu Yi thought, "Speaking of which, after the original realm descended into reality, all the institutions disappeared overnight for no apparent reason," he murmured worriedly. Logically, if something had wiped them out, there should have been at least some commotion. But there was nothing, as if they never existed. Then Lu Yi reminded her, "All right, hurry home and play the game." Lu Yun replied, "Yeah, Nianchu is still waiting at home." "I'm logging in," he asked again. "Are you sure you've reached level 45? She answered. "Just did." Then Lu Yi urged, "Try to reach level 50 in the next 7 days. That night at Lu Yi's real-world residence, he sat on the bed, hands on his thighs, holding the VR glasses. He weighed his options. "With my current strength in original realm, I can handle the crisis when it descends into reality. So should I go to the collapse zone?" he thought nervously. "Wouldn't it be better for me to save the memory orb for the real world? But the authority controls the original realm." Then Lu Yi analyzed, "Now the seed of prophecy has made me understand that to have a good future, I must play original realm well. So I worked hard and successfully pushed myself to the top of the pyramid." Despite this, he was still very confused. But what's next? How should I choose my path to ensure a better future for me and my sister? I don't know. Lu Yi's gaze grew distant as he asked himself, "So I have to see what the authority really is," then he encouraged himself. "While I'm still in the game, dying isn't real death. I must figure out how original realm came to be, and why it descends into reality. This will help me decide my future path." At the same time, a flash of light passed through the green space. Lu Yi had already entered the game world. Meanwhile, the previous conversation dialogue appeared. "New order leader. Computational permissions have been obtained. After tomorrow's reorganization, set out at 8 a.m., Knight replied. "Okay, I accept your invitation. I'll be at your gathering point at 8 a.m. tomorrow." The new order leader replied, "Great, thank you again for your trust. I believe we'll become good comrades." He read it again. Lu Yi frowned. He held the orb and pondered. "As for me, I used the retrospection orb, but if I were to record it, I had to record my strongest state. That way it could still become one of my trump cards." Later, at the Qinghai weapon training ground, Lu Yi decided to do just that. So he walked over very calmly. His suddenly wide-open eyes were snake eyes, and the Ming Snake Panfu skill boosted all attributes by 5,000, unleashing a disaster-level creature's pressure field. Then, Lu Yi's entire body emitted a strong orange pressure that spread outward. He was using a skill structure with no cooldown, and his eyes glowed. He opened his mouth and roared, blessing all attributes 3 times. The released pressure grew stronger and more immense, but Lu Yi continued to use the all-attribute blessing multiple times, until the system notified him that his all attributes had been strengthened to the maximum limit of the origin realm. Strengthening could only proceed after upgrading the origin realm's computing power. At the same time, Lu Yi ordered the retrospection orb to record the state. The next day at the east gate of Mixu City, a group of 4 was chatting. On the other side, Yuan Ding stood with the martial artists from the back garden, while nearby the shield hero and members of the shelter stood with unfriendly, malicious looks. Elsewhere, Liang Xingxing sat on the ground hugging her sword, fast asleep, ignoring 2 members kicking her feet to wake her up. Here only Lu Yi stood alone. When he entered, 3 groups were already facing each other. The new president of order raised a hand to greet him. "You're here." Immediately, murmurs arose from the side. He's Yi." Watching him walk in alone, the crowd stirred. "He's the one who killed over 100 players from the back garden a week ago. This is going to get lively. The back garden's elites are all here. I wonder how they'll deal with him." The back garden group glared at him. Seeing this, people commented, "But he looks like he's with order. The order president should protect him, right?" Yuan Ding stared intently at the standing Lu Yi, fuming with anger. He raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Suddenly someone spoke up. "How will our dean deal with that Yi?" To reach the collapse zone quickly, the 4 major guilds decided to rent a large aircraft to take us there. On the plane, we'll organize a competition to test each other's strength, and then find an opportunity to take him out directly. In the silent night sky, an aircraft pierced through the thick darkness, heading straight for the collapse zone. Lu Yi said quietly, "After gathering to reach the collapse zone quickly." Just then, a flash of light illuminated the night sky. He continued, The 4 major guilds jointly rented an aircraft for members with computing power permissions to ride. Since only those with over 5 computing power permissions could enter the collapse zone, each guild, aside from those who had to accompany, only brought players with computing power permissions. Inside the aircraft, a silent atmosphere enveloped everything. Lu Yi thought to himself, and my teammates include the girl sitting in front of me, smiling and greeting me. Hi, long time no see. This person is Wei Shi, currently level 60, belonging to the Order Guild. Lu Yi glanced at her and then pondered, hearing from the Order President that he didn't initially know Wei Shi had computing power permissions. He stared at Wei Shi and then recounted, only later learning about the method of special secret realm cultivation. Wei Shi had already passed through 5 or more special secret realms in the danger and chaos zones, gaining at least 5 computing power permissions. Suddenly, Lu Yi felt the burning gaze of the man in front of him. The scorching stare of Ru Lei Dengchang kept fixedly on Lu Yi, and then he gritted his teeth and said, I won't be careless again. I have to reclaim my honor. He's currently level 60 and belongs to the Order Guild. The blonde player beside him was named the Order President. Level 60, he was the Order President. He smiled as he looked at Ru Lei Dengchang. Lu Yi was surprised to see their levels. Their leveling speed was really fast. Having died once, they were all at level 60. The Order President, Ru Lei Dengchang, Wei Shi Yi, and other members all reached level 60. Lu Yi looked at the system panel and sighed inwardly. An ordinary player who died once would never reach level 60. The only method he could think of now was using the Mirror Secret Realm to exchange money for experience. The ratio was 11-1. It cost nearly $1 billion for a player to reach level 50. They were really rich. At this moment, a purple-haired man was silently observing those around him. He was Yuan Ding, the Dean of the Back Garden, currently at level 60. Suddenly, a message appeared in the system. Yuan Ding sent a message saying, the current situation is extremely unfavorable for us. 4 players with over 5 computing power permissions are acting. Whoever we fight will be crushed. Shield Hero, the shelter leader, asks what you want to do, Yuan Ding replied. Join forces to eliminate Yi, who isn't a member of Order. Split his computing power among us. The Xiangyun Pavilion Master cursed. Are you crazy? How will you explain to Di Ying after dealing with him? Yuan Ding confidently said, we're not killing someone from Order, so what's there to explain? Shield Hero agreed and sent a message. Then it's settled. Use a one-on-one duel method. Need a spacious place to separate him. The conversation proceeded quietly, hiding danger in the quiet space. Suddenly a voice rang out. Regarding the collapse zone situation, we've roughly sent people to scout, but all who entered died. After resurrection, based on their unified descriptions, Shield Hero looked at Lu Yi Bao. They only felt the world turn upside down and saw a light orb. This is useless for scouting the collapse zone, and people with computing power permissions are too precious. Even if the Order Guild has 4 such players, your suggestion isn't to willingly send people to scout. So we have to choose this dangerous method today, directly organizing all members with computing power permissions to go together. Ru Lei Dengchang suddenly slammed the floor hard. He angrily pointed at Shield Hero and cursed, our guild gathering 4 players with computing power permissions is our skill. What do you mean by throwing such accusations? The level 60 bearded player from the shelter guild behind Shield Hero warned. Kid, watch your mouth. Our leader is just stating a fact. Ru Lei Dengchang angrily drew his sword and cursed, a little shelter like you is so arrogant. Believe I can take you all down alone? The Order President immediately stopped him. He sternly said, Ru Lei, didn't you say you wouldn't be arrogant? Let them finish first. Shield Hero smiled and said, so before reaching the collapse zone we each choose opponents for one-on-one fights, letting us directly see everyone's abilities. Ru Lei Dengchang immediately agreed, saying, fine Shield Hero, I choose you. Yuan Ding was secretly pleased to achieve his goal. At this moment, the level 60 Xiangyun Pavilion Master sat seriously, observing everything. Shield Hero slowly stood up and smiled, and let's do it. Ru Lei Dengchang immediately said with fervor, come on, come on. Lu Yi silently observed. Suddenly a forceful voice cut in. Wait, Shield Hero looked over in surprise. Ru Lei Dengchang and the Order President also looked over in surprise. When he saw all eyes on him, the white-haired man stood up and said, both of you are top experts. Starting with the 2 of you is a bit wasteful. He was a level 60 White Glove player from the Back Garden Guild. White Glove suggested, why not let us nobodies start first to entertain you? Ru Lei Dengchang asked with interest, I like what you're saying. Since that's the case, start with you. Who do you choose? Shield Hero waited seriously for the answer. White Glove pointed at Lu Yi and said, I choose him. White Glove put on a helpless expression and said, you should all know. Our guild has a bit of a grudge with him. If I can beat him here, it'll count as getting some revenge for our back garden without affecting the bigger picture. If I fail, then it's just that our back garden isn't skilled enough. Lu Yi listened to these words silently. then slowly stood up. He asked seriously, "How will we compete?" The order president panicked and quickly tried to stop him. If you don't like it, you don't have to. It's nothing," Yuan Ding immediately supported White Glove. "Having an unresolved issue will definitely affect our cooperation going forward. If we can settle it here, it'll benefit us. The collapse zone is too dangerous. Only cooperation without grudges will let us go further." Lu Yi smiled calmly. He showed a confident expression and asked, "Stop the nonsense. How do you want to compete?" White Glove replied, "Clear a space for our one-on-one. Losing half HP counts as a loss." Lu Yi easily agreed, "No problem." Meanwhile, the order president anxiously observed the expressions of that group. Seeing their looks, he couldn't help but suspect something. Shield Hero stood up and said, "Let's go, give them some space." Finally, the order president had no choice but to warn helplessly, "Be careful." Yuan Ding also slowly backed away. Yuan Ding had already sent a message in the group. "Just as no one can kill me alone, I hope you all take this with absolute seriousness. Don't be greedy. Don't think one person can handle it." The crowd immediately scattered, giving space to Lu Yi and White Glove, with only Yuan Ding retreating further back. Behind White Glove, Yuan Ding sternly ordered, "Move." The atmosphere on the aircraft became extremely tense. The group suddenly rushed at Lu Yi to engage in battle. A series of skills were activated. Structure cannot modify rules here. Silence, weakness transfer, soft gain cover, post gain cover, mock air cover. Seeing their calculated actions, the order president couldn't hide his surprise. Wei Shi was also extremely shocked by their despicable behavior. Ru Lei Dengchang was so panicked his eyes widened, a bewildered expression on his face. Their actions thoroughly angered Lu Yi. He clenched his fists and shouted furiously, "I knew you had bad intentions." Lu Yi recalled the scene before boarding the aircraft, telling himself silently, "Facing an unclear situation, maintaining the strongest state is the best choice. From the moment I boarded, I started stacking attribute blessings on myself." Thinking ahead, although the first blessing only used 10 points of consciousness power to add 5 points to all attributes within half an hour of boarding, my all attributes had already reached the Origin Realm's capacity limit of 200,000. But now, all these advantages were under threat. Lu Yi said nothing, immediately drawing his sword to fight them. Every swing of his sword made them retreat in fear. Amid the fierce battle, Lu Yi roared, "Die, Wind Force Pojun." System description: Pojun dispels all target states. Suddenly a prompt appeared. All attribute blessing has been dispelled in an instant. Lu Yi seemed to freeze. Seeing him stiffen, the group didn't hesitate to counterattack. "Continue." Lu Yi quickly activated the skill freeze state, but the system prompted, "You have been silenced, unable to use skills." Without hesitation, he switched to another skill, structure. But the system prompted again, "The rules here are restricted, unable to reconstruct rules. Restriction time remaining 3 seconds. Not giving up, Lu Yi quickly activated the dodge skill. But the prompt appeared again, "You have been mocked by Yuan Ding. Your movement direction can only target Yuan Ding." A series of prompts made Lu Yi dizzy. His mind was in chaos amid the suffocating restrictions. Lu Yi couldn't help but fear he would end up here. Suddenly a skill appeared from nowhere. Strange jump, enhanced speed. At the same time, a hand quickly pulled Lu Yi. Wei Shi timely pulled Lu Yi away. That attack caused a huge explosion with thick smoke billowing. The aircraft shook from it. Lu Yi quickly adjusted himself. The order president and Ru Lei Dengchang swiftly stepped forward to stand in front of Lu Yi and Wei Shi. The order president angrily cursed, "What are you doing, looking for death?" Wei Zai's attack cracked the floor. In the smoke, Yuan Ding's group slowly stood up, each holding combat weapons. They advanced slowly, and the two sides formally confronted each other. On the opposite side, Yuan Ding smiled calmly, fuming. "Don't be like that. He's not a member of our order. Where's the rule violation in attacking him? Besides, we were just joking, he didn't die." After speaking, Yuan Ding casually turned to the person beside him and asked flippantly, "Don't you think so?" Their arrogant attitude made the order president feel displeased. He clenched his fists, trying to suppress his anger. The atmosphere between the two sides immediately became charged with tension. Suddenly someone sat down calmly and said, "If we're not fighting, let's rest. We'll be at the collapse zone soon and there'll be plenty to fight then." The green-haired girl was Shanshan, currently level 60, belonging to the Gelu Guild. Xiangyun also walked over to Shanshan cheerfully. Xiangyun sat down and said, "We can't fight anymore. If we do, we won't make it to the collapse zone." The atmosphere calmed down, but it didn't last long. Suddenly, the sound of a hammer striking the floor echoed loudly. Shield Hero sat calmly and spoke up, "Then we won't fight." Yuan Ding sneered and sat down, saying in a regretful tone, "What a pity, so close." Lu Yi stood quietly, silently noting everything. Silence dispel, a skill from Shelter member Jia. A skill from Gelu Master L is Xiangyun. I've remembered. After a while, Lu Yi said softly, "Thank you." Wei Shi giggled happily. The order president then asked, "Are you okay?" He replied, "I'm fine, thank you." Ru Lei Dengchang put on an impatient expression and said, "You're the only player who's ever beaten me. before I defeat you, don't die at someone else's hands, that would make me lose face." Though his attitude was a bit rough, his words were so caring that Lu Yi smiled happily. At this moment, the Order President spoke up. "I was too naive. Given the danger of the collapse zone, I originally thought we'd cooperate, at least until we got permissions. I didn't expect conflict to erupt before even entering. And once inside, the agreement not to attack each other becomes void." The Order President looked seriously at Lu Yi and the other two, saying, "From now on, only the four of us can rely on each other." The three nodded seriously in response. At this time, at the edge of the collapse zone, the aircraft finally landed on the ground. After some movement, their group stepped out of the aircraft. Before them was a hazy scene obscured in thick mist, making Lu Yi pause in surprise. Amid the vast mist, Yuan Ding suddenly broke the silence. "Although Di Ying has cancelled our agreement not to attack each other inside the collapse zone," he looked arrogantly at Lu Yi and the others and continued, "but it's still the collapse zone. Cooperation leads to mutual benefit." His arrogant attitude displeased the Order President. He asked, "Do you mean choosing between you and Yi?" "Sorry, I still choose Yi." The Order President's words made Lu Yi ponder deeply. In the distance, Shield Hero put on his armor and said, "Stop being cool. Di Ying cancelled our agreement not to attack each other because he thinks we can't cooperate inside." Shield Hero confidently said, "As for calling us all together, it's just that he thinks more people increase the chances." After speaking, Shield Hero's figure gradually disappeared into the mist. Beard Dia suddenly showed a contemptuous smile at the remaining people. Then Ross Dia quickly followed Shield Hero into the mist. "Leader, wait for me." The earlier conversation piqued Lu Yi's curiosity, and he asked himself about Di Ying. At this moment, Xiangyun suddenly spoke up. "Shield Hero is right," Xiangyun said to Shanshan as they walked. "Then let's go in too." Xingxing Shanshan immediately replied, "Okay." Ding Yuan watched them leave, shrugged helplessly, then vanished into the smoke and white gloves. "Let's go. The new order leader has finally spoken. We're moving too." Everyone nodded in agreement. At this moment, Lu Yi was strolling slowly at the back of the group, carefully observing as he walked. The smoke seemed to harbor countless dangers. Lu Yi silently asked himself, does the so-called authority really exist? He couldn't help but wonder, in what form does it exist? If I obtain it, what can I do with it? Countless questions swirled in his mind. Can I use it to prevent the origin realm from descending into reality? Lu Yi walked while pondering various methods to stop it. After a while, following a tiring journey, the deeper they went, the thicker the fog became, and the scene grew increasingly eerie and terrifying. Lu Yi observed closely. The bones were getting larger, and the group from the back garden kindergarten was completely out of sight. He glanced up slightly. Not far away, the new order members were only visible as shadows. Suddenly, the order leader stopped and said, "Everyone, stay close, be careful, don't scatter. The people we sent here before basically all died in this place." Just then, the system suddenly issued a notification, detected that the default calculation power permission exceeds 5. The outer hall gate has opened. Notification: the 4 must act simultaneously. At that moment, the ground suddenly cracked open and Lu Yi was extremely panicked. The 4 fell into a bottomless pit in confusion. Lu Yi thought in terror, "What's happening?" He feared, "Oh my God, we're not going to die here, are we?" As everyone panicked, the order leader spoke up. "Everyone, judge carefully based on the prompt just now. Falling in here, we might not die, but since it's a collapse zone, we must be cautious about everything." They fell deeper and deeper, and the faint light at the bottom of the pit grew clearer. Suddenly, a strong light separated Lu Yi from the group. As his body was pulled into a strange place, he couldn't help but feel bewildered. Lu Yi thought about the falling process as he descended. In an instant, Lu Yi landed safely. System notification: you have left the origin realm. Your default calculation power permission has been sealed. Welcome to the outer realm. Lu Yi quickly stood up and looked around. Above his head, countless stone rings slowly rotated as if containing some mysterious power. Lu Yi was terrified. The place was splitting apart, with large and small chunks of ground continuously falling downward. Above was Twilight Void City, and below was where Lu Yi stood. He thought, this must be the outer realm of the collapse zone. The system suddenly notified, due to leaving the origin realm's default treasures, your strength is suppressed by the outer realm's power, leaving only 0.1. Detected that you possess the title of High Dimensional Warrior, reducing the suppression effect of the outer realm by 2. Detected that you have 11 of the origin realm's default calculation power permission. Additionally, on the periphery of the origin realm, the suppression effect of the outer realm is reduced by 1.1. Current strength is suppressed to 3.2. Then, it displayed the status of player Knight, level 60, renowned for a powerful attack of 3,456, absolute defense 1402, resistance 404, strength 266, and countless other powerful skills made Lu Yi a formidable player. Then, the system issued numerous different notifications. Affected by the pressure of the outer realm, the duration of all your skills is reduced by 96.9, and the cooldown of all your skills is increased by 96.8. You have left the origin realm. Architecture skills have begun an indefinite cooldown. A level 10 private territory has been generated. Please name the level 10 private territory. The air here seemed to suffocate Lu Yi. He clutched his throat in pain, muttering to himself, "Attributes suppressed, how miserable." Lu Yi immediately looked around warily, thinking frantically, "With my current attributes, how can I find the authority in the collapse zone?" These thoughts filled him with fear. Could even a small monster here attack me? Suddenly, the system notified, "Please name the private territory." Lu Yi asked blankly, "Private territory, is it the ground I'm standing on?" He casually said a name, number 1. The system immediately confirmed, "Private territory has been named number 1. Current level is level 1. Number 1 module has been set. Current calculation power existence count is 1. Module shield has been activated, allocating calculation power. The suppression force from the outer area on you has been reduced by 10. Your current strength is suppressed by 13.2. Instantly, a shield appeared, covering the ground where Lu Yi stood. At the same time, a sapling suddenly sprouted. The system notified again, "Please obtain more calculation power for the module as soon as possible. To reduce the suppression force from the outer area, you have 100 calculation power permission. Setting has completed cooldown." The notifications kept sounding. Using calculation power permission, modify the number 1 rule. Cooldown does not consume calculation power. Difficulty depends on the situation. Lu Yi looked outside in shock. He thought, is the so-called module the shield of the outer area? Then its core, the newly grown sapling, is number 1's Emperor Snail, currently at level 1, with the main function of activating the module shield. Effect 1 reduces the suppression force from the outer area. Effect 2, all creatures entering number 1 have their strength reduced by 50. The module's support is linked to the player's life. If the support is not destroyed, the player does not die. Lu Yi slowly walked toward the seed, muttering, "Is this the little tree? It looks too fragile, only 100 HP, and it's linked to my life. Although I can upgrade calculation power permission through it. Where is the calculation power? How do I get it?" At that moment, an object flew out of Lu Yi's ring. Ming's snake appeared and, to Lu Yi's shock, swallowed the sapling. System notification. The support Emperor Snail of your private territory number 1 has been falsely swallowed by Ming's snake. Emperor Snail and Ming's snake have falsely merged. The support of your private territory number 1 has been changed to Ming snake larva. Lu Yi shouted angrily, "Ming snake, you!" Just then a loud noise came, drawing Lu Yi's attention. A piece of land was violently rushing toward him. Lu Yi was terrified, and suddenly the land kept shaking. In an instant, it exploded, and the force sent Lu Yi flying backward. Lu Yi struggled to prop himself up and said, "That was." The land continued to explode and a green monster appeared, letting out a fierce, huge roar. The rocks nearby exploded from its roar. The system issued a series of notifications. The support of number 1 module is under attack. Lu Yi panicked and covered himself. What monster? But at the same time, calculation power was everywhere. Lu Yi thought blankly, can I get calculation power by breaking this land? The calculation power immediately surged to one side. It all flowed into the monster's body. A huge force erupted. The monster used a piece of land as a fulcrum and leapt up violently. Its power caused the land to shake continuously. Then cracks appeared on that land. The monster pounded its chest fiercely in a show of strength. It immediately jumped up. Lu Yi watched blankly. It's flying, looking so excited. Could the monster's goal be to collect calculation power and then head to the light ball? Suddenly a voice sounded. That was dangerous. Lu Yi looked at Ming Snake and thought, based on the attack just now, if Ming Snake hadn't merged with Emperor Snail with Emperor Snail's 100 HP, this land would have been shattered like the others, right? Lu Yi slowly stood up and said, "Good thing you merged with Emperor Snail just now, or I'd probably be back in the city by now." "Thanks, I almost misunderstood you." Ming Snake remained silent for a while, then said seriously, "Don't thank me too early. Although my strength is also suppressed here, you're already much stronger. And now that I've become the support for your private territory module, aside from having higher HP, I can't exert much strength." Hearing this, Lu Yi was stunned and asked, "You mean I can't rely on your Canadian-style virtual cheat power here?" Ming Snake replied, "Not exactly. As long as you give me enough calculation power, I can still exert 100 of my strength for a short time." Ming Snake struggled to look up and then said, "So the key here is calculation power. Getting it not only allows us to use our full combat power, It looked upward and said, "It also helps us upgrade and go there." Lu Yi asked curiously, "There?" He looked at the faint light above and asked, "Are you saying you want to go to the collapse zone, maybe to that light ball like that monster just now?" Ming Snake replied bluntly, "Exactly." The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Lu Yi stared at that place and muttered to himself, "The goal is there. So could the authority be hidden there?" Lu Yi looked at the floating stones and made up his mind. "So, my goal here is to break other pieces of land to get calculation power." Lu Yi stood there in thought, then upgraded his private territory to let it take him to the light ball. As for the Order Leaders group, they disappeared after entering the collapse zone. Could they have died in that sweep just now? Suddenly, the system issued a series of repeated notifications. "System map has failed, cannot be activated." Group message appeared. Steaming hot, the Order Leader asked, "Where is everyone?" Lu Yi frowned as he stared at the message. Elsewhere, someone was secretly observing Lu Yi's every move. When she saw Lu Yi's figure, Rosia immediately sent a private message to Shield Brave. "Director, guess who I ran into?" Shan Yang replied with a confused question mark. The stubble guy said, "It's night." Shan Yang immediately warned, "Be careful." The stubble guy said, "Don't worry, he's only strong because of his state. I can just—" "What about you?" A window popped up on the screen, steaming hot, asking where everyone was. Ru Lei replied, "I don't know either." Then he sent 2 pictures in the group and asked, "Does this look familiar?" "Are you all nearby?" Wei Shi also replied. "After entering here, it seems like locations are randomly assigned. The big and small things in front of me look like a combination of 3 different areas of the origin realm. In such a vast range, the chance of us meeting is very low, but the authority seems to be hidden at the top inside the light ball. Let's set off together to go there. We'll meet at the end." Seeing this, Steaming Hot agreed, "That's the only way." Lu Yi focused on the group messages, thinking that for now he had to rely on himself and carefully consider every next step. Now he knew the goal was that light ball, and that he could upgrade his territory by collecting calculation power, which would allow him to move forward. After much thought, Lu Yi was still hesitant. "But with my current strength, how can I break these stones to gain full power?" Suddenly remembering the gun in his hand, he calculated, "Why not use a ranged weapon, stand in my private territory and shoot outward?" But how could it be that simple? Lu Yi guessed blankly, it can't be this easy. Based on his judgment, if it really worked, with Ming Snake protecting number 1 and skills like Architecture Solidification, State Blessing and Chip Pride to increase damage, even with his strength suppressed by 11, he could get through this ruined area. Thinking this, Lu Yi stood up with his gun, determined to give it a try. If it worked, he wouldn't need to risk leaving the private territory to get calculation power. That would be much safer. To be safe, he turned and discussed with Ming Snake. "Does the movement of the private territory depend on you?" The other replied, "Yes." After getting the answer, Lu Yi continued, "Teleport me near those undestroyed stones." A huge creature appeared. A level 80 dangerous creature, the Earth Viper. In the vast space, Lu Yi observed the creature from a distance. The module support reminded, "It's the core of the private territory. Defeating it will destroy the private territory." Hearing this, Lu Yi shouted, "Then let's begin. Software start scanning. My architecture skills don't cool down and send blessings." Suddenly, a notification appeared, "Your enhancement has reached the support limit of number 1. Lu Yi was quite surprised, thinking it reached the limit so quickly. The system displayed Lu Yi's attribute values. Attack 846, Defense 683, Resistance 48, Energy 100, Constitution 100, Speed 100, Intelligence and Perception both 100, HP at 6,000. Strength reached a maximum of 700,700. Lu Yi was a bit dissatisfied. All attributes were only 100 points. But it should be enough. The Emperor Snail in the opponent's private territory was just a small sapling. My attack power should be enough to destroy it. Lu Yi raised his gun, assuming a ready position. He thought further. Among all attributes, it seems only the weight attribute's proportion isn't suppressed by the outer area. The higher the proportion, the stronger the fight against opponents of the same level. The first shot fired, piercing 2 towering peaks. Hearing the gunshot, the Earth Viper woke up and roared. The target was aimed at the piece of land where the Earth Viper was, but it was an eerie calm before the storm. That land floated peacefully in the endless space, then bang! Earth and stones flew. System notification. You have destroyed the support creature of the private territory named Earth Viper 446. The private territory has been destroyed. Earth Viper 446 has died. The monster Dark Owl's attention toward you has increased by 1. Dark Owl's hatred toward you has also increased by 1. Lu Yi cheered happily. "It really worked quick, Ming Snake. Let's go collect the calculation power." Ming Snake replied, "Okay." The calculation power obtained was 7. Suddenly Ming Snake sensed something unusual and reported to Lu Yi, "No, can't teleport over. There's a force here, possibly used to suppress calculation power." That thing not only suppresses calculation power but might also prevent private territory teleportation from entering. Lu Yi shouted blankly. After careful thought he accepted the fact. So I have to leave this private territory to seize calculation power. Then, looking at the obstacles he had to cross to get those 7 calculation points, he analyzed, under the outer area's suppression, if I leave number 1, the blessing time only lasts 3 seconds. After one blessing reset, another blessing can extend it to about 9 seconds. Luckily, I have the 100 calculation power permission for number 1 module. Here I can only architect one rule, but after the architecture ends, the cooldown ends immediately. This means no matter how bad my state is, as long as I return here, I can recover. Lu Yi stood nervously beside Ming Snake and began to act, lightly jumping over the stones. Notification showed, since you have left the protection of number 1 module, your current strength is suppressed by 3.2, and your architecture skills have begun an indefinite cooldown. Lu Yi pondered. Entering the outer area was from below, so to leave, do I just jump down? Lu Yi continued jumping, suddenly thinking, also, what about the dark owl from the Earth Viper 446 I just killed? Is it the lord of this area? Could it be a monster of the same level as that gorilla? I need to be careful. Lu Yi succeeded. Notification showed, collected 7 calculation power points. Calculation power is the root of all things. Consuming calculation power can create anything. Architecture skills have completed cooldown. Lu Yi was surprised by the information and asked doubtfully, architecture can be used? As long as there's calculation power, can I use architecture anywhere? The system provided more information. The power value will disappear after 60 minutes. Please use it as soon as possible or transfer it to a model support within your private area. Lu Yi immediately continued moving, leaping over rocks. The bulletin board displayed again that the power value had been successfully transferred to the model support. The upgrade direction for the private area has been activated. For Unit 1, the power value obtained was 8, so 8 points remain. There are 2 requirements. First, to raise the juvenile form of the Nether Serpent to its current level 1, increasing the model's resistance to external area suppression requires 10 points. Second, to upgrade Unit 1's grade. The current grade is first grade, with 2 categories. The first category allows Unit 1 to transfer from the first layer of the external area to the second layer. The second category can enhance the power of creatures within Unit 1. The required total power value is 1000, and the juvenile Nether Serpent needs to reach level 10. After carefully reviewing the parameters, Lu Yi felt confident, and the upgrade direction was clear. He shouted excitedly, next is to collect power values, then upgrade the Nether Serpent and Unit 1. Keep it up. The system continuously reported that Earthmound 556 had died. His attention toward you increased by 1. His hatred toward you increased by 1. The same for Earthmounds 213 and 175. In summary, his attention toward you increased by 51, and his hatred toward you increased by 51. On another piece of land, an ancient towering tree engraved with the marks of time stood tall, surrounded by flickering specks of light dancing through the space. A strange footprint appeared, which belonged to the level 90 boss-level disaster monster, Demon Tide, with a robust physique. Report, Earthmound 765, 278, and 498 have died. Demon Tide's attention toward you increased by 1. Demon Tide's hatred toward you increased by 1. Demon Tide's attention toward you increased by 70. Demon Tide's hatred toward you increased by 70. Lu Yi observed the power values he had just collected, pondering that the only monster in this area was called Earthmound. Moreover, each time one was killed, a creature of unknown level named Demon Tide increased its attention and hatred toward him. He didn't know how many Earthmounds he would need to kill for it to appear. Standing in the vast, boundless space, he was certain of one fact. He couldn't leave here anytime soon. He clenched his fists and resolved that he must start thinking about how to deal with it. The system panel showed that consuming 10 power points, the juvenile Nether Serpent rose to level 2, while the model's resistance to external area suppression increased by 1. Continuing this way, the power value was gradually consumed more, helping the juvenile Nether Serpent level up. It reached level 6. Finally, a report stated that Unit 1's resistance to external area suppression had decreased by 15. The accumulated power value reached 180, leaving 30 after consumption. Suddenly, a message from Wei Shi arrived, sharing some intelligence with everyone. After 2 private areas collide, the models temporarily merge. The fusion period will end, but the resistance to external area suppression will be stronger. The specifics depend on the degree of reinforcement of both sides' model supports. In the external area, Lu Yi spoke, "Can we have an honest conversation?" The Nether Serpent doubted his words. Lu Yi sat down facing the nether serpent and continued, I'll take you out of the secret realm. Once we're out, you say you want to go back in. And once inside, you say you want to go to the light orb. Why are you so eager to leave? He asked in confusion. What is your real purpose? The nether serpent remained silent, and Lu Yi really wanted to get to the bottom of things. After a moment of thought, the nether serpent also spoke. All right, my purpose is to lure you here and guide you to the data processing center, which is the light orb above us. The data processing center. A huge question mark appeared in Lu Yi's mind. He looked up at the coded data orb. Did he recall something? Could this be the authority the order leader mentioned? Lu Yi had another question. How do you know all this? Weren't you always staying in the secret realm? The nether serpent didn't want to answer this question. He changed the subject. You don't have to believe my words, but I know your goal is also there. I will do my best to help you reach the data processing center. Lu Yi still had many concerns, and suddenly he asked, Do you know about the real world? The nether serpent countered. What did you say? Seeing the other didn't understand, he repeated with some irritation. I mean, do you know this is a game world? The nether serpent still didn't grasp his meaning. Self-directed performance? Why no sound? What's wrong? Seeing this, he suddenly understood. Can't hear it. Did the origin realm automatically hide this kind of conversation? Lu Yi waved his hand. Nothing. You said you'd help me fully, he was about to ask. Suddenly a strange signal came through. Lu Yi was startled. He quickly jumped up and shouted to the nether serpent. A high-level creature is coming, and it's heading our way. It's Demon Tide. A hint of worry crossed his face as he spoke. Along the way, we killed the leader of the Earthmound monsters for power values. I was wondering how many more we'd need to kill for it to come. I didn't expect it to come directly. The nether serpent also sensed it and asked, Have you figured out a way to deal with it? Lu Yi replied, The important issue now is that we don't know its strength. Can I really trust you? Lu Yi pondered whether to be straightforward. He said frankly, To be honest, although you've been helping me, after some things that happened, the nether serpent listened in silence. A disappointed voice sounded, I have a feeling in my heart that you're not trustworthy. You're hiding something, even though your explanation just now was reasonable. Reasonable doesn't mean credible. I can also deceive people with logical words, although it's not credible. Lu Yi had no better choice. He shared his thoughts, but now there was no other way. Facing this boss-level monster, if I want to win, I can only trust you. He retorted, I can trust you, right? Before the nether serpent could answer, a report suddenly came. Unit 1 and the garden are colliding, and the models are merging. The area where Lu Yi stood shook violently, and a figure appeared beside a large tree in the distance. This was the monster Lu Yi was about to face. The system reported that Unit 1 and the garden had completed fusion, reducing external area suppression by 35. Lu Yi looked up and observed his face full of worry. The nether serpent standing nearby began to shed its skin. It grew enormous. Lu Yi was also startled by the sight. The monster didn't expect the nether serpent's transformation. The nether serpent faced the monster directly, and then said to Lu Yi, With my current strength and health, your plan should be to have me block it. Then you find a chance to enter its private area and destroy its imperial nest, right? And what you're worried about is probably that I can't hold it off and will abandon you and run away first, right? On the monster's side, it didn't understand what the two were talking about for so long, gritting its teeth in impatience, and then the monster let out a sharp screech. The nether serpent didn't care, and calmly continued, Rest assured, from the moment I chose to become the support for your private area model, I've decided to stand with you. You have to trust me. Hearing this, Lu Yi didn't reply, his face showing tension, not fully believing the words just spoken. As soon as the words fell, an explosion sounded. Lu Yi quickly jumped to the adjacent land, gripping the rock wall tightly with both hands, and said to the nether serpent, Then it's all up to you. Lu Yi struggled to hold on. A report arrived. Unit 1's support, the juvenile nether serpent was attacked, health decreased by 7,340. Lu Yi carefully climbed over rock after rock, and the system continued to display. Report, nether serpent attacked, health continuously dropping, decreased by 4,720, then 4,940. Lu Yi leapt brightly over the rocks. Receiving the reports, he also grasped the situation. He had to find the imperial nest as quickly as possible before the nether serpent's health ran out, and then destroy it. Lu Yi calculated in his mind, checked the nether serpent's current health, 7,313,400.677,305,000. Lu Yi thought of the worst-case scenario. If it didn't work, the only way back would be to retreat into the ruins area, his mind heavy with thoughts. He still bravely overcame all challenges, clinging to and conquering the treacherous rocks. The report showed that after the nether serpent was attacked, its health continued to drop. Lu Yi's hand finally touched the ground. He pushed hard with his hands to pull his entire body up. worrying that the nether serpent's health was dropping too fast. Just now an explosion had occurred, sending dirt and rocks flying with white mist filling the air. He was now fully on the ground, determined. He had to hurry. The place where he landed was a vast barren land with only a single enormous ancient tree. Around its crown specks of light floated, creating an incredibly beautiful scene. Lu Yi was also startled by the sight of the tree. Is this it? This big? He surveyed the terrain around him, standing under the tree like a tiny figure. After exploring some areas he found not even a single guard in ambush. Lu Yi pondered, this place is indeed strange. Looking up at the huge ancient tree he thought to himself, how dare it leave the imperial nest unguarded and come out to fight itself? Lu Yi decided to directly touch the tree trunk with his hand. The system immediately displayed the Imperial Nest's information, also known as the Garden, level 30, health 46,500 46,500. Note, this Imperial Nest is blessed by the Flower Goddess and is linked to Demon Tide's life. Until Demon Tide dies, the Garden Imperial Nest cannot be destroyed. Lu Yi was surprised by the information he heard. Cannot be destroyed? No wonder Demon Tide personally invaded. So how do we fight it? He pondered for an answer. The system continued to warn that the nether serpent's health was dropping sharply, reporting that Unit 1's model support, the juvenile nether serpent, was attacked. Health decreased by 6,540, then by 6,720. Lu Yi's face was full of worry. He picked up his weapon and started to act. Lu Yi forcefully slashed at the hard tree trunk with his blade. Report. The garden is immune to your damage. Lu Yi raised his hand holding the gun high. He aimed at the trunk and fired. The system only displayed the report again. The garden is immune to your damage. Seeing this, Lu Yi stood still, somewhat powerless. It really couldn't be destroyed. But how could he give up so easily? Lu Yi continued to move around and assess the situation, many thoughts running through his mind. Could it be that this is just a shell and the real Imperial Nest is hidden inside, but from the outside there's no entrance to go inside? Even if this tree is fake, without destroying it, the Demon Tide's Imperial Nest can never be dealt with. Now his mind was in a mess, and he raised his hand to rub his head vigorously. He thought irritably, this headache is killing me. If only I had a dispersion skill. Suddenly a figure appeared opposite Lu Yi, watching his actions. His expression was truly dangerous. On Lu Yi's side he still hadn't noticed anyone there. He was looking at the land opposite, where the nether serpent was fiercely battling Demon Tide. The nether serpent's health was still dropping, and finally, Lu Yi made a decision. It seemed he had to face it head-on. He walked with a proud stride, countless thoughts urging him on. He couldn't hesitate any longer. If this was the only path at the moment, all I can do is walk this path. Even if I ultimately fail, I won't regret anything anymore. His thoughts were chaotic, and there was a hint of fear in his steps. Easy to say, but facing Demon Tide head-on, I'm afraid I'd die in one move. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice sounded. What? Thinking of giving up, Lu Yi was startled and shouted, Who? The speaker walked lightly on his feet. It was the blonde man standing behind the tree. The two stood quietly, sizing each other up. Lu Yi recognized the other as Old Hu from the shelter. He also knew a bit about him. Is that the guy with the dispersion skill? Can his dispersion skill destroy this Imperial Nest tree? He worried. The nether serpent's health was getting lower and lower. He didn't know how much longer it could hold on, but the more critical the moment, the more he couldn't rush. If his dispersion skill could really destroy this Imperial Nest, I must make good use of him. After careful thought he spoke to Old Hu. If you've been hiding there, you should have seen clearly. Lu Yi crossed his arms, smiled, and continued. I was about to go deal with the boss monster here. Your best choice right now would probably be to reap the benefits, right? But you came out. He frankly called him out, thinking about our understanding of each other and our current situation. Isn't it because your dispersion skill attributes don't meet the standard, and you want to cooperate with me? And you stopped me, not just because you're afraid I can't handle Demon Tide, but also because you're afraid that without my help you can't destroy this tree's protective shell, and turning back would mean you can't deal with Demon Tide either. Old Hu frowned silently without answering. Seeing this, Lu Yi decided to strike first and directly state his intention. If that's the case, I'll agree to your request, boost your attributes, and let you destroy this tree's protective shell. He judged inwardly. His reaction showed he guessed right. Old Hu didn't expect him to read his mind and felt a bit flustered. Although he guessed correctly, agreeing so readily, wasn't he afraid he might turn against him? He was quite awkward in judging Lu Yi's intentions. His thoughts were chaotic. He must have a trump card. A trump card? HMPH, it must be stronger than anyone else's. Finally, Old Hu laid his cards on the table with Lu Yi. You're right, so I won't say much more. Let's begin. Lu Yi smiled, very satisfied, and replied, Good. Meanwhile, the system was still reporting the nether serpent's health dropping sharply. Lu Yi comforted himself inwardly. Can't rush, can't rush. The more critical the moment, the calmer I need to be. He walked toward old who nodded casually, but old who felt suspicious inside. He agreed too readily. Could it be a trick? I can't let him get too close. When Lu Yi approached, he immediately shouted, "Stop. Your weapon is a blade, right? Its attack range is about 3 meters? Okay, stop right there." Lu Yi raised his hand and said calmly, "Here, a player's attributes can only reach a maximum of 100. I'll max you out." Old Hu agreed. "Add as much as you can," he replied. Old Hu felt his power growing and sighed inwardly. "This feeling is amazing." Getting greedy, he urged Lu Yi to speed up. "Can you speed it up? This blessing only lasts about 30 seconds. Old Hu showed a sinister smile, thinking he had gotten a bargain. "This fool is casually strengthening me. Well, he's young and doesn't understand the evil of human nature. Since that's the case, I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget." He looked at the huge ancient tree and said to himself, "Now let's deal with you first." Old Hu began to channel his power. The system received the signal and reported, "Processing intelligence attribute insufficient, dispersion failed. All attributes have reached the cap. Dispersion level increased by 1. Dispersion in progress. Finally, dispersion successful." Report again. "The flower goddess's blessing has been dispersed." Instantly, a honeycomb-like green grid seemed to cover the tree trunk. Then the grid shattered into countless small pieces and scattered. Seeing this, Lu Yi's face lit up with joy. He cheered inwardly. "Success!" From the nether serpent's side came a sharp screech from an unknown source. The battle with Zhao Jie remained fierce, showing no signs of ending. Lu Yi was startled by the sound. It was Zhao Ji's provocative roar. Lu Yi couldn't delay any longer. He had to deal with Zhao Ji's Emperor Conk quickly. Ming Snake was barely holding on. What was Fox Scum up to in the shadows? He had planned to take advantage of Lu Yi's distraction and strike him with a blade. "Where are you looking, little buddy? Getting distracted can get you killed." But unexpectedly, Lu Yi agilely counterattacked, suddenly rearming his bamboo blessing. Fox Scum panicked, realizing he had only struck an afterimage. Even though he had boosted all his stats to the limit, how could Lu Yi be so fast? Since Fox Scum had made his move, Lu Yi had no choice but to pick up his sword and prepare for battle. He smiled and warned, "You're too impatient." Fox Scum's eyes were fierce. He had already figured something out. "So this is your trump card. Your stat ratio is at least a bit higher than mine, and since I just used Pojun, I can't use it again for a while." The two continued their unfinished fight. Lu Yi charged forward and shouted excitedly, "So just surrender already." Fox Scum responded with equal fervor, "You have a trump card, but do you think I don't?" With that, he smiled mysteriously and yelled loudly, "Chi Seal." This prevented the target from using any type of weapon for 1 minute. He swung his sword at the opponent but missed, cutting only air. The system then prompted that the number of weapon types temporarily unavailable to him was 7, and all types of blades were invalid. Lu Yi stood still, watching his sword disappear, silently wondering why the opponent had banned him from using blades. Seeing him unarmed, Fox Scum quickly grabbed a long blade and charged. "Did you think I needed Pojun to deal with you? This is my real trump card. Only after a temporary ban can you use a suitable weapon. Let's see what you'll use to activate your power skills. Without power skills, you're just like any other ordinary player." Lu Yi listened without fear, merely chuckling in response. "Ah, so this is your trump card?" He moved swiftly, dodging Fox Scum's blade. From behind, he aimed a gun at the opponent's head and said calmly, "If I were an ordinary player with power skills, I'd indeed be helpless against your ability." Fox Scum glanced back in panic, forcing calmness as he said, "Stop bluffing. You think a short gun can deal with me?" The dark muzzle was aimed at him. Lu Yi replied, "But unfortunately, I'm not the type to stand by and watch someone die." Shanzi was still stubborn. "Catch me first." Lu Yi pulled the trigger and the bullet shot toward Fox Scum, whose health instantly dropped to 0. Feeling his strength fade, Fox Scum could only show a panicked expression, sweating profusely as his body gradually disappeared. Lu Yi explained, "And with your speed, even if your weapon is banned, you can't hit me. It took some time to kill you, and I don't know where you got your confidence." The system displayed, "You have killed player Fox Scum." Checking Fox Scum, obtained 5 authority. The computing power of the meta boundary has been deducted, and the final computing power authority of the meta boundary has increased by 16. Lu Yi thought anxiously, no more waiting. He had to deal with Zhao Ji's Emperor Conk quickly, or Ming Snake would be finished. The battle on Ming Snake's side was exceptionally intense. Ming Snake used all his strength to hold off Zhao Jie, silently complaining, "Too slow. If I hold on any longer, I won't last." The system notified, "Lin Emperor Conk has been destroyed. You have obtained 1567 computing power. Please use it or store it in a meta support as soon as possible." The battle ended, and Ming Snake collapsed in an open area. His face had multiple scrapes. Lu Yi approached and sat down, saying to Ming Snake, "You've worked hard holding out for so long." Ming Snake relaxed to rest and replied tiredly, "It's nothing, we help each other." He then asked, "This time we got over 1500 computing power in total. How do you plan to use it?" Lu Yi immediately answered, "First, level you up to 10, then upgrade this area. No rush, let's first deal with the Earth travelers in this area, gather more computing power, and then head to the first layer of the outer area." Hearing this, Ming Snake warned, "That's safe, but it takes too much time." One thing had been puzzling Lu Yi. "If we upgrade this land, will it directly elevate us to the light orb?" Ming Snake explained, "Don't get your hopes up. Look from here at the light orb. These fragmented lands are divided into 5 layers. One upgrade can only climb 1 layer at most." Lu Yi understood. That meant 4 upgrades were needed. He suddenly remembered something, turned to Ming Snake and said mysteriously, "But you can fly, right? Just fly me up." Ming Snake refused without a second thought. "Dream on. There's a barrier and I have to stay in this small form to fly." Lu Yi laughed, worried Ming Snake was tired and reminded him to rest. "Take a break, then we'll start collecting computing power here." On the other side, Fox Scum was on a fragmented piece of land, shouting in panic that he wasn't dead. He checked his data. Computing power was 52, reduced by 60. Could it be that having computing power allows one to avoid death and revive in their private area? Fox Scum realized something was the 60 because his level was 60. What was the limit of this consumption ratio? If he died again, could he still revive? Setting that aside, he had to report this to Chu Chang. In the group chat, he messaged Chu Chang, "I died. But don't worry, I've revived in my private area, though 60 of my computing power was deducted." Dun Yang, the shelter leader, asked for details. Fox Scum recounted, "I met Yi, I fought him." Dun Yang messaged that he had warned him to be careful. Fox Scum immediately defended himself. "I was very careful, but that Yi is too strong," Chu Chang said to him. "Tell me the details of your fight with Yi. It'll help us understand him better." Fox Scum repeated, "It was like this. Wait, I'm about to cry." Chu Chang's badge skill that prevents targets from using weapons was taken by Yi. Lu Yi began leveling up Ming Snake. The system prompted again. A total of 300 computing power consumed to raise Ming Snake to level 10. The resistance to external area pressure also significantly increased by 4. Ming Snake's juvenile form evolved into an adult Ming Snake. Summary of level 10 Ming Snake's body data. External area pressure reduced by 20, obtained 1747 computing power, remaining 1297 computing power. After the upgrade, Lin Nick also started collecting computing power, accumulating 2000 points. The system prompted, "The maximum computing power obtainable on the first layer has been reached. Please upgrade your private area and proceed to the second layer of the outer area." Lu Yi observed the amount of computing power he had obtained and wondered, "There's a cap here." That meant he had to upgrade number 1 first and head to the first layer of the outer area. He looked up thoughtfully, then suddenly jumped to Ming Snake's area and decided, "In that case, let's go." The system displayed consumed 1000 computing power to upgrade number 1 to level 2. It has been raised to the limit of celestial resistance. The meta's strength has increased and external area pressure has been reduced by 5. Ming Snake's level cap raised to 20. Number 1's construction function has been activated. Current computing power, 50020, accumulated 2000. Note, number 1 has entered the second layer of the outer area. Members associated with number 1, please return to number 1 for teleportation or your association with number 1 will be cancelled. The surrounding world shook violently. The prompt repeated, "Number 1 needs 2000 computing power to upgrade to level 3. Lu Yi calculated in his mind, each level for Ming Snake required an additional 10 computing power, while upgrading number 1 required double. That meant the total computing power needed would be tens of thousands. If it was like the first layer of the outer area, destroying a private area only gave a few computing points. The computing power gap was huge. He wondered if the second layer of the outer area had a faster way to obtain computing power. On the second layer of the outer area, the atmosphere was quite gloomy, filled with smoke. 2 Earth travelers were guarding this area tightly. This area was adjacent to where Lu Yi and Ming Snake were. A prompt came, "You have arrived at the second layer of the outer area. This is the Qin Yuan region. The Qin Yuan King's hatred value toward you is 100. When you enter the Qin Yuan King's hatred range, you will become its primary target." Lu Yi gasped, thinking, "How is it already 100 with so little? Was this boss a subordinate of the flower goddess? It looked tough." He also thought to himself, "I need to change maps. Facing a boss monster is too dangerous." Suddenly, a ferocious face appeared. Lu Yi looked around in terror. The creature opened its massive mouth as if to swallow the entire Qin Yuan region. Its terrifying maw filled with sharp teeth. Its form was extremely bizarre, with a head like an octopus, many tentacles and a tail like a fish. Lu Yi shouted in fear, "What is that creature?" Ming Snake seemed to recognize it and spoke. "Gui Shu, a creature that specifically devours private areas with insufficient meta strength, active outside the meta." Lu Yi had never heard of such a thing. specifically devouring private areas. He examined the terrifying creature. Misfortunes never come singly, he saw even more. He thought to himself, are all those things moving at high speed in the smoke part of it? There must be over 10 of them, right? Wouldn't we be attacked as soon as we go out? Lu Yi fell silent. He felt a bit helpless. Why had the difficulty on the second layer of the outer area increased so much? He looked around at the land he stood on, finding it strange too. A piece of land without any meta support. Had it all been eaten by Gui Shu? The situation didn't seem to match Lu Yi's expectations. He had thought the second layer would make it easier to get computing power. Who knew it would be this hard? He wondered if it was just this area or the entire second layer. The sky was overcast, eerily silent. The scene shifted to a yuan gathering area. A region stacked with layers of earth and stone, dense trees. What was different about this place? The land Lu Yi stood on was much smaller than before. He assessed that no matter how he moved, he couldn't open up this area. Moreover, this place had only one spot with a meta support. He guessed this might be the Qin Yuan King's territory. Then he turned to Ming Snake and said, "This territory looks like it's pieced together from many different-sized lands." He asked if Ming Snake knew about this, but Ming Snake was gone. He wondered why he couldn't see him. Then suddenly, Ming Snake's voice rang out, "Someone's coming." Lu Yi immediately went on alert. It was a person. He wore yellow clothes, his legs carefully wrapped in armor. He was 100 Hand Lock from the Back Garden Guild, level 60. Lu Yi glanced at him without rushing to speak. The two stood on different areas. 100 Hand Lock spoke first. "Looks like you're having trouble here too. Let's cooperate. It seems only by dealing with this land can we leave here." 100 Hand Lock urged earnestly. He raised his sharp eyebrows, his face extremely handsome and dashing. Fox Scum's chat group stirred, and Dunyang notified, "The person I sent is dead." "Killed by Yi," Shang Yun replied. "In such a large private area on the first layer, it's fate that they ran into each other." Yuan Ding reminded the whole team, saying in detail, "So far, we know Yi's ability is only boosting all stats. Is there any more detailed info?" Danyang said Yi's power seemed unrestricted by weapons. Shang Yun messaged, "Impossible. How can that be?" Yuan Ding messaged, "I suggest that next time any of us encounters Yi, we must immediately notify everyone. Everyone live streams the whole process to better understand his abilities." Yuan Ding messaged, "If he isn't dealt with, we can't surpass the new order." Shang Yun and Dunyang agreed with Yuan Ding. 100 Hand Lock reported in the group chat, "Dean, I've encountered Yi." Yuan Ding reminded him to start a live stream. 100 Hand Lock complied and started streaming. Yuan Ding, Dunyang, Shang Yun, Liang Jingjing and Fox Scum all joined to watch the live stream. A shout rang out, "Imprison!" 100 Hand Lock was too startled to react as a bullet shot straight toward his head. The prompt showed, "You have killed player 100 Hand Lock." Checking 100 Hand Lock, 5 meta boundary computing power authority has been deducted. The one who shot and killed 100 Hand Lock was none other than Lu Yi. He said calmly, "Sorry, but since I've already identified you as enemies in this matter, I have no interest in cooperating with you here." 100 Hand Lock's body was shot in the head, and Lu Yi saw a large orb rise up. It was a treasure orb. He calculated that 100 Hand Lock's private land still had a meta-protective layer. If he jumped there to grab the orb, it probably wouldn't attract the attention of those Gui Shu. He got into a ready position. Before jumping, Lu Yi thought carefully, then destroyed his Emperor Conch. He would grab the computing power and come back immediately. He wondered how much computing power he could get. If it was a lot. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the treasure orb. Lu Yi's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected 100 Hand Lock, who had been shot in the head and lay on the ground, to stand up as if nothing had happened. Ranged shooting skill pistol. "So your suitable weapon is a pistol? That's too broken." Lu Yi was still surprised, thinking to himself, "Not dead? No, even the meta system said he was dead," and the treasure orb dropped. Countless questions flooded his mind. He revived, and without any penalty. What's going on? Does dying in this fragmented area allow revival in one's private land? Lu Yi didn't answer, but turned to Ming Snake and said, "I need an explanation." Ming Snake replied, "After dying in an area belonging to the outer boundary, you revive in your private land. Each revival deducts 1 to 100 of computing power based on level. But the minimum deduction cap is over 100 computing power." Lu Yi was very dissatisfied and scolded. "Why did you only tell me this now?" Ming Snake defended. "I never had the chance. The computing power you've stored with me far exceeds 100, and besides, you've never died." Lu Yi let it go and said, "Let's set that aside. We'll talk after we deal with him." He equipped the pendulum. Lu Yi aimed his gun at 100 Hand Lock and shouted, "Now I have to destroy his Emperor Conch first. I don't believe you can survive that." 100 Hand Lock was also unafraid. A layer of shield appeared, surrounding the area he stood on for protection. As he transformed, 100 Hand Lock said, "Since you've chosen not to cooperate with me, we'll have to fight. but fighting you here clearly puts me at a disadvantage." He completely disappeared, leaving a message. "In that case, I'll see you at the Qin Yuan gathering place." Lu Yi lowered his gun, realizing he had used a structure to hide his private land. He pondered. Ming Snake cautioned, "Without a scattered area in hand, our plan to deal with Zhao Zhe won't go smoothly, and will inevitably run into the Qin Yuan king. In this situation, was it unwise to refuse cooperation?" Lu Yi silently observed the Qin Yuan king's territory and voiced his doubts to Ming Snake. "The purpose of this cooperation is to achieve 1 + 1 greater than 2. That's precisely why I can't agree to it." Ming Snake didn't argue but calmly asked, "So have you already figured out a way to deal with him and the Qin Yuan king?" Lu Yi replied, "We have very little intel right now, so we'll have to adapt on the fly. Take me to the Qin Yuan settlement first. I'll scout around the outskirts. If there's danger, I'll jump out immediately. Make sure to catch me." With that, he leapt out. Bai Shoushou seemed quite irritated by Lu Yi's fearless display. He messaged his superior, "Dean, I can't swallow this. Can I just take him out?" The dean asked back. "Are you sure you can?" He replied, "Since cooperation is off the table, I'll give it my best shot." Inside the Qin Yuan settlement, this was the domain of the Qin Yuan king, a level 90 Calamity level monster leader. He rested his chin on his hand as if waiting for something. The Qin Yuan territory was towering and majestic, shrouded in mist. The land was also home to many other bizarre creatures, each a formidable force. 2 were level 70 white speed Qin Yuan, and 2 were level 80 black speed Qin Yuan, classified as dangerous level beings. A white spawn suddenly screeched, only to be struck by a palm, its limbs exploding. An eerie atmosphere hung in the air. That white spawn had just been dealt with by a black speed, adding 15 points to its combat power. After gaining the combat power, it immediately flew into a cave, clutching its newly acquired loot. Lu Yi had observed everything. He hadn't expected the Qin Yuan to be a social species. This was getting dangerous. With his current stats, taking down one was manageable. But if there were more, fleeing would be the best option. A notification informed him that he had entered the private territory of the Qin Yuan settlement on the outer border. Suppression force reduced by 40. The territory was recalculating his suppression force, including 50 of his own. His current strength was suppressed to 23.6, skill cooldowns increased by 76.4, and skill durations reduced by 76.4. Lu Yi's current stats: HP 4489, 4489, proficiency 2888, 2888. Notification: You have arrived at the Qin Yuan settlement. The Qin Yuan king is beginning to notice you. Lu Yi started to feel uneasy, and from a moment ago he had heard the fluttering of wings growing louder from the Qin Yuan cave. He feared something was wrong. Just then the system issued continuous warnings. While in the Qin Yuan settlement, the Qin Yuan king's attention toward you increases by 1 point every 30 seconds. Warning 3 times reached. Lu Yi looked around warily. Hearing an unusual sound, was it the Qin Yuan king's voice? The sound grew louder. In the direction of the cliff where Lu Yi stood, smoke billowed and Bai Shoushou appeared. Lu Yi was shocked, unable to believe he was here. He flickered in and out of sight. Lu Yi thought too fast. Bai Shoushou closed in. But Lu Yi calmly dodged, still thinking simply. But no matter how high his stats were, they couldn't surpass my enhanced attributes. Lu Yi countered, "Your blessing attribute has been boosted by 500 points using an extra sinew displacement." Suddenly an urgent notification: you have been affected by a displacement skill. The Qin Yuan hatred numbers 345, 398, and 428 from target Bai Shoushou have all been transferred to you. Lu Yi panicked as a swarm of black bones flew toward the two from afar. They were still locked in fierce combat when another notification said your blessing attribute had been stolen by Bai Shoushou. Lu Yi stumbled. Bai Shoushou stole it and ran off, smugly thinking, "This full-body attribute enhancement feels amazing." He seemed delighted, muttering to himself, "But no matter how good it feels, it can't beat directly killing him with the unlimited structural bonus in a private territory. This territory also gathers 1/5 of the Qin Yuan. I don't believe you'll survive." A swarm of black speeds howled as they flew toward Lu Yi. His current stats: HP 4489, 4489, stamina 1888, 188. Lu Yi was in a panic, with no solution in sight, while Bai Shoushou safely stayed within his own protective barrier. Lu Yi desperately fled from the black spawn group, frantically resetting the solidification state as he ran. Summoning Blessing, all attributes 500, Lu Yi created a barrier with his hands in front of him. He calculated in his mind, "I need to get back to number 1, but first I have to deal with him." The him he referred to was Bai Shoushou. He aimed his gun at the opponent. Suddenly, the system notified that the solidification state had ended, transitioning to a displacement state. An iron cage surrounded Lu Yi, blocking his forward path. A notification said the designated state had been reached, displacement weakened. The one who created the iron cage to trap him was Bai Shoushou, grinning maliciously. He had also done more to undermine Lu Yi's power. Notification: you have been weakened by Bai Shoushou's skill. Your speed is reduced by 50. Attack and defense reduced by 50. Duration 2.5 seconds. Attacks came from all directions. It wasn't just Bai Shoushou. You are also under attack from the Qinyuan. Your confinement has been lifted. Solidification state ended. You have been attacked by the Qinyuan. HP reduced by 30, then by 49. Seeing Lu Yi struggling, Bai Shoushou gleefully pursued, taunting him. Want to kill me? Go to hell. Lu Yi pondered and calculated. The blessing had 5 seconds left. If his calculations were correct, the blessing Bai Shoushou stole from him would end 2 seconds earlier than his own. At the moment the blessing ended, he unleashed a confinement skill on Bai Shoushou. The opponent hadn't expected to be attacked so early, and shouted in defiance, "And how many times can he attack?" Lu Yi calmly aimed his gun at the opponent again, shaking his head as he decided. 3 injured. Lu Yi showed no fear, even though he was surrounded on all sides, preparing to fight against white spawns, black spawns, and the confined Bai Shoushou. But Bai Shoushou seemed unwilling to admit defeat, arrogantly yelling, "Wait to die." He's activating a refraction halo, locking onto the target. Notification: Blessing 1 enhancement has ended. Blessing 2 has 2 seconds left. Tip: Condense barrier and stamina. Deduct 3000 stamina from the target. Lu Yi spread his palm to turn the tide. His face showed obvious tension, but the notification still brought bad news. Your stamina has been deducted by 3000 points. Your stamina increase did not cause the refraction halo to close. Bai Shoushou remained confined. Then the confinement circle shattered. He also fell heavily to the ground. Notification: You have killed player Bai Shoushou. He fell backward, collapsing on the ground. Lu Yi immediately lunged forward, snatched the gem quickly, and ran off, shouting gear giveaway as he went. He jumped back to his own area, yelling prawn. Lu Yi leapt with all his might and landed successfully. A swarm of black spawns followed behind him, but once he jumped out of the Qinyuan territory, they all stopped in unison. Lu Yi wondered, not chasing anymore. He suddenly sensed something was wrong. An unusual sound came, and Lu Yi drew his sword, ready to enter a combat stance. Finally, the Qinyuan king appeared, standing imposingly before him. Lu Yi hadn't expected this to be the Qinyuan king. He was enormous. Standing beside him, Lu Yi was as small as a grain of sand. Countless questions flooded his mind. Why couldn't they charge out like the other Qinyuan? Was it because the range was limited to the settlement territory? The Qinyuan king only paused for a moment before mysteriously turning around. But Lu Yi wasn't about to let it go. He raised his gun high, a fighting spirit surging within him. Trying to leave? Did you ask me? He began unleashing skills. My skill: cooldown acceleration, solidification state, blessing all attribute enhancement, and confinement iron cage, instantly surrounding the Qinyuan king. Lu Yi secretly rejoiced. When he returned to number 1, the Qinyuan king appeared within his attack range. Could the confinement trap the Qinyuan king? Even if only for a second, it would prove his victory. Under confinement, it couldn't cool down or strengthen, and would only be slowly worn down by him. He couldn't delay any longer. He immediately fired a bullet at the Qinyuan king. Lu Yi shot at the Qinyuan king's face, but the opponent dodged swiftly. The system suddenly notified that the rules of the Qinyuan settlement had been modified, making the confinement skill ineffective. Lu Yi was shocked upon hearing this. He suddenly realized it was the Qinyuan king's structural addition. The two stood in different areas. On Lu Yi's side, it was just him alone. On the Qinyuan king's side, many black spawns followed to protect him. It seemed to start moving, spreading its massive wings on its shoulders, then suddenly flew off, disappearing from sight. Lu Yi pondered, then it dawned on him. Structural addition also meant that as long as one was the owner of a private territory, whether monster or player, they possessed structural addition. A notification said he had left the Qinyuan settlement. The Qinyuan king's attention toward him decreased. He crouched down, arms wrapped around his knees, his expression serious, his thoughts quite chaotic. With defensive awareness and structural addition, the owner of a private territory was too hard to kill. Lu Yi was thinking about something. He looked down at his hands, coming up with an idea. Unless someone could make their private territory collide and merge with the Qinyuan settlement, nullifying the Qinyuan king's structural addition, or bring combat power into the Qinyuan settlement, using structural addition to control structural addition. So Lu Yi decided he had to find someone to cooperate with. The surrounding space was eerily silent, filled with mist. In another area, Bai Shoushou revived again. He seemed furious, roaring, "Blown up!" This was the second time. Since he was still streaming, Yuan Ding sent him a private message to quiet down, lest other guilds laugh at them. Bai Shoushou could only grit his teeth and stay silent, replying, "Got it. We'll talk in the stream." Bai Shoushou spoke first. Sorry everyone, my bad, haven't encountered it yet. I'll turn off the stream for now. I'll turn it back on when I encounter it. Shang Yun said a comforting word. Hard work. Dun Yang also spoke up. Thanks for giving us the chance to observe. Bai Shoushou sat down on a uniquely shaped chair complaining, I have to get revenge for this. He was very determined. He still had a chance. He privately messaged the leader. Even though I died, I got this. Take a look, guild leader. Then he sent a message. Calamity boost. For every Kinyuan killed, gain 1 stack of Calamity boost up to 100 stacks. Each stack of Calamity boost increases all attributes by 5. Upon reaching 100 stacks, reward title. Challenger successor becomes Kinyuan leader. If killed, can borrow any Kinyuan to revive once, up to 10 times. Note, if killed by the Kinyuan king, the rule is invalid. Players with Calamity boost can challenge the Kinyuan king, threat level Calamity. HP multiplied by 20, stamina multiplied by 4, all attribute scrolls plus 2. Obtaining the Kinyuan king title makes you the master of the Kinyuan settlement, while those holding the Kinyuan leader title lose it upon death. Note, when Calamity boost begins to increase, those with this status cannot leave the Kinyuan settlement. Bai Shoushou continued messaging. This is a fixed status I stole from the Kinyuan. What a surprise, they actually have such treasures on them. Yuan Ding replied, good, if you can get the Kinyuan king title, it means our strength multiplies several times over. Bai Shoushou smiled as he read the message. The two continued chatting. Bai Shoushou replied, until I reach the Calamity boost stacks, I can't leave the Kinyuan settlement. Once I get the Kinyuan king title, I can transfer the Calamity boost away. But the biggest problem right now is dealing with the Kinyuan. If they moved alone, it would be manageable, but every time I lure them, it's a whole swarm, really hard to handle. Plus, with the suppression force in the outer area, my skills can only last 1 round per battle at most. Yuan Ding suggested a plan. Why don't you try talking to Yi, see if there's a chance to cooperate. This Kinyuan king title is too tempting. If you can get it, what's a temporary loss? Bai Shoushou rested his chin on his hand, pondering the suggestion. Lu Yi received a message on his end, quite surprised. It was from Bai Shoushou, who wrote, You're strong, but I still have to say, you really can't beat the Kinyuan king alone. Only cooperation, sincere cooperation, can defeat it. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yi smiled slightly. This message came at just the right time. I was lacking exactly this. Defeating the Kinyuan king does require cooperation, but he wasn't in a hurry, feeling he couldn't agree so easily. Lu Yi replied, fine, but as a support I can't charge to the front, and to use my full potential I need structural addition, so the battle location must be at the edge of the Kinyuan settlement. I have to stand on my own territory during the fight. Bai Shoushou hadn't expected him to say that, he complained indignantly. You're a support, am I not one too, and what do you mean can't charge to the front? Damn it, in close combat you've fought way more than I have. Dissatisfied with Lu Yi's words, Bai Shoushou still replied diplomatically, it's not impossible to agree, but before we take on the Kinyuan king, let's kill 200 Kinyuan to warm up. No objections, right? If we don't even know what it's like, and go straight for the Kinyuan king, that's ridiculous. Bai Shoushou said confidently to himself, even though I agreed my life is basically in your hands, but before we deal with the Kinyuan king, I don't think you'll make a move on me. On the contrary, after we finish the Kinyuan king, you'll definitely try to take me out. And as long as I get the Kinyuan leader title, you can deal with me however you want at the end. I'll just play dead until you've completely finished off the Kinyuan king. Lu Yi, seeing the agreement reached too quickly, also felt suspicious. He agreed just like that, isn't he afraid I'll take him out in the end? There was one thing he wanted to clarify, so he messaged, one more important question. How do we deal with the Kinyuan king's structural addition? Bai Shoushou replied, I'll control my territory to collide and merge with the Kinyuan settlement, using that chance to control the Kinyuan king's structural addition. Don't worry. Bai Shoushou secretly calculated, once Calamity boost starts increasing, I'll be part of the Kinyuan area. At worst, I'll just abandon it. Seeing him unusually agreeable, Lu Yi also worried that agreeing so quickly was too strange. Moreover, in their conversation he only made one request, to kill 200 Kinyuan before facing the Kinyuan king. Was it really just for warming up? His own goal was only to use him to control the Kinyuan king's structural addition. As long as that was achieved, everything else was acceptable. Besides, as long as he stood on number 1, he was invincible. Why fear any tricks Bai Shoushou might pull against him? After thinking it through, Lu Yi replied, fine, let's meet up. He stood alone on his territory, ready for battle. On Bai Shoushou's side he began to move, hopping over rocks, his spirit seemingly high. He landed lightly, his face only feigning warmth. Lu Yi saw him and also smiled, pretending to be friendly. The two stood facing each other. Lu Yi spoke first. Where should I wait for you? Bai Shoushou replied. Your choice is wise, he continued. We'll definitely make great teammates. With that, he quickly left. Lu Yi sighed. I believe it. Lu Yi reminded himself to stay vigilant and not to kill 200 Qinyuan with him. We must lure the Void King over as quickly as possible, force him to merge the region, and first take control of the Qinyuan King's structure. Each of them had their own agenda. As 100 Hands Chaos ran, he calculated, if I call 200, he'll definitely suspect something. At least I need to take care of half. Once I raise Calamity to 100 layers, I'll earn the Qinyuan title. After I get the Qinyuan King title and have those insane stats and control all the Void in the gathered Void region, then I'll settle the score with you. 100 Hands Chaos had already attracted a group of Black Clan Void flying over. Seeing this, Lu Yi jumped over to help. Notification. You have arrived at the Qinyuan gathering region. The Void King has begun to notice you. He doesn't act hastily but stands calmly observing, watching 100 Hands Chaos Ham battle the Void Swarm. Lu Yi carefully studied every move. The system notified that the more Void creatures killed, the Void King's attention sharply increased. A foot with sharp claws appeared. He looked down from above at 100 Hands Chaos's fight. That was the Void King, the ruler of this land. The figure leaping agilely among the rocks was truly impressive, so satisfying. No matter how many times, it's never enough. Working with Knight is just great. 100 Hands Chaos said, powerful long-range fire support, incredible recovery ability, and full stat boosts. He turned back into the fight, muttering, plus the help from his private region structure, indirectly solving the issue of sustained flight, definitely unbeatable. But it's a pity if only Knight were my real teammate. Suddenly 100 Hands Chaos was struck in the abdomen by the Void King's palm. The sudden impact left him speechless. He flew out and crashed into a distant rock. Propping himself up with his hands, confused, he thought, the Void King, why did it lure it here? The Qinyuan King stood towering while 100 Hands Chaos pondered. Without Knight's help, facing it alone meant certain death. The rock exploded, sending fragments flying. 100 Hands Chaos fled, thinking, half health, good thing all stats were boosted or I'd be dead this time. I have to shake it off. Suddenly, a mysterious light emanated from inside the rock. 100 Hands Chaos stopped and found Lu Yi in front of him. He warned, Knight, get back to your private region. The Void King is here. Lu Yi was a bit surprised but just said, oh, 100 Hands Chaos reminded, don't forget to heal me, he replied. Okay, Lu Yi healed 100 Hands Chaos on the other side. 100 Hands Chaos thought, logically, I shouldn't have lured the Qinyuan King here. Once it's here, I have no excuse to refuse. Keep fighting the Qinyuan King, but how do I drive it away? My health dropped after taking its second hit. A notification popped up. Blessing boost all stats 500. 100 Hands Chaos was stunned. Lu Yi said loudly, since the Void King has appeared, let's start dealing with it. I've boosted your all stats by 500. Lu Yi's face was full of momentum. Let's take it down together. 100 Hands Chaos turned, weapon in hand. He continued fighting the Void King, the battle extremely fierce. I'm lucky to have Knight's direct help. I can fight the Void King alone. Should I challenge the Qinyuan King now? But will Knight let me live until I finish off the Qinyuan King? Before Calamity reaches 100 layers and I get the Qinyuan leader title, my life is at risk. He was in utter chaos. Private message. 100 Hands Chaos begged the Dean for help. What now? Yuan Ding replied. Something's off. How did you lure the Qinyuan King here? But now's not the time to think about that. You have two choices. 1. Lure the Qinyuan over while dealing with the Qinyuan King. 2. Bet that Knight will kill the Qinyuan King first and you snatch the Qinyuan King title. Which one? What else could 100 Hands Chaos choose? Without Knight's help I can't beat the Qinyuan King, let alone lure the Qinyuan over, Yuan Ding said. Then you have to gamble. 100 Hands Chaos attacked fiercely. Let's take it down together, Lu Yi responded. Good. 100 Hands Chaos is betting. I still have 88 points of calculation power, probably enough for one more resurrection. So if I lose the bet, I can still take this state and come to you. Let's gather and seize the Void King title together. 100 Hands Chaos attacked the Qinyuan King, but it easily dodged. He widened his eyes in shock. This attack power. He stared in awe at the Void King, now pinned down by chains, unable to move, being hit by an unknown force. 100 Hands Chaos shouted in confusion. The Void King is suppressed. The Qinyuan King fell. Lu Yi explained, it can release its structure at any time to escape or fight us. Quickly merged to limit its structure's region. In his hand was a pistol with all annotations replaced by ordinary ones. 100 Hands Chaos raised his hand knowingly, and a distant huge rock floated up. He marveled inwardly, amazing, just an assistant, yet he assists himself, forcing the Void King to use its structure instantly. Then 100 Hands Chaos shouted, smash! The floating rock suddenly merged into a massive boulder. Lu Yi stood there silently observing, a sly smile on his face. Structure limited. 100 Hands Chaos only thought about the bet, muttering, can I win this bet? The battle continued, with many bullets fired at the Void King. It retreated cautiously. Lu Yi directly aimed his gun at the Void King, firing a continuous stream of bullets. Unable to dodge in time, it was pierced through the body by one bullet. Lu Yi smirked slightly. After a round of fierce attacks, the Void King was too weak to fight, kneeling on the ground, paralyzed and unable to move. 100 Hands Chaos was stunned by the scene, taken down directly. From start to finish, all it needed from me was to control the Void King's structure. But I'm about to win the bet. Just a little more, just a little, and the Void King will die, and I'll get the Void King title. He glanced at Lu Yi, thinking, hurry up and act. Lu Yi stood there, smiling without speaking. 100 Hands Chaos was surprised when Lu Yi spoke. To thank you, I'll give you a chance. Tell me, I know why you want to kill the Qin Yuan. If your answer satisfies me, I'll let you go. 100 Hands Chaos pondered, seeming to have made a decision. He stepped forward, ready to deliver the final blow to the Void King, thinking, as long as I kill the Void King, just kill it. No matter what, I'll accept it. Restrained state displacement. Restrained. 100 Hands Chaos used all his strength to press the blade down a little more. Just a little. He looked up at Lu Yi and said, if you want to know, then I'll tell you. Lu Yi stared at him expressionlessly. Before he could finish, 100 Hands Chaos was pierced through by a bullet notification. You have killed player 100 Hands Chaos. Lu Yi, holding the pistol, said, forget it, clearly up to no good, just kill him. Then another notification. You have killed the Void King, leader of the gathered Void region. Lu Yi was indifferent, unconcerned, he thought. After dealing with the Qin Yuan King, the Qin Yuan gathering region is broken. It seems the only way to break a region for calculation power is to destroy the Emperor's house. I wonder how much calculation power is here. Enough to upgrade number 1 to 3rd rank? A voice interrupted his thoughts. Before you destroy the Emperor's house in this region, I suggest you use soul capture to collect a Qin Yuan. You'll be surprised. Lu Yi was puzzled. Surprise? Can you be clearer? Ming Snake said. Explaining now would waste a lot of time if you wait for the Void King of this Qin Yuan gathering region to respawn. There'll be no surprise, he pressed. The leader monster can revive, Ming Snake replied. Of course, just in different ways, he said. All right then, but I've already merged 100 Hands Chaos's region with the gathering region here, and it can't be separated temporarily. I have to destroy his private region to finish him off completely, or he'll ambush me when I deal with the Emperor's house. That would be bad. Elsewhere at the Tomb Ruins city respawn point, 100 Hands Chaos stood there dazed. He said, no, can't I respawn in my own private region? How did I come straight back? I still have 88 calculation power. Notification. Because your private region's support module has less than 100 calculation power, you cannot be revived by the white support module. You are permanently dead. 100 Hands Chaos clutched his head and shouted, private message. 100 Hands Chaos messaged, Dean, I'm sorry, Yuan Ding replied, just lost a bet. Don't worry about it. Since you're free now, go check Knight's real-world info. Based on his strength in the game, we can't handle him easily. See if we can find something to hold against him in reality. 100 Hands Chaos answered, okay. Back to Lu Yi, calculation power 88, he was surprised. Only 88? 100 Hands Chaos's private region was destroyed. Calculation power under 100, can't respawn there, he continued. Could 100 Hands Chaos have already returned to Tomb Ruins City? No wonder he didn't protect his private region here. He was already dead? Oh well, problem solved. Now, as Ming Snake said, catch a Qin Yuan and see what the surprise is. In front of him were Black Clan Qin Yuan lying scattered inside and outside the cave. Lu Yi wondered, what's going on? The Void on the road are killing each other. He cautiously walked in, but following Ming Snake's advice. He tried to capture a few stragglers, but they were all red-black, either failing or resisting and choosing to self-destruct. After a while, he reached the Emperor's house, the Void gathering region. Unknowingly, he had also reached the deepest part of the Qin Yuan gathering region. Lu Yi fell into thought, if I destroy the Emperor's house of the Qin Yuan gathering region directly, I'll definitely get a lot of calculation power. But then what? This region is just part of the gathering region. Maybe the entire second layer outer region works like this. Without someone to help me control the gathering region leader structure, I can't handle it. In the second layer outer region, this might be my only chance to get calculation power in one go. If the total after destroying this Emperor's house isn't enough to upgrade number 1, Lu Yi realized he might be trapped here. What should I do then? Recalling past events, he realized that at the time he was tricked by 100 Hands Chaos, and didn't think deeply about the meaning of that act. Now he understood. The Black Clan Qin Yuan's actions against the White Clan Qin Yuan were to generate calculation power, weren't they? If not, they could just eliminate them directly. Why go through the trouble of forcing the White Clan Void to resist and then kill them? Lu Yi now understood. If I can get the method to generate calculation power and implement it here, suddenly, a White Clan Void flew over. Lu Yi immediately became alert. Speaking of which, after killing the Void King, I got a hint notification. Because you killed the Qin Yuan King, Black Clan Qin Yuan's hatred toward you increases by 50. White Clan Qin Yuan's favorability toward you increases by 50. Lu Yi examined the creature closely. "Is this the Qinyuan White Clan?" he said. Ming Snake didn't specify which void to catch. "This one should work." 50 favorability, he shouted. "Soul capture notification. White Clan void number 727 has agreed to follow you. Please name it." Number 727, unnamed race. Qinyuan, level, dangerous. Stats: attack 50, defense 50, strength 50, agility 50, constitution 50, intelligence 50, perception 50, HP 500,500, stamina 5050. Skills: rear mirror possession, calamity boost. Each void killed grants 1 layer of calamity boost, max 100 layers, all stats 5 per layer. Upon reaching 100 layers, title reward: Qinyuan leader title. Qinyuan leader, if killed, can borrow any void in the gathered void region to respawn. Times 10. Note: current Qinyuan gathering region has no void king. Obtaining the Qinyuan king title makes you the master of the Qinyuan gathering region. After obtaining the Qinyuan king title, the Qinyuan leader title is cancelled. When calamity boost starts increasing, those with the calamity boost state cannot leave the Qinyuan gathering region. Lu Yi exclaimed. "So this is the surprise Ming Snake mentioned?" Looking at the White Clan void in his hand, he continued, "If I raise it to become the Void King, doesn't that mean I own this void gathering region? And if I own this region, can I indirectly get the method to generate calculation power?" Lu Yi smiled happily. "This is a huge surprise notification. Please name void number 727, he said. "All white. Let's call it Little White." A bit casual but distinctive and easy to remember notification. Naming successful. Lu Yi thought, quick. Go farm Little White's calamity boost layers, or other Qinyuan will get ahead. Dealing with a new Void King would be another big hassle. Speaking of which, 100 Hands Chaos had the ability to steal states. He didn't steal the calamity boost, so he needed to kill the Void King. Damn, he almost became the master of the Void Gathering region. Around the Void Gathering region, but now it's mine, some sounds came. It was the Black Void. Lu Yi saw them and didn't hesitate to aim his gun. Firing at void number 789, it fell to the ground surrounded by other void corpses. Lu Yi ordered, "Little White, harvest." Little White rushed over, and a notification appeared. "Your soul capture beast has killed Qinyuan number 789, bloodline breakthrough layer 1. The Black Qinyuan sensed someone watching them from the shadows. Lu Yi, hiding in nearby bushes, was discovered. They seemed to be discussing a plan. Red eyes turned toward his direction. Lu Yi thought, damn, something's off. He immediately turned to run, not forgetting to say, "Little White, let's go." The Black Clan Qinyuan swarm followed closely. "I was right, they're all chasing me." Lu Yi thought, weren't they killing each other before? Why are they suddenly in a group? I need to get to number 1's place. I can't handle this many Qinyuan here. He started accelerating with thousands of Black Clan Void behind him. They multiplied like ghosts. Lu Yi jumped to another side saying, "Come on, Little White." Little White was struggling to fly over. He paused. "What's going on? Why are we stuck at the edge of the Void Gathering region? Can't leave. Summon soul capture. Notification. Due to the Void Gathering region's restriction, your soul capture beast Little White has gained the calamity boost state of the Qinyuan Gathering region. Layers are increasing, cannot leave the Qinyuan Gathering region." Lu Yi was stunned. "So that's why the Qinyuan king never left the Qinyuan Gathering region." Little White looked confused. "Now I understand, just level up here and boost Little White's strength." The Black Clan Void swarm flew toward Little White. "Let Xiaobai become the Sky Plane King here." After a fierce battle, countless Black Clan Sky Plane corpses lay scattered across the ground. The fate of these Sky Planes was truly tragic. Xiaobai stomped the ground and let out a breath. It spread its wings, and with a slight effort stirred up gusts of wind around it. Xiaobai was covered from head to toe in a set of emerald armor, its robust form looking even more imposing. The system displayed Xiaobai's information. Title: Sky Plane King, race Sky Plane White Clan, level Calamity, reward. Level: HP multiplied by 10, strength multiplied by 4, all attributes increased by 1, attack power 1650, defense 1650, strength 550, agility 550, constitution 550, intelligence 550, perception 550, HP 1 phone, strength 33003300. Skills: rear mirror converts consumed HP into defense for a short time. 1 HP equals 1 defense. Bloodline breakthrough. Each time a sky plane dies, gain 1 layer of bloodline breakthrough status. Current layers 100. HP increased by 10,000. Taunt increases taunt on target, reduces target's attack power, perceives target, lures the target to attack. Structure modifies rules of sky plane gathering area. Passive skill Calamity boost activated. Layers 100. Xiaobai stood among a group of Black Clan sky planes. The other Black Clan members wanted to charge but had to stop. Panicked, they saw the corpses of their kind on the ground and decided to turn and fly away. Lu Yi had already arrived. Xiaobai knelt on one knee, making a respectful gesture toward Lu Yi. He said, This attribute quality suits me perfectly now. If I could take it along, wouldn't I be able to sweep through any gathering area? Too bad I can't bring it out of this area. But Lu Yi didn't dwell on it. He said excitedly, Xiao Bai, let's go. Take me to seize the computing power. The two arrived at the Imperial Tree. A Black Clan member saw them and prepared to attack. In a flash, Xiao Bai struck, leaving it no time to react. Lu Yi looked up at the Imperial Tree and sensed something. After a Black Clan Sky Plane was killed, the Imperial Tree brightened slightly. This was similar to when a White Clan Sky Plane was killed at the edge of the gathering area. And the Imperial Tree there also showed a similar phenomenon. Was there a connection between these two events? After Xiao Bai became the Sky Plane King, all Black Clan Sky Planes gathered here. Though they wouldn't attack Xiao Bai, they held strong hostility toward me. He thought as he watched Xiao Bai step forward. The Black Clan Sky Planes flying above had no intention of approaching. Xiao Bai reached out to touch the trunk of the Imperial Tree, and when it withdrew its hand it brought out a sphere of a special color. This action startled the group of Black Clan Sky Planes, who flew away in panic. Lu Yi smiled slightly. Xiao Bai knelt on one knee and handed the sphere to Lu Yi. After taking it he immediately received a prompt. Computing power obtained. 2,535 points. Please inject it into your module support as soon as possible. Lu Yi wasn't satisfied. Only 2,535 points of computing power, indeed not enough. Adding these 2,525 points he had a total of 3,081. To upgrade number 1 to 3rd grade he needed to level the Nether Serpent to 20 and have 2,000 points of computing power, meaning a total of 3,450 points. He pondered, looking at Xiao Bai, now only hoping to farm computing power. But after understanding its meaning he looked up at the sky where the group of Black Clan Sky Planes was still waiting to attack. Xiao Bai took a running start and leaped, punching straight toward the tree trunk. The group of Black Clan members pounced fiercely at the same time but were scattered and fell to the ground before they could attack. On the other side, Lu Yi was stunned by the sight. What was Xiao Bai doing? The bark of the attack tree began to peel off. As the bark gradually disappeared, the entire tree emitted light, which was computing power. Xiao Bai walked over and offered the computing power to Lu Yi. He took it and was surprised to see the prompt. Computing power obtained 376 points. Please inject it into your module support as soon as possible. Lu Yi mused, so this is how computing power is generated? The space fell silent, with the two standing in a vast area covered only with grass and trees. He recalled that he had previously had Xiao Bai collect several waves of computing power and observed the overall situation of the Sky Plane King's gathering area. Though he couldn't directly talk to Xiao Bai, he basically understood what was going on. In this gathering area there were two Imperial trees. One was the White Clan Sky Plane Imperial Tree on the periphery of the gathering area, and the other was the Black Clan Sky Plane Imperial Tree inside the gathering area. The computing power generated, if a member guarding the clan's Imperial Tree died, the corresponding Imperial Tree would produce computing power from within. This computing power was initially used to help the clan resist external enemies. But when the Imperial Tree was controlled by an enemy, this method instead became a means for the enemy to gain more computing power. Understanding this, he had Xiao Bai do its best to help him acquire computing power. Though slaughtering the entire clan was cruel, it was just a game after all. However, after a battle with the Black Clan group, Xiao Bai emerged victorious and offered all the computing power to Lu Yi. The prompt showed, your computing power has reached 2 layers, with a collection limit of 8,000 points. Please upgrade your private area and proceed to the 3rd layer of the outer area. Lu Yi smiled bitterly. I knew it. He sat in number 1's private area and began to complain. It's so frustrating. There's a pile of computing power in front of me, but I can't do anything with it. He asked the Nether Serpent. Nether Serpent, is there a way to bring the Sky Plane gathering area along to the 3rd layer of the outer area? The other replied, you can have number 1 coexist with the Sky Plane gathering area, just like the White Clan and Black Clan Sky Planes. But if you do that, given the scale of the Sky Plane gathering area, the computing power you need to upgrade your private area might increase 100-fold. He mused. That's too bad. What about Xiao Bai? Is there a lossless way to take it along? The Nether Serpent replied, there's definitely no lossless way, but I suggest you leave it here. It can collect computing power. Maybe we'll need it someday. Lu Yi let out a dry laugh, thinking that someday was just self-comfort. In a few days the primordial realm would enter reality. How could I come back to get the computing power? Forget it, the goal of the 2nd layer has been achieved. I shouldn't be greedy anymore. With that he said, I'll listen to you. I'll leave it here. And he shouted, upgrade number 1, proceed to the 3rd layer of the outer area. Prompt. Nether Serpent's level has been raised to 20. The module's suppression on the outer area has decreased by 30. Current suppression on you from the outer area is 38.6. Consumed 2,000 points of computing power. Number 1's grade has been raised to 3rd grade. Player's strength support limit increased. Module strength increased. Outer area suppression decreased by 5. Nether Serpent's growth level cap raised to 30. Number 1's module function upgraded. Current computing power 5,100. Cumulative computing power 10,000. Note number 1 is about to enter the 3rd layer of the outer area. Please have all members related to number 1 proceed to number 1, or their identity related to number 1 will be automatically cancelled. The Nether Serpent's upgrade directly brought the private area to the 3rd layer. Lu Yi thought, I should be the fastest in the group to reach the 3rd layer of the outer area, right? The key to maintaining speed is what's in my pocket. A chat group message popped up. Wei Shi, help, I've been swallowed by the turtle ruins. The furious New Order leader replied with a confused question mark. Ru Lei appeared, replied, so what? Dead. Furious. Ru Lei and I were lucky and have already regrouped. We're on the 2nd layer now. Describe your surroundings and we'll see if we can save you. Wei Shi, no way. I'm on the 3rd layer now. There's no private area here. Ru Lei appeared. You're way too fast, Wei Shi. Huh, what's up? Yi is on the 3rd layer too, right? Pull me up. Lu Yi read the messages, his mouth wide open in shock. How could Wei Shi do that and faster than me? Wei Shi messaged, Yi, is Yi on the 3rd layer? Help me, Lu Yi thought. Come to think of it, how does Wei Shi have so much power from special secret realms? Is it just her personal strength? He walked away holding his head. The outer domain was so vast, whether they'd meet was unknown. Why think so much? When they meet, just stay alert. The chat group popped up again. Wei Shi, are you there? Yi, requesting support. Ru Lei, stop calling. No one else is as insane as you, getting to the 3rd layer so fast? Yi, it's me. I just arrived at the 3rd layer. Ru Lei was also speechless about these two. Wei Shi, this is a photo I accidentally took when I came in. If you see it, remember to help me out. She sent a photo. He agreed. Countless turtle ruins swirled in the sky. Lu Yi had already set foot on the 3rd layer of the outer domain. A massive black-headed golden turtle ruin appeared. Lu Yi had already hidden using number 1's camouflage structure. Lu Yi thought in panic, could it be this coincidental? He confirmed the image just sent. He pondered, so the question now was whether to save or not. Lu Yi recalled the memory of Wei Shi stopping him. In the group, Wei Shi sent a photo of the flower goddess sitting on a rock with a key beside her. This is the key data I got from trying to approach the monster leader. I don't know where the module data processing center is or what it's for. Lu Yi exclaimed, the key to the module data processing center. Lu Yi stood on a rock camouflaged as a turtle ruin. He asked the Nether Serpent, what's up with the key to the module data processing center? The Nether Serpent countered, where did you hear about it? It began to explain. It's one of the conditions we need to enter the module data processing center. Lu Yi understood, meaning, if I encounter it, I have to snatch it. The Nether Serpent replied, of course, but usually the keys are held by a few super monster leaders on the 4th layer. Why the sudden question? Do you have news about the key? He replied. It's inside that super large turtle ruin. At the same time, the black-headed golden turtle ruin appeared before the chat group. Yi, I think I'm right next to the turtle ruin you sent. How do I get in? Wei Shi quickly replied. Just jump straight into the turtle ruin. Remember to leave your computing power in your own territory. If you die, you can respawn in your territory. Yi, got it. Somewhere on the 2nd layer of the outer domain, Ru Lei appeared and Furious were there. Ru Lei said, you can respawn in your territory even if you die. Leader, are we going to become side characters? Not only are we slower than them, but we also know less. Furious replied, don't overthink it. They're teammates, their speed is good for us too. Let's focus on how to deal with that monster leader. It seems to have the key Wei Shi sent on its head. Back at Lu Yi's position on the 3rd layer of the outer domain, he slightly crouched. If the item needed to be contested, then I had to go. The Nether Serpent reminded, stay safe. I'll wait for you in number 1. Lu Yi lightly leapt, approaching the black-headed golden turtle ruin, and said without forgetting, take care of number 1 for me. He had already grabbed the skin of the golden-headed turtle ruin. First his hand sank into the skin. Lu Yi's eyes widened as his body sank deeper until he was completely inside. Elsewhere, 2 people were high-fiving to celebrate a successful cooperation. They were Shield Brave and Auspicious Cloud. Shield Brave smiled with arms crossed. We're probably the fastest to reach the 3rd layer, right? Auspicious Cloud replied. Not necessarily. Yi might have already reached the 3rd layer. Before the 100 Gloves ended his stream, Yi had basically dealt with the leader of the Gathering Territory. If he saved enough computing power in the Gathering Territory, Yi should have reached the 3rd layer of the outer domain before us, Shield Brave said slyly. If we run into him, we'll take care of him. After 2 consecutive battles I've basically figured out his trump card. The rest is just timing and strategy when dealing with him, Auspicious Cloud replied. The outer domain is huge, we'll deal with it when we meet. Prompt: you have arrived at the third layer of the outer domain. Warning, warning. The third layer of the outer domain is judged as an extremely dangerous area. Your appearance has been automatically altered to shield detection by external perception creatures. The exterior where they were had been camouflaged as a turtle ruin. Auspicious Cloud looked up, pondering, extremely dangerous area. Then suddenly realized something. Shieldbrave still had his arms crossed. This third layer of the outer domain has some tricks. Any system prompts? Shieldbrave saw Auspicious Cloud staring in one direction. He asked, "What's up? Is there something in that direction?" Then he also turned to look. Both looked toward the direction of the black-headed golden turtle ruin. Auspicious Cloud said, "I think I just saw Yi." Inside the black-headed golden turtle ruin, Lu Yi was preparing to land. He flew down from the sky, and below was a ruined, desolate city. The flower goddess was sitting on a rock in the central area. Prompt: you have entered the private territory Qing tomb of the flower goddess's clone. Outer domain suppression is being judged. The flower goddess's clone has a hatred value of 100 toward you. The flower goddess's clone begins to monitor you. The flower goddess's clone's surveillance level on you increases by 1. System introduction: flower goddess's clone, level 95, Calamity level monster leader. Suddenly her eyes emitted a red light. Lu Yi prepared to land, thinking, this time, not only is there no nether serpent's control or countless structural restrictions, but my power is also suppressed by 40. How am I supposed to solve this and get the key? Suddenly green vines burst out from the ground, all rushing toward Lu Yi. Lu Yi reacted quickly. Drawing his weapon to cut them down, he chopped through vine after vine. He thought, this attack range, is the entire area its attack range? How do I fight this? Suddenly a vine struck from behind Lu Yi. His HP was down to 1/3. With a swoosh the vine plunged straight into the ground. The flower goddess, who had been silently watching, flew up about an arm's length from the rock. She looked at the attacking vines, dust flying everywhere. Lu Yi's prompt: you have been attacked by the flower goddess's clone. HP decreased by 3,320. HP continuously decreasing -3,220 -3,520. Lu Yi was caught off guard by the relentless attacks. Prompt: you have used recovery. HP restored by 3,320, 3,220, 3,520. Lu Yi cursed, damn, am I going to die here? He looked to the side, raising his sword to block the vines. Suddenly a green light flashed, quickly weaving through the vines. It finally stopped in the air behind the flower goddess. It was Wei Shi. She shouted, soft 4-star break. It hit the target, adding 1 layer of star break status. When the star break layers exceed 3, there's a chance to disintegrate the target, deducting its HP. Star break status lasts 30 minutes. After applying 1 layer of star break status to the target, skill cooldown is 10 minutes. Green spears shot out, plunging straight down into the flower goddess's back. She turned around in discomfort, controlling countless vines to attack Wei Shi. Lu Yi was momentarily speechless as Wei Shi once again skillfully weaved through the vines. Avoiding all the winding vines, Wei Shi ran over to Lu Yi and immediately said, "Let's go." An unknown area was opening up, and the two of them walked in. Lu Yi lowered his head, panting heavily. After a moment he looked up at the safe zone. He gazed seriously at Wei Shi and said, "Thank you. If you hadn't shown up in time, I'd definitely be done for." Wei Shi smiled happily. "You came because you were helping me. I should be the one thanking you." Getting back to business, Lu Yi asked, "How do we get out of here? Do we have to take it down?" He glanced toward the location of the 100 Flower God's clone and added, "That's way too hard." Wei Shi gestured expressively. "I've tried so many ways to leave here, even jumping off the edge of this area. But none of them worked. It was only after I jumped off the edge and ended up here that I discovered this safe zone." She rubbed her chin, looking puzzled, and continued, "But leaving the safe zone does get you attacked by the 100 Flower God's clone. It wasn't as extreme as just now, though. Attacking from so far away." She gave Lu Yi a meaningful look. "Did you do something to upset it? Why else would it go after you like that?" Lu Yi was a bit confused. Wei Shi confidently placed her hand on her chest. "But this is even better. To take it down, I need you to draw its attention like this." Lu Yi shot her a glance, leaning against the wall. "So let's hear your plan." He was thinking about how to get that key, whether he had to kill the monster leader or meet some other condition. Wei Shi revealed, "I have a skill. If I can seize 3 opportunities to control its state, I can take it out. 2 chances are already gone. As long as you can hold the 100 Flower God's aggro, I guarantee the last chance will finish it." Lu Yi remained silent. Meanwhile, outside the Blackhead Turtle ruins, disguised as Greenwood, Shan Yang asked Shang Yun, "Are you sure you didn't miss E?" Shang Yun affirmed, "I'm sure." Shan Yang smiled confidently. "All right, let's go." The two jumped toward the Blackhead Turtle ruins to split the Origin Realm computing authority on Yi. The scene shifted to Lu Yi. He stood on the rocks, straightening up, weapon in hand, eyes forward. Before him stood the 100-flower god, glaring at him angrily. She crossed her legs, extended a finger, and directed vines to attack Lu Yi. A torrent of vines surged toward him. Blessing enhanced all attributes by 900, the system displayed. Yi, Strength 1000, Agility 1000, Constitution 1000, Intelligence 1000, Perception 1000, HP 60006000, Energy 5200 7000. After promotion to 3rd rank, Strength cap raised to all attributes 1000. Lu Yi sliced through a series of vines and whispered in private chat, "Yi, hurry up, I can only maintain this state for half a minute." The 100-flower god raised both hands, releasing another wave of vines that attacked Lu Yi. From behind, he looked as if he were wrapped in a dense mass of vines. Private chat, Wei Shi has arrived. A blue light appeared. She charged in at lightning speed. Wei Shi was on the left side of the 100-flower god. Catching her off guard, a blue spear thrust forward. Wei Shi closed in rapidly, speed enhanced, crystal dispersion activated. She sped closer, reaching for the key, and said, "Die." A dazzling golden light burst forth with Wei Shi and the 100-flower god's silhouettes at its center. The vines binding Lu Yi suddenly scattered, surprising him. He looked toward Wei Shi and asked, "Did it work?" There, beside the 100-flower god, Wei Shi was falling. Lu Yi shouted, "What's going on?" A private chat message appeared. "Wei Shi, save me." With a thud, Wei Shi hit the ground. Lu Yi vaulted over the vines at incredible speed. From above, the 100-flower god was preparing to strike Wei Shi with force. Wei Shi sent a private message. "The attribute gap is too big. The skill counter failed and my character is out of control." Lu Yi approached the 100-flower god, who was frozen in place. He looked at the key, noticing its glow had faded. Opportunity. Lu Yi leaped up and quickly grabbed the key on the 100-flower god's head. Key description: Digital Module Processing Center Activation Key. Notification detected: your origin realm computing authority is below 25. Unable to forcibly seize. He panicked. 25 authority. Lu Yi looked down to see the 100-flower god's face pitch black, only its eyes glowing red. Lu Yi jumped onto a vine, then leapt toward the safe zone on the other side. He thought, "The blessing enhancement is almost over, better get back to the safe zone." Lu Yi landed in the safe zone, carrying Wei Shi, running while dodging the pursuing vines. Wei Zai's face flushed slightly in Lu Yi's arms. They finally made it into the safe zone, he thought. 25 origin realm computing authority would be enough to get the key. Lu Yi set Wei Shi down, pondering. Wei Zai's computing authority must be over 5. If I take hers, I'll have enough. Lu Yi looked silently at the immobilized Wei Shi and sent a private message. "Wei Shi, you hugged me just now and it caught my attention." Yi, when did you get moving? Wei Shi doesn't know. Annoying. And those attributes, I've never seen them before. Yi, yeah, I need to talk to you about something. 2 unidentified objects appeared in the sky. Lu Yi had already spotted them. He looked up. What's that sound? Shan Yang and Shang Yun appeared. Lu Yi's eyes widened. That's, he grinned. No need to struggle. The ones delivering origin realm computing authority are here. The screen showed a private chat. Wei Shi, what's wrong? Yi, it's nothing, just recover in the safe zone first. I'll go deal with the newcomers outside. Wei Shi, that looks like the shelter director and some floor master. At that moment, Shan Yang was about to land. He looked down at the 100-flower god in the center of the ruined city and said, "That's the leader of this private territory." His expression turned wary. He muttered to himself, "Stay back, don't aggro the monster leader right after arriving." Speaking of which, he hadn't seen any private territories since reaching the 3rd floor. Now it seemed all private territories were disguised as turtle ruins. Shan Yang looked down, puzzled. "I wonder where Yi is now. Shang Yun and I searched this area outside but couldn't find Yi's private territory. It's hidden really well." He finally landed, his figure appearing in the swirling dust. He said, "But it doesn't matter. Since I know Yi is here, I'll settle it here. First, I'll take his origin realm computing authority." Shan Yang stood upright, carefully observing his surroundings. He heard Hu Chazi say, "Once you lose origin realm computing authority outside a private territory, you can't use the framework, even if you have computing power." The 100-flower god's eyes still glowed red, its head lifting as if sensing something. Shan Yang continued to ponder. By the same logic, the more origin realm computing authority you have, the more conveniences there must be in external areas that we don't know about. I need to get more authority quickly. Lost in thought, he didn't realize he was in Lu Yi's sights. System notification. Blessing enhanced all attributes by 900. Habitat coverage active. Next attack power increased by 50,000. Pendulum judgment. Triple damage. Shan Yang seemed to sense something wrong and turned around. He was already surrounded by Lu Yi's bullets. This was Yi's skill. Shan Yang was knocked down by the bullets. Lu Yi said happily, "Got it, but something's off. Your HP is still over half." Notification. You are affected by player Shan Yang's blade armor skill. Damage being judged. Judgment complete. Your HP reduced by 40. Shan Yang stood up, an intrigued smile on his face. "Is that you?" he called out. "Yi?" Then a huge explosion erupted. Shan Yang charged at Lu Yi with a massive hammer. His voice was full of excitement. "I was just wondering where you were, and here you are. How thoughtful." Lu Yi gripped his sword, entering combat mode, and said, "Thoughtful, let's see who's really thoughtful." Shan Yang swung his hammer down. Lu Yi dodged, while striking back with his sword. "With your speed, I'd be asking for death. Ridiculous." Lu Yi carved a winding wound into Shan Yang. System notification: you are affected by player Shan Yang's blade armor skill. Damage being judged. Judgment complete. Your HP reduced by 10. Your HP reduced by another 10. Shan Yang stood before Lu Yi, massive hammer in hand. "Ridiculous. You're probably thinking you can escape with that speed and avoid being killed by me." Lu Yi's expression turned serious. But unfortunately, the system displayed rear mirror taunt lock target. He struggled to dodge Shan Yang's attacks. Lu Yi didn't give up. He swung his sword at Shan Yang. Another notification. You are affected by player Shan Yang's blade armor skill. Damage being judged. Judgment complete. Your HP is at 5. He froze in disbelief. Shan Yang spotted an opening, raised his hammer and attacked, saying, "You can't escape now." Lu Yi continuously parried the hammer with his sword while using recovery skills. Shan Yang taunted, "Yi, so this is you fighting for your life." Shan Yang's notification showed. Life value exchange: consumes 10, recovers 20 HP within 10 seconds. He sneered, "Did you think only you could recover? Sorry, I can too. And without consuming energy." Lu Yi thought, that's a constitution attribute skill. Shan Yang raised his hammer high and jumped. Despair. Lu Yi dodged quickly, but Shan Yang still gloated, "Facing me, the unkillable, the shelter's unyielding fortress, despair tremble. And hand over your life." Lu Yi struck Shan Yang with his sword again. Notification: your skill exchange recovery HP has been interrupted. Shan Yang was surprised. Lu Yi said confidently, "Sorry, I just happen to know how to counter your recovery skill." Shan Yang's HP bar was now only about half, but he showed no fear, picking up his hammer and continuing to attack. The system kept reporting bad news: your skill exchange recovery HP has been interrupted. Shan Yang's HP bar was nearly gone. Lu Yi said, "Die. I'm invincible." The notification appeared again. Your skill exchange recovery HP has been interrupted. Shan Yang's body sagged, his HP bar about to hit 0. Lu Yi charged forward, sword in hand, swinging at Shan Yang. "Die, shelter's unyielding fortress." Suddenly a voice rang out, "Recover." Shan Yang's feet stood firm on the ruins. The area where they fought was shrouded in dust. Lu Yi was a bit surprised. Shan Yang wasn't dead and his HP had recovered to nearly half. He noticed someone nearby seemed to be supporting him. It was Shang Yun. Lu Yi stepped forward, gun aimed ahead. Shan Yang said firmly, "No one can stop me from killing." The system displayed a notification: Yi, habitat coverage, pendulum judgment, triple damage. Shan Yang's entire body glowed blue. He might have been hit by Lu Yi's bullet. System notification: Shang Yun's state frozen. Shan Yang knelt on one knee. Notification: blessing, all attribute enhancement ended. Lu Yi stepped back. Shan Yang was recovering. He said, "You're finally here, almost had it." Shang Yun looked at Lu Yi with a provocative smile, continuously boosting Shan Yang's power. Blessing enhanced all attributes by a fixed 500 points. Lu Yi frowned in discomfort. A blue glowing vortex spread from Lu Yi's position. Blessing enhanced all attributes by 900, condensing energy and barrier. Deduct 3000 energy from target. Shang Yun received a notification: your energy is heavily affected by the skill Condense Energy and Barrier. Energy deducted by 3000 points. Current energy 23 points. Shang Yun was puzzled. This Lu Yi leapt up, sword in hand, charging at Shang Yun. "Since you're giving blessings to others, I'll take you out first." Behind Lu Yi, Shan Yang charged with his hammer. Lu Yi reacted quickly, blocking the attack with his sword. He gritted his teeth, thinking, troublesome. Another system notification: Yi, under blessing enhancement, HP 5634560000, energy phone. Skill, Condense Energy and Barrier, on cooldown. Lu Yi thought, is there any way to limit this skill? Attack power and barrier burst. Target disarms all equipped weapons. Then something unexpected happened. Lu Yi's armor and sword suddenly vanished. This made him think. Attack power and barrier burst. This was an exclusive attribute skill he gained under Shang Yun's blessing, different from his own. Shan Yang seized the advantage, raising his hammer high and shouting, "Let's see if you die this time." A huge explosion occurred. Rocks of all sizes flew everywhere. Shan Yang looked confused. Lu Yi had blocked the attack with just his bare hands. Shang Yun stood nearby, warning, "Don't let up, keep pressing." Shan Yang continued attacking. "Then let's do it again. This time I'll add something extra. Percentage conversion of barrier and HP, deduct target HP," he said smugly. "I'll use my max HP to deduct. Let's see if you die." Another explosion occurred, even larger than before. Shang Yun said from outside, "That should be it." A private chat message appeared. "Shang Yun, something's off. No kill notification yet. Keep attacking." After the thick dust cleared, Shan Yang slowly emerged. Private chat. "Shan Yang, something's wrong." Shang Yun was puzzled. Shan Yang looked at the system panel, shocked. What's this? Notification. Your HP is lower than Yi's. Your skill, attack power and HP swap has failed. You are affected by the skill Counterguard. Attack power and HP swap deducts your HP by a maximum of 99. Shanyang was full of doubt. Constitution attribute breakthrough. My constitution weight +7. How could my HP be lower than Yi's? Even if his constitution is breakthrough, his HP can at most match mine. Lu Yi slowly stood up. Behind him, massive vines rose from the ground. Lu Yi grinned. Above him was the familiar figure of the 100-flower god. A notification appeared. Aura resonance. Targets within the aura's range share HP. Current HP remaining 10. Automatically exiting resonance state. Aura range 500. Activation consumes 1000 energy. Duration 10 seconds. Another notification maintaining aura resonance. Target accepts 100 flower gods clone. Because your HP is below 10, 100 flower gods clones remaining HP is above 10. 100 flower gods clones HP is continuously being deducted. Massive vines prepared for a new round of attacks. Lu Yi, Shanyang and Shangyun were standing on the vines. Shangyun's mouth dropped open in shock. Is that the leader of this fragment territory? The 100 flower god was hovering, seemingly mocking. Shangyun continued. How do we even reach it? Our landing point is way too far. He turned and ordered. Shanyang, retreat now. As soon as he spoke, an object flew past at high speed, leaving a blue trail. Shangyun frowned. That fast-moving object was Lu Yi. He leapt up, sword in hand, attacking them. Shangyun reached out to support Shanyang, but the system displayed a notification: your strength is insufficient. Skill release failed. Shangyun looked at his hand in confusion and said, "This is bad." Shanyang didn't get timely support and was taken out by Lu Yi with a finishing move. Shanyang's health bar was empty, and his figure gradually faded. Before he could utter his final words, the system prompted, "You have killed player Shanyang." Detected that Shanyang held 5 of the simulation realm's computational authority. Deducted, your simulation realm computational authority has increased to 26. Shanyang and his dropped items have been reclaimed. Lu Yi smiled faintly, holding a sphere containing the simulation realm's computational authority. He turned to look at Xiangyun and said, "Your turn." As soon as he spoke, Xiangyun quickly leaped from the vines toward the building. While running, Xiangyun thought, "This is trouble. I underestimated him. I was suppressed from the start, and now a monster leader has appeared. The situation is too tricky." He kept running, planning in his mind, hide first, wait for Shanyang to re-enter, regroup, and then figure out a way to deal with this. Meanwhile, Lu Yi felt he had enough authority over the original realm. He sprinted swiftly, skillfully weaving through the green vines. Jumping onto a vine, he thought to himself, "I'll let him go for now. I need to hurry and build up." In no time he was behind the flower goddess. Using the momentum, he leaped up. Charging straight toward the key, he thought, "I must get the origin energy first." Lu Yi grabbed the glowing key atop the flower goddess's head, and a prompt immediately appeared. Detected that your simulation realm computational authority exceeds 25. Forcefully seize the data processing and analysis center key has controlled authority. Lu Yi decisively replied, "Yes," the prompt said. "The data processing and analysis center key authority has been successfully seized. The flower goddess's avatar belongs to the monster leader. Do you wish to accept this subordinate?" He felt a secret joy. "Such a good deal?" Lu Yi immediately agreed. "Accept." Suddenly, his body erupted with a dazzling light. A loud noise drew Xiangyun's attention, making him stop. He turned back. Wait, before him was a scene of chaos and dust. He said, The monster leader didn't chase me, and there's still fighting from where we clashed. Is he now fighting that monster leader alone?" Saying this, he immediately turned and ran toward Lu Yi's direction. "I can't leave. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to deal with him." Lu Yi walked out step by step, pondering as he looked at the key in his hand. Is this the key to the data processing and analysis center? What does it actually do? Is it just for opening doors? I'll have to ask Ming Snake clearly when I get back. Now, Lu Yi looked at the flower goddess floating beside him, raised his head, and thought, "Time to reap the rewards. With this, the entire Qingmu region is mine to decide." He gazed firmly into the distance, but he wondered where Xiangyun had run off to. If only he could have dealt with him earlier. Fortunately, Lu Yi didn't need to search. Xiangyun had already come to him. Seeing Lu Yi unharmed and so close to the flower goddess, Xiangyun was startled. He thought, did I miscalculate? Lu Yi smiled and thought, back? I don't know why you came back, but it's great that you did." Instantly, Lu Yi killed Xiangyun, who lay motionless on the rock. Prompt, you have killed player Xiangyun. Detected that Xiangyun held 5 of the simulation realm's computational authority. Deducted, your simulation realm computational authority has increased to 31. Chat group message, Wei Shi President go talk to Yi. He went alone to deal with the floor masters and shelter leaders appearing like thunder and taking on 2 at once. Is Yi trying to get himself killed? I can't even imagine doing that, and he just went for it. The furious New Order President, What exactly happened? Calm down, that Yi of yours, appearing like thunder. It's over. Yi hasn't replied. Is he dead? Too ashamed to talk to us. Then Yi messaged, thanks for the concern, already handled. Wei Shi was speechless, furious, leaving a few question marks while Thunder sent an exclamation mark. A private message popped up. Yi, when can you move? Wei Shi, about 10 minutes. Even though you dealt with Xiangyun and Shanyang, there are still those flower goddess avatars outside. Maybe you should come back first, and once I can move, we'll figure out how to handle them. Yi, I've already dealt with the flower goddess's avatar. Wei Shi was so shocked he didn't reply. Lu Yi lifted the rock with one hand, revealing a secret underground chamber. He tossed the rock aside. Lu Yi and the flower goddess stood above the entrance looking down. After observing for a while and seeing no unusual activity, he jumped down, landing lightly. Lu Yi looked around the chamber and found a pillar projecting an image of a black-headed golden beetle. The Qingzhuang Emperor's house. He thought, I still need 1130 points of computational power to reach the 4th floor. With such a large fragment zone, there should be 1130 points, right? Lu Yi touched the Emperor's house. Prompt, remaining computational power in Qingzhuang Emperor's private territory, 1. Lu Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. So that's why the flower goddess's avatar couldn't use the structure? Lu Yi was full of self-blame. He stared at the Emperor's house, pondering. Is it only this fragment zone on the 3rd floor of the outer area that has no computational power, or do all private territories lack it? If all fragment zones on the 3rd floor of the outer area have none, that's impossible. But if such a large fragment space has none, then what about the smaller ones? He waved his hand to dismiss these thoughts. Forget it. No more random guesses. I'll wait until I encounter more private territories. Lu Yi suddenly noticed something. He thought, this is a headache. Is there a shortcut to reach the light sphere? He spotted a rotary switch on the wall. Lu Yi stepped forward, turned the switch, and opened the door. Another room appeared, filled with many floating spheres. Lu Yi stood and observed for a moment, then walked to the center of the room. A prompt appeared. Detected that the teleportation device for the Simulated Data Processing Center key has been activated. Destination: Simulated Data Processing Center entrance. Teleport? Lu Yi was surprised, then broke into a smile. Such a good deal. After thinking, he said, activate it. The prompt appeared again. Detected insufficient computational power, 2000. Insufficient power, cannot activate. Before he could celebrate for long, Lu Yi's smile froze. Need 2000? Then I need to hurry back to room 1 to get the computational power. After a while, a path made of rock fragments led to the external exit. In the scene, Lu Yi and Wei Shi were walking on this path, with the flower goddess standing on the ground. Lu Yi rubbed his forehead in frustration, thinking, I was too hasty. Forget whether that teleport point is real or not. Even if I teleport there, I don't know what the situation is or if there's danger. Spending 2000 computational power only to arrive and be killed in a second would be embarrassing. Wei Shi behind him spoke up. The skill description doesn't mention any risk of backlash. It seems this is a hidden trait determined by skill A. The higher your own C attribute, the less you're affected. Lu Yi turned to look at her. She continued, so you got the key from its head. Are you using that key to control it? Lu Yi didn't answer. He kept walking, putting some distance between them. Wei Shi ran ahead and asked, what's that key for? What is the Simulated Data Processing Center? Are you going now? Take me with you. Lu Yi glanced at her and asked, how much computational power do you have left? Wei Shi replied sheepishly, well, I used it all. Lu Yi was surprised. All of it? She replied, yeah. Then she began to explain. You see, going to a private territory requires computational power to use structures to limit the appearance of monster leaders. Returning to your own private territory also costs computational power to use structures to restore your body state. That back and forth used it all up. Lu Yi was puzzled. Wei Shi continued, if I hadn't used it all, I wouldn't have reached the 3rd floor so quickly. Lu Yi thought, so in the skill description, using it in an area consumes computational power. Why don't I consume any? Is it because of Ming S's help? He suddenly stopped. Wei Shi was surprised. He said seriously, we had a very unpleasant experience before. Can I trust you this time? Wei Shi smiled and said, sure. Lu Yi's expression was unreadable. All right then. Don't leave Qingmu for now. Wait for me to come back. The scene switched to Xiangyun's private territory where Shanyang and Xiangyun were sitting. Xiangyun was furious and Shanyang wore a haughty expression. Xiangyun broke the long silence. Actually, Yi isn't that strong. If we use our skills well, we can still deal with him. Shanyang replied, how? With his insane attack range, his power-draining skill can take you out at the start of the fight, and I'm no match for him. Xiangyun added, not only that, in that Qingmu private territory, there's also a monster leader controlled by Yi that needs to be dealt with. Xiangyun held a green sphere in his hand, a recall orb that records player data. When a player dies, the orb shatters. The player revives at the orb and their body state is restored to the recorded moment. Everything is explained, Xiangyun said, holding the recall orb. So we have to call for help. Xiangyun messaged the floor masters, Star, I need you. In private territory 1, Lu Yi sat on a large floating rock. He stared thoughtfully at Ming Snake, recalling Wei Zai's words. That's right. You see, going to a private territory requires computational power to use structures to limit the appearance of monster leaders. Returning to your own private territory also costs computational power to use structures to restore your body state. That back and forth used it all up. Ming Snake was puzzled, a big question mark appearing above its head. Lu Yi sighed and thought, no matter what, it's helping me. Lu Yi asked, any advice on that teleport point? Ming Snake replied, it's definitely possible, but there's risk. If the device is incomplete, you might be teleported directly to the 4th floor, where there are all kinds of disaster-level monster leaders. In that situation, you can only wait to die. Lu Yi replied, but if the device isn't broken, we can get there in one go. Lu Yi's expression was serious. I'll take the gamble. He told Ming Snake his plan. I'll take 5,000 points of computational power, leaving 100 with you as a backup. If I die, I can revive here and will start earning computational power from scratch. After hearing Lu Yi's plan, Ming Snake shared its thoughts. If you're going to gamble, gamble big. Lu Yi was surprised. Ming Snake continued, right now you're racing against others for the simulated data processing center. In the scene, images of Lu Yi, Wei Zhuang, and Cheng Gui's private territories appeared alongside other flying turtles. Ming Snake further explained, if you go alone and die, having to come back basically means saying goodbye to control of the simulated data processing center. Bringing me along not only prevents your computational power from evaporating within an hour, but also significantly reduces consumption when you use structures. Lu Yi asked in surprise, can you leave the private territory with me? Ming Snake replied, but the consequence is that room 1 will shatter, meaning you can no longer revive in room 1. Of course your life will no longer be bound by it. Lu Yi showed a thoughtful expression, then looked up and said, how much of your power can you unleash in the future? Ming Snake replied, with enough computational power I can unleash full power. Ming Snake coiled up, waiting for Lu Yi's decision. He calculated in his mind, one is an extremely powerful strategy within a specific time frame, the other is a fallback. But Ming Snake was right. In a race against time, if he used this fallback, the most important secret of the original realm would be out of his reach. Lu Yi made his decision. He stood up and said seriously, all right, we'll go together. Ming Snake transformed into a green light and flew into his hand, not forgetting to say, wise choice. Snake-shaped patterns now appeared on Lu Yi's arm, glowing. After a while the patterns faded. The rock he stood on gradually shattered into many small pieces. They separated from the hole and drifted apart. A prompt appeared. The symbiotic creature Ming Snake in your private territory 1 has grown and merged with you. Your private territory 1 is being calculated and transformed into a suppression force on the external area. External area suppression reduced to 44.6. You have gained the skill Float. Gain floating ability, speed -90. Only effective when used in the external area. Lu Yi stared blankly at the system. Have I become my own private territory? He looked straight ahead at the black-headed golden beetle. Lu Yi quickly jumped, only hearing, let's go. The rock he stood on also shattered. Inside the black-headed golden beetle, Wei Shi was already waiting. She stood upright, arms crossed. A voice came from behind Wei Shi. He has a familiar aura. He's chosen like you. Wei Shi turned around. It was an orange little dragon named Yinglong Wei, a world-ending level servant. It continued, after the original realm was destroyed, we were modified and activated, all becoming tools. If you don't want to end up like us, you must kill the other candidates to secure your unique position. She grinned, and Yinglong gave advice. And right now he seems to trust you. You have an unprecedented opportunity, seize it. Wei Shi held her chin in thought, agreeing. But suddenly she grabbed Yinglong by the neck, pulled it close and frowned, but compared to you I still trust ye more. With that she let go and Yinglong flew away. Yinglong said, I've helped you all this way and now you say you don't trust me. How disappointing, but that's why I chose you. Always doubting everything, never easily trusting, always staying firm. I believe you'll make the right choice soon. Wei Shi blushed and said sheepishly, this time is an exception. An image of Lu Yi holding her flashed in her mind. He was warm. I can't bear to let go. An object swooped down from above. Lu Yi landed, the impact shattering the rock beneath him. Wei Shi saw him, half scolding and half, I thought you'd leave me behind. He stood up and walked toward her. Looking at the desolate scene ahead, his gaze became firm. He said to Wei Shi, follow me. Wei Shi happily replied, Suddenly a sound came from above. The two looked up warily. Xiangyun and Shenyang landed. The flower goddess, who had been sitting quietly, detected the intruders. She slowly stood up, controlling countless vines behind her. Lu Yi and Wei Shi quickly ran forward. He said, leave them to the flower goddess's avatar. You follow me, he thought to himself, having been killed by me once. Knowing he had a clone, the flower goddess dared to press deeper, clearly holding a trump card that ensured victory. Lu Yi had no idea what lay ahead. He decided to let the flower goddess's clone scout the path first. A massive vine surged toward the auspicious cloud and shield hero. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked by. A voice rang out. With a flicker of wind, the flower goddess and her vine were instantly sliced into pieces. System prompt: after dodging an attack from a distant target, Wind Shadow Flash will immediately counterattack. The counter damage is calculated based on the user's attack power and includes attack effects. If this skill fails to deal damage, it will continue to trigger Flash until damage is inflicted. Note: after a successful Flash skill, the user enters a 1-second weakness period. Each subsequent use of Flash increases the weakness duration by 1 second. Another prompt appeared. Your follower, the flower goddess's clone, has been eliminated. Lu Yi stood stunned, mouth agape, wondering what was happening. Behind him, Wei Shi explained. That was the passive skill Flash, attached to the assault skill. Its attack power could instantly crush the flower goddess's clone. This was the effect of multiple stacked assault layers. The system displayed information. Wind Strike Assault. Attack power and agility complement each other. Each point of agility adds 2 points of attack power, and critical hits increase the assault stack by 1. The next attack after assault doubles agility and attack power, stacking repeatedly. Assault stacks decrease by 1. Note: assault stacks have no upper limit. Stacks remain unchanged if no damage is dealt. As the smoke cleared, a girl's figure emerged. Lu Yi and Wei Shi stared warily. She was level 60, sparkling from the guild building. She leapt abruptly, sending gravel flying, and used Wind Shadow Flash Step to dash straight toward a designated direction. During the dash, speed increased by 3 points. Sparkling swung her sword at Lu Yi, the blade slicing through his body. Golden light flashed and chains wrapped around Sparkling. This was Lu Yi's move. He aimed his spear at her and said, "If your attack power is only this much, then you can die now." Sparkling grinned and struck first. Behind him, Wei Shi warned, "Careful, don't engage her head-on." System prompt: Wind Strike Absolute Dodge, 100 chance to evade one attack, cooldown 5 minutes. Another prompt: your attack has been dodged by Sparkling. Your attack triggered Sparkling's passive skill Flash, and Lu Yi was slashed again. System prompt: Stasis State, remaining time 3 seconds. She continued attacking him. Prompt: player Sparkling used Flash skill without dealing damage, triggering Flash again. He could only stand and endure her relentless slashes. Prompt: player Sparkling used Flash skill without dealing damage to you, triggering Flash again. Stasis State, remaining time 2 seconds. Sparkling struck Lu Yi repeatedly, and from a distance he seemed trapped by dozens of sword lights. Stasis State, remaining time 1 second. Sparkling wore a smug smile. Wei Shi thought frantically, "It's over. Her skill won't stop until it deals damage to Yi. And once it does, who knows how many layers of assault she's stacked. Yi will definitely die. I have to find a way to block one hit for him." Lu Yi gritted his teeth, waiting for the right moment. Prompt: Stasis State ended. As the smoke cleared, Shield Hero spoke. "To kill the monster leader instantly from an invisible distance. No wonder you trust her so much," Auspicious Cloud replied. Before entering the collapse zone, she spent 2 full days stacking her skill layers. She stacked, tried and retried non-stop until she reached a satisfactory level, then recorded it with the reversal orb. Shield Hero said, "I remember my subordinates mentioning the reversal orb, but I didn't pay much attention. I should have gotten one too," Auspicious Cloud answered. "Too bad it's single use, but it was worth using on Yi." He jumped onto a rock and continued. "But I believe Sparkling only needs 1 slash to finish Yi. Let's try to keep her from acting in the future, and save this trump card carefully." As he stepped onto the rock, he was stunned by the sight before him. Sparkling slashed through Lu Yi's body, but this time her face was full of shock. Prompt: Light Barrier, Shared Block, Contact Target, Dark Serpent. Lu Yi turned and said, "You can step down now." He leapt and slashed at Sparkling, and she vanished instantly. Shield Hero then jumped onto the rock to check. "Yi is still alive. I need to humiliate him to avenge my death." Seeing Sparkling disappear, Shield Hero's face turned panicked. What's going on?" Lu Yi glanced at him coldly and said, "Are you here to deliver equipment to me again?" The two were stunned, then shouted, "Damn it, retreat!" A prompt appeared. Guardian Barrier and Stasis Consciousness Pendulum Stun. Auspicious Cloud and Shield Hero fell to the ground and gradually dissipated. Prompt: You have killed player Shield Hero. You have killed player Auspicious Cloud. You have killed player Sparkling. Detected that Sparkling's 5 mod Primordial Realm Computing Authority has been deducted. Your mod Primordial Realm Computing Authority has increased to 36. The Yinglong residing within Wei Shi suddenly spoke. "See that? See his power? If I can devour the guiding creature on him, I can evolve again. Then not only will I become a disaster level leader, but I'll also elevate to a whole new level, and the power I gain directly will make me stronger than him." Lu Yi gripped the light orb in his hand, glanced back at Wei Shi, then turned and said, There shouldn't be any more trouble, let's go, Wei Shi replied happily. The Yinglong's voice echoed again. Find a chance to kill him. Leave the guiding creature behind him to me. He obtained the key without being able to deal with the flower goddess's clone. He holds at least 25 of the mod primordial realm computing authority. Once you kill him, all of it is yours. Wei Shi stepped forward, the voice still ringing in her ears. The secrets of the primordial realm are far beyond your imagination. You must fight for all resources. Trust me, you must trust me and do as I say. Wei Zai's face was stern. She said, I actually know the data processing center is the destination of the collapse zone. We had conflicts before. Although you saved me on the spaceship, helping me leave this private territory might have balanced things out. Why are you still taking me there? He turned back to look at her and said, Since we're teammates, we should go together to where we need to be, right? Wei Shi replied, Are you looking down on me? Or on yourself? Lu Yi crossed his arms and said, So, you're underestimating the danger we're about to face. We're about to ascend to the 4th layer of the outer territory. Based on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd layers, the danger there might be beyond our imagination. Having one more person to support each other is better, isn't it? Wei Shi didn't answer. He walked step by step and continued, If you want to leave, wait until the final moment of contention. But your concern is normal. However, before we encounter a power that can fulfill the duty of a good teammate, can we trust each other once? He smiled and extended his hand. The two stood facing each other, neither saying another word. Wei Shi smiled slightly and grasped Lu Yi's hand. She agreed with a smile. Lu Yi said, Let's go. Wei Shi replied, The two walked one after the other toward the basement entrance. The Yinglong spoke, I can handle the dangers ahead as long as I can devour the guiding creature on him. Don't worry about the future, just find an opportunity to do it. Wei Shi lowered her head in silence. Inside the basement, the two stood in the center. Prompt detected that you possess the data processing center key. Activating destination teleportation device. Data processing center entrance. Do you wish to initiate teleportation? The Dark Serpent warned. The USB interface teleportation is like pipeline transport. Although it's perfect here, the middle pipeline can't be guaranteed, so be prepared to teleport to the 4th layer. If we end up somewhere else, I'll manifest first, and you must find a way to repair the USB teleport interface, or we'll both die. He acknowledged and said to Wei Shi behind him, Let's set off. She replied, Detected that you possess the data processing center key. Activating destination teleportation device. Data processing center entrance. Do you wish to initiate teleportation? He decisively said yes. Prompt, 2,000 computing points deducted. Teleportation initiated. The runes under Lu Yi's feet glowed. He said to Wei Shi, One last reminder. I don't know what the other end of the USB teleport interface is like, but no matter what, as long as we rely on each other, we'll survive. Wei Zai's face was serious. The two vanished. The sky was dark with clouds, thunder and lightning raging. This wasn't land, only massive floating rocks tightly packed together. The USB teleport interface glowed. Lu Yi and Wei Shi teleported here. They observed their surroundings. Lu Yi thought, Is this the entrance to the data processing center? He stood still and looked up. He thought, That's the final layer of the outer territory. We didn't reach the 5th layer. This is the 4th layer of the outer territory. Wasn't it said that the 4th layer is full of disaster-level monster leaders? Why is it all flat rocks? He was stunned by the sight. He called out softly, Dark Serpent. Dark Serpent. The Dark Serpent's voice was full of surprise. Impossible. This can't be. It's not like this in my memory. This place can't look like this. Lu Yi was a bit flustered. The Yinglong urged, Is the opportunity here? Make your move. Wei Zai's face darkened and red light flashed from her forehead and eyes. It pressed. Hurry up. She slapped her head hard, grimacing in pain as she replied to the Yinglong, You're so annoying. It asked Wei Shi, Don't you want to act? Then I'll help you. A strange thing morphed from Wei Zai's arm, startling her. Wei Shi quickly sent Lu Yi a private message. Careful, I'm being controlled. As soon as he read the message, one of Wei Zai's hands turned into a huge arm with sharp claws. It lunged at Lu Yi. He swiftly dodged, evading Wei Zai's attack. The strange thing spread continuously, enveloping her. She shouted, Have you forgotten our agreement? The Yinglong replied, Our agreement is growth, and that's exactly what I'm doing. Wei Shi was completely controlled, and she said angrily, You've crossed me. The Yinglong left a parting remark, You'll thank me. It began to transform, its massive arms extending, followed by its legs. Finally, the Yinglong's entire body emerged from the smoke. It was a massive orange dragon. It stopped and stared intently at Lu Yi. He was now speechless with shock. He messaged Wei Shi, Wei Shi, what's going on? The Yinglong stomped, cracking the rock beneath its feet. It opened its massive mouth and charged straight at him. An explosion sounded and a prompt appeared. The person you are privately messaging is AFK and cannot receive messages. Lu Yi closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. The Yinglong grabbed his body with one hand, lifted him, and asked, "Where's the symbiotic creature inside you? Why isn't it coming out?" Lu Yi shouted loudly. "Dark Serpent, what the hell are you doing?" the Yinglong taunted. "Lowly, foolish creature, still thinking you're a lofty primordial realm native? The primordial realm has long collapsed. What remains is nothing but an abandoned, modified, and repeatedly exploited waste." It burst into laughter. A prompt showed, "You have been captured and cannot move. You have been suppressed and cannot release skills outward. You have been suppressed within the domain of an apocalyptic-level monster leader, and your constructs are forbidden." The Yinglong continued, "Even if you hide in there as long as you're inside him. The effect of me devouring you is the same." It then opened its massive mouth, ready to swallow him. Lu Yi shouted, "Dark Serpent." The Dark Serpent broke free from his arm and lunged at the Yinglong's body, wrapping around it. The Dark Serpent spoke, "Finally, I found my chance." The Yinglong was locked tight and forced to release him. Lu Yi fell to the ground and the Dark Serpent said, "Use it. The construct in this area, Bloodline Ascension, is guaranteed to succeed." He asked in confusion, "How do I use it?" "The area's restriction blocks my constructs," it replied. "Never mind, just use it. The construct here, Bloodline Ascension, is guaranteed to succeed." The system displayed prompt, "Construct failed. Data being modified. Refresh, construct successfully used. Bloodline Ascension in this area, guaranteed to succeed." Lu Yi stared at the system panel, stunned. At that moment, the Yinglong was shocked to find the Dark Serpent's body gradually merging into it. The Yinglong said, "So you've known about my existence all along, but trying to merge into me to reverse devour me. Isn't that too foolish? My level is a whole tier above yours. Merging into me will only end with me completely devouring you," the Yinglong roared. "You're just a tasty meal," it continued in surprise. "Oh, you actually have a trace of Candle Dragon bloodline. Is that why you're so confident? But unfortunately, it's too weak." Lu Yi was blasted away by its power, utterly shocked. What was happening now? Prompt, "Your Imperial House Dark Serpent has activated Skill Bloodline Ascension. Imperial House Dark Serpent failed to evolve due to rule restrictions. Dark Serpent evolution failed. Your computing points decreased by 100. Prompt repeated. "After Dark Serpent's evolution failed," prompts continued. "Your Imperial House Dark Serpent has evolved successfully. Dark Serpent ascended to Pseudo Candle Dragon." Lu Yi thought happily, "Did it succeed?" Prompt, "Your Imperial House Pseudo Candle Dragon failed to absorb the Yinglong. Your Imperial House Pseudo Candle Dragon lacks energy and is about to collapse." Lu Yi stared at the system, stunned. The Yinglong seized the chance to laugh. "Even if you succeeded in ascending, you're only on par with me now. And ascending requires a massive amount of energy. Without it, you'll be devoured by your own bloodline to death. You wanted to devour me, but your plan didn't go as expected." Lu Yi stood up, determined to find a way to help the Dark Serpent. But how could he help now? The Yinglong suddenly writhed violently. It cursed, "Wei Shi, you madwoman," and then collapsed. Prompt, "Your Imperial House Pseudo Candle Dragon has absorbed energy from the evolutionary transformation. Progress 123. Lu Yi's eyes widened as he watched the Yinglong's body gradually disappear, thinking, what happened? Wei Shi sent a message, not bothering to check who it was. "Yi, I'm sorry, I can't go to the data processing center with you." Lu Yi speculated, could it be that Wei Shi chose to commit suicide, causing the Yinglong to perish with her? Staring at the vanished Yinglong, he fell into deep thought. Lu Yi helplessly clutched his head. He sent a message to Wei Shi. "Thank you. You've been a huge help," she replied. "Don't say that. This trouble was also caused by me. It's the least I could do. Besides, this damn thing has been nagging in my ear non-stop. It's so annoying. Yeah, remember to level up again, Wei Shi. He. When you come back, take me with you," he promised. "Okay," a system prompt sounded. Notification. Player Wei Shi has died. Calculating rewards for participating in killing a player. You have obtained 9 of the computing power authority of the Origin Realm. You currently hold 45 of the computing power authority of the Origin Realm. Before him lay a desolate scene of scattered bones and cracked earth, nothing intact. A stone suddenly rolled over. A young man walked in, facing a hazy, empty scene. He stood alone in the silent clearing. Suddenly, the young man sat down. He spoke. "It really is broken after all." Lu Yi scratched his head, worried. "This is bad. The path to the simulation data center has been cut off." He looked up at the sky, hands propped behind him, deep in thought. Lu Yi mused, "And the 4th layer of the outer domain doesn't have enough computing power for me to level up. Annoying. I only have 1,000 computing power points left." Lu Yi fell silent, only to hear the system prompt, "Don't lose heart, if others also teleport here through the entrance." Lu Yi listened and remained silent while the system continued to comfort him. "They'll be trapped here too, just wait until the wind plunders their computing power." The Candle Dragon appeared, arms crossed, looking at Lu Yi. Lu Yi glanced at the Candle Dragon's attribute panel, feeling a wave of frustration. Thinking it had grown too powerful for him to even detect its stats, he lowered his head in disappointment and sighed. "It'll have to do." Lu Yi asked the Candle Dragon. Should I call you Nether Serpent or Candle Dragon from now on? The Candle Dragon pondered and replied, Master, whether Nether Serpent or Candle Dragon, it's just a name for my race. You can call me by my name, Juyin. Lu Yi listened and responded with a faint, okay. All right. Lu Yi sat quietly, thinking again. He looked up at the Candle Dragon and said, Honestly, I know you're still hiding a lot from me, he continued, but you've been helping me all along the way and time was tight, so I didn't press further. Now that we're forced to take a break, can you tell me the secrets you know without holding anything back from me? The Candle Dragon remained silent. It stood with arms crossed, letting Lu Yi stare at it. After a moment it spoke. If you had asked me before reaching the 4th layer, I would have definitely hidden things. But after arriving here, my worldview has been shaken. Now, there's a deviation between the time of the origin realm as I know it and the origin realm itself. I don't even know if what I know is still the truth. With that, it crossed its arms again and said to him, Ask away. If I know, I'll tell you everything. Lu Yi's face showed disbelief as he retorted, Deviation, wasn't the tremor when you first arrived at the 4th layer fake? Wasn't it a lure to make Yinglong act? The Candle Dragon spread its hands indicating it didn't know. Lu Yi recalled Yinglong telling him that the origin realm had long been destroyed, and the current origin realm was just a broken old relic being exploited, modified, and drained. Lu Yi mused, sitting down on the ground thinking, what Yinglong said must be the origin realm's background, but its understanding of time is closer to the present than Juyin's. If I really have to ask, what should I ask? Lu Yi continued pondering. Many things seemed important but were actually irrelevant and not urgent. He looked up and asked the Candle Dragon, What is a simulation data stone? The Candle Dragon immediately replied that it was a crucial technology from the origin realm's peak era. It could analyze the data of anything, any talent, or any skill, making it easy to enhance oneself. Lu Yi's eyes widened in shock. He thought incredulously, isn't this exactly the state of players when the origin realm descended into reality? So, the so-called authority is just this technology, right? Allowing it to radiate into reality. That means easily enhancing oneself. This wasn't clearly manifested in players. The moment the origin realm descended into reality, players' strength was fixed. What ultimately happened to this technology? Lu Yi frowned, deep in thought. Was it man-made or was it destined from the start? And what was the purpose of implementing this technology? Lu Yi crossed his hands, his expression serious. Was it just to disrupt the real world, or was there another goal? With his thoughts settled, he turned to the Candle Dragon and asked, one more question. Yinglong said the current origin realm is a world rebuilt from scratch after destruction. Who modified the current origin realm, and for what purpose? The Candle Dragon replied, I don't know, but I think once we get there, all mysteries will be revealed. The ground around where they stood suddenly shifted, emitting strange noises. Lu Yi quickly stood up and shouted, What's that? Everything fell silent, but an invisible sound wave seemed to spread. The ground began to shake violently and crack. An earthquake was happening. Lu Yi leaped high without hesitation, hands shielding his face. A white mist spread, but then it was as if nothing had happened. Everything like an illusion. Lu Yi landed again, still holding a defensive posture, and exclaimed in shock, Is it over? The Candle Dragon's voice suddenly rang out. That was the Eastern Bell. Let's go. Hurry to the 5th layer of the outer domain. Lu Yi asked in surprise, Isn't the teleportation gate's exit broken? Staring at the scene before him, Lu Yi could only blurt out, This. He was speechless, eyes wide. The Candle Dragon explained, This is one of the Eastern Bell's techniques. No matter how damaged a piece of land is, once the bell rings, that land will revert to its original state when it was first created. At the same time, during its restoration, all living beings are eliminated. That's why no animals can survive on the 4th layer. It continued, We too are fine. Probably because it considers you a piece of private land, and me the Emperor Crocodile of your land. Come over here. Lu Yi responded as he landed. A prompt sounded again. Notification detected that you hold the key to the simulation data center. Teleportation device activated. Destination, simulation data center entrance. Do you agree to teleport? Lu Yi felt a surge of joy. It really is restored. The system prompt repeated the notification. He fell into thought again. The 5th layer of the origin realm's outer domain. The most important secret of the origin realm, the simulation data center. Lu Yi made his decision and said loudly, I agree, he thought to himself. I'm coming. The system's mechanical voice sounded. Notification. You have arrived at the 5th layer of the outer domain. Calculating the suppression force of the outer domain. Outer domain suppression force 45. Your current strength is suppressed to 55. Your skill cooldown time increased by 45. Your skill duration decreased by 45. All attribute caps at 5,000. Silence surrounded them, with only the system's voice echoing. With only 4 suppression blessing, it can start extending and upgrading all attributes. The sound of an engine starting rang out, accompanied by the Candle Dragon's voice. With the Eastern Bell here, the 5th layer is indeed like the 4th. No living beings exist. A beam of light shone on the spot where Lu Yi stood. Under the beam, a room appeared. Lu Yi, holding a long blade, asked the Candle Dragon beside him, "Is that an elevator? Looks like this is the final step, using that elevator to reach the simulation data center." Staring at the bell before him, he asked again, "Is that the Eastern Bell in front of the elevator? Is it dangerous for us to walk over?" The Candle Dragon replied, "It should be in the cooldown period of its area reset skill now, so probably not dangerous. But we still need to stay alert. We don't know when its cooldown will end," the Candle Dragon urged. And Lu Yi wondered if, after the cooldown, it would spare them when it activated the area reset skill again. "Let's go, hurry and see if we can bypass it and get into the elevator." Lu Yi put away his weapon and said to the Candle Dragon, "Let's destroy this place first to prevent others from using the teleportation entrance to come up," the Candle Dragon advised. "Don't bother. This kind of entrance is one way. No matter how much you destroy it, as long as the entrances on the previous layers aren't broken, people can teleport directly here." Lu Yi doubted. "Really? Isn't there any way to stop it?" the Candle Dragon replied. "We can only try to buy time," Lu Yi responded. "All right." The two walked closer to the room. Lu Yi asked, "You said earlier we need to find a way to bypass the Eastern Bell." He turned to the Candle Dragon and asked, "Shouldn't we try to take it, such a powerful piece of equipment, and we have a chance to get it but don't try? We'll regret it later." As they moved forward, he thought, leaving aside other skills, just that one skill, restoring any area from scratch, no matter what state it's in, is incredibly powerful and unmatched. The Candle Dragon then asked, "You must have a warrior title, right? What level are you at?" Lu Yi thought, "Warrior title, warrior high, all attribute weights 2. As soon as he landed, Lu Yi replied, "Warrior high," the Candle Dragon retorted with a slightly disdainful tone. "Only high, huh? Well, one level above high is Rule Breaker, and one above that is World Destroyer," it explained. "Only when you obtain the World Destroyer Warrior title can you gain the bell's recognition and take it. As for World Destroyer Warrior, even if you multiply your current total experience by 100, you'd only have a few % chance of reaching it." Running forward, Lu Yi said regretfully, "Then we can only watch." "Sigh, so frustrating," the Candle Dragon replied. "No choice. Once we enter the simulation data center, there might be a way," it urged. "So let's hurry and get into the data center." Suddenly, something hit his face. Lu Yi stopped abruptly and asked the Candle Dragon, "What's going on?" The Candle Dragon touched its nose in confusion, looked ahead and exclaimed, "Damn, how did this happen?" It asked, "What's wrong?" Staring at the room encased in a transparent wall, Lu Yi thought, "An air wall," the system's mechanical voice sounded. "Notification regarding the requirements for using the Eastern Bell." Lu Yi focused and thought, "Is this information about the Eastern Bell? Besides the World Destroyer Warrior, the Doomsday title could also obtain it." The Candle Dragon explained, "This air wall is the Eastern Bell's absolute defense state, used to protect itself. The Eastern Bell entering absolute defense state clearly means its previous owner has been killed." The Candle Dragon, arms crossed, continued, "The Eastern Bell's owner was at least a World Destroyer or Doomsday level powerhouse. How could such a strong being be killed? Who killed him? And notice the Eastern Bell was deliberately placed here. Too many doubts. What happened in the Origin Realm during the time I lost my memory?" Lu Yi calmly soothed. "Now's not the time to hesitate. Is there a way to break this wall? If we don't, we can't enter the elevator, and thus can't get into the data center," the Candle Dragon replied. "There's only one way to break this isolation wall. Make the Eastern Bell recognize a master, and its condition for recognition is only when it's ownerless. And a World Destroyer or Doomsday level powerhouse appears, standing before the bell," the Candle Dragon said. "That's the only way," he retorted. "Can your Doomsday level work?" the Candle Dragon immediately replied. "Of course not," Lu Yi asked anxiously. "Then what do? We fought so hard to gain a time advantage and get here only to be trapped?" The Candle Dragon remained silent, saying nothing. The scene shifted to a spot on the 3rd layer of the outer domain. Withered reddish trees stood silent, and a green monster with sharp fangs growled low. In the distance a figure suddenly appeared. Yuan Ding bent over in a defensive stance. Words of praise rang out. "So strong. When I get back to Muku City, I'll leave the shelter and join the back garden." Hearing this, he proudly raised his head. Huzazi bent over, flattering, "When we encountered that disaster-level monster leader earlier, I thought we were done for, but you took it out directly." Yuan Ding jumped in front of Huzazi and asked him, "Aren't you afraid of Dunyang causing you trouble?" He stood before Huzazi, arms crossed, listening to the flattery. Huzazi smiled ingratiatingly, rubbing his hands together, and said, How could that be? It's understandable to choose a wise master to serve. By the way, what skill did you use just now? On the surface they looked like ordinary skills, but the power was completely different. Yuan Ding silently recalled what the mysterious figure had told him. I used a system loophole to create this from the embryo of a disaster-level monster leader. You have Bai Shoudao transfer its disaster-level title to you, and then you can swagger out of the collapse zone, the memory ended. And Yuan Ding asked, so pain is your goal? Hearing Yuan Ding's words, Hu Zazi looked up in surprise. Yuan Ding swung his blade, cutting off Hu Zhizi's neck, and said angrily, spying on my information to tell Dun Yang right. Hu Zhizi's head left his neck, and Yuan Ding continued, you've been nagging since we first met. You'd better stick with your shelter's leader. A strange object also appeared on the ground. Yuan Ding said as he walked, the rest is just spreading word of my strength. He walked back to Lu Yi's side. He sighed in frustration. He and the Candle Dragon both seriously thought with arms crossed, thinking, I've searched everywhere. Up, down, left, right, and can't get in at all. Helplessly looking ahead, he continued, thinking, and I didn't give up, condensed my strongest attack, and the barrier didn't even ripple. He scratched his head. What to do? Suddenly, he seriously recalled, did the Order's new leader and the others succeed in my past life? If the simulation data center is related to the Origin Realm's descent into reality, logically, they should have succeeded. If they did, what method did they use to break this barrier? Looking at the ground beside him, Lu Yi thought, the only option now is not to wait for them to arrive, have them break the barrier, and then take the elevator into the simulation data center. But if I do that, won't the advantage I fought tooth and nail to gain be lost? Lu Yi turned to the Candle Dragon and asked, is there really no other way? The Candle Dragon immediately replied, there is one more way. Lu Yi exclaimed in surprise. Really? The Candle Dragon replied, I'll try to merge into the barrier. The Candle Dragon explained, using my bloodline power as a disaster-level monster leader. I'll try to make it accept me, but I can't be disturbed inside the barrier, and it'll take some time, otherwise there's really no hope. Lu Yi mused, it'll take some time, and I can't be disturbed. He frowned, thinking, the only ones who entered the collapse zone together and haven't made contact are the Order's new leader, Lei Dengchang, and the Back Garden's dean. During the time Juyin merges with the barrier, only these three might come to disturb us. Among them, Lei and the Order's new leader are still on the second layer. Even if they use special methods to come directly here, given our current relationship, asking them to wait patiently for Juyin to solve the barrier should be fine. So only the Back Garden's dean remains. He's the only one I need to deal with. With his thoughts settled, he said to the Candle Dragon, leave the barrier to me and the rest to you. The view opened up and the air barrier was clearly visible. The Candle Dragon carefully instructed, remember, you must not let the barrier be affected. The Candle Dragon burrowed into the barrier, and Lu Yi said firmly, trust me. At that moment the transparent barrier had turned red. Lu Yi looked at the wall, comforting himself. At my speed, no one should come for a while. The barrier rippled, and Lu Yi's expression instantly turned serious. He walked over to a rock and sat down. The barrier grew redder, and outside only Lu Yi sat alone. He was silent, his expression grave. Suddenly he stood up, looked around, and walked forward with steady steps. Stopping before the barrier, he curiously observed it back and forth. Seeing the change in the barrier, he felt a surge of joy. It's changing. The color on the barrier shifted from red to blue. Does the whole barrier turning blue mean Juyin is about to succeed? He stood there, ecstatic. He pulled himself together and waited in front of the barrier. After standing for a while with no change, he plopped down onto the rock, thinking, so slow, waited this long, and it's only extended a little bit. He lowered his eyes, too anxious to think of anything. He covered his face in disappointment, feeling he had lost all patience. Gazing into the distance, Zhenan asked himself, was it because he was almost there? In his speculation, he might be able to determine the location where the primordial realm would descend. He thought hard, unaware that he had already spent 3 days in the collapse zone. According to the original timeline of the primordial realm, in 4 more days it would descend, and life would change completely. Though everything was ready and he had prepared himself for the aftermath, what he truly hoped was, he frowned, calculating in his mind whether seizing the scepter could decide the descent of the primordial realm, stop it, and keep the world as it was. The image of a desert flashed in his mind. He thought, when faced with a vast desert with immense power, what one craved most was a sip of cool water to survive. Then he imagined a beautiful city, where even the humblest person could easily obtain that cool water. This was the truest depiction of the world before and after the primordial realm's descent. He thought this as he sat on the rubble, clenching his fists with determination. If he had a choice, he wouldn't want to be a peerless powerhouse in the desert. He'd rather be an ordinary person living peacefully in a bustling city. His face was resolute. He bent down, leaving only a determined silhouette lost in his thoughts. He must seize the scepter and prevent the primordial realm from descending. On the vast land, shrouded in mist and empty of people, something suddenly appeared. Lu Yi heightened his alert and shouted, "Someone's coming, who is it?" Several beams of light appeared before him, and a man's figure gradually emerged. It was the gardener. He had already spotted Lu Yi in the distance. Lu Yi assumed a defensive stance, thinking, "So it's him." The head of the back garden. Behind Lu Yi a blue screen lit up. Seeing the gardener's title, Lu Yi's mind raced with thoughts. Could it be that the player who cracked the Eastern Emperor in his past life was him, the head of the back garden? The gardener cautiously stayed on guard. He thought, if he had a title recognized by the Eastern Emperor, would approaching the veil of the Eastern Emperor bell directly make it recognize him as its master? Seeing the gardener start to move closer, Lu Yi thought, "I can't let him get near." Suddenly he took a running start, leapt high, and lunged forward. Mid-air several chains wrapped around his body. The gardener's eyes widened in surprise. Lu Yi stood below, holding a gun, aimed at the gardener and pulled the trigger. A force shot from the gun passed straight through the gardener's body, and then fell to the ground. Lu Yi's eyes widened in shock, thinking, what happened? Seeing the gardener unharmed, he wondered in surprise. Nothing happened. Lu Yi watched the gradually changing veil, maintaining a vigilant stance. The Eastern Emperor bell still stood before that room. The gardener flew high, arms crossed with a disdainful look. He landed on a nearby rock and greeted, "I thought you'd be stuck by the red veil here. Shouldn't we be figuring out how to break it together? You start fighting the moment we meet, found a way to crack it, share it." Lu Yi frowned, increasing his alertness. He spoke, "You're right, but if you get close to this veil surrounding the elevator, you'll never be able to break it." At the same time, he thought to scare him, to keep him from approaching. The gardener stood still, exhaling as if doubting something. He curled his lip in a contemptuous smile. Suddenly he plopped down on the ground and said calmly, "Fine, I'll wait for you to solve it." Watching him, Lu Yi thought in surprise. He agreed that quickly, like a child playing house, or is something holding him back, making it inconvenient to act now? The gardener was silent for a moment, then spoke, "But waiting around is boring. How about we trade information about the primordial realm? You got here so fast, you must have a lot of intel that our guilds don't." He sat calmly, resting his chin on his hand as he spoke. Hearing this, Lu Yi was taken aback. He steadied himself, crossed his arms and replied to the gardener, "Then you need to offer something valuable first. Otherwise, how do I know you're not tricking me?" He also thought, at least he's stopped and isn't moving forward. That's good. The gardener thought for a moment and said, "Fair enough. What should I say?" Suddenly he shouted, "Oh, I know, I can talk about this." Lu Yi still kept his eyes fixed on the gardener, who grinned at him and said, "Have you noticed, apart from Wajo, there's been no news from the real world for a long time, and Wajo only releases entertainment news to confuse people?" Lu Yi asked warily, "Why are you saying this? What does it have to do with the primordial realm?" The gardener didn't answer, just grinned meaningfully. Suddenly he spat, stood up and said, "Because this world is about to face its end." Lu Yi froze, unable to speak after hearing that. The gardener held up 3 fingers and said, "If left unchecked, the world will be destroyed in 3 years at most," he continued. "And the key to solving this crisis lies in the primordial realm above us." As he spoke, he stepped closer to Lu Yi. The gardener went on, "That's why the primordial realm is so important. All the conglomerates in Wajo are pouring resources into it." Lu Yi's heart shook. He thought, is he lying? In his past life, though he only lived 3 years after the primordial realm descended, he had never heard of any doomsday crisis besides the descent itself. Even if the doomsday crisis was the primordial realm's descent, it wasn't severe enough to destroy everything. He hesitated, thinking further. But what if he's telling the truth? After all, in his past life he hadn't accessed such core secrets. If it's true, combined with Julian's talk about the benefits of datafication, could the primordial realm's descent not be a crisis? The gardener, cunning and calculating, walked cautiously and said, "Did my news surprise you? Lower your guard that much?" He stopped and said something that jolted Lu Yi awake. "You're this close and you didn't react at all." Lu Yi thought in shock. At this distance, if he had attacked me just now or rushed straight to the veil. As he thought, he looked at the gardener, who was smiling smugly not far ahead. The Eastern Emperor bell remained in its place. The gardener looked up curiously, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He crossed his arms and spoke, startling Lu Yi. "I believe what you said about the veil being problematic, so I agree to let you handle it. At the same time, I hope you'll trust what I said." He extended his hand for a handshake and said, "This doomsday crisis can't be solved by one person alone. We must work together. That's why I established the back garden here. Join us, seize the scepter together, and solve the future crisis." Lu Yi listened in silence, saying nothing. He calculated in his mind, was his real purpose in stopping to invite me to join his organization? It must not be that. But if not, what is it? Logically, he might have tried to deal with me first, then the veil, but his current behavior. Lu Yi frowned and thought. Elsewhere on the second floor of the police station, two figures gradually appeared. A delighted voice rang out like thunder. Finally farmed 3,000 points of computing power. I didn't expect to be teleported directly to the data processing center's entrance, he said happily. We're ahead in an instant, Huang Yaoan interrupted. Don't get too excited. The teleportation is about to start. No one knows what dangers lie ahead. Stay calm. The one who arrived like thunder replied. Got it, leader. The teleportation has begun. Lu Yi and the gardener still stood facing each other, neither speaking. The sound of Lu Yi's running footsteps came. He sat on a rock behind him, thinking at this close range, if he really attacks with his Doomsday title or World Destroyer warrior, I couldn't block it even if I wanted to. I might as well gamble, give way, and see if I can figure out his true intention. He spoke. If I agreed to join you right now, you wouldn't believe me either. I'll sit on this rock to discuss, but regarding your invitation, I'll create an optimal buffer distance between our conflicts, in case we really need to cooperate later to get through this together. I agree to join the back garden, but it's not convenient right now. As soon as he finished, the air between them fell silent, one standing, one sitting, neither speaking. The gardener suddenly grinned. He was about to sit on the rock opposite Lu Yi and said, Is that so? Your answer is reasonable. Now it's your turn. Tell me what you know. Lu Yi frowned, focusing his thoughts. He indeed didn't choose to rush straight to the veil, so he does have another purpose. But what is it? Lu Yi thought carefully. Wait, is it possible that he knows all the intel Lu Yi has, including the method to obtain the Eastern Emperor Bell? The two were silent, and Lu Yi continued to calculate. He didn't act because he was waiting for Juyan to take time to solve the veil. Lost in doubt, Lu Yi thought further. He wants to use this time to lure me into revealing whether I know secrets he doesn't. If so, can I completely control him by throwing out information that shocks him and makes him forget the veil? He frowned and thought, what should I say, or how should I fabricate it? Lu Yi stared ahead and spoke. I know why you're here. It's to sabotage some functions of the scepter. The gardener looked up to listen, thereby achieving someone else's goals. Lu Yi sat on the opposite rock and said, fulfilling his own expectations. As he spoke, he thought, if the gardener has a title that can eliminate the Eastern Emperor Bell and the veil, then he's likely the first player to obtain the data processing center in the past life. The datafication upgrade function being destroyed in the past life was probably the work of the head of the back garden. Lu Yi frowned, continuing to think, and his actions are also tied to the being mentioned by the Order's new leader. After obtaining these things, why would he do the rest? Whatever the purpose, it can be boiled down to expectations. Lu Yi said, or directly asked, Is Diying worth your trust? Have you considered that what he asked you to do might be the key condition to fulfill your expectations in the future? The gardener listened, his face expressionless, and asked, So what secret are you going to share with me? Seeing the gardener's expression, Lu Yi thought, judging by his face, I might have guessed right. He continued, Although I didn't know about the doomsday in 3 years you mentioned, I know a disaster is coming soon, and its root is Diying. Don't be fooled by him. He's likely the culprit behind the world's end in 3 years. As he spoke, he thought, what kind of nonsense am I making up? The gardener remained silent, his hands crossed in front of him as he thought. Suddenly he stood up abruptly, took a few steps forward and said, So, Lu Yi. Hearing this, Lu Yi was startled. The gardener stood before him and said in a deep voice, You're from Tianyao. Lu Yi was stunned, thinking, Tianyao? Who or what organization is that, suddenly popping up? The gardener looked at him, his tone angry. Only people from Tianyao would identify Diying as the root cause. I see now, no wonder you've reached this level. Lu Yi thought in surprise. What the hell? Explain clearly. Without a word, the gardener rushed straight to the veil, making Lu Yi curse inwardly. Something blocked the gardener. He wondered in confusion, did I say something wrong again? A familiar system notification sounded, informing you that the Doomsday title effect has been triggered. Your attributes are continuously decreasing. Your luck attribute is continuously decreasing. The gardener struggled to break free. Lu Yi thought in shock. I have to use the last of my computing power to restrict him with control skills. He shouted, My skills have no cooldown. At the same time, the system notification sounded, informing you that your computing power authority and Doomsday domain are banned. Lu Yi thought in confusion, in his mind. Doomsday, his foot hit the ground, sending gravel flying. The gardener punched the veil with all his might. Lu Yi rushed over but was too late. He thought in shock, it's over. The veil was hit, deeply dented. It twisted and dented with the gardener's fist. The veil shattered before Lu Yi's eyes. The gardener was silent for a moment, then turned and glanced at Lu Yi. He said, Once I get that last piece of equipment, it'll be your turn. Lu Yi thought angrily. He really knows everything. The scattered light fragments like tiny sparks floated in midair, suddenly converging into a dazzling beam, then shooting downward rapidly. The beam dove at an incredible speed, trailing a long streak of light, so brilliant it could blind everything around. Lu Yi and the gardener ahead were both stunned by the sudden attack. A bell tolled, long and echoing like a terrifying omen sweeping through the space. Then another even stronger, more dazzling light pierced through the space, falling like a lightning bolt across the sky. From above, a huge circular object slowly emerged, its surface smooth as metal. It emitted a mysterious glow, making the entire sky seem to brighten. Lu Yi looked at the scene before him, his heart surging with shock. He widened his eyes and blurted out, "What is this?" Both stared intently at the strange phenomenon. Lu Yi took a deep breath, gripped his weapon and charged forward. His unease had gradually been replaced by iron determination. He stared straight at the light, his voice low and firm. His life and Julian's were already locked together. Julian couldn't abandon him. Something might have gone wrong. Follow the Eastern Emperor bell to see what's happening. Suddenly a dark shadow struck from behind Lu Yi. His steps faltered slightly. Unable to move even an inch, the system immediately popped up a notification. Notification: you have been affected by the gardener's mockery effect. Your movement direction can only target the gardener. He felt what was happening and blurted out, "Another forced skill." The gardener's voice rang out, cold and provocative. "I don't know what's happening, but as long as I take you out, everything will still be mine in the end." The mist before them slowly parted, revealing two figures. The gardener's gaze never left Lu Yi. The system notified again. Notification: you have been shared a life chain by player Knight. Your health is now locked with Knight. Knight's health is 100 lower than yours until your health equals Knight's 100. Lu Yi glanced at the numbers on the screen, his worry surging. He forced himself to say, "Restriction skills are such a hassle. How do I break free from his control?" Additionally, the system sounded another notification. Notification: you have been affected by the gardener's skill. Your health will continuously decrease. The healing effect you receive is reduced by 90. Tier stacks 1 health deducted per second. 3,322 points lasting 15 seconds. Lu Yi was still thinking, speculating whether his skill was deliberately targeting him. The gardener walked slowly, a hint of amusement flickering in his cold eyes. Then he spoke with a sigh, "Good skill, as long as you have enough computing power." Lu Yi responded with a provocative tone, "Any target's health can be reduced to below 10 by you." The gardener grinned smugly and said, "But what about the remaining 10 health? After meeting you, I specifically chose skills that reduce healing effects. Plus my main damage is stacking passive bleeding. Each attack adds 1 stack of passive bleeding. When I keep attacking your remaining health. How many stacks do you think I can accumulate?" As he spoke, he lunged at Lu Yi. "By then my passive might instantly clear your remaining 10 health." Lu Yi quickly raised his hand to block the gardener's diving attack. Both stood firmly on the ground fighting, each assumed a stance, giving their all to win the battle. The system popped up a notification. Tear stacks 3. Lu Yi's face was covered in sweat. He gritted his teeth thinking about how to face such immense power. Is this the strength of having the Doomsday title? It completely suppressed my all attributes maintained at 5,000 points. This gap in strength combined with the mockery skill not only prevented him from escaping close combat, but also kept draining him. Notification: Tear stacks 23 health deducted per second. 37,240 points lasting 15 seconds, 14 seconds remaining. Tier stacks 24 health deducted per second. 39,120 points lasting 15 seconds, 14 seconds remaining. Notification: your remaining health is 10. The damage you receive from the gardener is lower than your health. Your health has been locked. All damage will be transferred to the same target. The gardener's expression now showed undisguised delight. He smiled brightly, as if victory was already in his grasp. Across from him, Lu Yi was drenched in sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably, his face etched with pain. His health was locked at 30,300,000. And the system's cold mechanical voice echoed in his ears. The situation was extremely dangerous. His health was plummeting rapidly. Lu Yi assessed the situation, thinking that his remaining health would vanish in an instant. Once the health resonance aura ended, he wouldn't last even a second. Yuan Ding noticed the flicker of hesitation in Lu Yi's eyes, and immediately sneered, completely oblivious to the danger of the situation. Instead, he grew even more confident and said, "What now?" Lu Yi gasped for air, filled with anxiety as Yuan Ding charged toward him. Chaotic thoughts flashed through his mind. Was he really going to fall here? At the final moment, the finish line was right in front of him. Despair enveloped him, but in that instant he told himself to stay calm. What was he overthinking? There was still a chance until the very last moment. Yuan Ding sneered, "You have no way to turn this around, just wait to die." He walked closer as he spoke. "All the collapsed areas are mine now." Suddenly his speed surged and his powerful legs struck like a storm, ready to crush everything. He rushed toward Lu Yi at lightning speed. Then the situation shifted again. Lu Yi picked up his sword and stammered, Before Yuan Ding could figure out what had happened, he suddenly fell flat on his back. Lu Yi, seeing this, couldn't help but wonder, what's going on, a slip? In a game with such powerful all-around stats, can you still slip? Yuan Ding's face darkened, still clueless about what had occurred. A notification sounded from the virtual space. Alert, your luck stat has been reduced by 50 points. Misfortune will befall you. Beware of the source of the misfortune and sever all ties. Just then, an urgent voice urged him on. Yuan Ding stood up and upon hearing it, said, "Want to leave? Dream on." Lu Yi's gaze turned cold as he stared at Yuan Ding. Yuan Ding's face was full of rage as he angrily declared, "The only place you're going next is the respawn point in Mixu City. Don't even think about anywhere else." A series of thoughts raced through Lu Yi's mind. Was Yuan Ding's mistake related to the title? Would it happen again? If he stayed and seized the moment when Yuan Ding had only 10 health left, capitalizing on his mistake to deal maximum damage, could he take him down? A notification appeared. Health 30,000, 300,000, combat power 22,521, 35,000. These thoughts lingered in Lu Yi's mind. Julian had somehow entered the data processing center for some unknown reason, and he wasn't sure if he could get its help. Maybe he'd have to deal with this alone. He didn't know what had caused Yuan Ding's error, but this might be the perfect opportunity to finish him. Another notification appeared. Yuan Ding's health 18 million, 20 million, combat power aura resonance, target link coverage aura enabling shared health resonance. When remaining health reaches 10, the resonance state will automatically end. Aura range 500 meters, cost 100 combat power, 10 per second. Tier stacks 43 health loss per second, 67,240 points, duration 15 seconds, remaining 14 seconds. Title Doom, all stats 10,000 health 40, combat power 10, all stat weight 5, all skills advanced by 1 level. 1 foot braced for a charge and the two sides resumed combat. After fighting for a while, Yuan Ding sensed something was off. He frowned and asked suspiciously, not fighting back, "Ha, are you waiting for my health to drop to 10? Right, if you're not leaving and want to beat me here, this is your only path. But can you actually kill me?" Lu Yi smiled and replied, "Try me and find out." Yuan Ding sneered mockingly. "So confident. I'm starting to look forward to the look of despair on your face when you fail," he taunted loudly. "Don't cry your eyes out and beg me for mercy when the time comes." A notification appeared. Tear stacks 50 health loss per second, 81,245 points, duration 15 seconds, remaining 14 seconds. Tier stacks 51 health loss per second, 83,178 points, duration 15 seconds, remaining 14 seconds. Lu Yi's expression turned serious. He thought that after the resonance aura ended, the biggest threat was the continuous damage from Tier. The two freeze states totaled 16 seconds, just enough to withstand it. The rest was to prevent Tier from refreshing, and killing Yuan Ding was the best way to stop that. Yuan Ding kept charging at Lu Yi. A notification appeared. Tear stacks 70 health loss per second, 146,788 points, duration 15 seconds, remaining 14 seconds. Yuan Ding's health 16,344,650, 20 million, combat power 461,231, 500,000. Yuan Ding's health 1,040,230, 20 million, combat power 452,367, 500,000. Lu Yi shouted loudly, "Did you skip a meal? I'm standing here letting you hit me, and you're still as slow as a turtle?" Yuan Ding's face darkened as he rushed forward quickly. After landing, he grinned, showing a smug expression. Lu Yi was stunned by his actions. Yuan Ding spoke confidently, "You're right. The tear stacks are probably enough. Continuing to build them is just a waste of time. Since I can't break your aura, I'll just reduce my own health by 10. A notification detected that all targets linked by the resonance aura had 10 remaining health, so the aura was deactivated. The two stood face to face, locking eyes. Lu Yi then pulled out a gun and shouted, "You're really asking for death." He was in a freeze state, aiming the gun directly at Yuan Ding. Suddenly, Lu Yi's face was full of surprise. Yuan Ding, on the other hand, looked smug. Lu Yi was puzzled, thinking, what is he doing? Doesn't he know I'll kill him with a freeze attack? And he's looking at me with such mockery. If he's this confident and can't dodge this, that would be perfect. Inner force coverage, 2,000 points. Next attack adds 1 million attack power. Pendulum judgment, triple damage. Lu Yi pulled the trigger directly and yelled, "Die?" Facing the bullet flying at him, Yuan Ding remained calm, grinning and staring at it intently. The bullet shot straight into Yuan Ding's body. After being hit, he flew backward, kicking up a massive shockwave. Lu Yi was stunned. He really didn't dodge? Yuan Ding's feet scraped the ground as he steadied himself. Lu Yi stared wide-eyed at him. Yuan Ding, having taken the bullet head-on, still managed to hold his ground. Suddenly, Yuan Ding burst into laughter. Lu Yi was utterly confused, gaping in shock. What's going on? 3 million attack power, and he's not only alive but seems unharmed? Yuan Ding laughed smugly. Is this your final move to take me down? How pathetic. A notification appeared. Perception skill exclusive, 1 second before being hit, crisis perception ensures death. Yuan Ding's voice still echoed in his ears. But what was even more ridiculous was Yuan Ding watching Lu Yi's panicked face, mocking his terrified expression. Lu Yi angrily pulled out another weapon. A notification appeared. Freeze state ended, replacing freeze state. Blessing notification. Character cannot perform abnormal displacement. You have been expelled from your blessing. Insufficient permission level to expel the tear abnormal state. Lu Yi charged forward using his ultimate skill. Inner force coverage, 20,000 points. Next attack adds 100,000 attack power. He swung his sword at the speed of light, but Yuan Ding blocked the blade with just one hand. He taunted Lu Yi. You're so adorable. You've been suppressed in close combat from the start, and now you still dare to attack me up close. Lu Yi lost his composure due to Yuan Ding's provocation. Yuan Ding suddenly rushed forward and said, "Out of moves? Then let me send you off. Tell me, what skill did you use to lock your health until now? I'll refresh it once more. Will the tear be enough to finish you?" He punched Lu Yi, sending him flying. Lu Yi gritted his teeth in pain, struggling to stand up. Yuan Ding stood there mocking him. "I thought you'd run and I'd have to chase you. In the last 2 seconds I'd refresh the tear, letting you experience hope before falling into deeper despair, but you charged in yourself. How boring. Still, don't give up. If you do, you're dead. Now the freeze state has 1 second left." Yuan Ding continued smugly, "But if you want to give up, what other tricks do you have to deal with me? Just thinking about it is despairing enough." Suddenly, he looked at his hand and thought in surprise, "Where's my weapon?" Lu Yi stood wearily in front of Yuan Ding and said slowly, "There is indeed another way to deal with you." A notification appeared. Blank space. Stats blank. No accessories needed. No skill signals. Weapons forbidden. Target forbidden from using weapon types for 1 minute. Usage condition during the prohibition. Randomly forbid yourself from using one skill for 2 minutes. Skill signal release distance is tied to level. Current equipment level signal normal release distance 1 meter. Notification, your inner force has been forbidden. Countdown 120 seconds. Lu Yi muttered to himself. He hadn't wanted to use this signal because the cost was too high. But aside from it, there was no other way to deal with the tear now. The two remained standing in place. Yuan Ding still wore a confident smile and said, "Can't use your inner force anymore?" A series of thoughts flashed through Lu Yi's mind. With that expression, "Do you still have a trick to deal with me? What is it?" Besides inner force, there are exclusive stat skills. Could that earlier damage he dealt have been a warning? Does he have agility and all stat exclusive skills? He probably doesn't have all stat exclusive skills. How do I fight? All my skills are on cooldown. If he really has all stat exclusive skills, with burst power attack and barrier plus health exchange and barrier, a combo like that would kill me for sure. He took a light step forward, thoughts racing. Damn it, where's that negative status you promised? Why isn't it showing up? I need to find a way. While he's not using it, toy with him. Enter the data processing center. This unknown scenario is the way to deal with him, as ridiculous as it sounds when you can't beat your opponent. Entering an unknown scenario is better than dying here outright, Yuan Ding continued. Forbidding me from using weapons, even better. The longer I can enjoy this. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock. Taking advantage of his distraction, Lu Yi quickly fled. As he ran, he thought, an opportunity. It seems someone has teleported in. Whoever it is, they're not strong compared to me now. Get into the elevator. Yuan Ding quickly gave chase, shouting, "Want to leave? Dream on, burst power attack and barrier, health exchange and barrier." Hearing this, Lu Yi confirmed his guess. Sure enough, he had all stat exclusive skills. Yuan Ding was already hot on Lu Yi's heels. He thought anxiously, "Can I make it into the elevator in time? Even if I can't, getting into the elevator is my last chance to survive." Suddenly a burst of white light erupted. Lu Yi shouted excitedly, "I made it in." Notification, start the elevator. Lu Yi was stunned, staring straight ahead. 3 people were engaged in a fierce battle ahead. The New Order guild leader shouted, "Rulai." Rulai appears, fighting and yelling, "I thought you dealt with it. Dunyang and Xiangyun would get stronger. But in the end, you're still being chased around, aren't you?" The New Order guild leader frowned slightly. Yuan Ding blocked the sword with both hands and shouted, "New Order?" He flung his hands forcefully, sending the two flying, and yelled, "Get lost!" Yuan Ding's feet moved at incredible speed. He rushed toward Lu Yi and angrily cried out, "Die!" Notification, start the elevator. As soon as the system prompted, Lu Yi shouted the command, "Start, I didn't teleport in earlier, and now it's too late." Notification, weapon forbidden has ended. Your target, Yuan Ding, has been released from the weapon restriction state. He closed in on Lu Yi. Flames erupted from his hands, ready to attack Lu Yi. Lu Yi cried out in panic, "It's over." Suddenly, Yuan Ding's attack missed Lu Yi. Notification, you evaded Yuan Ding's attack. Lu Yi was also incredibly surprised. I dodged that, right. His negative status only appeared now. Does it get worse the more anxious he gets? That's why he kept giving me so many chances earlier. Both Yuan Ding and Lu Yi were thrown into the air in panic, exclaiming simultaneously, "The teleportation array has activated." Yuan Ding frowned slightly as a surge of air flowed from the metal plate earlier. Lu Yi was sucked upward, while Yuan Ding below continued to threaten him. "You have no way out. Wait until you go in. The moment you land is when you die." Notification, cooldown ended. Blessing has completed ammunition loading. Pendulum Lu Yi's expression turned smug, and he said, "I was looking for a chance to deal with the center, but I suddenly realized now is the perfect time to handle you, during your forced upgrade phase." Lu Yi's body floated in the air, gun aimed at Yuan Ding, and said, "In that moment when you can't dodge, I don't believe you can take my full force without a scratch." Yuan Ding cursed angrily, and a display appeared. Blessing enhanced. All stats 5,000, inner force coverage 2,000, next attack power increased by 1,000,000, pendulum triple damage. A dazzling light tore through the silent sky. Lu Yi still gripped his gun tightly, ready to deal with Yuan Ding. Suddenly his body leaned back and the fragments behind him gradually reassembled. They closed together, forming a strong light, but cracks remained. Those light fragments continued to recover. Lu Yi floated in the air, his body among those light fragments. The strong light no longer appeared, replaced by tiny fragments. A voice came from outside. "No notification of killing the back garden dean. He's not dead yet." Lu Yi stood hunched over, still wearing a surprised expression. Yuan Ding breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I almost messed up, but luckily I had enough health." Lu Yi's mouth hung open as his health was restored through the blessing's stat boost. Yuan Ding angrily questioned Lu Yi, "What's next? What other tricks do you have? Or after unleashing so many powerful attacks, how much combat power do you have left?" A display appeared. Yuan Ding's health, 45,790, 20,000,000. Combat power, 325,890, 500,000. Suddenly Rulai appeared, charging in and saying, "Did you forget about me? The true protagonist of this outer scene journey." A dazzling light tore through the sky. Yuan Ding's body was cut in half. Rulai appeared with a smug expression and said, "Surviving my move with residual health, not bad. The New Order guild leader has already assimilated with Rulai. Don't waste time, keep attacking. Finish him with your short blade." Lu Yi picked up his weapon and quickly replied, Okay. He drew his blade and announced loudly, "Last time I used this short blade I made a mistake. I won't make that stupid mistake again this time. President, lock him up and don't let him escape." His foot quietly approached the round nail. The smug expression on round nail's face had vanished. Fear had set in, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, round nail unleashed his own power and roared, "Trash, you're asking for death. Let's see who finishes who." Lu Yi shouted loudly beside him, "Disable weapons." Suddenly, a prompt appeared. Prompt, "Your blessing skill has been disabled. Disable duration 2 minutes." Lu Yi said anxiously, "The blessing has been disabled. If we can't kill him this time, it's really over." Rulai sighed and said, "They can even disable weapons. Yeah, you're really an amazing support. From now on you'd better stay in the back. You'll be more effective that way." Round nail frowned slightly, his body already split in two. A dazzling light flew toward the circular metal plate above. Round nail screamed in agony, having no strength left to resist. Prompt, "Round nail has died. Calculating damage contribution. You have gained 2 of the Origin Realm Computing Power Authority. You currently hold 47 of the Origin Realm Computing Power Authority." Lu Yi breathed a sigh of relief and said, "We succeeded." Rulai also smiled. Round nail's body was torn in half and collapsed to the ground. Rulai deliberately turned around, striking a cool pose with his back to the opponent, one finger proudly pointing to the sky. Grinning, he said smugly, "I'm the first person in the Origin Realm. Haha, took him down with just one move. Yeah, I'm invincible." Lu Yi was speechless at his excited antics. Suddenly, a very strange thing appeared behind Rulai. The voice of the New Order president rang out with a warning, "Careful, his corpse is problematic." Hearing this, Rulai immediately turned to look behind him. Lu Yi was also startled. Staring intently at Round Nail's corpse, a powerful aura surged from behind Rulai, curling up to form a huge egg-shaped object. Lu Yi was stunned. Not knowing what was happening, he widened his eyes and asked, "What's going on?" Rulai exclaimed in surprise. "What the hell is this thing?" he continued. "Can't break it." The New Order president's voice also rang out. "It's melting us," the New Order president said. "A resurrection skill. Round Nail wants to melt and absorb us. To resurrect himself." The New Order president continued, "The melting speed is too fast. My health has already dropped by half." Rulai said, "Can we destroy it from the outside?" Hearing this, Lu Yi grabbed his weapon and charged at the foreign object, slashing wildly. He said helplessly, "Prompt, I've exhausted all my skill power. I can only use normal attacks and they can't damage it at all." Rulai said, "My health is almost gone. I can't hold on." The president suddenly raised his voice and commanded, "Use that move." This left Lu Yi stunned. A brilliant light burst from the center of the foreign object, cutting it apart. The foreign object slowly split open, and a figure emerged from within. Prompt: Regression has died. Calculating damage contribution. You have no damage record. You have gained 0 of the Origin Realm Computing Power Authority. You currently hold 47 of the Origin Realm Computing Power Authority. Lu Yi shouted in panic. Regression is dead. The foreign object had split open and lay flat on the ground, gradually disappearing without a trace. Lu Yi walked forward with heavy steps. He sat alone in thought, letting out a frustrated sigh. Only then did he speak. Although I don't know what Regression and the New Order president did in the end, it was finally resolved. Round Nail's system showed a private message. What did you guys do just now? How did Regression die? Steaming hot. Regression used a level 60 skill, paid some price, and chose to cancel the target skill's effect. I just didn't expect the cost to be so high. Regression, that's rough. Am I really dead? I died just as I was about to reach the finish line, and in a mutual destruction way. Regression, I'm gone. The strongest usually pave the way for the younger generation. I guess I've achieved one of the accomplishments of a strong person. Steaming hot. Thanks. Without you guys I would have died here. Even if I killed the garden master of the back garden, I couldn't deal with his final move, Regression. So from now on you have to protect the president for me. The president is weak. I'm already dead. His strength won't get him far. Steaming hot. Don't worry, I'll protect him, Regression. It's a deal then. Although I know from dealing with Round Nail that you're much weaker than me, it should be enough to protect the president. Yeah, steaming hot. The atmosphere around them grew heavy. Lu Yi glanced to the side and the New Order president said, Round Nail was also teleported here like us. Even if he still retains computing power, he hasn't been sent back to Mixu City yet. Lu Yi said it would be impossible to recollect computing power and teleport again in a short time. Lu Yi continued, we have enough time to figure out how to fix the elevator and then go to the Data Centralized Module Processing Center. The New Order president said, you and Round Nail were really fast. After I met Regression, we cleared computing power together to upgrade a private territory. But we weren't as fast as you, Lu Yi replied, just lucky. Lu Yi entered a room and continued, after searching everywhere, this place is the only one that's abnormal, the New Order president responded. Then let's try to open it. Lu Yi touched the problematic spot, and a circle immediately appeared, revealing a lock mechanism. Lu Yi took out the key he had and said, maybe we should use the key we got, the New Order president asked doubtfully. How? Just put it in. Suddenly, an aura appeared. This surprised Lu Yi greatly. The New Order president also widened his eyes and looked there. The lock was absorbing that aura. Prompt: key submitted. Your Origin Realm Computing Power Authority has increased by 10. You currently have 57. Origin Realm Computing Power Authority. Suddenly the two exchanged surprised glances, both looking ahead. A bottomless hole suddenly appeared before them. The New Order president said, there's a portal down there. Where does it go? Lu Yi replied, we'll know when we go down. With that, the two fell down together. A vortex appeared in the sky and ahead was an extremely strange secret realm. Prompt: Secret Realm Data Centralized Module Processing Center has been opened. Lu Yi said blankly, Data Centralized Module Processing Center. If this is the Data Centralized Module Processing Center, then what was that place above? A deep black hole appeared above his head. The New Order president said, it seems this is the real entrance to the Data Centralized Module Processing Center. But the secret realm requires at least 10 people to enter. Lu Yi replied, can't we just fix it with the architecture? Hearing this, the New Order president asked doubtfully, can the architecture fix this? Lu Yi answered seriously, now that the elevator and the sphere are destroyed, we have nowhere else to go. Even if we use floating, we can only fly up to 5 meters high. We can't get up at all. The New Order president replied, then let's go in together and see what it's like. Lu Yi quickly agreed. Okay, the two stepped into it, unable to predict the scene inside the secret realm. After the two walked into the air circle ahead, they both disappeared. Water droplets appeared, more and more of them. They connected together and then shattered in the air. They gathered into a puddle of water and then began to take the shape of a fish. From those water droplets a real fish actually formed. The suspended water droplet slowly rose. It passed through the partition wall and flew upward. Then it made a gurgle sound. Everything in this secret realm was very empty. Lu Yi was startled by the sight. He asked in surprise, What was that just now? 3 bubbles rose from under the water. One popped on its own, one was broken by the fish, and the last one left the water surface and dissolved into the air. Besides that, he looked at the surrounding scenery and continued, this is the Data Centralized Module Processing Center. Wait, New Order President, where did you go? Only then did he realize someone was missing. Prompt: detected that you have the highest Origin Realm Computing Power Authority in the entire Origin Realm. Title awarded. Torchbearer, only Torchbearer player. Deification, decision initiator. Deification. Player gains all attributes and abilities of the Origin Realm game character. Origin Realm Computing Power Authority determines the function of deification. Origin Realm Computing Power Authority has been fully collected. Do you want to initiate deification? Lu Yi couldn't help but be surprised. He asked blankly, Is this the permission button for the Origin Realm's descent? A private message showed. Steaming hot, New Order President. Yi, where are you? Steaming hot, New Order President. The system prompted me that my computing power authority is insufficient, and I've been removed from the secret realm. What are you still doing inside? Lu Yi stood on the bridge, he thought to himself. Finally. Lu Yi trembled with excitement. He thought, I finally obtained the authority. A look of immense satisfaction appeared on Lu Yi's face. He thought, I finally have a real chance to change my fate. The bridge stretched all the way into the clouds. Lu Yi wiped away his tears. His expression was extremely determined, and then he opened the system panel. The system panel displayed Torchbearer, only player. Deification, decision initiator. Deification. Real-world player gains all attributes and abilities of the game character. Origin Realm Computing Power Authority determines the function of deification. Please wait for appearance. Initiate deification after collection is complete. Lu Yi thought, only uniqueness. Only I can decide whether the Origin Realm descends. If that's the case, as long as I quit the game, don't log in, and don't press the deification initiation button, the Origin Realm won't appear again. Lu Yi clenched his fist. A message came in. Lu Yi, hey, you haven't come out yet. Did you get in? Did you get the authority? Hey, answer me. A prompt appeared. Do you want to quit the game? Lu Yi hesitated slightly. He said loudly, Goodbye, Origin Realm, and then pressed the display panel. Lu Yi disappeared, and his consciousness returned to reality. Lu Yi was back in reality. He lay on the bed, a look of immense satisfaction on his face. Lu Yi sat up, put on his slippers, and the scene shifted to the rooftop. Lu Yi stood on the rooftop overlooking the city. He recalled the past. The cityscape was incredibly desolate. Tall buildings had collapsed, leaving a scene of desolation. A tragic image showed two skeletons of a mother and child tightly embracing. Not only maternal love but also love in the apocalypse was clearly visible. Items were scattered everywhere. Lu Yi smiled and shouted, I did it. Then he raised his hand high and jumped in joy. The next morning, the collapsed tall buildings of the past were now intact. A mother and child walked hand in hand on the road, smiling. The couple was lovingly together. A female student rested her chin on her hand, smiling as she looked out the window. Lu Yi was ecstatic. He thought, I've prevented the Origin Realm from appearing. The world will always be this peaceful. Lu Yi raised his hand high in joy. The scene shifted to night. The sky was full of twinkling stars. In an instant, space was disturbed, then returned to normal, because the starry sky had vanished. At the same time, on a beach not far from where Lu Yi was, a luxury yacht floated on the sea surface. Voices rang out, Everyone, look what's going on. The people on the yacht discussed among themselves. How did the routes to other continents disappear? The vast sea area around Wajo has been completely cut off. Like when the computing power in the game is insufficient and only part of the map is displayed. What the hell is going on? It was night. On a tall building, the top floor was still lit. Round Nail sat at his desk. He threw his VR glasses onto the table and stood up. Round Nail walked toward the glass door. He grabbed his little finger and pulled it away from his palm. Round Nail gritted his teeth in pain and his finger returned to normal. Round Nail steadied himself and then made a phone call. He reported, Sorry, I failed. Yes, I was killed by a joint attack from someone named Yi and Huang Yaoan. Okay, I'll find a way to level up quickly. Alright, I've already sent people to investigate. We should have news soon. The person on the other end asked, Did you find the gloves? Not yet. Okay, keep a close watch on that guy named Huang Yaoan. If they contact each other in reality, we'll definitely find clues from him. Round Nail hung up the phone, gripping it tightly. The glass door reflected Round Nail's figure. His expression was extremely angry, and he said bitterly, I'll find you in reality and get rid of you, Yi. The next morning, the New Order president sat at his desk. He sat and thought, his fingers tapping the desk incessantly. Suddenly, someone opened the door and entered the room. The New Order president immediately asked, How's it going? Did you find Yi? The man shook his head. The New Order president slumped back in his chair and said helplessly, What's up with this guy named Yi? Why did he log off at the critical moment? If he has the authority and never logs in again, what do we do? He scratched his head and asked himself, could he be one of Tianyao people, here specifically to sabotage us? There's only one day left. We really can't wait any longer. The scene shifted to the riverside. Lu Yun said, Bro, don't get too cocky. With your crazy personality when playing Origin Realm, I'll surpass you one day. Hearing this, Lu Yi stopped in his tracks, holding a white towel, and replied with a smile. Then I'll have to torture you well before you surpass me, he continued. Let's run another lap. Lu Yun and Huang Nianchu were panting, standing still. Hearing Lu Yi say this, Lu Yun grabbed his hand and said urgently, "Bro, no, I give up. I'm not convinced. Please, let's take a break." Huang Nianchu stood behind, smiling. Lu Yi laughed. There was a resting spot by the river. Lu Yi and the others sat on the steps, drinking water and resting. The surrounding environment was very peaceful. A clump of grass grew from the cracks in the steps. Lu Yi felt incredibly comfortable. He thought, counting my past life, it's been over 3 years since I've been this relaxed. Just then, an elderly man and his granddaughter walked along the river, chatting happily. Suddenly, Lu Yun asked, "Bro, do you think we'll live to be that old?" Lu Yi turned around and looked at Lu Yun. "What are you thinking? Of course we will. We'll see who has more descendants, you or me." Hearing this, Lu Yun replied, "Well, whether you have many descendants doesn't depend on you." Lu Yun teased Huang Nianchu. "It depends on Nianchu." Huang Nianchu blushed with embarrassment. She lightly hit Lu Yun and said shyly, "Stop it, he's right here. So annoying, I won't let you off." Lu Yun laughed and replied, no." Lu Yun was tickled by Huang Nianchu and quickly surrendered. "Haha, I was wrong. I will never say anything in front of him again." The men around were murmuring, "Look over there. If only I had 2 girlfriends like that. Such a sight for sore eyes. I envy that guy." Lu Yi thought to himself that every time An and Nianchu appeared, they attracted attention and harassment. He recalled the past when 2 thugs bullied Lu Yun. "This girl is really pretty. Let's drag her into the alley for some fun." Lu Yi was supporting Lu Yun. He heard this and quickly said, "An, run, go back to reality." Lu Yi shook his head, thinking, "What am I thinking? That's all in the past." He clenched his fists and thought, "Just keep this peace as it is. The real world isn't chaotic, and that kind of thing will never happen again. Even if it does, the chances are slim, and there will be laws as well as kind-hearted passers-by to help. Stay within your bounds, work hard to plan your life, and you can move toward an increasingly better future. Even if you get tired along the way, you can stop anytime. Even if you hate the goals you set for yourself, you can change them. The worst outcome is just being tired for a while, not dying from a moment of laziness." Lu Yi looked at the grandfather and grandson below, then told himself that he could live a very long life surrounded by children and grandchildren. He could be like that old man, led by his grandchildren in the golden sunlight, enjoying the warm rays. In an instant, something green flashed past the grandfather and grandson. Lu Yi's eyes widened. The grandfather and grandson fell, their heads separated from their necks, dead on the spot. Lu Yi thought in panic, "What just killed those 2? The green thing moved. Lu Yi turned around and saw that the green thing was the grass from before. The grass suddenly became huge and dangerous. Lu Yi thought, the primordial realm is descending, causing creatures to mutate. Countless questions raced through his mind. The primordial realm hasn't descended yet. So why are mutated creatures appearing in reality? That leaf rushed toward Lu Yi at incredible speed. Lu Yun pushed Lu Yi aside, taking the blow for her brother. "Second brother, be careful," before Lu Yi could react. Lu Yun was injured in the ribs. Huang Nianchu caught Lu Yun and shouted, "An!" The leaf tried to attack Lu Yun again, but Lu Yi blocked it with his body. He thought, the grass itself isn't sharp, it's the speed that makes it dangerous. If he could break its speed, he wouldn't have to fear it. Lu Yi used his scarf to bind the leaf, but another leaf came rushing at him. Lu Yi used the leaf he had caught as a shield. He took the chance to bind the second leaf. Another leaf attacked him. He had a sudden idea and stomped on the leaf with his foot, then pulled hard. The mutated grass was stretched taut. Lu Yi gritted his teeth, thinking that someone had to cut its roots or his efforts would be in vain. He shouted, "Hey, don't just stand there watching. Come help me take it down, or if it kills a few more people and levels up, we ordinary folks won't be able to handle it." The group of men hesitated. This, Huang Nianchu ran over. She set Lu Yun down to rest. The wound had stopped bleeding. Huang Nianchu picked up a huge rock, lifted it high, and smashed it directly at the base of the grass. Lu Yi thought happily, Huang Nianchu is showing those guys the way. "Everyone come help, smash its roots and we can take it down," she added. "It's already under control now, nothing to fear." Seeing the beautiful woman asking for help, the men immediately changed their attitude. "Quick, everyone, help the lady out. Nothing to be afraid of, take it down, let's do it together." It was done. At the High City Hospital, Huang Nianchen said, "I've contacted the family and arranged for treatment. Give An the best." Lu Yi's face was full of worry. Huang Nianchu continued, "But the doctor said An not only lost too much blood but also has a severe poison in her body. Whether she wakes up depends on her." Huang Nianchu stood by Lu Yun's bed. "An, you have to hang in there." Lu Yi thought, the primordial realm hasn't descended yet, so why are mutated creatures appearing? What went wrong? Logically, the flame transmission is the button for the primordial realm's descent. As long as the primordial realm hasn't descended, everything in reality has nothing to do with it. But now, could it be that mutated creatures didn't appear only after the primordial realm's descent, but have always existed in the real world? Lu Yi clenched his fists, thinking, originally the primordial realm would descend tomorrow and mutated creatures would appear en masse. but with the power of the Celestials, the mutated creatures would be quickly dealt with. Only those from the primeval forests would remain. He thought, could it be? Then he remembered what the gardener said. If left unchecked, the world would be destroyed in at most 3 years. Lu Yi asked himself, these mutated creatures aren't brought by the primordial realm's descent. Lu Yi turned and left, instructing Huang Nianchu, I have something to deal with, take care of Ayan for me. Huang Nianchu asked, second brother, where are you going? Lu Yi thought he had to figure out what was really going on. He replied to Huang Nianchu, I have a way to save Ayan, just look after her for me. Huang Nianchu called out worriedly, second brother. Lu Yi frowned. In the hospital waiting hall, a group of people in patient gowns were discussing, why won't they listen to what we say? No one believes us. One of them held his head, his voice extremely dejected. The worst part is that the cameras lost signal right at that moment. The person next to him chimed in. I told you so. Not just the roadside cameras, even the monster videos we took with our phones disappeared. Another sighed. Sigh, what's wrong with this world? Someone suddenly stood up resolute. No, we have to make a fuss. The other asked, how about what? Before he could finish, space suddenly froze and he forgot what he was saying. Right, about what? What were we just discussing? The group asked themselves. There was a terrifying incident this morning that scared us all into the hospital. But what exactly? We were just scared. It should be fine. Forget it. Let's go. Let's go. Outside the primordial realm. Data Processing Module Center. Lu Yi had already logged into the game. His expression was very serious. Lu Yi looked at the messages. The chat window of the New Order leader was urgently sending him messages. Knight, have you obtained the authority yet? Knight, the authority concerns the safety of the real world. If you have it, you must tell me. Knight, why did you log off? Let me know when you're back on. Knight, why aren't you online yet? If you are, give me your real-world contact info. The New Order leader paced back and forth anxiously, his expression very worried. Lu Yi's reply arrived, saying, I do have the authority, but whether I use it depends on you first telling me what you know about the danger between the primordial realm and reality. The New Order leader said happily. Knight, you're online, he replied. Can you give me your real-world contact info first? Knight directly refused. No, the New Order leader sent again. Fine. What do you want to know? Knight sent. Don't beat around the bush. I want to know everything from start to finish. If you don't know where to start, tell it in chronological order, the New Order leader said, somewhat puzzled. Knight, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly so aggressive? Forget it. I'll tell Knight everything so he understands the situation. The New Order leader replied. All right, before I tell you what I know, let me send you a few photos. Below are the ocean boundaries, continental boundaries. This is the border of Wazhou and other continents. This is a photo of mysterious wild creatures. This is our universe. The former starry river has completely disappeared, leaving only pitch black. Lu Yi was a bit surprised. This, the New Order leader sent. The real world is facing 2 major crises. One is that a continent disappears every 2 years, including all living beings and humans on it. Now only Wazhou is left. The other is that the real world randomly produces monsters from mutated plants and animals. At first it was only in remote areas, but now they appear more and more in cities. I'm afraid it won't be long before these plants and animals mutate in ordinary homes, and the scene will be unimaginable. Lu Yi thought, continents disappearing. Although he had heard that contact with some continents was lost, he never imagined they directly disappeared. He sent, the planet we live on is a planet. How can it disappear piece by piece if a continent suddenly vanishes? The planet we live on would explode directly. And as for the monsters you mentioned, I've never heard any news about them. If it's true, the whole world has gone mad, the New Order leader thought. It seems Knight has truly never been exposed to the Earth shadow. He sent a message to explain, because everyone who sees scenes related to the real-world crisis gradually forgets what they saw, unless they've been exposed to the Earth shadow. Lu Yi asked, forget? If you encounter a terrifying scene, how could you easily forget? Lu Yi pondered. Forget? The New Order leader sent. But it's true, Knight asked. What caused all this? The New Order leader replied. According to the Earth Shadow's description, it's 3 mysterious people. 10 years ago, they appeared at Buzhou Mountain in the center of Wazhou. No one knows what they did there, but it led to the real-world crisis. That's what the Earth Shadow says, he replied. Who exactly is the Earth Shadow? The New Order leader answered. I'm afraid you won't believe it, but we don't know who the Earth Shadow is either. We only have a way to contact them. They regularly tell us what to do. That's how we've avoided many crises and obtained many treasures. Even the importance of the primordial realm was told to us by the Earth Shadow. It saved many lives. So everyone reveres the Earth Shadow as a god. Lu Yi continued. If what the Earth Shadow says is true, the root of the problem is at Buzhou Mountain. With such a clear target, can't modern weapons in the real world deal with those 3? The New Order leader was silent. He looked up, thought for a moment, then replied, "It can't be done, we've tried everything. To give an example, they are 3 monsters beyond the world-destroying level. No thermal weapons can handle them," Lu Yi said in surprise. "Beyond world-destroying, and 3 of them?" the New Order leader asked. "The Earth Shadow says only the authority of the primordial realm can save the world. I can only say this much for now. Can you first tell me what the authority is?" Lu Yi sent, "Flame transmission. The initiator of datafied players. After datafication, players will have all the attributes and abilities of their primordial realm characters in the real world," the New Order leader exclaimed. "As long as datafication is initiated, players can have their game characters' abilities in reality. At that moment, we will become tens of thousands of human warriors. If so, we are absolutely capable of dealing with those 3 mysterious people." He urged Lu Yi, "Knight, hurry, initiate the flame transmission. This benefits all of us." Lu Yi read the message and looked at the system. The system displayed, "Flame transmission, initiator of datafied players. After datafication, players will have all the attributes and abilities of their primordial realm characters in the real world. Primordial realm computing authority determines datafication function, awaiting more primordial realm computing authority to appear and be collected before initiating datafication. System notification, initiate datafication. Confirm?" Lu Yi extended his index finger but pulled it back. He hesitated in making the decision. Lu Yi thought of Lu Yun lying in the hospital. He blamed himself for being too naive, thinking that stopping the primordial realm's descent could prevent future chaos, only to find that all the chaos had started 10 years ago. Since that was the case, he would treat stopping the primordial realm's descent as a nightmare. Now the nightmare was over, and he would continue as planned. He pressed the button and shouted, "Confirm," thinking if reality couldn't give him a stable living environment, he would create one himself, in this future full of blood and darkness, for himself, for his sister, for those he loved and who loved him. The notification showed, "Detected that you currently have only 57 of the primordial realm computing authority. Datafication authority insufficient to activate all functions. Are you sure you want to continue initiating the datafication broadcast?" Note: having 30 primordial realm computing authority allows initiating datafication of the player's body in the real world. Obtaining 100 of the primordial realm character's level and equipment attributes. Due to low authority, the system cannot be upgraded. Having 60 primordial realm computing authority allows initiating datafication. Obtaining 50 of the primordial realm character's level and equipment attributes, with the ability to level up in the real world, with a level cap of Emperor. Having 90 primordial realm computing authority allows initiating datafication. Obtaining 100 of the primordial realm character's level and equipment attributes, with the ability to level up in the real world, with a level cap of Emperor. Lu Yi exclaimed, "The choice of upgrade function. So the key to activating the upgrade function is here. At least 60 primordial realm computing authority is needed to activate it. Now I have 57, just a bit short. I'll have to leave the secret realm to get it." Lu Yi thought, "The remaining primordial realm computing authority must be hidden in the collapse zone. With some time, he should be able to find it." System notification: "You have not yet initiated the flame transmission and cannot leave the secret realm." Lu Yi was surprised. "Are you kidding me? On one hand, you demand I have more primordial realm computing authority, and on the other, you restrict me from leaving the secret realm," the New Order leader urged. "Knight, hurry and initiate it. Our future is all in your hands. Once you initiate it, just tell me any request you have. As long as it's within my ability, I'll do my best." Lu Yi read the message and thought, "The New Order leader, he also has primordial realm computing authority. If I use the primordial realm's descent as a condition to ask him to give me his computing authority, would he agree?" He replied, "Give me your primordial realm computing authority." The New Order leader didn't understand. He sent the system notification. The New Order leader sighed. "So this is the true purpose of the primordial realm computing authority." He asked Lu Yi, "How much do you have now?" Lu Yi replied, 57. The New Order leader said happily, "Great. You have 57, I have 33. Together we can activate all functions." Lu Yi was surprised. The New Order leader actually has 33, but if I think about it carefully, it makes sense. I have 5, Rule has 5. Killing the gardener, he and Rule split 3, 2 keys 20 totaling 33. Lu Yi asked, "So you agree?" The New Order leader sent, "Of course nothing is more important than initiating datafication." Lu Yi was silent and didn't reply. The New Order leader sent a message asking, "What's wrong?" Lu Yi replied, "Is there no other way?" The New Order leader said, No, aside from the primordial realm computing authority obtained from secret realm power being split among surviving members, the only other method is killing. Lu Yi asked again, so I have to kill you myself to get your authority? The New Order leader replied. Yes. Lu Yi was a bit flustered. He scratched his head. This is tough. What do? I can't leave and I can't kill the New Order leader. Isn't there no way? Lu Yi asked himself what to do. Suddenly a bell rang. Lu Yi recognized it as the sound of the Eastern Emperor bell, coming from outside the secret realm. Oh no, could the New Order leader have been taken out directly? If he died, the function upgrade wouldn't be able to start. He quickly sent a message to the New Order leader. Are you okay? The New Order leader replied. Where did that bell sound come from? I'm fine, someone's voice rang out. Ah, finally succeeded. Can you hear me? Lu Yi recognized it. Juyin. Chen Jin, Juyin said, it was truly a narrow escape. Fortunately, the shape-shifting technique you gave me earlier which can equip armor took most of the damage for me. Otherwise, I would have died in that trap long ago. But a loss may turn out to be a gain. Not only did I obtain the Eastern Emperor Bell, but I also successfully upgraded to the Apocalypse level. Lu Yi calculated in his mind. Juyin is the Imperial Residence, and also my soul beast. If I let Juyin kill the New Order leader, can I then obtain the computing power authority from the New Order leader? He asked Juyin, where are you now? Juyin replied, I'm at the exit of this sphere. Almost out. Lu Yi asked Juyin, if you kill a player with computing power authority, can I obtain their computing power authority? Juyin said, yes, do you want me to do it now? Lu Yi was overjoyed. That's great. The New Order leader received the reply message. Lu Yi sent a message saying, I'm going to take you out right now. Your level will be reset. If that happens, when the Metaverse descends, you'll be in a very weakened state. By then, zombies will be rampant, ordinary people will suddenly gain superpowers, and the order of the real world will be in extreme chaos. Without the advantage of level and strength, the position you hold now might be taken over by others or your enemies after the Metaverse descends. The New Order leader replied, so after killing me, can you give me half a day to level up? Lu Yi answered, if possible, I hope so. But I'm not sure if the spark will activate on its own after obtaining such a high level of Metaverse computing power authority. The New Order leader frowned, then he showed a smile. Then he replied, is that so? Don't hesitate. After the data broadcast, at least there's hope to solve the real-world crisis. If we don't broadcast, we're just waiting to die. The New Order leader is very confident. Besides, who says being level 1 means being at a disadvantage? So take me out now. The system displayed that your Imperial Residence Juyin has killed the player hot steaming with no other players involved. You have obtained 33 of the Metaverse Computing Power Authority. You now have 90 of the Metaverse Computing Power Authority. Detected that you are the only player outside, and you are located in the center of the hidden secret realm module. This data belongs to an external large-scale public secret realm. The power conditions have been met. Calculating this reward grants 10 Metaverse Computing Power Authority, giving you 100 Metaverse Computing Power Authority. The 100 Metaverse Computing Power Authority condition has been met. The Spark Hidden function is activated. In addition to the data broadcast function, the Spark holder will undergo a special transformation after the data broadcast. Your level will no longer be restricted by the current world's Imperial Residence, but ordinary experience will be excluded. Only by obtaining special experience can you level up. The data broadcast is about to start automatically. Countdown 1 minute. Lu Yi shouted, excluding ordinary experience, does that mean my level will be reset? That also means Su Changxing will ultimately have to face the Metaverse descent at level 1. He sat on the ground thinking, God, can I just not have this reward, even though I've already foreseen the future plot? How am I supposed to get through this weak period? And I need special experience to level up. What is this special experience anyway? Lu Yi was extremely frustrated, holding his head and shouting, what the hell, I'm losing it, he thought. It looks like I'll have to rely on Aeon after the Metaverse descends. Although Aeon is still hospitalized from poisoning, after the Metaverse descends, that bit of poison won't be a problem for a level 50 player. Lu Yi continued thinking, come to think of it, after undergoing the special transformation, my level will no longer be restricted by this world's Imperial Residence. Imperial Residence? The real world also has an Imperial Residence. What about computing power? According to the New Order leader, could those 3 mysterious people be controlling the real world's Imperial Residence? Lu Yi seemed to have figured something out. The Imperial Residence territory converged. The sky suddenly darkened and cracks appeared in the sky. The cracks kept expanding. Juyin flew out from the cracks. Lu Yi was surprised. Juyin said, this restriction is really hard to break through. Lu Yi blurted out, Julian, can you come in here? Julian replied. Stop wasting time, there's not much time left. I'll give you something. A seed appeared. Lu Yi took it in his hand and asked, Julian explained, this is a seed I condensed from my essence. In the future it will absorb half of your experience and level up along with you. Once it's strong enough I will appear in your world through it. Lu Yi asked doubtfully, appear in my world through it? Can't you just come with me directly? No, you know I'm a player, we're not in the same world. Julian replied, what's there to be surprised about? That's also why I can come out now and learn some things related to you. After upgrading, not only did I recover some of my memories, but I also unlocked the part of the Metaverse authority that originally belonged to me. Thinking back now, I really have to thank that player who broke the barrier. It stimulated the Eastern Emperor Bell to send me directly into that sphere, which was filled with the corpses of various monsters. It was full of enough power for me to level up several times. Lu Yi pressed on, things related to me. Do your memories contain information about the Metaverse and my world? What's the relationship between them? What's really going on? Julian's answer was unclear. I only know that the Metaverse was once completely destroyed. It was found by a man and a woman and transformed into what it is now to save their world. Lu Yi said somewhat dejectedly, is that so? I was hoping you could come out with me directly. If you could come to my world with your strength, you could sweep through everything. Maybe you could solve our crisis. Lu Yi hugged his arms and continued, but it's okay. As long as I upgrade your seed I can summon you. It's just a bit more troublesome. Lu Yi looked at Julian and said, come to think of it, if you're not coming with me can I take the Eastern Emperor Bell? You're not using it anyway and you're just hogging this place. Julian was silent. Lu Yi tentatively added, it's useless to you now anyway. Julian agreed. Fine, Lu Yi blurted out. Really? Julian said again. Also take this, I got it from the sphere. It will definitely be useful to you now. Julian took out the sealed orb. The system displayed sealed orb. Saves your current level and corresponding attributes into the orb. After saving, the player resets to level 1. The sealed orb can be embedded into any weapon. When the sealed orb is embedded in a weapon, the weapon user can save their level and attributes. Note, weapon quality determines usage time. Lu Yi said joyfully, this is really great. He looked at the sealed orb, then raised his head. Lu Yi looked at Julian, then bowed and said, thank you Julian, thank you for your help. Julian said, then after you go back keep working hard in your world. Let's meet again in your world, continue fighting side by side. Lu Yi hummed in agreement. System announcement, data broadcast about to start automatically. Time remaining 5 seconds. Time remaining 4 seconds. In the real world, someone was lying in bed playing a game. Someone was hiding behind a cabinet. System announcement, data broadcast about to start automatically. Time remaining 3 seconds. Someone was resting in a chair. Someone covered in wounds was lying in bed playing a game. Data broadcast about to start automatically. Time remaining 0 seconds. Announcement, the Metaverse is about to initiate an update and upgrade. All players will automatically log out of the game in 3 seconds. Outside the real world, a couple was happily walking their child. A man and a woman were chatting and laughing. 2 young people were playfully roughhousing. A pair of close friends were chatting cheerfully. The sky was as usual. Suddenly, a huge crack appeared, tearing everything apart. The crack split the sky in 2. It kept expanding. The sky was pitch black. Then it suddenly brightened, then returned to normal. Lu Yi logged out of the game. He slowly opened his eyes. Lu Yi sat up, he moved his hand, then summoned 2 treasures. At Lu Yi's place, 2 pairs of VR glasses were on the table. Lu Yi thought, after the Metaverse descends, offline players must log back into the game to gain the abilities of their Metaverse characters. System announcement, Metaverse login device cannot be placed in the storage pouch. Lu Yi closed the glasses case. He thought he must deliver the login devices to An and Nianchu as soon as possible. Lu Yi grabbed the door handle. He opened the door and walked out of his home. Everything was quiet around him. Lu Yi checked the map. He ran downstairs. The building across the street was fine 1 second and exploded the next. People were in an uproar. Go save them. What's going on? What happened? Lu Yi kept running. He got on his electric scooter, twisting the throttle while thinking, what's appearing now are just accompanying mutated creatures. Players are still shocked by gaining the abilities of their game characters in the Metaverse. It's not too dangerous yet. When high-level accompanying mutated creatures appear, and players have already adapted to their powers, that's when the real chaos will happen. Lu Yi sped off, frowning as he thought, even though it makes me look like I'm living off others, until I level up back to my previous state. I'll have to rely on An and Nianchu. He blamed himself for not thinking it through. If he were level 60 now, a few sprints would get him to the hospital. But who would have thought that the highest level reward would be a level reset, leaving him to ride an electric scooter to the hospital? At the city hospital, someone sat up thinking, Was that data broadcast I just heard part of the game's story? The young man held his head, thinking, this environment is too realistic. Is it a simulated reality secret realm? He looked at his hands, most importantly, this feeling of energy. The young man thought doubtfully. This is something I could never have in reality. Terminal cancer. I've been through countless rounds of chemotherapy. Unless I enter the metaverse, I can barely even stand up in reality. The ward door opened, his parents and younger brother walked in. The young man was very surprised. He recalled the past. His mother sat by the hospital bed crying. Mom and Dad can't take it anymore, child. Don't blame us. His father handed him the login glasses and said, Dad bought you a metaverse login device. Have fun with it. Dad might not be able to afford your treatment anymore. His younger brother said harsh words. Second brother, don't say anything. If you don't die soon, Mom, Dad, and I will die. When will you finally die? The young man vented. He took out his weapon and said, if it's a game, it's okay to let off some steam, right? Kill these people in the game. After all, in reality, you all abandoned me. Even though I know it was the best option, my heart still hurts. After I finish you all off in the game, I'll go back to reality and die. Then I won't be a burden to you anymore. In Lu Yun's ward, Huang Nianchu heard some noise. She asked herself, what happened? Huang Nianchu stood up, then opened the door to look outside. The corridor had a huge hole in it. The light from outside shone directly on the spot where the young man was standing. A minute ago, the young man's sword was covered in blood. He had killed his entire family. The young man seemed to have lost consciousness, muttering to himself, this is a game, this is a gaw. His family's words echoed in his mind. When you get better, Mom will buy you the best game console and let you play to your heart's content. Then Mom will dress you up handsome. Mom will take you to the square and make those childless women jealous. Second brother, even though I said that, you can't die. If you die, I won't have a brother anymore. The young man gritted his teeth. He turned back to look at the crowd and shouted, even if the simulation is this realistic, it's still a game. The patients and nurses were terrified. The young man jumped up. He charged at the crowd with his sword and said loudly, otherwise, why can I summon equipment with the power of my metaverse character? The corridor was intact. The young man slashed a few times. The corridor immediately shattered. He landed on the ground. Huang Nianchu was very shocked by what she had just seen. The young man gritted his teeth and said, this secret realm is just full of humanoid creatures. If I take care of all of you, I can pass through the secret realm and leave the game to return to reality. Over where Lu Yi was, he was riding his scooter at top speed. The hospital was just on the other side. Huang Nianchu tightly closed the door, countless questions flooding her mind. What was that person just now? What humanoid creatures? What light? Huang Nianchu ran back to Lu Yun's side. She steadied herself. No matter what's happening, there's danger now. First, take An and hide. A sword slash split open the ward door. Huang Nianchu turned around. The young man was standing by the door. He kicked away the remaining door panel. Huang Nianchu was startled. She glanced worriedly at Lu Yun. Lu Yun was lying on the hospital bed. Huang Nianchu was on guard. Seeing the young man walk in with his sword, Huang Nianchu started a conversation. Are you trapped in this secret realm too? The young man looked surprised. Huang Nianchu sat down. She said calmly, I'm the vice president of the Left Alliance Guild. I don't know if you've heard of it. Huang Nianchu pretended to ask nonchalantly, want to cooperate on clearing this infinite secret realm? But in her mind, she thought, my feet can't move talking about clearing secret realms, holding a standard weapon from the metaverse. Is he a psychopath? According to what he said, Mingxian should be useful. The young man said happily, so it really is just a secret realm. Huang Nianchu felt like she had seized an opportunity. The young man was overjoyed. This game is way too realistic. I almost believed it was real. I was really startled when I suddenly couldn't press the quit button. Huang Nianchu judged, probably. She looked at the slash marks on the door thinking, come to think of it, could that sword be that sharp in reality? Huang Nianchu put her hands on her knees, comforting herself. Stop thinking about this. In the current situation, surviving is the top priority. If this really is a game world, how should I handle it? Huang Nianchu fabricated a story. My companion and I came to this secret realm and I don't know what happened. She lost contact. Now it's just me alone, if you have a way. Let's try to crack this secret realm together. The young man was a bit surprised and blurted out, lost contact. He looked at Huang Nianchu and couldn't help but exclaim, really beautiful. The young man raised his sword and said, I don't know what to do either, but cleaning out those who aren't playing the secret realm might be a way. Let's cooperate. It'll be faster. Huang Nianchu thought in panic. Kill people. She asked herself, even though I can barely protect myself, is there any way to stop him? Huang Nianchu smiled on the surface and agreed. Okay, let's go together. In her mind, she planned first, led him somewhere else to ensure An's safety. The young man pointed in a direction and said, I've already taken care of the upstairs. Let's keep going this way. Huang Nianchu thought as she walked, this is definitely the real world. But why is he so stubbornly insisting it's a game world? She wondered what happened that made him unwilling to accept this as reality. If that's the case, then his behavior makes sense. He's doing this to find more evidence for himself. Huang Nianchu steered the conversation. Think about it carefully. Dealing with monsters is too troublesome. In Metaverse secret realms, besides protecting specific items, you usually have to take down the boss monster. Should we try to find the boss first? She continued. This dungeon isn't hard. Let's split up and search, then meet back here to deal with it together. Huang Nianchu calculated that if he agreed, she would take An away as soon as he left. The young man turned around warily and saw a monster bearing sharp fangs. It was standing right behind Huang Nianchu. He exclaimed, "That's a monster!" Reaching for Huang Nianchu, he charged over and blocked the attack with his sword. He said with interest, "A dungeon monster? Who says this isn't a game of who's the fool?" Huang Nianchu was stunned. How can this be? The young man kicked the monster away and rushed forward with his sword. "Kill you, and I can get out of here." Huang Nianchu asked herself blankly, "What was that? Is this place reality or a game?" Another monster stomped its foot. Huang Nianchu turned to look at it and was horrified to find two more here. Where did these monsters come from? As she ran, she thought, I have to lure them away. Once they're gone, no matter what happens, at least An is safe in the hospital room. "Follow me." Huang Nianchu led the two monsters toward the young man. Over there, the young man cleaved one monster in two with his sword. Huang Nianchu glanced back and forth. The two monsters were still chasing her. She secretly rejoiced. Great, with the monsters following me, An is probably safe. When she was close to the young man, she abruptly changed direction. The two monsters charged straight at him. The man and the monsters clashed, and she went into a defensive stance. Huang Nianchu's expression was one of extreme surprise. The young man killed one monster, but the other's hand had already pierced his abdomen. He gripped his sword tightly and took down the remaining monster in one stroke. The monster was decapitated, and it pulled its hand out of him. The monster group was completely defeated, and they gradually vanished. The young man looked up and smiled at Huang Nianchu, who was holding a broom. She said awkwardly, You're amazing. Those monsters were taken care of in no time." Huang Nianchu grew alert, thinking warily. Though she pretended to fight alongside him, her act of luring the monsters to him and transferring their aggro was too obvious. But still, facing a person was better than facing monsters she couldn't communicate with. The young man stumbled. Huang Nianchu was startled as he suddenly collapsed to the ground. He groaned. "Oh, it hurts so much. I feel like I'm dying. Why does this game have to be so realistic?" he cried. "But dying is fine too, at least I can log out." Huang Nianchu approached him and asked worriedly, Are you okay?" The young man fell silent. Huang Nianchu was a bit confused. He asked her, "Is this really a game world?" Huang Nianchu's eyes widened. The young man waited expectantly for an answer. She replied, "Of course it is. Otherwise, where would those monsters and your weapon come from?" The young man seemed to accept reality and cried, "This isn't a game world." He recalled sending his whole family to the afterlife. The young man sobbed, "It isn't." Huang Nianchu found herself in an awkward position. She watched him as his body gradually faded. She approached, set the broom aside, sat down beside him, and comforted him. "Right, don't doubt your judgment." He showed a surprised expression as his body vanished. In his final moment he managed to say thank you. After the young man disappeared, he left behind a gem. Huang Nianchu picked it up. By then, Lu Yi had arrived, panting and looking around. Lu Yan had already been moved by Huang Nianchu to a ward at the other end of the corridor. Lu Yi called out to Nianchu. Huang Nianchu turned around and exclaimed joyfully, "Brother Lu Yi." Lu Yi approached and asked, "What happened?" Huang Nianchu wanted to tell him about what just happened, but the words died in her throat, and she said it was nothing, thinking to herself, it's already resolved. No need to burden him. She wiped her tears and continued, "Brother, let's get An out of this hospital quickly. Something's wrong with it. It's become too dangerous." Lu Yi replied, But first, let's go back to the ward and put the loggers on you and An." The scene shifted. Lu Yan and Huang Nianchu had already put on the loggers. Huang Nianchu closed her eyes and logged into the game. Then it dawned on her. That's why that guy was so strong earlier and had a primal weapon. It was also why her family had exchanged all their assets for primal resources. Huang Nianchu asked Lu Yi, "What exactly is going on?" Lu Yi replied, "It started with, suddenly." Lu Yan jolted awake and shouted, "Brother, danger." She asked, "Where are we now?" Huang Nianchu exclaimed, "An." Lu Yi smiled to himself, thinking, An has recovered. He leaned against the wall, thinking, next he should carefully plan a survival strategy for the arrival of the primal realm. Lu Yi glanced out the window. Light streamed in. He turned back and continued thinking. All he wanted was a stable environment to survive. It could have classes, oppression, some chaos, but it must have hope. Effort could lead to success, to the hope of a better life. He mused to obtain that hope his own conditions had to keep pace with the times. So he worked hard in the primal realm to gain some power when it descended, to be able to grasp the hope he wanted. But the words of the New Order's president directly disrupted all his plans. If the world was truly going to be destroyed in 3 years, then all his efforts now were meaningless. Lu Yi clenched his fist, his expression resolute. "This is a world where no matter how hard you try, there's no hope. I have to verify whether what the new order's president said is true or false. If it's false, I'll follow the original plan and take An away. If it's true, I'll find a way to level up quickly, get myself and the 9 yin seed to the rank of colonel, bring 9 yin into reality, and then deal with the root of the crisis, Lu Yi pondered. But before that, I need to figure out how to get special experience, and find a primal weapon that can hold a sealing orb, and also be able to equip it. Explanation. The sealing orb seals a level 60 knight attribute player, and the title obtained, and can be embedded in weapons of normal grade or above. The embedding time for weapons without slots depends on the equipment's level and grade. Weapons with slots can choose to permanently embed the Eastern Bell. A record item that consumes knowledge power can record the state of a visible area and restore the recorded area to that state at any time. The recording range depends on the knowledge power consumed at the time of recording. If the Eastern Bell leaves the recorded area, the record will automatically expire. Lu Yi looked at Lu Yun and Huang Nianchu and thought, and An, no matter what goal I want to achieve, protecting her is always my first thought. But all this can only be realized after my power is restored. Lu Yi leaned against the wall, arms crossed, thinking, the first step to restoring power is to get a primal weapon. Where can I get one? The three suddenly felt a tremor, and the floor beneath them collapsed. Lu Yi was in extreme shock as he fell, looking up at the heights. A massive spatial ring appeared. Everyone was sucked in. Lu Yi thought in astonishment, a dungeon. There was no dungeon here in my past life. Especially not one so huge and terrifying. If there had been, I would have known. Lu Yun shouted. Brother, Lu Yi instructed. An, don't panic. With you and Nianchu at level 50, you don't need to fear any dungeon that appears now. He asked himself what had caused the change. The only difference from his past life was that An and Nianchu had reached level 50. Was this dungeon created because of them? Lu Yi shouted. Remember after entering the dungeon. If we're not sent to the same place, prioritize protecting yourselves. The two were sucked in. Lu Yi worriedly thought, damn, I still haven't found a weapon that can hold the sealing orb and that I, at level 1, can equip. If this dungeon was created because of An and Nianchu, it must be a high-level dungeon. This is a big problem. As he spoke, Lu Yi was also sucked into the dungeon. The system panel displayed player Lu Yi level 1. Experience 0-100. Title, Special Physique level not restricted by level houses. Base stats doubled, attack power 10, defense power 10. Lu Yi thought, but trouble is also an opportunity. In this life I've gained leveling experience, but it's probably the same as in the primal realm. If I can successfully clear this dungeon and gain experience, then my doubts about special experience might be answered. Then the path to leveling in reality will become clear. The scene shifted to an abandoned basement with flickering lights. 5 people were teleported there. Lu Yi looked around. The doctor said, where is this? I just came to work. How did I end up in all this chaos? The female nurse sobbed. Oh my God, the patient held his head and said, it's terrifying. Where did those monsters come from? Did I time travel? Lu Yi thought. Sure enough, I'm not with An and Nianchu. If this dungeon is really targeting them, what's their situation now? Lu Yi looked at the dim corridor ahead, clenched his fist and thought, I have to find a way to help them. But first I need to find a weapon I can use, otherwise forget about helping. Without a high-level weapon and being just a level 1 gunner, I can't even use myself. I'm a pure burden. Someone shouted, shut up, you're not dead yet. Why are you crying like ghosts and wolves? Lu Yi turned to look at Xiao Yi, who confidently held a sword and said, don't worry, I'll protect everyone. This era is mine. Lu Yi asked himself, a player? The patient, seeing this, quickly said, Xiao Yi, this isn't the time for jokes. We're facing real terrifying monsters, not something you can solve with a primal realm equipment model. Xiao Yi curled his lip and said, model, what's there to show off? This is genuine primal realm equipment. After I was forced to log out of the primal realm game today, I suddenly gained the power and equipment from the game. Xiao Yi grandly raised his sword to show off. With power like mine, what can't I do? So rest assured I'll protect you. The doctor asked doubtfully. What's a character in the primal realm game? The patient said. Xiao Yi, have you been scared, silly? I'm also a primal realm player, and my level is higher than yours. Why haven't I gained the power from the game like you said? Xiao Yi put his hands on his hips and replied dreamily. That's why I'm the chosen one. Lu Yi looked at him and thought, this feeling, is it a bit like that guy? Whatever, as long as he can deal with the monsters until I find equipment I can wear. Let him charge ahead and handle the danger. Xiao Yi sensed something, and Lu Yi also felt monsters approaching. The female nurse asked fearfully, what's that sound? The patient quickly stopped him. Xiao Yi, don't be foolish. Come back. Xiao Yi swung his sword a few times and said, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Let me handle it. A monster's claws appeared, a level 20 rat-type creature. Lu Yi looked at the monster and calculated level 20. If this dungeon appeared because of An and Yenchu, then a level 20 monster could only be within the dungeon's range. He watched Xiao Yi walk toward the monster and thought, but even level 20 is something I can't handle now. Luckily there's a player here. Otherwise I wouldn't know how to deal with this beast. Xiao Yi sprinted forward, struck the monster and took a hit from it. He gritted his teeth. The monster opened its mouth wide and then fell. Everyone cheered. Success, one hit and it's done. Amazing. Lu Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, instant kill. He must be at least level 40. The patient sighed enviously. Xiao Yi, you were telling the truth. How did you gain power from the game? I'm so jealous. Xiao Yi froze, looked at the wound on his side and screamed in pain. It hurt so much, it wasn't like this in the game. The monster just now vanished. The patient warned, here they come again. Xiao Yi, go take them out. Xiao Yi retreated in fear and stubbornly said, no more fighting, no more. He groaned, it hurts too much. Seeing his fear, the patient angrily approached and scolded, Xiao Yi, what are you doing? What pain? We're all counting on you now. How can you back out? Go deal with those monsters. Xiao Yi muttered, all counting on me. His expression changed, and he gritted his teeth. All counting on me. Xiao Yi cleaved the patient in two and said angrily, all counting on me, and you still dare to be so arrogant. The patient died instantly. Everyone was stunned. The female nurse opened her mouth wide, stammering, KK killing, murder. Lu Yi's expression turned grim. Another patient was kicked in the abdomen and doubled over in pain. He was kicked toward the two monsters. Seeing this, they licked their lips, drooling at the sight of the meal. The scene of the two monsters feasting terrified the distant medical staff. Someone exclaimed in shock, you can get rid of monsters without fighting, huh? Xiao Yi commanded, follow me. Then he took the lead, sneaking away while the monsters were busy with their meal. He leaned against the wall and waved for the medical staff behind to follow. Then, taking advantage of the monster's distraction, he tiptoed and ran. Xiao Yi turned back and frowned. On the other side, the two medical staff were still standing there dumbfounded. He mouthed, come on. Seeing this, the female nurse widened her eyes in terror. Then she looked at the ground, her face pale, thinking, I have no choice but to follow him. So she ran headlong, silently chanting, other than him, even together, we can't handle the monsters. On the other side, Lu Yi had the same thought. Even if he didn't want to follow this kid, he had to. Otherwise, once those two monsters finished eating, it would be certain death. Suddenly, the male doctor raised a small knife, puzzling him. Huh? A scalpel, the doctor said fearfully. I won't go with you. You're a murderer. Hearing this, Xiao Yi sneered sarcastically. Murderer, fine. Then I'll see how you deal with them after they finish eating. Then he said to the nurse, let's go, and ran off. The doctor gritted his teeth at a loss. Then he put down the knife and said, I have to go quickly. Tisk. The monster stirred. It had finished eating. With a thud, it leaned against the wall the doctor had been trying to sneak past. The monster opened its mouth, satisfied with the delicious meal. Suddenly, it glanced to the right. Seeing this, the doctor holding the scalpel turned pale with fear. Suddenly, the monster lunged at him. But Lu Yi also rushed forward, thinking in panic, no time to run. He grabbed the doctor's knife and thought, is the scalpel equipment? He gritted his teeth and calculated. At home he had tried a kitchen knife, but its grade was too low, not even comparable to ordinary equipment. A scalpel's material must be better than a kitchen knife, but not too high. Can I use it as equipment? The system suddenly prompted that the ordinary scalpel was equipped, level 1. Lu Yi immediately blurted out in excitement that it was real. Then he looked contemptuously at the treasure ahead and said, since that's the case, what's there to fear? Next, Lu Yi shouted to embed the sealing orb, charging forward to attack the monster while the doctor plopped down on the ground, his eyes wide with shock. He stammered, this. At that moment, before the doctor's eyes, two monsters lay stiff on the ground with Lu Yi's steady back in front. Then he yelled, what a true master. Meanwhile, the knife in his hand shattered, and the system notified him that his scalpel equipment was damaged. The sealing orb had been placed in his backpack. The usage time of the slot equipment depended on its name and level. Only then did Lu Yi realize that this was the meaning behind the sealing orb's prompt. From his recent experience, ordinary level 1 equipment could only last about 2 seconds. Suddenly, the doctor walked over and said, please, thank you for saving me. Before he could respond, he heard a rumbling sound in the distance. Lu Yi sighed inwardly. More monsters were coming, and shouted, do you have any more scalpels? Startling the doctor. Then the doctor pulled one out and replied, yes, I saw the monsters earlier and grilled a bunch on the spot. Lu Yi grabbed it and said, give it to me. At the same time, the system showed that the scalpel equipment had been placed in his backpack, and Lu Yi muttered, only 6 are equipment. That's enough. The doctor, standing nearby, worriedly said, there seem to be a lot more. Can you handle it? but Lu Yi didn't answer, instead focusing on other thoughts. If this secret realm was targeting A Yun and Nian Chu, then they might be right at its center. If the enemy they had to face was a level 60 monster, then he would need to cross at least 4 levels of monster zones, from level 20 to level 50. A moment later, seeing the swarm of monsters rushing in, the doctor exclaimed, "Too many." But Lu Yi was thinking, though he didn't know the direction of the center. In this secret realm, as long as he kept moving through and seeking higher level monsters, he could reach the center. Then he grinned coldly, used the sealing orb skill, and silently comforted himself. Although the sealing orb could only restore him to the state 2 seconds before victory, Lu Yi then used a blessing, boosting all attributes by 1000. He sighed, "I have the blessing." Instantly, his entire body radiated massive emerald energy. He thought he could further enhance half of his blessing. At the same time, he vanished from his spot. Lu Yi charged straight into the monster horde, calculating that this was enough to handle the dangers of this secret realm. A rust-covered tunnel, lit only by dim emergency lights at the base of the walls, led to an iron staircase going up. Against one wall lay the skeleton of a female nurse, stark white bones. The doctor, following Lu Yi, sighed softly upon seeing it. Dead, the two walked a bit further and saw Xiao Yi's sword stuck in a large pool of blood. Lu Yi picked it up, frowning as he thought, broken bridge. The system then displayed its attribute data, including an attack increase of 150 and a strength increase of 15 points. Requirement: embedding 30. Seeing this, he muttered to himself, "That's right, no matter how powerful, if you shrink back in battle, the only outcome is death." Suddenly, the system prompted that the rare equipment Broken Bridge had been placed in his backpack. Broken Bridge was already in the backpack. Then Lu Yi looked at the doctor and said, "I need to speed up, I don't have time to take you along. I've cleared this area of monsters. You can find a place to hide without worrying about safety. Once I conquer this secret realm, you'll be sent back to the real world." Hearing this, the doctor nervously said, but Lu Yi firmly advised, "Following me will be more dangerous." Seeing this, the doctor had to accept. "All right, okay, thank you." After a while, Lu Yi quickly passed through the rust-covered tunnel. Floating emerald squares appeared on one side of the secret realm, but he ignored them and kept running. Each powerful step shattered the ground beneath him. Lu Yi looked ahead with anxiety, gripping 2 scalpels, mentally sketching a simple map of the path he had just taken. He had already crossed the level 20, level 30, and level 40 monster zones, and now he was in the level 50 zone. Frowning at the 2 knives in his hands, his current state was full health at 100. Perception at 310, he calculated there were still 2 more zones. Perception remained at 310, and the only area left to attack was level 60. Then Lu Yi gripped the 2 knives firmly and affirmed, "That's enough." He thought that ahead was the level 60 monster zone and ran toward the end of the tunnel, guessing that A Yun and Nian Chu should be in this area. "Please, don't let anything happen." Lu Yi frowned and gritted his teeth in worry. A Yun and Nian Chu were level 50 players, skilled advanced players, so self-protection should be fine. But he was still uneasy. This was reality, not a game. Thinking of Xiao Yi and the patients earlier, he sighed. Unlike the game, the pain is still real. If they got injured under the stimulation of pain, could A Yun and Nian Chu still maintain 100 combat effectiveness? The more he thought, the more worried he became. And he ran faster, silently chanting A Yun's name. The exit was right ahead. Lu Yi comforted himself. "Please don't let anything happen. You're my only family in this world, please don't let anything happen." After coming out, he abruptly stopped. He heard Lu Yun shout, "Third team, attack, second team, retreat." He was stunned, because his sister was calmly directing everyone to fight the monsters together. With her, 3 others simultaneously swung their swords at the monster, sending flesh and blood flying. In another corner, 4 patients stood holding long swords before a giant monster behind them. Chen Nian Chu released blue energy and shouted, "Get lost." Then Lu Yun ordered, "Fourth team, attack, third team, retreat." Hearing this, the monster glanced over, baring its teeth. It raised its weapon high and smashed it toward Lu Yun, while 3 patients leaped up to surround it. Lu Yun raised her staff high to block the monster's mace, and as it was slashed several times, it opened its mouth wide in pain. Suddenly, Lu Yun leaped high, raised her staff, and shouted, "Die." Then she split the monster from head to toe. In an instant, its eyes rolled back and it died. It crashed to the ground, and moments later it turned to dust and vanished. After finishing, Lu Yun slung her staff over her shoulder and smiled contentedly. Someone flattered her. "Finally dealt with it. The leader is amazing. If you hadn't organized us and made us cooperate properly against these monster leaders." A group of patients surrounded Lu Yun and Nian Chu, sighing, "We wouldn't have known what to do. We'd probably have been killed outright, like the players who first encountered these monster leaders." Suddenly, the system prompted that the secret realm had been opened. The 5-year rat monster had been attacked. Rewards were being calculated, and the secret realm was about to close. All those drawn into the secret realm were about to be sent out. Seeing this, Lu Yi's mouth fell open in surprise, realizing his worry for A Yun was unnecessary. and he smiled fondly as he commented, just like in the mirror space, she could handle the difficulties she faced on her own. Then Lu Yi muttered to himself, "I am only 2 years older than her, why do I think she's inferior to me?" Lu Yun noticed with wide eyes and waved at her brother, shouting, "Bro, why do you think she can't solve her own problems?" Yun was more capable than he imagined, he comforted himself. He should let go of his worries and trust her. They could support each other and build the future they wanted together. He smiled happily, thinking, "I'm no longer fighting alone." Suddenly the system popped up a notification. Because your level hasn't reached level 20, you can only receive the minimum experience reward. You gained 21,600 experience in this secret realm. Life Core Bamboo Dragon 9 Yin extracted 10,800 experience. Due to Life Core Bamboo Dragon 9 Yin being level 1, experience is limited for you. Accumulated experience 10,801. Life Core Bamboo Dragon 9 Yin will automatically unlock when it levels up. You gain 10,800 experience points. Due to your special physique, 10,800 experience points automatically condensed into 108 calculation points. Deducting 100 calculation points, level 1 raised to level 2, then it informed you of your current level. Level 2, experience 0-200 calculation points 8. Title, special physique level not restricted by Emperor base attributes. Base attributes doubled. All attributes, attack, defense, resistance, strength, agility, constitution, intelligence, perception, all at 12 with 10 distributable attribute points. Health 120 full, perception 12 full, skill, tenacious survival. Seeing this, Lu Yi wondered, experience, I can really gain experience to level up? Lu Yun explained the situation to Lu Yi. When we first came in, Nian Chu and I were indeed startled. But after getting familiar with the power, we found it wasn't too hard to deal with the monsters here. In the current real world, Haicheng Hospital had turned into a deep pit. Lu Yun continued, especially the last few monster leaders, we just paid some price to handle them. This is reality. And Nian Chu and I weren't sure if we could recover quickly from injuries like in the game. Besides me, there were other players. At this point, Lu Yi led the 2 girls and a group of patients toward the broken wall. Lu Yun kept explaining, so in the end I chose to gather players and cooperate in attacks to avoid getting hurt in the secret realm. Luckily, they were all scattered alliance members of mine and Nian Chu from the game. Otherwise, convincing them would have taken a lot of effort, she complained helplessly, but the consequence is that this group says they actually want to keep following me. The crowd behind Lu Yun cheered joyfully. They praised her endlessly, thinking that the fairy they had longed for in the game center had just activated the game's appearance optimization. But that wasn't the case at all, not at all. Suddenly, someone was choked and asked in confusion, "Is this the reward for leading us out of the secret realm's trouble? I think they're even more beautiful than in the Metaverse. Leadership skills, beauty and the strength to handle danger," then others sighed. "It's over, I've fallen for them. What are you thinking? Don't even think about it, only I can think that." Seeing this, Lu Yi laughed happily. "Haha, this isn't a side effect, it's your inner self." Lu Yun laughed heartily. "Awesome, the future world will only get worse, and the more followers we have, the better life will be. I think so too." They walked out together in groups. She thought that gathering so many superhuman experts could accomplish anything. As they were about to leave the hospital, she mused, "Tonight felt like a dream. When I get home, I'll take a good shower and then sleep beautifully." Suddenly, someone said, "Hee, for ordinary players, being level 40 is like being a superhuman, right? We're about to become superhumans." At that moment, Lu Yi stepped onto a rock outside and stopped. Thinking about superhumans, he frowned and sighed inwardly. If the real world were still functioning normally like in peacetime, then yes, they would be superhumans. But Lu Yun and Nian Chu, walking behind, stared in shock at the scene before them. Lu Yun's mouth fell open as she blurted out, "How did it become like this?" Before them the entire city was shrouded in smoke with buildings collapsed. Lu Yi sighed, "But this world has already changed." After a long while at Lu Yi's residence, everyone said their goodbyes. "Leader will go home to check and come back after handling things at home." Me too. I hope nothing's wrong at home." Huang Nian Chu also said, Yun, I need to go home too." At that moment, Lu Yun, sitting on the sofa at home, propped her hands on her knees and asked, "With such a big thing happening, I should also go home and check." "Bro, are you taking me home to discuss something important?" Hearing this, Lu Yi frowned in thought. Then he looked at his confused sister and instructed, "Bro has to leave for a while the mutated creatures haven't evolved to an unmanageable level. You take good care of the materials I've collected during this time at home." She asked in confusion, "Bro, where are you going at a time like this?" Then Lu Yi told Lu Yun about the disappearance of other continents. After hearing it, she stood up in shock and blurted out, "The continents disappeared?" She crossed her arms and reasoned seriously. "So that's why there's no news from other continents. If that's true, we have to verify it." Lu Yi said, "I'll be heading to the border during this time." You need to be careful about everything too. Lu Yun listened attentively. Of course, supplementary goals require human help. It's best if we can accomplish them, but it's okay if we don't. The only way to gain experience and level up now is by conquering secret realms, and they'll appear in large numbers in the future. He put his hands on his hips and warned seriously, if you have the ability, try to control as many secret realms as possible. Only then can you and your new teammates keep leveling up and maintain your advantage. This made Lu Yun realize, is that so? I understand. Then she asked, bro, if you're going to the border, how will you get there? Lu Yi replied, the closest thing to the border is the sea. First, I need to find a boat and someone who can sail it. A day later, the waves were rough on the shagging sea outside Haicheng. A speedboat raced across the sea. Sitting on it, Lu Yi recalled his sister's words. Then borrow one from Nian Chu, she has a private yacht. He smiled helplessly and muttered, I owe Nian Chu more and more favors. Earlier, when she learned he needed help, she didn't hesitate to agree readily. Bro, are you going out to sea to investigate something? I have a yacht under my name docked at the port and unused for a long time. You can use it. Though a bit worried, she decided to trust her brother. Then I'll arrange an experienced driver to go with you. Then Nian Chu carefully added, given the current situation, it's best if they're a player, so they won't hold you back if something happens at sea. Then Lu Yi said to the driver, thank you for your trouble. The driver replied cheerfully, don't mention it. The miss gave orders, so I have to do it. Besides, the sea is relatively safe, not as dangerous as the land. This made Lu Yi frown in tension. He thought, safe only for now. There are plenty of mutated creatures in the sea, definitely more than on land. Then he continued analyzing. It's just that the ocean is relatively vast, so the chance of encountering mutated creatures is still low now. We'll have to wait for them to grow in the ocean. No, that's not right. Lu Yi's face turned pale as he thought of something. In his previous life he hadn't heard any news about mutated creatures in the ocean. Logically, that shouldn't be the case. Then he recalled the world map consisting of Baisheng Continent, Zaihan Continent, Huazhong Continent and Dongtian Continent, and wondered, in a world where the ocean area far exceeds the land, it's impossible not to have news of ocean-mutated creatures. Then he mentally sketched the terrain of Huazhong Continent's country, including Kaizun City, Beizhou Mountain and Jiaoyi B City, Shangma Forest City, Haicheng City, Shagung, and Lu Yi's location. He froze in reasoning. Unless the inland really only has Huazhong Continent left and the ocean has been cut off, leaving only the coastal areas. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone at a dock answered a phone call. Hello, the Bai family is making a move. He looked at a distant boat and reported, his sister's boat is taking a stranger out to sea. Should we follow them? Okay, it's best to take them out directly. I understand. Then he hung up and shouted, brothers, let's go. Immediately, a group of people yelled, fight to the death. This is the Backgarden group, Shagung branch, second level captain. Level 41 water monster. At the command, everyone jumped onto the boat simultaneously. Lu Yi lowered his head, staring blankly at the moves while the captain traveling with him was dumbfounded, his mouth agape in shock. How could this be? At that moment their boat was stopped on the sea with a belt-like edge on one side and pitch-black night on the other. The captain muttered with his mouth open, I remember going out to sea just a few days ago. Then he held his head and murmured, I don't remember anything I did back then. Meanwhile, Lu Yi stared intently downward, unsure what to think. He frowned, gazing fixedly. Before them was a gray, overcast sky. Lu Yi thought to himself, so the next goal is to work hard on leveling up. At the same time, the system displayed that player Lu Yi was level 2, with 0-1 experience points and 0 computing power. He looked at the bulletin board and pondered, the experience I need to level up seems a bit outrageous. 200 times. The experience gained from secret realms is only 10 times, let alone whether there are any secret realms to attack in reality. Then he looked around and commented, even if I'm alone, I'm not afraid of bearing a bad reputation every day. But where can I find so many secret realms to attack, and how can I pick so many players? He felt that this kind of experience couldn't be obtained from secret realms, so he had the captain turn back. In his mind he calculated, although I have no clue, there must be a way for me to gain a lot of experience and a way to gain power. But I need to go back to the lower city first and slowly search. He began to worry. I just don't know how much time this will waste this time. In the current situation, when all players can continue leveling up, can I reach the top player position? Suddenly, something startled Lu Yi. He looked at the pale blue text floating before him, puzzled. What is that? It says, special physique player. Killing a normal player grants 10 of their total experience. Earth Shadow. In the blink of an eye, the line of text dissipated like air. He was shocked and uncertain. It disappeared. Killing players gives me 10 of their total experience. Earth Shadow, he was confused. Never mind how it contacted me or in what way, he frowned, secretly terrified. It even knows I have a special physique and can directly read my thoughts and answer them. How is that possible? It's too terrifying. If this is an enemy, how do I deal with it? Suddenly, the text appeared again. I am not your enemy. This time it was Earth Shadow. Lu Yi was truly shocked. Here it comes again, suddenly it said. I'm telling you. Be careful, your pursuers are here. If you can handle them, it proves what I said is true. Earth Shadow. At the same time, an orange jet ski sped across the sea surface. Hearing the sound, Lu Yi glanced in surprise. And suddenly a muscular man jumped up with a spear. Throwing it forward with all his might, the spear grazed Lu Yi's ribs, making him cry out. Sensing something wrong, the captain turned back and was startled, while Lu Yi clutched his waist, gritting his teeth in anger. On the other side, the second-level captain of the back garden crossed his arms and mocked. I thought it was some expert, but it's just a useless piece of trash who can't even catch a casually thrown fork. Have you even passed level 10? But the distance was too great and his voice was lost in the vast sea. Here, Lu Yi asked the captain. Did you hear what he said? The captain replied. No, Lu Yi sneered. Where did this fool come from? On the other side, the water monster pointed at them and cursed. What kind of eyes do you have? Can't you hear what I'm saying? The lackey beside him cupped his hands and flatteringly explained. Boss, it seems the distance is too far. They can't hear you. Should we get closer? He was slapped by the water monster, his face twisted, and was scolded. Idiot, get closer. Do you think I'm stupid? The lackey knocked to the ground, covered his face and cried, Ah, boss. You hit so hard. Hearing this, he got even angrier and cursed. I'm hitting you to wake you up, you idiot. The Bai family is someone to watch. Can they be ordinary? Can they be weak? Then he explained, although I agreed readily, that was just for show to the higher-ups. Now that the world has changed, we need to be more cautious to survive in this world. Give me the megaphone. Then Lu Yi heard him shout through the megaphone, I thought it was some expert, but it's just a useless piece of trash who can't even catch a casually thrown fork. Have you even passed level 10? The lackey beside him winked and tentatively asked. Boss, didn't you say we need to be cautious? Is it okay to provoke him like this? He was immediately slapped by the water monster again and scolded, Idiot! He fell onto the boat deck again, covering his face and yelling, Boss, it hurts. Then the water monster lectured, Caution depends on the place and arrogance depends on the occasion. Otherwise living is too stifling. Besides, this is the sea. If he wants to come over, he has to swim or jump. At this distance, even a level 60 player can't jump that far. Suddenly, Lu Yi spoke up. Are you the water monster? What are you doing? Do you want to go against us? Be careful, I'll bring people to deal with you. Hearing this, Lu Yi asked curiously, Do you know them? The captain beside him replied. We've interacted in the Metaverse. They're a group of level 40 players. Suddenly, someone from the back garden retorted, No, in areas without signal coverage we'll take you out. Throw your bodies into the border abyss and no one will know it was us. Brothers, take out the forks from your backpacks and shoot. Then a group of people shouted, wielding knives and spears. Seeing this, the captain cried out in fear, It's over. The forks in the hands of level 40 players are as powerful as cannonballs. If our boat sinks, we're dead. However, Lu Yi, holding a scalpel, slightly bent over and asked, Can you protect our boat? The captain honestly replied, At most, I can only block their first wave of attacks. Hearing this, Lu Yi said, When the shooting starts, you protect our boat well and leave the rest to me. This left the captain stunned, thinking, Leave it to you, although the young lady said he's a level 60 player. He, looking at Lu Yi's wounded ribs, he thought to himself, Trusting the young lady's words should be fine. Meanwhile, Lu Yi's eyes flickered with red light, thinking, Only level 40, with all attributes totaling just 1,000 points. Enough to take care of everyone. And he said, Good. Then he calculated to himself, Perfect chance to test if what Earth Shadow said about them is true. Suddenly, on the back garden side, a water monster raised his hand to stop his men and said, Stop, my heart is beating a bit fast. Let's bag off a bit, create some distance, and then attack. A yacht and a series of jet skis turned around and sped across the sea. Seeing this, Lu Yi widened his eyes in confusion. What's going on? Why are they running? Then he darkened his face, curled his lips and thought, Too bad, you can't escape. Next, Lu Yi used the organ orb, restoring and boosting all attributes to 3,000 points. At the same time, a whirlwind of blue energy rose around him. Lu Yi walked with emotion. The situation at the border, what the order leader said was right. In the face of an apocalyptic crisis, there's no possibility of safety. Only by solving the root of the crisis can you qualify to talk about the life you want, he continued, walking firmly. So I must solve and occupy Bujo Mountain and gain the mysterious person's apocalyptic monster power. Then, from the boat's edge, Lu Yi jumped up, muttering to himself, In the Metaverse, I once faced the 9-yin apocalypse, and with level 60 strength back then, I didn't even have a shred of confidence to defeat myself. Lu Yi plunged into the sea with a splash, creating a huge column of water. He thought, Let alone surpassing the apocalypse. Then he ran quickly across the water surface, his eyes cold and sharp, secretly believing, my own strength is still far from enough. Although it's not enough, and although I'm only level 2 now, there's no upper limit to levels. Lu Yi frowned and calculated. I can keep developing until I reach or surpass the level of the apocalypse. What I lack is just the massive experience, 200 times more than ordinary players. Seeing him flying closer, the back garden group turned back in panic, while he calmly thought, relying on Secret Realm regular attacks to level up is far from meeting my experience needs. He flew close to a bald man, calculating. If the message from Earth Shadow is true, killing ordinary players gives 10 of their total experience. And he muttered to himself, this undoubtedly opens a broad path for me to level up quickly. Then he blew up a boat. Seeing this, the water monster and his trusted subordinate were dumbfounded, their mouths agape in shock. Even the gang members were stunned. Suddenly someone shouted, brothers, stop, he fell into the water. Cut off all routes, don't let him surface. Immediately, a group of people with forks riding jet skis gathered around, shouting and aiming at where he fell. However, Lu Yi walked on the turbulent water as if on solid ground. At the same time, the system notified, you have killed player Wu Mingze. You gained over 284,000 experience. Due to your special physique, over 142,000 experience points automatically converted into 1,424.75 computing power points. Spent 200 computing power, level up to 3. Spent 300 computing power, level up to 4. Spent 500 computing power, level up to 6. Remaining computing power, 32.75 points. Then Lu Yi flew toward a nearby person on a jet ski, startling him. He grinned happily, satisfied, thinking, I really can gain experience. Seeing this, the subordinate beside the water monster panicked and shouted, boss, why can he run on water? The water monster stammered in fear, it's over. The mission the higher-ups asked for is way too dangerous. Meanwhile, Lu Yi knocked down a series of people. At the same time, the system prompted, you have killed player Chen Fan. Computing power reached 1562.2. You have killed player Wu Yifan. Computing power reached 1365.5. You have killed player Lu Ming. Computing power reached 1756.5. Suddenly, something on the left caught Lu Yi's attention while the captain watched and exclaimed, too strong. Before his eyes, Lu Yi executed another set of punches, following a zigzag path, knocking down several more in succession. On the other side, a subordinate reported to the water monster. Boss, the few level 30s following you are all dead. He ran and shouted, run, we're no match for him. Then the subordinate asked frantically, but this is the sea, where can we run, boss, I've peed my pants. Meanwhile, Lu Yi ran near the large boat, then leaped high and landed on the water monster's boat. He looked at the empty boat, bewildered. Where are the people? Where did they all go? At that moment, the water monster was gritting his teeth in terror. He and his trusted subordinate were running on the sea surface. Seeing this, even the subordinate exclaimed in surprise, damn, so we can run on water too. That kid talked about rivers and seas. I was scared for nothing. Luckily, I wisely put all my attributes into agility. I remember the attribute description says 1 point of agility equals 1 meter per second. Although this weight ratio decreases as agility increases, the encyclopedia says as long as you can reach a speed of 30 meters per second, you can run on water, and my agility is now over 400 points. The water monster roared in exhaustion. Shut up and run. Lu Yi watched the two of them run away. He pondered, showing no emotion, but after a while the two who had just fled were thrown face down onto the boat deck. The captain asked in confusion, You Xiao Lu, you caught them back? Meanwhile, the water monster's subordinate had sat up, stammering for mercy. Big brother, spare me. I'll do anything you say, just spare me. Seeing this, Lu Yi thought, since killing ordinary players gives experience, enemies are valuable resources. Spare them and let them take me to their lair, I might gain more experience. Then he put his hands on his hips, looking down at the two and asked, Who sent you? The water monster gritted his teeth and bargained, If I tell you, will you let us go? The captain interjected, Mr. Xiao Lu, there's no need to waste effort torturing them. Water monster is notoriously tough in the game. The subordinate, tears streaming, thought bitterly, It's over. This time the boss is done for. What do I do? How do I get out of this? Lu Yi said sternly. Oh, tough guy. Suddenly, the water monster knelt and shouted, No, not me, please spare me. It was all arranged by the back garden. This left the subordinate stunned, his jaw dropping. Even the captain was shocked, thinking, This isn't the water monster I know. Hearing the familiar name, Lu Yi frowned and repeated angrily, Back garden. Then he calculated to himself, Speaking of which, my current base attributes for leveling up are twice that of ordinary players. This means that any attribute-related rewards I got before, like weight ratio, will be twice as much. I remember in my past life, the back garden had about 100,000 members, with an average level above 40. This life it's only more. Then he planned, if the enemy is the back garden, cleaning them out would net me nearly 400 million experience. With that, I can level up to 50 and put on the top-tier equipment I crafted in the Metaverse. With my special physique, my base strength in the Metaverse is level 110. Lu Yi clenched his fist, thinking happily, enough to deal with the mysterious person at Bujo Mountain. To save the world I have to sacrifice you. Back garden, Lu Yi wondered, what kind of existence is Earth Shadow, and what is its purpose? He sat in the cabin, head down in thought, facing the water monster and his subordinate. The water monster, sweating profusely, thought, I have to cooperate with the big shot, can't make him angry. I'm a rock. Meanwhile, Lu Yi calculated nervously. Looking back, those 2 messages it sent me, besides directly reading my thoughts and answering me, there's another possibility. It observed my actions, indirectly inferred my thoughts, and then gave corresponding answers. The more he thought about it, the harder it was to understand, otherwise it would be too terrifying. Also, one important thing, why did it help me? It wasn't necessarily helping in that situation. Even without its warning, after I dealt with the water monster's lackeys, I would have discovered that I can gain experience by killing players. Lu Yi looked down at Wooding, frowning and speculating. It was just a convenience. If I think like that, Earth Shadow's purpose is definitely not simple. Then he looked at the system screen and thought again. But no matter what, my level has no upper limit. As long as I keep improving, any conspiracy will automatically collapse. The screen displayed player Lu Yi's parameters, level 12. Title, Special Physique, level not restricted by the Emperor's base attributes doubled. His various attributes were also steadily increasing. As the boat neared land, Lu Yi sighed to himself. Speaking of the surprises from the special physique, it's not just the doubled base attributes. Suddenly, the system added, extremely strong coverage skill, extremely strong recovery skill, extremely strong aggression skill. Seeing this, he thought, the key point is that the skills gained every 10 levels are no longer a choice between 2. Just now I felt that level 50 is equivalent to level 100 in the Metaverse. He propped his hands on his knees, raising his face proudly, too strong. Then he scratched his chin and pondered, I still lack a pistol, I don't know where to find one. Then he scratched his cheek, sweating as he asked himself, Can I use a toy gun? Probably not. Finally, Lu Yi muttered to himself, anyway, I'll take it step by step. I still have 21 scalpels, collected from that pile of junk when I left the hospital, enough for a while. After a long time, some corpses floated on the sea. By then it was dark, and from the boat the distant city and mountains were visible. The captain, pale with fear, said, We've only been at sea for 2 days. How are there so many corpses near the coast? As he piloted the boat, he was panicking, and judging by the wounds, many weren't caused by monsters. Hearing this, Lu Yi frowned. Then he spoke up to warn that things would only get more chaotic from now on. At least for now, phone signals, power, and the internet could still cover certain areas. Once all these modern conveniences were destroyed and there was a shortage of professional repair personnel, they might regress to a primitive society. This terrified the boatman, who blurted out, That's too horrible. Then he heard Lu Yi continue, Too horrible, and it could get even worse. If supplies are cut off, just wait until you have to fill your stomach with food. By then, anything could happen for the sake of food. Afterward, he revealed some other information. If only the ruling bureau were still around. After the world changed, all the employees of the ruling bureau had vanished for unknown reasons. It was like in a game where the city was managed to prevent red names. And suddenly all my subordinates disappeared. If not for the chaos, it might not have been this bad. Now all they could do was pray that the major guilds would step up to rebuild social order. After a while, the 4 of them went ashore together, and Lu Yi led the way into the black ruined city. Someone wondered, what happened? The entire coast has been destroyed. Lu Yi replied, It should be monsters born from the secret realm covered by bizarre rules, turning this area into ruins, but it looks like other players have already dealt with them. Looking at the corpses on the ground, the boatman stammered in fear, Too terrifying. Then he glanced worriedly and muttered, I wonder how things are over there. Suddenly, Lu Yi spoke up, You should head back first. Sticking by my side like this isn't doing much good. This startled him, and he quickly ran off, replying, Thanks. After that, Lu Yi crossed his arms and ordered the 2 water monsters, Now it's your turn. Take me to the sand dunes in the back garden district you mentioned. The water monster immediately flattered him with cupped hands. Understood. While the subordinate scratched his head and said, Please follow us this way, boss. Then he followed them up a staircase leading to a road, thinking to himself that although he planned to level up quickly by clearing the back garden, he still needed to figure out how to do it safely and cost-effectively. As Lu Yi walked, he calculated, The effective method we can think of now is to gradually clear from the outskirts. Early on, experience requirements are low. Taking out 1 or 2 strongholds should boost my level to 30. He lagged a bit behind the 2 water monsters, weighing his options. By then he could equip level 30 armor and find a suitable weapon, then steadily advance toward the back garden. Starting from Bai Zhen's location, the subordinate whispered to the water monster, "Boss, is it really okay to take him straight to Wu Hao like this? If he doesn't get taken out by Wu Hao, we'll be the ones Wu Hao kills." The water monster soothed him. "What else can we do? Look at him. If he finds us useless, he'll kill us outright." After a long while, they arrived at a still intact tall building. The water monster continued, "In this situation, it's better to take him to Wu Hao. Let's gamble that when they fight, we can escape." Hearing this, the subordinate praised, "As expected of the boss, you've thought it through." Then the two looked up in surprise. Standing before the beautiful building, the subordinate said, "This is the place. Before setting sail, I remember those who went to the sand dunes got help from the richest man there. He used to live here. I heard the richest man in the sand dunes used his wealth to rally a large group of players," he happily continued, "including the strongest in the back garden district, Wu Hao." The water monster sighed in admiration. "I'm so jealous, even though he's just the richest man in a small place. He must have things we've never even seen." Meanwhile, Lu Yi raised an eyebrow, thinking, "Everything else is in ruins, but this place is well protected. Looks like I'm on the right track." He praised aloud. "Even though the richest man in the sand dunes is just an ordinary person, relying on his ability to win people over, he'll definitely hold a high status later." Suddenly, they noticed a person falling from a height. Lu Yi was startled and clenched his fists but didn't act immediately. The next moment, the person crashed in front of the water monster brothers. The subordinate exclaimed in surprise, "The richest man in the sand dunes, how did he fall from up there?" Suddenly, a piercing scream came from above. Tisk tisk, by a broken window on a high floor, a girl knelt, looking down and sobbing. Suddenly, the man behind her grabbed her head and said, "Who do you think you are to reject me?" Then he lifted her, holding her in midair before pulling her back and shouting, "Don't you know your place? I'm doing you a favor by asking you." He threw her out the window. The girl opened her mouth in terror, unable to believe it, then plummeted straight down. She glanced down in fear, finally realizing her situation, and flailed her body wildly, heading headfirst straight down, letting out a piercing scream. Below, Lu Yi frowned and looked up, expressionless. Even as she shattered before his eyes, he didn't look down. He kept staring at the building, where a man in a brown suit was smirking downward. Lu Yi grinned unpleasantly, recalling, "So it's him. In my past life he killed countless people, amassing a huge amount of health, and was very famous, known as the Red Devil Wu Hao. That means I won't have any psychological burden when I take him out." In the room with the broken window, Wu Hao put his hands in his pockets, turned, and walked inside. Suddenly, the smooth pool of blood on the floor stirred, and a person rose from it, appearing before Lu Yi, taunting. "Someone as ruthless as you." A person with cyan hair like Wu Hao's, bearing sharp teeth, continued, "chooses to ignore a woman dying right in front of you." Then he stood before him and shouted at the water monsters, "Where are the people you brought? Are they all dead?" Lu Yi frowned as he listened to him mutter, "They died at Bai Jiao Fu's hands. Do we need to watch out for him?" Suddenly, the bald subordinate shouted happily. "Brother Zhuang," the water monster beside him replied. "That's right, our people were all taken out by him." The water monster, standing at a distance, thought, "Li Zhuang is also strong. As soon as he makes a move, we'll run," and pointed, shouting, "Hurry and take him out, avenge them." Seeing Li Zhuang grin and curse, "What a bunch of useless trash." Suddenly, Lu Yi used the scalpel equipment embedded with 5 sealing orbs, blessed and enhanced all stats by 2000, and punched Li Zhuang into a pool of blood. Seeing this, the water monster and his subordinate were dumbfounded, then immediately knelt and kowtowed, begging for mercy. "Boss, we were wrong." Lu Yi looked at the pool of blood on the ground and thought, "No kill notification. Is it a clone skill? Whose clone? Wu Hao's? Doesn't look like Wu Hao. It seems Wu Hao created a subordinate using his own clone." Then, extremely displeased, he looked up at the towering building, Wu Hao's hideout. Suddenly, Lu Yi leapt up and vanished from the spot. He sprinted across the building's glass curtain wall, his footsteps rumbling, his face showing displeasure. Seeing this, the water monster and his subordinate were stunned, stammering, "B-boss running on a wall, how much agility does that take?" "I don't know, we'd better just obey, we can't escape his grasp." Meanwhile, Lu Yi had already jumped into the room with the broken glass window. He stepped in as lightly as a feather where a green-haired girl was tied by the hands and hung high. Her eyes wide open. Beside her, a man was hung, leaning forward. On the floor, a person was pierced through the back by a sword. A pillar was studded with swords of various shapes and colors. Seeing Lu Yi, a group of people with hands in their pockets scattered around the room, all looked over. On the sofa at the end of the room, Wu Hao sat, his arms spread over the back of the sofa, his eyes filled with killing intent. Lu Yi walked straight in, ignoring the sidelong glances and murmurs from both sides, and slowly said, "Jumping from outside to here, you must be a high level, right?" not too high, at most within level 50. In the Origin realm, anyone above level 50 is a famous elite player in the major alliances. Look at him, does he look like one? And even if he were above level 50, could he take us on? A purple-haired guy raised his thumb in front of him and asked, "Hey buddy, you want to play the righteous hero too, like the owners of those weapons stuck in the wall?" Then others taunted, "Here to take down villains like us for the ordinary folks. Haha, remember that kid we dealt with earlier? He held out for a while, but in the end he was on his knees begging for mercy. But it was too late for him. They surrounded Lu Yi like red-eyed demons, mocking him, 'Just kneel down and we'll spare your life.' Then he raised an eyebrow and sneered. I was a bit uneasy treating you as my experience points, but seeing you like this I suddenly feel at ease." Hearing this, the group was puzzled. What's this guy talking about? Is he crazy? Maybe he thinks he can take us on? Take us on? We've got plenty of level 40 players. Does he think he's that legendary big brother-in-law? Legends, when did it become his turn to lead others? But as soon as the words were spoken, those standing in front of Lu Yi had their heads blown off. At the same time, the system notified that strength values were multiplied, and accordingly his level rose to 14, 16, 17, 18, 19. Lu Yi's eyes lit up, and he grinned excitedly. Then he took out one by one all those who dared to speak rudely about his sister. Speaking of that big brother-in-law, he has two very beautiful sisters. I'd love to know what they taste like. Don't even think about it, their levels are higher than ours. Who knows what the future holds? As long as I keep leveling up and surpass them, I'll be able to do it, right? Then Lu Yi took 2 or 3 steps to stand before Wu Hao. At that moment the system notified that experience points reached 12,730.5, his level rose to 20, and the player skill gained Blessing Curse. Then gaining experience points meant he leveled up, and finally his level rose to 26. After that, the system reported the end of all stat enhancements. Currently player Lu Yi's parameters were level 26. Experience 81,600, Strength 32,345.5, Attack and Defense both 29. Seeing this, Lu Yi smiled with great satisfaction. Suddenly bricks and stones crashed down behind him, while Wu Hao in front remained in his original posture, his face slightly lowered, his eyes dark and glowing red. Then he changed his posture, propping an elbow on his leg and sighed, "Indeed very strong. Killing a group of level 40 players at once, if it were just level, you couldn't achieve that." He looked at Lu Yi, who was staring back with red eyes, and asked, "You're also a player with strength, aren't you? But so what? That's just the starting point for us to develop our own power. I really have to thank you. I was still looking for an excuse to wipe them all out and absorb their stats." At the same time, Wu Hao's body suddenly grew larger, and the system notified that the friendly target was marked as dead, and the player would permanently gain 10 to 30 of the target's constitution. Lu Yi picked up the scalpel and sneered. Suddenly, Wu Hao loudly challenged, "Now that they're dead, my strength has at least quintupled. What do you have to fight me with?" Suddenly, a new prompt appeared. During the energy assessment, the target was successfully implanted. The target is in a weakened state. All stats reduced by 50, duration 10 seconds. Then Wu Hao watched in shock as Lu Yi suddenly leaned forward and threw a punch. He used the blessing skill to enhance all stats by 3,000. Immediately, a loud bang echoed through the building, and the shockwave scattered outward. Lu Yi maintained his attacking posture and said, "It's better to stay humble." Lu Yi frowned and looked ahead. In the chaotic rubble, there was no kill notification. He stepped forward, looking around in confusion. "Ran away." Meanwhile, in a small corridor, someone was running frantically. Wu Hao was sweating profusely, gritting his teeth in fear. "What kind of monster is this? One punch took away 2/3 of my enhanced health. I'll slip away first and find a way to get revenge later." Suddenly he was horrified to find that an explosion had just occurred at the end of the corridor. Lu Yi stood on the other side of that wall, his fist having just shattered the bricks, his eyes blazing with anger. He spoke, "Found you." Seeing this, Wu Hao slammed on the brakes mid-run, then sharply veered in another direction and fled. As he ran, Wu Hao exclaimed, "So terrifying, so terrifying." But out of nowhere, Lu Yi burst out of the wall in front of him again, blocking Wu Hao's path. He was so scared that blood droplets splattered onto his coat. Then Wu Hao bent down and smashed his long staff into the floor, sending bricks flying. He continued smashing through several floors like this, trying to escape by scaling walls. Lu Yi stood at the edge of the hole Wu Hao had made, looking down with killer eyes. While Wu Hao kept smashing through floors and jumping down, Wu Hao leapt past another floor, muttering to himself, "Only by reaching the basement can I survive." Suddenly, Lu Yi's grinning voice came from behind him. "The basement? Let me give you a hand." Wu Hao was stunned into silence. At the same time, Lu Yi swung his fist. Below, the water monster and his subordinate were still kneeling at the base of the building. He looked up, stunned by the rumbling explosions coming from above. Meanwhile, in the building's basement, Lu Yi stood in the middle of a parking lot, surrounded by dust kicked up by falling bricks. He frowned in displeasure at the large crack in the ground and sighed, Not only can he escape, but he can also fight back. Even using all my strength, I can't kill him. He looked at the wall that shimmered like a spatial door and muttered. And he escaped into a secret realm. In a basement of a building, there's a special secret realm, if you don't destroy the environment. I remember this secret realm has no player limit, and you can't leave unless you use a strategy. Then Lu Yi suddenly understood. No wonder Wu Hao said the only way to escape danger was to come here. Luckily he was only level 51 before. Killing him would only cost 2,000 or 3,000 experience. He stared ahead, thinking step by step, the rewards from this secret realm are negligible to me. Then he looked to the right, calculating inwardly. It seems entering the secret realm to kill Wu Hao isn't as good as killing a few more level 40+ players. I'll have to let him go for now. Then Lu Yi turned and stepped over the broken rubble to leave. Suddenly, those blue words appeared faintly again, startling him. Lu Yi recalled the sudden appearance of this contact method, feeling as uncomfortable as a monkey eating ginger. Why has the world become like this, so long-winded? Just tell me the truth of the world directly. When the words disappeared, Lu Yi turned back to face the wall leading to the secret realm. He glanced at it, then warily sensed his surroundings. Lu Yi thought to himself in displeasure, there will always be another chance. My current goal is to level up. Exploring the truth is only secondary. Besides, approaching the truth without strength will only put me in danger. Then he decided to head toward the exit. Suddenly, the shadow emerged again and said, it seems you lack a suitable weapon right now. If you successfully conquer this secret realm, it will ultimately reward the conqueror with a very fitting weapon. Seeing the words, Lu Yi muttered angrily, here it goes again. He raised an eyebrow in great displeasure and shouted, why do I have to go? But the entire basement was silent with no response. Seeing this, Lu Yi said, no answer, then I won't go. He decided to head for the door, muttering, I don't know if you're friend or foe yet, so I won't listen to you. Lu Yi walked out the door, then climbed the stairs and headed straight up to the next floor. After a long while, the staircase was empty. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the stairs, followed by Lu Yifei storming down, kicking the door to pieces with a furious scowl. Damn it, the truth of the world and the perfect weapon are just too tempting. In the blink of an eye he charged into the secret realm, thinking that with 18 scalpels he could handle any crisis there and finish it quickly. 3 round spirits, each with different expressions, gathered together, staring at this intruder. They circled Lu Yifei once as if scouting him out. He merely glanced at them curiously for a moment, then looked into the distance to assess the situation. The spot where Lu Yifei stood was like a floating island, with a glowing silver stump at its center. That was the bottom house, the home of the 3 little spirits, with full health at 100. Then the system displayed some information about the secret realm to Lu Yifei. The minimum number of players for the storyline had been met, faction roles had been determined, and the special confrontation secret realm hometown was activated. Your faction is to protect the 3 little spirits. Mission objective: protect the 3 little spirits exiled from their own world, and resist the Kiji from destroying the bottom house, the home of the 3 little spirits. Current bottom house health is 100. Note, each Kiji killed adds a protection value to the bottom house, 50 health points and 50 defense points. When the protection value reaches 100,000, the bottom house will generate a protective shield. Completely neutralize the Kiji's attacks. The exclusive territory of the 3 little spirits will land in 5 minutes. The Kiji's exclusive territory, get ready. Looking at the 3 round spirits, orange, pink and blue, Lu Yifei guessed, are these the 3 little spirits, standing at the edge of the island, he thought. Is the mission really this simple? Does it relate to the truth of the world? I don't get it. Was I tricked by the movie? Then the entire island slowly emitted a blue energy, lowered its height, and descended toward a densely packed area below, where nothing was clearly visible. Seeing this, Lu Yifei wondered, are the so-called Kiji those dense monsters down there? Then he sighed, there are way too many of them. Meanwhile, Wu Hao stood amidst a group of Kiji, while Lu Yifei, on the island with the 3 little spirits, looked down to see a mass of yellowish things squirming. He calculated to himself, but it's okay. Killing 2,000 will generate the protective shield. There's just one question. The mission didn't say that forming the shield means conquering the secret realm. Then he looked at the bottom house's stump and reasoned, besides, this is a faction mission. Does that mean I'll have to fight the opposing faction's players in the end? I'd better hurry up and kill Kiji to get the shield out early, or else the enemy might attack the bottom house directly if they see things going wrong. That 100 health points on the bottom house would be gone with one hit, and then. Meanwhile, Wu Hao was busy cleaving Kiji in half. At the same time, his system prompted, skill drain triggered. Your physique increases by 123 points. Seeing this, Wu Hao thought excitedly, it really works and the physique boost is huge. He clenched his fist, looking at the nearby Kiji, secretly pleased. After confirming the faction, this group of Kiji recognized him as one of their own. completely ignoring him, killing their kind. That meant he could just keep killing them, letting his physique attribute rise until it couldn't go any higher. Then Wu Hao looked up happily and thought, even if he has a skill to reduce all my attributes as long as the numbers are high enough, he won't be a match for me, he muttered to himself. But generating that shield requires killing 2,000, so it won't be fast. Meanwhile, the system prompted, the platform will land on the Kiji's exclusive territory in 1 minute. Get ready. Hearing this, Lu Yifei looked around and calculated. Although killing 2,000 is doable for an average player, it's almost impossible. So, in this small territory, there must be something to balance the power gap between the three little spirits and the Kiji. He then opened his palm and took out a scalpel. Walking to the edge of the island, he thought, but after searching around, found nothing. Is there no trigger condition? He looked down at the dense Kiji now close at hand, and muttered to himself, since I can't find it, I'll treat it as non-existent and handle things as usual. Suddenly, the three little spirits' island crashed to the ground with a loud bang. Instantly, the Kiji swarm leapt in front of Lu Yifei. Seeing this, the three little spirits, terrified, hugged their bottom house and started crying. On the other side, the Kiji had already stepped onto the island. Lu Yifei weighed his options. Using the scalpel to embed the seal orb and activate blessing has a major drawback. At that moment, the Kiji swarm formed an encirclement and charged to attack the bottom house. Lu Yifei analyzed, although embedding the seal orb restores power, and with the equipment from the origin realm in the backpack assisting, skill cooldown is reduced by 50, and duration is extended by 50. Then Lu Yifei used blessing, boosting all attributes by 5,000 points. He looked at a Kiji with a mouthful of sharp teeth charging at him and muttered to himself, but it's enough. In the blink of an eye, that Kiji's head exploded. Soon after, several nearby ones suffered the same fate. Lu Yifei thought, with the equipment boost, using the knowledge gained from blessing and then activating it again, I can stably maintain a state of 5,000 in all attributes. At this point, he moved in circles around the bottom house's stump. Lu Yifei gritted his teeth in fury, smashing Kiji heads with his bare hands, firmly believing 5,000 in all attributes is enough to handle all crises. His eyes glowed red with killing intent, and he opened his mouth to roar. He gritted his teeth and dealt with everything in his path at lightning speed. After a while, the red in his eyes faded, and sweat poured down Lu Yifei's face, but he only paused for a moment before darting off like lightning in one direction. Lu Yifei sighed inwardly. This speed is much slower than I expected. If this keeps up, killing 2,000 will use up all my scalpels. From a distance, a cloud of dust had formed at the center of the island, with Kiji being blasted into the air. But he still felt something was off. How would he deal with Wu Hao, who was in the opposing faction? In front of the three little spirits, Lu Yifei faced the endless waves of Kiji alone, silently lamenting, what should I do? Should I use reset to boost the clearing speed again? Then he argued with himself, but reset has a long cooldown, it's not worth using here. He then analyzed inwardly, besides the effect wouldn't be great, it wouldn't directly help me deal with the remaining 1,000 plus Kiji. Suddenly, the orange little spirit widened its eyes, and then the three little spirits looked at each other as if discussing something. Suddenly, the orange one flew to Lu Yifei's side, startling him. Then it transformed into a gun. Seeing this, Lu Yifei wondered, is this? At the same time, the system prompted, Big Baby's weapon form, pistol, attributes, attack 140, agility 30, skill, activate compression. Movement speed increased by 100, attack speed increased by 100, reload speed decreased by 100, duration and cooldown both 1 minute. This information thrilled Lu Yifei, who thought ecstatically, the weapon is one of the three little spirits transformed. The other two little spirits fluttered their heart-shaped wings excitedly. He gripped the gun and exclaimed, ha, so this is where the power gap is compensated. Then he thought movement speed increased by 100, attack speed increased by 100, reload speed decreased by 100, and each reload still holds 20 rounds. Then Lu Yifei confidently aimed the gun at the Kiji swarm, curious. Is this an automatic or a pistol? I'll find out by comparing. Many round holes appeared on the ground of the three little spirits' platform. Even the large mountain-like raised land was riddled with holes. The ground around the Kiji's platform was also densely covered with bullet marks. The Kiji swarm had retreated 100 meters away. Suddenly, Lu Yifei shouted, awesome, this pistol is amazing. He raised the gun and yelled, in just a moment. With this pistol's rate of fire, he cheered excitedly. In the blink of an eye, all the Kiji around the platform were gone. Lu Yifei looked down at Big Baby, overjoyed. Then he commented, it's just a bit annoying that I can't attach force like this when compression is active. If I could attach the condensed force coverage state along with this pistol, it would be unstoppable. But even as is, it's already super strong, perfect for the current situation. Then Lu Yifei grinned confidently and looked ahead. The clueless Kiji swarm charged again to attack. He took an effortless breath, raised the gun and said, just over 500 left. Once I take you out, the shield will be generated. But in an instant the system prompted, bottom house, the home of the three little spirits. Total protection value has reached the limit. Instantly a blue spell appeared enveloping the platform. Seeing this, Lu Yifei looked up in surprise. The protection value was temporarily turned into a shield. Suddenly Wu Hao stomped hard, shattering the ground. Then he leaped up, appearing before Lu Yifei, catching his attention. Now Wu Hao looked like a giant, showing off his bulging muscles with a grin as he landed opposite Lu Yifei. He glared with red eyes and taunted, "This time, let's see how you act tough in front of me." At the same time, the system informed Lu Yifei, player Wu Hao, level 50. Attack over 50,000, defense close to 26,000. On this side, Lu Yifei had to look up at him and said, "Looks like you killed the remaining Qiji, and your power has increased a lot." Suddenly the system notified, "First phase mission complete. The three little spirits' favorability toward you has increased. Second phase mission begins. Mission: the foundation of the three little spirits must be secured. Objective: eliminate the opposing faction player and completely crush the Qiji's resistance. Time limit 10 minutes, no penalty for failure." Standing inside the blue shield, Lu Yifei said to Wu Hao outside, "But now the exclusive territory I'm guarding has activated its shield. Do you dare come in and take me on?" Then Lu Yifei grinned and taunted, "Come in and get me, let me see how I die." Hearing this, Wu Hao, sweating, looked down warily. Suddenly his system prompted, "First phase mission. Prevent the bottom house shield from being generated, has failed. Qiji's favorability toward you has severely decreased. Second phase mission begins. Eliminate the opposing faction player within 10 minutes. Mission failure. Qiji will attack you until you die. Note: forcibly entering the shield will reduce all your attributes by 90. Seeing this, Wu Hao gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, how did he kill Qiji so fast? Even if the Qiji stood still and let me kill them, I only got 500, and he took out 1,500. Then he lamented inwardly, "With a 90 reduction in all attributes, I'm no match for him. I need to lure him out. Once I get him out of that turtle shell, I'll kill him instantly." Then the two stared at each other in silence. Wu Hao clenched his fists, panicking inwardly. "But how do I lure him out? He's staying inside and I can't do anything." Suddenly, Lu Yifei squinted and smiled. "Hey, why so quiet? Are you thinking about how to get me out of the shield?" Seeing his intentions easily seen through, Wu Hao was startled. Lu Yifei stepped forward and said, "No need for all that trouble." Then he voluntarily walked out of the shield and said, "I'll come out myself." He then jumped off the three little spirits' platform. Landing on the Qiji's ground, Lu Yifei said, "All right, I'm out." As soon as he spoke, Wu Hao swung a fist at him, roaring, "Daring to come out, you're asking for death." At the same time, a loud bang erupted outside the shield, and he taunted, "Let me teach you a lesson. It's better to be humble and cautious." Then Wu Hao sneered triumphantly, "You damn bastard, throwing that debuff at the last moment. What good does it do?" Suddenly his face turned pale, his eyes wide with shock, frozen in place. At that moment Lu Yifei blocked his fist with his left hand while his right hand gripped the gun tightly. This made Wu Hao incredulous. "How is this possible? My physique has reached its limit." Then he frowned, opened his mouth to argue. "And my main attribute is physique, combining attack and physique. That means my killing power is at least hundreds of thousands." On this side, Lu Yifei's eyes suddenly glowed red and he replied, "Your physique has reached its limit, but I've reached the limit in all attributes." At the same time, the system announced player Lu Yifei's data, level 26. Experience 081,600. Combat power over 32,000. 7 titles, double base attributes. Attack over 50,000, defense, resistance, strength, agility, physique, intelligence, perception, all at 50,000 attributes. Distributable points: health at full 3 million, knowledge at full 350,000. Lu Yifei said inwardly, "Although Big Baby's weapon form is only a level 20 equipment, if I can continue embedding seal orbs within 30 minutes and in the previous battle, I had already pushed my all attributes to the real-world limit at full speed." Wu Hao, pinned down, gritted his teeth and froze. But before he could do anything, the system prompted, "Lu Yifei uses force coverage at 300,000 N. Next attack increases by 7.5 million N. And at the same time he was sliced into several pieces by Lu Yifei's sword. Waiting only for his appearance before disappearing, Wu Hao looked up and murmured, "Who are you? A player this strong in the game? I couldn't have not heard of you." Lu Yifei turned and walked away, not even glancing at his fading figure, and replied, "About that question, when you meet your guild leader down there, I'll just ask him directly." Then the system popped up messages, "Congratulations on conquering the secret realm, protect the three little spirits. Big Baby's weapon form has been recalled. Seal orb has bounced back to your backpack, processing secret realm reward." Seeing this, Lu Yifei cursed, "Damn it, no, don't take this weapon back." But the system dutifully continued, You gain experience, rewards interfered with by unknown source. Rewards being processed, your level 5 raised to 31, you gain skill silent imprisonment. This information puzzled him. What's going on? Unknown interference. Who's interfering? But the reward directly turned into a level up. Awesome, not done yet. The system prompted, you gain weapon. Big Baby's weapon form pistol. Hearing this, Lu Yifei laughed happily. Finally got it. Then the system displayed the pistol's parameters. Maintains world for 1 minute, cooldown 7 minutes. When activate compression is used, this weapon cannot be covered by force. Pistol bullets auto-reload. Each reload takes 70 seconds. Magazine capacity 20, requires level 30. Note, this weapon is blessed by Big Baby. Blessing 1, when the owner's level increases, the weapon's level also increases. Blessing 2, automatically repairs damaged weapons. This made Lu Yifei wonder. But the word enhanced on activate compression is gone now. Still, that's normal. As a level 30 weapon, its previous power was too abnormal. The equipment level will rise with my level, and activate compression will improve after leveling up. I wonder how many levels it'll take to reach that previous strength. Finally, the system prompted, secret realm completed, you are about to be teleported out. Hearing this, he was confused. Leaving just like that? What about the truth of the world? No hints at all. What the hell movie? Lu Yifei walked out of the secret realm door in the basement. He rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Is the movie messing with me? Lu Yifei frowned, unsure what to do. Looking at the gun, he thought he had indeed gotten a suitable weapon, then walked out with a displeased expression. Lu Yifei thought about the bottom house and the 3 spirits, reasoning inwardly, what if that secret realm really represented the truth of the real world? The 3 little spirits, he boldly speculated, they represent the 3 mysterious figures occupying Bujo Mountain. The storyline said, the 3 little spirits were exiled to the Kiji's world. Could those 3 mysterious figures also have been exiled here from their own world? Lu Yifei stood outside the secret realm entrance, one hand holding the gun, the other in his pocket, deep in thought. Could it be explained this way? The only thing that connects is this. Then he glanced behind him, thinking that this secret realm wasn't independent, there must be something more ahead. Lu Yi stared at the door in confusion, unsure if he'd ever get another chance to approach it. Then, looking at the gate, he sighed inwardly. This secret realm was too unique. Even after being conquered, it hadn't disappeared. It only warned the conqueror not to enter. Could all players come in? If everyone who entered could obtain a weapon perfectly suited to them, the value of this realm would be immense. It would be a strategic-level secret realm. He had to contact a Yun to control this. Then Lu Yi's mind began to jump again, thinking about those incomprehensible pieces of information. But before that, there was one question to clarify. In what form did the Earth Shadow exist? Through what formula did it contact me? How did it know the contents of the secret realm, and what was its purpose? He jumped down the broken steps, analyzing privately. Based on current interactions, he couldn't tell if the Earth Shadow was good or bad. But combined with his past life's experience, its existence was highly suspicious. Lu Yi rested his chin on his hand, sitting on a stone and reasoning in his mind. Was it really helping? If so, why was the real world getting worse? Then, based on the New Order leader's claims, he grew puzzled. The Earth Shadow's existence was like a piece of software. Would the world get worse with it? Lu Yi frowned in deep thought. In his past life, ordinary people had no idea that mysterious figures controlled Bujo Mountain, meaning they hadn't acted yet. If they caused the world's chaos, they must have some hidden means to influence it. Reasoning this way, Lu Yi uncovered a series of questions that needed answers. Was the Earth Shadow one of their tools? On the surface it seemed to help us, but in reality it might be guiding us toward a worse outcome. Lu Yi sat slumped, resting his elbow on his knee, holding his head in frustration. Too few people are trustworthy. I instinctively think the worst. Then he looked up, firmly believing that maybe things weren't as bad as he thought. All factors were just due to the enemy being too strong. Suddenly he grew curious about how the Earth Shadow would guide him next and what hints it would give. As soon as he said this, a message box appeared before him. Startling Lu Yi, the Earth Shadow sent an invitation, "Do you want to join the chat group?" Seeing this, he was puzzled. A chat system? Did the real world have something like the game's chat system? He had never received one in his past life or these days. Lu Yi frowned, thinking, did the Earth Shadow create this? Why did it have such authority? Now he had another question. Speaking of which, the system's operation had a core hub. After the Yuan realm descended, players could level up and receive rewards. Where was this leveling core hub? Who controlled it? Then he answered himself. The Earth Shadow, the way it contacted him, looked similar to the system's notifications. Lu Yi even became more convinced because the Earth Shadow also knew the secret realm's contents. If it held the core hub, that would explain everything. Then Lu Yi accepted. Of course, the system notification showed, your name in the Yuan realm is Knight. Do you wish to continue using this name? He refused. No, my name is One. The system immediately confirmed the name. You have joined the Sacred Capital chat group. The group's content instantly appeared before Lu Yi. A group of people were discussing finding a feeling. In the wind, we already have power and enough strength. We must start figuring out how to deal with the mysterious figures, enough to handle any enemy. Watching their casual chat, Lu Yi asked curiously, "Who are these people?" High-level players gathered by the Earth Shadow. He stared at the screen, puzzled. Level 50. The player level cap is 50. Then he compared it to the Yuan realm, recalling the prompt from the Inheritance Flame selection. The prompt said levels were related to the Diwu. In the real world, the Diwu's level was lower than the Yuan realms, which explained why the full attribute enhancement cap was only 50,000. Then the chat group popped up with more messages. Waiting for the future. Everyone here is a veteran from 28 cities in Wazhou. As long as we gather our level 50 players, we have over 100,000 in strength. Enough. Whatever. Once I deal with the libertine I'm with in Weishi and unify the city, I can rest easy and join you against the mysterious figures. Whatever. Damn it, whatever has been muted for 5 minutes. Heaven is not lonely. What a pair of rivals. Now, the 28 cities of Wazhou. First and second tier cities have intense competition and conflict due to many strong players. In contrast, third and fourth tier cities have fewer players, making the situation relatively stable. They quickly formed a united front to eliminate Yuan realm-linked creatures. Heaven is not lonely. Of course, I'm talking about first-tier cities without the 4 heads. Reading this, Lu Yi frowned curiously. What about the 4 heads? He continued, following the story. Heaven is not lonely. The 4 heads. Qingzhou Xuanbai. I heard they all possess an extremely powerful team boosting ability, making their guilds operate smoothly. In just 5 days, the 4 heads guilds in first-tier cities are in a dominant position. Endless Spirit. I heard the 4 heads titles can be seized. If you kill a player with a 4 heads title, it transfers to the killer. Round Nail Zon Head. You can try to see if that's true. Heaven is not lonely. Zon Head. Endless Spirit. Just joking. Haha. Round Nail Zon Head. Haha, I'm serious. I heard Joe Head was only level 1 when the Yuan realm descended. I wonder if he's leveled up these days. We could try killing him. Maybe we'd succeed. Heaven is not lonely. Really? Watching these familiar names, Lu Yi was puzzled. Round Nail is one of the 4 heads, the Zon Head. The more he read, the more confused he got. And Joe Head is level 1. Isn't he the new order leader? Suddenly, the chat group became lively again. Round Nail. Kid, your reputation precedes you. If you try to deal with me this way, I'll make you taste death again. White Glove. Your reputation precedes you. What the hell are you doing? I just missed it. Your reputation precedes you. Where's the low-level dog barking? Because the dog's owner is already dead. No one to control it. White Glove. You. Furious. Joe Head. Your reputation precedes you. Stop arguing. We're here for business. Seeing a familiar face, Lu Yi frowned, stunned. Then the group started discussing again. Furious. Joe Head. Everyone knows about the real-world crisis. The best solution is to use the massive player base with a human wave tactic against the mysterious figures. But we can't go in without thinking. I urge everyone here to send one reliable level 50+ player to cooperate in the investigation and gather intelligence for us. Xiangyun Qing Head. You should cherish this opportunity. 1 person per side is what Joe Head fought for you. I hope you can also obtain some intel. Otherwise, the 4 heads will cooperate to send people to Buzhou Mountain. Then we won't be able to verify if the intel is real or fake. Dunyang Bai Head. Ha, Qing Head, we don't need to be so hypocritical. Just tell them directly, the first batch will almost certainly die. We just want to share the losses. Round Nail Zon Head. Bai Head, I appreciate your frankness. Furious. Joe Head, people will gather at the Buzhou Mountain entrance in Gushi in 2 days. I hope everyone understands that everything is based on the world functioning normally. If the world is destroyed, even if you own everything now, it's useless. Lu Yi rested his chin, pondering. Joint investigation of Buzhou Mountain to gather intel. Are they really short on people, or is there another purpose? His eyes sharpened. He silently opposed it. Whatever the purpose, he didn't agree with the human wave tactic. Because Lu Yi believed that a human wave tactic would mean many player deaths. Everyone was born in a peaceful era, suddenly gained extraordinary power, and was in their prime. Who would want to go die? However, if the player level cap was only 50, there was no other way. He looked at the string of messages on the screen curiously. Speaking of which, what is the Earth Shadow's purpose in creating this group? Lu Yi reasoned. Based on the chat content, the group members were the best players from each city. Was it providing a platform for cooperation and communication? Although everyone in the group had their own agendas, it seemed that with this platform, no matter how great the hatred, at least here, there was a direct communication channel among top players. He stared at it, analyzing. Does it really want us players to unite and attack Buzhou Mountain together? He remembered that when gathering at Xiaobai's territory, It led him to sweep away the Zhao Li, also by manipulating the Diwu to lure the Kong Yuan, sending wave after wave of Zhao Li to their deaths. Lu Yi stood up, thinking, the Earth Shadow's purpose shouldn't be this, right? Then there was a moment of silence. Lu Yi smiled slightly. I've decided, let me expose you all. If the Earth Shadow's purpose is really this, if your path is wrong. Lu Yi grinned excitedly, saying to himself, then in the end, I'll be the one to deal with the mysterious figures. Because he confidently thought, my level has no cap, I can keep getting stronger. There are only 3 mysterious figures. I believe I can ultimately solve them with my own power. Lu Yi stood up from his temporary underground seat, muttering to himself, and the prerequisite and key point is that I can level up. Then he left the basement, heading toward the building's door. Meanwhile, outside the building, the water monster and his subordinate were still kneeling on the ground, dazed. The two muttered, I've been thinking for so long and he hasn't come out. He must not care about us anymore. We can leave. I think so too. How about we go? Looking up at the tall building, the water monster replied. But after a while no one stood up. The subordinate turned and asked, Big boss, why aren't you moving? The water monster said tearfully. My legs are numb. The subordinate immediately chimed in, mine too. But the water monster still struggled to stand on trembling legs, cursing, damn it, I can't let this happen. This is a rare chance to survive, I can't fail because of numb legs. To stay alive, he forced himself up, but his legs were still shaky as he shouted, I have to stand up. The subordinate beside him similarly forced himself up, shouting slogans to boost his morale. Right, we have to stand up, we can't keep kneeling. Kneeling is shameful, it's surrender, it's cowardice, we can't be cowards. Suddenly, Lu Yi jumped down from somewhere, landing in front of the two, scaring the water monster and his subordinate out of their wits. On the map of Huazhou, 3 city regions were displayed. Kumalan City, Heishi and Shachang. At that moment, outside a tall building in a corner of Heishi, thick smoke billowed and a cup shattered into pieces. In a sunlit room, the man who had just thrown the cup shouted, How can the new orders be so oppressive? Damn it, all of us have arrived at a corner of Heishi, and the pressure is mounting. They don't want us to live. He was the head of the Heishi Back Garden Guild branch, Qianli Heishan, clenching his fists in anger. What about the alliance? Damn it, Hu Shaji is cornered like a dog. You wait. When the garden leader brings people to fight, I'll see how you die. Suddenly, a subordinate waved and advised, Hai Jie, calm down. After all, this is a subordinate city of Yishi. Yishi is the new order's headquarters, so being suppressed is normal. The garden leader also said, as long as we keep this branch alive, it's fine. Hearing this, Li Heishan sat back in his chair gloomily, muttering, what a stifling situation. They've become superhumans, yet they still have to put up with this crap. The most annoying thing is that the lower level people are leaving one by one to join the new order. A subordinate comforted him. Ah, Hai Jie, the more people leave, the more it proves our loyalty. I heard that under the garden leader's leadership, Bishi is completely under Back Garden's control. When we go back, won't we have everything we want? But Li Heishan still frowned unhappily. We still need to do something to change the situation. Otherwise, even if we can return to headquarters later, we won't be able to use these suppressed little birds. Even a little credit would help. Suddenly someone shouted, Hai Jie, bad news. Hearing this, he jumped up and asked, What? Have the new order people attack? Standing at the door, 2 subordinates, one leaning against the wall, the other panting with hands on knees, reported, It's Wu Hao from Sha Chang who got killed. The one who came was the water monster. His face pale, he continued, in Sha Chang a secret realm was found that doesn't damage the environment and doesn't disappear. The reward is a suitable weapon, a special realm with no level limit. He wanted to keep it to himself and didn't report it, and was directly killed by the realm's guardian. After a while, outside the Back Garden branch base building in Shachang, the water monster arrived with his people. Someone asked, Is it here? He replied, Yes, right in the basement of this building. Meanwhile, the water monster and his trusted subordinate exchanged glances, thinking, will he believe it? He should, right, but this strategy is too simple. Li Heishan raised an eyebrow, thinking, Ha, a gift from heaven. Headquarters just sent word, encountering a secret realm that doesn't damage the environment and doesn't disappear after conquest. Confirm with photos and report for a heavy reward. Once confirmed, I'll report to the garden leader. Can I leave Heishi and return to headquarters? Then Li Heishan took the lead and shouted, Let's go, we're going in. This stunned the water monster and his subordinate, who thought, Ah, he actually believes us, go ahead. Li Heishan secretly anticipated, it must be the kind of realm the headquarters records mentioned. Then the group entered the building together, thinking he could return to headquarters in glory. Time flew by, and Li Heishan was terrified, his eyes wide. Then he led the way in a frantic run, shouting, That's terrifying, what was that thing? It dodged all our attacks. As they ran, Li Heishan ordered, Don't talk, just run. When the group burst out of the building, someone yelled, Hai Jie, it seems it didn't follow. A subordinate looked at the first floor and said, Its range seems limited to this building. Seeing this, Li Haitian also observed and then replied with a smile, "It really didn't follow. Only then did he care about his subordinates. No one died inside, right?" one person reported. "No, but a few brothers got injured." Suddenly that person expressed doubt. "It seems this guardian is an agile monster with a fixed range. I wonder if the methods for dealing with such realm guardians in the Yuan realm can be used in reality." Another person nearby was curious. "Did everyone see that? There are treasure orbs scattered everywhere. Probably dropped by players killed by the realm guardian. If we can collect those orbs, giving them to the lowest level employees for tasks could reduce turnover." Li Haitian opened his phone to check messages. The content was from the back garden data collection point. "High probability it's the realm the garden leader mentioned, but the image isn't clear enough. Can you provide a clearer photo, preferably a full picture of the realm entrance?" Seeing this, he frowned, thinking that means we have to go in again. Suddenly, several subordinates clenched their fists excitedly and said, "President, how about trying the Yuan realm method against that realm guardian? It should work. Then we can not only control that special realm but also get a batch of equipment, which would boost the morale of the lower level people." Hearing this, Li Haitian thought it made sense and agreed. "All right, let's do it. Go call everyone over." The back garden people immediately shouted, "Yes!" Behind a rock, the water monster and his brother were sweating coldly. The water monster stared blankly at the scene outside, stammering, They actually came out alive." The younger brother was puzzled. "Maybe they let them go because there weren't enough people, and they don't seem scared. They're excited and want to call more people." How terrifying! And so, step by step, they fell into the boss's trap. Suddenly, the gloomy underling's reminder brought it back to mind. "Betraying our own people like this isn't that bad for us." But the water monster replied darkly, "It's all because of their greed, nothing to do with us, nothing at all." Meanwhile, elsewhere, the group in the back garden was grumbling noisily. "What's going on? Why the rush to call us here? Yeah, I was just hooking up with my first love, about to have some fun, and then I got dragged away. Hey, is that the innocent hot girl you mentioned before? Lend her to me when you're done. No big deal. No big deal." On the other side, a group was chatting as they walked. "Damn it, I just chopped off that guy who stepped on my head in the Abyss realm, and I haven't even cleaned up the room yet. Hurry up with whatever it is or my place will stink." Some were even leisurely gossiping. "I heard noises coming from your place last night. Pretty wild, huh? Broke a few, didn't you? Come over tonight and count for yourself. You don't know. That guy from my company used to be like a dog. Haha, didn't he fight back?" They walked together toward the secret realm building, probably resigned to it. After all, the world had completely changed. Meanwhile, Li Haitian's subordinates reported happily, "Brother Hai, all our people in Haicheng are here." He looked at a group hiding on a balcony of a building, peering down, but half of them were concealed in the building behind. Seeing this, Li Haitian cursed in displeasure. What a bunch of cowards. These people were top tier in the origin realm, but once in reality they became timid, understandable, since death in reality is permanent. Then he asked his subordinate, "Are your weapons ready?" The man replied, "Ready, but most just picked up stones from the road. There's really no place to buy consumable weapons." "Only stones, but the force behind throwing them is enough," Li Haitian then ordered. "It'll have to do. Xiao Zai, you're the fastest. Go in and lure out the secret realm's guardian." The man acknowledged. "Yes." Immediately, Xiao Zai ran into the first floor of the building. At the same time, Li Haitian shouted commands. "Everyone, focus up. One lure, one attack opportunity. Aim carefully and use your sights." Meanwhile, those holding stones behind him prepared and yelled, "Yes." But after a long while, 10 minutes passed and the first floor remained silent. Xiao Zai still hadn't come out. Li Haitian asked in confusion, 10 minutes have passed, why isn't he out yet? What's going on? His subordinates behind him also buzzed with chatter. Could he have been killed by the Guardian? Impossible, that Guardian isn't that strong. Even if he died, he'd have yelled. Suddenly footsteps emerged. Seeing this, Li Haitian shouted, "He's out!" But the person who appeared was the Guardian they had just mentioned. He held a sword, wore a cloak, and had his head tightly wrapped, standing at the entrance. The Guardian grinned, thinking this guy was decent. Outside the secret realm building, the back garden group stood silently, staring inside. Li Haitian looked puzzled. What's going on? Why did only the secret realm guardian come out? What about the guy who went in to lure? Could he have gotten greedy, tried to steal the equipment orbs inside and got killed? But then he frowned and dismissed the thought. No, that doesn't fit either. If he was killed, why would the guardian come out? Could he have gotten some treasure and run off somewhere to avoid handing it over? He cursed inwardly. Bastard, no wonder he didn't hesitate when I told him to lure. Forget it. Let's fight first and settle with him later. Li Haitian looked at the Guardian standing in the shadows of the first floor, calculating in his mind. The biggest advantage of this place was that the special secret realm couldn't be destroyed. Once this is dealt with, take some clear photos and send them to headquarters. Then he glanced back at his subordinates, who were still terrified and inwardly scorned. This bunch is all bark and no bite. Li Haitian stepped forward to reassure them. Don't be afraid. I'll hold it off and you get ready to strike. He wanted to finish quickly, kill this secret realm guardian, and give them some confidence. He strode forward boldly, empty-handed, saying, "How can a fool bound by rules compare to us?" This surprised his subordinates. Li Haitian was sweating, secretly worried. It was like this in the game, it should be the same in reality, right? At a distance from the door, he thought to himself, this distance should be enough. The secret realm guardian inside didn't move, its red eyes looking outward. Li Haitian felt uneasy, frowning as he thought, even if it's different, we're already at this point, and it has a movement range limit, so I'm definitely safe. Then he spread his palm, conjuring a spell, and shouted, "Brothers, let's go." Seeing this, his subordinates picked up stones, took stances, and yelled, "He's this close and the guardian hasn't attacked Brother Hai. Looks like we guessed right." Everyone charged forward, throwing stones to kill the guardian like in the game. Li Haitian extended his palm forward, his body covered in blue energy. The guardian still didn't move. Seeing this, he thought happily, no reaction. Our prediction was right. Then this secret realm is definitely ours. Suddenly a flash of light slashed through, splitting Li Haitian in two, leaving him stunned. Lightning fast, the secret realm guardian leaped out with his sword, rushing behind Li Haitian. His movements left the back garden subordinates dumbfounded, while Li Haitian looked down shocked and unbelieving. The hooded guardian Lu Yi smirked triumphantly. The next second, Li Haitian crashed to the ground, quickly disappearing like in the game. Meanwhile, Lu Yi, like a beam of light, zipped through the still stunned crowd. At the same time, the system announced, player Li Lati rewarded with computing power 2356.7, Chen Zuaosha 1789.5, Shi Zhen 4360.2, Tang Tianyuan 2760.2, followed by scenes of back garden members being sent flying. Wu Fengsho 3360.2, your level rose from 31 to 32. Player Song Quanra rewarded with computing power 2760.2. The more rewards, the more excited Lu Yi became in his attacks. Watching his fierce assault, the back garden members screamed in terror. "What's going on? Why is it different from what we were told? Run!" Immediately they scrambled away, crawling and shouting. "I knew it. Within Yishi's territory, we shouldn't have stayed in the back garden. So unreliable." But they didn't get far before Lu Yi's lightning-fast attack sent them all flying into the air. Elsewhere, some people watching from nearby buildings cursed, "What the hell, our people are being slaughtered." At the same time they turned and shouted, "Run, we've run into an unbeatable monster. This monster is too strong, whatever it's guarding must be valuable. Do you want to die? Treasure is only valuable if you're alive to get it." Suddenly, a large stone smashed straight into the group that had been watching from the balcony. Then came Lu Yi's fierce, gleeful smile. As the system continuously broadcast computing power rewards, Lu Yi crazily attacked the crowd, reveling in endless computing power, until the system announced your level rose to 35, then 36. The fleeing subordinates screamed in fear, I quit, I quit." But they didn't get far before Lu Yi blocked their path with his sword, making them shriek in terror. "What kind of monster is this?" Stunned, they raised their hands to shield themselves, muttering, "What kind of monster is this?" Suddenly, a teammate with a blank look shouted, "A murderous demon, a bloodthirsty executioner." Lu Yi, carrying a large blade, stepped onto the stone slab in front of them and looked down, saying, "A murderous demon? No, 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 the only ones I kill are players, and players have backups, they're not real people." After a long while, Lu Yi widened his eyes in surprise, standing in a sea of floating orbs, sighing, "Finally finished killing," though a few escaped. Then the system displayed player Lu Yi's parameters, level 38, experience 0 1,032,200, computing power 3689.5, title, Special Guardian, attributes, attack, defense, strength, agility, size all 79, resistance 16, intelligence 459, perception 78. Can attribute points be allocated? Health full at 790, perception full at 918. Lu Yi stared thoughtfully at the system panel. Then he frowned in annoyance. "I wiped out all of Haichung's back garden members and only reached level 38. I'll have to go to the back garden headquarters." After that, Lu Yi grinned and summoned the water monster. It immediately ran out from its hiding spot and replied, Boss, we're here." "What are your orders?" Lu Yi then instructed. "You're free now, so consider this a request from me." This left the water monster confused. "Huh?" Lu Yi looked down with a roguelike gaze and commanded, "Can you find a car to take me to Bishi?" Somewhere in the ruined Haichung, rescue workers were sifting through piles of rubble, searching for injured or dead. Players with powers also helped move large stones. Lu Yi sat on a rock looking at the system screen showing a series of messages in a chat room. "Yue Li Shenlu, are they all missing, dead or just missing? Is this your four-handed conspiracy to weaken us? Dan Yang Bai Shou, you don't need to be so angry, it's not just your people. Everyone is missing, ours too, and it's just missing. We can't confirm life or death yet. Yue Li Shenlu, that's your big operation. We have few experts as it is." Losing one is a level 50 player with powers. Do you know how much we've lost? Dun Young Bai Shou, no one forced you to join. Angry Joe Shou, now's not the time to argue. We need to analyze this intel or they'll have disappeared for nothing, remember you, that's right. If we can analyze useful info, we might even save those who went in for treatment first. Yue Li Shenlu, then analyze quickly. Angry Joe Shou, let me summarize first. Lu Yi frowned, thinking, it's been 3 days since I joined the chat group yesterday. The people sent to scout Bujo Mountain gathered and set out. I never expected that after just 1 day, they'd all be out of contact. Then came the analysis from the New Order leader. Angry Joe Shou, it's like when the Origin realm descended, no signal can be transmitted from inside Bujo Mountain. Only visual observation works, and even telescopes, thermal imaging or other instruments are useless. Then he sent another long message. But it's different, or rather worse. As soon as a player steps into Bujo Mountain's range, the space there distorts positions. From outside, we can only observe with the naked eye. We see players randomly appearing in various parts of Bujo Mountain that we can see. Finally, the player's body starts to shift position. Once this happens, the player completely disappears from our sight. These players don't die directly in our view. That's why I didn't judge it as death, just missing. Then everyone started chiming in. Lu Yi read the messages, scratching his chin in confusion. Body position shifting means missing? Or did everyone who went in die? Is it this dangerous just on the periphery? Below, a series of other high-level players voiced opinions. Yuending Zan Shou, alright, first we need to solve that position shift problem. Our back garden is temporarily suspending investigations. By Shoutao, let's talk. City lords, don't let your subordinates head north of the city these days. Jingyue Lake. How many days? Bai Shoutao doesn't know. It'll last until we achieve our goal. Leng Shui likes playing the good guy. Looks like we won't find treasure again. I see your back garden is so massive almost everyone's been mobilized, right? This stunned Lu Yi, and he exclaimed inwardly, all going to the back garden city? Why? Then he thought of the map. Bicheng, Shucheng, Yiqing, he thought, whatever the reason for gathering so many, it's good for me. Lu Yi smiled contentedly. Meanwhile, at the back garden headquarters in Bicheng, someone spoke. It's been confirmed. Yes, in the subordinate city of Yicheng, Haicheng, Yuending frowned, hearing his subordinate's report. Originally, something called a second-level water monster discovered the anomaly. The subordinate pointed at the projection screen and continued, let me call Mr. Bai to deal with it. If they can come back alive, it means we don't need to worry. Yuengu, with one hand in his pocket, speculated. If they all go missing, then it can only be Yi. There are many water monsters now, and all of Haicheng's personnel are out of contact. With that kind of strength, besides the New Order, it's only Yi. And we already have an agreement with the New Order. Before completely cutting ties, they'll at least leave a branch that can directly contact our faction, no matter how small. Beside him, Bai Shoutao, wearing white gloves, listened as he continued. So we'll set the ambush in Shucheng between Bicheng and Yicheng. Then Yuengu added, according to Diying's intel, after the Origin realm was born, Yi's level was reset. But after obtaining something, he can quickly level up his title by killing players, without level restrictions. Yuending continued listening. If he wants to level up fast, and if he doesn't want to become the enemy of all players, then he must choose a fixed location with a large group to eliminate. Then Yuengu deduced, if all members of that group die, he can find an excuse later to shake off the impact of his massacre on players. The disappearance of Haicheng's members likely means he chose us as his target. So as long as we gather, he'll definitely show up. Yuengu slammed the table and added angrily, if we want to protect the back garden, eliminate him and get his title, and we're certain of it, then this is our only chance. Otherwise, once he levels up, we'll all be slaughtered by him. Yuengu crossed his arms seriously and said, of course, to prevent exceptions, like him not seeing us as enemies and not coming to our ambush, we need a backup plan like capturing some players or people related to Yi, to lure him into our trap. Meanwhile, at Lu Yi's residence in Haicheng, two brothers were discussing, on the way to Shucheng, if it's convenient, can we save our guild members? How are they? According to the map they were looking at, to get from Yicheng to Shucheng, they had to pass through Shengcheng, Wangcheng, and Lucheng. Lu Yun shivered as he reported what he knew. The last message was that they were detained by the back garden and its related forces, living a fate worse than death. Hearing this, Lu Yi frowned and asked, is this the entire route from Yicheng to Shucheng or just certain problematic areas? Lu Yun then explained, on the route he took, it's just this area that's relatively more. Brother, if you can ensure your own safety, then save them. Your safety is the most important. But Lu Yi replied confidently, got it. If I run into anything, I'll help if I can and earn some experience on the side. Then a black sedan started up, speeding along a mountain road. Inside, the water monster was driving with the underling in the passenger seat. At that moment, the system displayed player Lu Yi's image, with a gun marked as damaged beside it. Below was info on level 38, experience 0, title, attributes and skills. As he looked at the data, he thought, the large weapon form embedded with a ceiling orb will break after 30 minutes of continuous use, stuck in a 30-minute repair session. So that's what the recommended equipment was all about. But it shouldn't hurt to wait until my equipment level exceeds 50 before socketing gems, right? At this moment, wearing his new yellow outfit, he sat in the backseat of the car, staring at the system panel in thought. Besides, his intelligence stat had exceeded 100. Surprisingly, just like the wind orb's attribute, it had gone over 100 in the game without any conflicts. Then Lu Yi stretched to relax his body, secretly smiling as he thanked the top player of the tower for maxing out 100 points of attributes for him. Now, just a rough look at my base stats shows I've already surpassed level 60 in the primordial realm. At most, it's just comparing attribute weight, titles and equipment items. Then Lu Yi frowned in assessment. If the sealed orb equipment was in my backpack, then my current strength would already be 1.5 times what it was in the primordial realm. In that case, once I recover to level 60, I can try heading to Bujo Mountain to resolve the doomsday crisis. The water monster reported, Brother Lu, the road ahead is destroyed. The car can't get through, but the provincial capital isn't far from here. This puzzled Lu Yi. They were now standing before a wide chasm, the road split in two. Standing at the cliff's edge, he sighed, ahead lies the provincial capital. Behind him, the water monster and his lackey were drenched in sweat, squinting with awkward smiles. Lu Yi gazed at the blurry city in the distance, thinking back. He remembered that in his past life a so-called safety rope had appeared here, capable of connecting a player to a transcendent level item, on par with the Eastern Emperor, but it was eventually obtained by a powerless player. Then Lu Yi continued to recall. Although that player had no power with this weapon, he became one of the highest level players in his past life. But unfortunately, the item's usage conditions were extremely harsh. Not long after, he was devoured by its backlash, and even the item vanished, you see. Transcendent level items cannot be destroyed. Lu Yi leapt into the air and said, then you can send me off here. Go back. He thought about exploring Bujo Mountain, perhaps using it to connect players inside and outside the mountain, ensuring the safety of those entering. He jumped over the chasm, took 2 or 3 steps along the road leading to the city, and mused to himself. It just so happens that the Xinming members in the provincial capital have met with misfortune. I'll go see if I can grab it along the way. As soon as Lu Yi left, the water monster and his lackey leaned wearily against the car. The lackey sighed. Has he finally let us go? The water monster looked at his hands and said dejectedly, After going back, I'm going to keep a low profile. Grievances or not, this world is too dangerous. The lackey beside him, tears streaming, echoed. I wish I could go back to the old world. Back then, at least with brute force, I could make a name for myself, but now everyone around is a freak, and you could die at any moment if you're not careful. Meanwhile, Lu Yi sprinted forward on the road. Suddenly he stopped, staring at the spreading mist ahead and assessing it silently. The entire city was shrouded in fog, growing thicker by the minute. Could this fog be related to the safety rope? Who knows what dangers lie hidden within? Suddenly a man ran out. He charged straight at Lu Yi. A rope flew from behind, wrapped around the man's neck and yanked hard. Lu Yi watched as he was suspended in midair, startled. Moments later, the man's hands drooped and he stopped moving. Lu Yi frowned in observation, not daring to act rashly. At the same time, the system prompted that the target was covered by an unknown barrier. You cannot approach a target covered by an unknown barrier, and repair is unavailable. At this moment, besides the man who had just been hanged, Lu Yi vaguely saw other corpses, all suspended in midair. He took a step back based on the system's warning. The more Lu Yi looked, the more colors he saw. He frowned in confusion. They were men and women, old and young. Lu Yi's face darkened. Then he decided to move forward, thinking that the only solution to enter Bujo Mountain was this transcendent item. If the only solution existed and he had a chance to seize it but missed it, he calmly stepped forward, silently thinking, then he would regret it for the rest of his life. Lu Yi walked through the thick fog into the deserted city, with corpses hanging in the sky at unknown times. Lu Yi scratched his chin in thought but still pressed on. Suddenly, a rope descended from above, catching his attention. He stepped forward with his left foot, and the rope moved. He stepped forward with his right foot, and the rope seemed to contract. Lu Yi frowned, observing ahead, then warily looked to the right, silently assessing. So that's it. To the right, Lu Yi saw a secret realm gate. He deduced that because the realm's center was far from it, the rope would appear and extend until it reached 50 meters before attacking, and as long as he moved toward the realm, whether staying still or moving sideways, the rope wouldn't appear. But with each step forward, the rope's initial spawn point would refresh. He turned to look at the realm and said, the transcendent level item he wanted was inside this secret realm. If he could conquer this infinite realm, he'd probably get that equipment. But Lu Yi also calculated cautiously, I must gather intel and not enter the realm foolishly. He wondered if the Xinming members in the provincial capital, whom Ayan said were in danger, had any information about this realm. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a hand in an iron gauntlet slammed into a wall, shattering it. The green-haired man pulled his fist back from beside another man's neck. Chu Hao roared angrily, "So what if I accidentally killed my own girlfriend? What's the big deal?" Tai Yan, who was being intimidated, was utterly dejected. Chu Hao grabbed his friend by the collar and cursed, "You're a player, and a high-level one at that. In this world now, can't you find women anywhere?" But Tai Yan, like a lost soul, showed no reaction. Seeing this, Chu Hao grew even angrier, throwing his friend to the ground and cursing, "Waste, if you weren't my brother who I've been through thick and thin with, I'd ditch you." He clenched his fists and roared, "Snap out of it, I'm ordering you. Use your specialty, the secret realm guide, to help us get out of here. Live or die, it's up to you." Suddenly, Chu Hao heard the sound of the back garden members finding them, startling him. He frowned and thought, "They found us." Then he grabbed Tai Yan's wrist and dragged him along, saying, "Let's go." But his friend showed no sign of standing up. Seeing this, Chu Hao softened his tone and cursed, "Bastard." Then he bent down, draped his friend's arm over his shoulder and helped Tai Yan up, muttering, "Damn it." Chu Hao's eyes welled up as he gritted his teeth, thinking, "You're my best brother. You can't die here." But they hadn't gone far when they saw a group of people approaching ahead. Chu Hao immediately looked the other way, thinking they had to run in a different direction. However, someone suddenly shouted from that side, "Run, go on, run for me." A man with a long sword blocked the way, snarling, "Damn it, you killed so many of my brothers. Today I'll chop you both up and feed you to the dogs. If you just surrendered and joined Xinming, we'd have let it go, but now you're dead men." Hearing this, the still dejected Tai Yan spoke up, "I'm sorry, it's all because I showed off." Then he was thrown to the ground. Chu Hao, wielding a sword in each hand, cursed, "If you really want to apologize, snap out of it, we'll break out together." Someone shouted, "Kill him." Brothers without power guard the fake exit. At the same time, the bald swordsman charged forward. On the other side, one of his allies also rushed in. The two ran toward Chu Hao from both ends. Tai Yan was in the middle of the alley, while Chu Hao with dual swords engaged the two attackers, 2 against 1, but Chu Hao held his ground without losing rhythm in blocking and countering. But suddenly he was hit in the abdomen. Chu Hao frowned, opened his mouth to counter, but was punched hard in the stomach by the gauntlet-wielding guy, making him spit. At the same time, the other guy grabbed his neck and pinned Chu Hao's hand to the wall with a sword. Now the two had Chu Hao completely subdued. He still cursed through the pain, "You scum, if you hadn't used ordinary people to gang up on me, I wouldn't have exhausted so much stamina." Then he taunted loudly, "You level 50 trash think you can take me out?" The bald swordsman grinned, pulled out a blue longsword, and mocked, "Oh yeah, die quietly. You have no room to resist." He swung his sword to strike, scaring Chu Hao into panic. Even if the Heavenly King came now, he couldn't save you. But suddenly, a dazed person jumped out. Tai Yan blocked the bald man's sword for Chu Hao, his eyes sunken, and said weakly, "Go." Then Tai Yan used all his strength to punch the gauntlet-wielding guy hard in the chest, freeing Chu Hao. Seeing this, he stood frozen, staring blankly. Tai Yan, with one hand blocking the back garden members in front of them, turned back and shouted, "Go." Suddenly, a sword pierced Tai Yan's leg. The bald swordsman slashed at his abdomen while cursing, "You useless pieces, why are you butting in?" Instantly, Tai Yan's eyes rolled back, his mouth wide open, and then he vanished like a eliminated player. Seeing this, Chu Hao shouted with tears, "A Tai." Then he gritted his teeth in pain, turned and ran. One guy was about to chase. Then a blue longsword flew over, piercing Chu Hao's calf. He screamed in pain and fell face first to the ground. The bald man looked down and asked, "Trying to run, did you ask us?" Chu Hao turned back with a furious glare. The bald man smirked smugly, "But now that I think about it, killing you right away wouldn't be satisfying. Thanks to Tai Yan for stopping me." He crouched in front of Chu Hao, squinting and rambling, "You and Tai Yan like the same person, right? That girl chose Tai Yan. I really feel sorry for you." Then his next words made Chu Hao's eyes widen. "But don't worry, we've already taught her a lesson for you." The bald man licked his lips lecherously. "The night before she died, she tasted pretty good." Hearing this, Chu Hao looked up in shock, thinking, "So that's why she deliberately died at a Tai's hands." He immediately jumped up and cursed, "Animals." Suddenly, a sword was pressed against Chu Hao's neck, startling him. The bald man said with a vicious expression, "It's all your fault." Then he taunted Chu Hao loudly, "Angry, an animal can have the woman you couldn't, and kill you too." Then the bald man laughed wildly and swung his sword to cut Chu Hao's neck. He sneered, "You won't come to a good end." "Not a good end? You think some righteous hero will suddenly appear to take us down and leave us dead and buried? Dream on." Nearby, an ally crossed his arms and laughed at his nonsense. "Even if one appears, you'll be dead already. Can't see it. What a shame." At that moment, Chu Hao's eyes rolled back, smoke rising from his neck, but the next second he snapped back to clarity, confused. Chu Hao looked at the green plus signs radiating around him, bewildered. He was unharmed and his health had recovered. The two back garden guys were stunned. They shouted "Who?" when they saw Lu Yi landing not far away. He walked over with a sword, grinning as he replied, "A righteous hero." Seeing this, the bald man said to his ally, "Where did this meddler come from? Let's take him out together." Moments later, 2 swords were thrown to the ground, and the 2 bullies knelt crying and begging for mercy. "Big brother, I was wrong. I was just spouting nonsense, just angry words. I didn't do anything, I was just following orders. I don't know anything about what he said." Then one guy grabbed Lu Yi's leg and said, "Big brother, you have to believe us. We only wanted to deal with Xinming people, we haven't done anything bad. We're good people, on the contrary they killed many of our brothers." But as soon as he finished, a sword imbued with red energy pierced through his head, pinning it to the ground. Lu Yi grinned and said, "But I'm also from Xinming, what now?" Hearing this, the bald man stared in shock and cried out, "Ah!" Chu Hao, eyes red, stood behind the bald man with a sword and charged forward and stabbed it through his chest, cursing, "Die, you animal!" Chu Hao stood silently, his face dark. Lu Yi said, "Sorry I'm late." But Chu Hao wiped his tears and replied, "No, it's because I'm too weak." "Was that so?" He turned his head, his face pained. Chu Hao looked at Lu Yi, hesitated, then clenched his fist and sighed, "You saved me. I should have given you the data a Tai collected, but He suddenly knelt and said, "Can I ask you for a favor with this data? Can you help me kill Shay Feng from the back garden?" Chu Hao looked up, tears in his eyes. "The tragedy of me, a Tai and Xiao Xiao all stems from him. I want to avenge them." Lu Yi watched silently, not answering. After a long while, he said something to Chu Hao in the alley. Meanwhile, in the secret realm, ropes hung from the sky, suspended in midair. In the middle, 2 people stood near a blue sphere. A man with a mask over his right eye raised his hand to plead, Brother Feng, no need for this. We've tried many times. Don't make me go again." Then the gray-haired man laughed. "You should know, as long as the points are enough, our back garden players have a chance to revive." This was Shay Feng, the head of the back garden in the provincial capital. He said with his hands in his pockets, "Just like in the game, that's why we could occupy Bai City and expand so quickly." Shay Feng raised an eyebrow and continued, "Even if I die here, my points are enough to revive me. But you probably can't." This made the masked man break out in a cold sweat. Suddenly Shay Feng clenched his fist darkly and said, "I can give you enough points to revive as long as you obey, otherwise I'll kill you now and then kill all your family in Bai City." Hearing this, the masked man stepped back and exclaimed, "Brother Feng, calm down, calm down." Immediately, Shay Feng ordered, "Then go do the experiment." The masked man quickly replied, "I'm going." Suddenly, Shay Feng threw out a bottle with a sinister look and said, "But I'll give you a deal now, this blood bottle from the game. Try to see if it works." The masked man glanced fearfully and replied, Thank you, Brother Feng." He followed the order, "Try it." Suddenly, the ropes that had been quiet all along flew toward the masked man simultaneously. He stepped forward and immediately, a rope wrapped around his neck, another around his waist. It hurled him high into the air. Shay Feng looked up and commented, "Health is dropping fast. The blood bottle can't keep up with the healing." Suddenly, from above, the masked man shouted, "I can't hold on, Brother Feng. Take care of my family." Seeing this, Shay Feng frowned in displeasure. He crossed his arms and muttered, "Dead again. What kind of power does this realm require to break through? The only way out of the entire realm is to be pulled out by the ropes. But the moment the rope wraps around you, your health plummets and blood bottles can't keep up." Shay Feng analyzed. Looking at the ropes, if you're really strangled by the rope, the only way to survive is to wait for a teammate with a healing skill. I've only heard of healing methods like blood exchange from excellent physique and strong taming, but both are extremely rare. The former only appears in special physique players above level 55, and the latter is something I've only heard of but never encountered. He held his head and complained, "Damn it, I thought this was a cushy job, but it's turning out to be a death sentence." Shay Feng sighed as he looked at the entrance to the secret realm. Could the next player entering bring him good luck? Hopefully, a life mirror player would show up. It felt like a dream and it was giving him a headache. This kind of unlimited large-scale secret realm not only traps players inside without letting them leave, but also provides no hints about its mechanics. If it had hints like an ordinary secret realm, he would have cleared it long ago. Suddenly, a group of people rushed into the secret realm shouting, "Help, Brother Feng, help!" Startled, Shay Feng turned around in confusion. "What's wrong?" Meanwhile, in another place, Chu Hao was sharing information. This data was found by a Tai before he was surrounded by the people from the back garden. He then projected it onto the system screen and continued. In the game, a Tai is very skilled at clearing secret realms. He levels up faster than anyone else, but because of that, he neglected to practice weapon proficiency, which is why he hasn't gained any power yet. Looking at a circular diagram with connecting lines, Chu Hao relayed a Tai's words. "In that secret realm there's only one scene with ropes binding you. To clear it, the only thing I could do was let the ropes outside the platform catch me and drag me to the top of the realm." Then, pointing at the screen, he said, "At the same time, the fewer people tied up by the ropes, the more health you lose. Conversely, the more people, the less health you lose. The most important thing is not to resist. If you don't resist, after the first round your health will be fixed at 20. Lu Yi listened intently. "If you struggle or resist, your health will keep dropping until you die. The 5 people who went with Atai died that way. When you reach the end there are 20 hatches. At first, Atai got there and out of habit chose the second door. Once he went in, he left the secret realm and returned to reality. Chu Hao looked at the distant secret realm and said, "It's certain that Atai didn't clear the secret realm. But ever since he left the secret realm and the provincial capital, he hasn't been attacked by the ropes anymore." Based on Atai's speculation, which hatch you choose doesn't matter, it just gives players a buffer point. With tears in his eyes he continued, "If you want to completely clear the secret realm, the most likely condition is to make all the ropes in the realm submit to the player." But as for the specific method, he didn't figure it out. He only said the player needs the life mirror. Originally, he wanted to take me and Xiao Xiao to clear the secret realm, and after getting free from the ropes, we'd find a way to clear it. Chu Hao wiped away his sad tears and said, "But just as we were about to enter the secret realm, the entrance was taken over by the back garden. We got into a conflict with the people from the back garden." Overlooking the secret realm and the city, Chu Hao said, "Brother Lu, how are you going to enter the secret realm now? The entrance is already controlled by the back garden, but they've been looking for people to cooperate in clearing it. We can pretend to join and sneak in." Lu Yi, however, curled his lips and sneered, "HMPH, that's way too inefficient." This left Chu Hao puzzled. Suddenly he widened his mouth in shock as if a realization had dawned on him. At that moment many swords were stuck in the ground. Lu Yi, acting like a bully, walked through the sword formation and said, "Kill a batch, force a batch in to help clear the secret realm, and that's it." The system displayed a notification. Current secret realm players 15, maximum players 20. You have entered the unlimited large-scale secret realm. Find the safety rope. At the same time, a figure could faintly be seen walking in through the secret realm's gate. Lu Yi smiled as he walked through the gate. Inside, a group of people from the back garden had already gathered on the opposite side. Shay Feng's subordinates behind him reported in terror, "Brother Feng, they're all dead. The brothers we had outside the secret realm were all killed by him. Even scarier, the brothers couldn't even withstand a single move from him." Shay Feng frowned and asked, "Where is this brother from? Isn't he being too ruthless by cutting off all escape routes?" "That's not good," Lu Yi asked in confusion. Shay Feng, upon hearing this, he put his hands in his pockets and asked curiously, "You know me?" Suddenly, Lu Yi's figure vanished from the spot, startling the people from the back garden. At the same time, the system displayed an information panel. Player Lu Yi, level 38, experience none, power over 100,000, attribute recognition, 2,250 health, nearly 120,000 willpower, nearly 30,000. Lu Yi also taunted, "I don't know you, but someone asked me to kill you." Then he appeared in front of Shay Feng, shouting the soft force technique. Shay Feng, not being a pushover, grabbed Lu Yi's fist with his hand. The system displayed information about his move. Energy flow, soft force absorbs attacks and the power will amplify the next attack. Suddenly, Shay Feng grabbed Lu Yi's fist with one hand and swung the other, wreathed in blue-white energy, roaring angrily, "Take this back!" The shockwave from their battle spread in all directions, forcing even the distant back garden members to shield their eyes. Shay Feng praised, "Strong attack power. No wonder you took out everyone outside in an instant." Lu Yi replied from across, "Absorb damage and counterattack. Let's see how many times you can absorb." Shay Feng, spreading his palms, said to himself, "I can't absorb damage many times, but I can make it so you can only hit me once for now." At the same time, the system displayed soft force slow, limiting the target speed, including but not limited to movement speed, attack speed, and skill recovery speed. Lu Yi was startled as his fist began to slow down at a certain rate. Sweating, he glanced at his fist, then tiptoed backward to create distance from Shay Feng. Looking ahead, Lu Yi curled his lips. Suddenly, Shay Feng spoke up, "Why stop attacking? I still have 4 skills. Watch closely to see who finishes who." Hearing this, Lu Yi praised with one hand on his hip, "Not bad strength. We can cooperate." This puzzled Shay Feng. Then Lu Yi continued, "I have a way to clear this secret realm. Let's cooperate and solve it together." In his mind he thought, "Our strength is comparable, so this can work. In Tai Yan's theory, the more people, the less health loss. I don't know the exact number yet. I'll keep him around for now." Suddenly, Shay Feng asked, "You have a way to clear it?" Then he crossed his arms and said mockingly, "This kind of trash? Do you think I'd believe someone who just attacked me? Following you, I'd definitely be played to death." In his mind he calculated, what he says might be true, otherwise such a strong player wouldn't just walk in like this and drag a bunch of players in with him. Hearing this, Lu Yi wasn't angry but instead stared at him with a cold smile. After a moment, Shay Feng started talking to himself again. "Even if everything you said is true, since you let me and my men go, it proves you can't clear this secret realm without us. So you need something from us." The subordinates nearby whispered in surprise, "Can he interpret it that way, as expected of Brother Feng? In no time we've gained the upper hand." Then Shay Feng opened his mouth wide, putting on an air of superiority. "If you're asking for help, you need to act like it. Now you have to beg me to clear the secret realm with you." Maybe I'll reluctantly agree. Like a couple of days ago, a girl was willing to trade anything to get me to let her two accomplices go. You have to pay a price. Ignoring his blabbering, Lu Yi walked toward the gray-white ropes and said loudly, "Just shouting won't solve anything. Since you've said that, I'll have to see it through." Seeing his actions, the back garden members wondered, what is he doing? Lu Yi stood close to the ropes, letting them reach out to him, and pointed at them saying, "I'll reveal one piece of info. To clear this secret realm you have to let these ropes drag you to the end. Then you'll naturally clear it, but during that time, the health of those caught by the ropes will drop sharply." Lu Yi added, "But the total damage caused by the ropes is fixed. The more players caught by the ropes at the same time, the lower the damage, making it easier to clear." Hearing this, Shay Feng laughed wildly and pointed at him mockingly. "Haha, you idiot, isn't that good news for us? Then I don't need to cooperate with you even more." But Lu Yi's attitude wasn't what he expected. He shrugged and spread his hands, asking, "And then what?" Lu Yi held up one finger and said, "You don't think that's all there is to clearing it, do you? Know that this is the only useful info I have for you." On the other hand, as he spoke, he secretly analyzed the other party. Instead of following his advice, the other was casually probing for secret realm clearing intel. Over there, Shay Feng frowned deeply, his gaze full of undisguised scrutiny, while Lu Yi evaluated him internally, mocking me, trying to find a turning point in my words to gain the upper hand. He's really good at grasping key points. After speaking, he reached for a rope and thought, but to some extent he's also eager to clear it. If it were just a hostile relationship, there'd be no need for this. Since that's the case, I can force him in another way, making him follow my plan. Then he grabbed the rope, and immediately, the rope wrapped countless times around Lu Yi's arm. He continued, "If you want to know what to do next, follow me or watch me die with the clearing method." Seeing this, Shay Feng was extremely panicked, but before he could do anything, Lu Yi was yanked upward by the rope. At that moment, Shay Feng ran to a rope and shouted, "Not good, chase him." The subordinates stammered in fear. "Brother Feng, didn't you just say?" Shay Feng rushed up, opened his mouth wide, and quickly analyzed. "He's deliberately forcing me. He hopes cooperating with him will give us the upper hand. We've been in this secret realm for 2 days, nearly 40 brothers dead, and we've only gathered a little info." Shay Feng grabbed a rope and made a private decision. "Now our people outside are all dead too, with no reinforcements. There's no way we can clear this secret realm with just us." As he was pulled up by the rope, he shouted, "Follow me, we have to seize this chance or we'll starve to death in the secret realm." Hearing this, the subordinates looked at each other. Then one gritted his teeth and decided, while the others rushed to grab ropes and shouted, "Let's go, listen to Brother Feng." Finally, everyone was pulled up. Lu Yi, relaxing his body and letting the rope drag him upward, thought, "What's going on? When I was alone, I was losing 500 health per minute. But after they all got pulled up by the ropes, the health loss dropped to 30. With my current health and comprehension, I have nothing to worry about." At the same time, the system displayed various data for player Lu Yi, including basic info, and finally, health, 74,376, comprehension, 93,876, 113,576. He smiled to himself in satisfaction. "I was scaring myself for nothing. The secret realm strategy is just as I said. Stack up the stats and do it like visiting a neighbor. Too easy." Below, the back garden members were yelling in panic, "I'm losing health." It dropped to 30. "My health is only a little over 3,000. I'll lose the most in the next second." On the other side, Shay Feng was also looking at his own hand. Hearing his subordinates ask, "What do we do?" Shay Feng blurted out in surprise, "It's really like he said, 40, 50. The player's health is all between 2,000 and 4,000. Then he calculated carefully. "Before, the health loss speed was at least 15 times faster than now, so I wouldn't survive 10 seconds. You need to be pulled at least 5 times at once before health starts dropping. No wonder my experiments never figured out how long the health loss lasts." Suddenly, Shay Feng looked up at Lu Yi above. Seeing this, the subordinates asked in panic, "Brother Feng, what are you going to do?" Above, Lu Yi held a gun and said to himself, "Since you're no longer useful, I'll eliminate you first, so you don't cause any accidents in clearing the secret realm later." Immediately, he fired at the back garden members below. Someone below cursed, "What are you doing? Are you messing with us with that gun? What if you accidentally kill someone?" Shay Feng looked up and shouted, "We're all in the same boat now. If we die, you won't live long either." The others chimed in, Yeah, don't joke like that. If we suddenly die, the health loss will increase, and you'll suffer too." On this side, Lu Yi simply pointed the gun upward and replied, "Dodging is easy. Even with a debuff, I can dodge calmly. Thermal weapons aren't very useful against 3 players. Then he pointed the gun again, held up 2 fingers and conjured blue magic, continuing, "But the ranged attacks I brought aren't limited to just a pistol." Instantly, the people below froze as if petrified, their eyes rolling back as they stood motionless. At the same time, the system notified, "Powerful assault. deals damage to the target every second. Duration 10 seconds. Deals 25 damage per point of comprehension consumed. Each level increases damage per point of comprehension by 10. Each 10 levels adds 1 attack target. Current level 98. Subsequently, all of Shay Feng's subordinates were reduced to ashes. He stared blankly as his teammates vanished. Suddenly, Lu Yi spoke up, "You're not dead. My damage is higher than the ropes. Did you use some protective skill?" Seeing this, Shay Feng looked up and cursed, "Are you crazy? The damage here needs to be shared by all of us. Killing us means you won't survive either." But Lu Yi laughed and replied, "That's my problem. I don't care about that now. I'm just curious. How much longer can you hold out?" On the other side, Shay Feng gritted his teeth in anger but was helpless. After a long while, the two continued to be pulled upward by the ropes. Lu Yi looked down at Shay Feng and commented, "Hey, it's been 5 minutes. I've dealt nearly 100,000 damage to you continuously. How are you still fine? That skill of yours is something." Below, Shay Feng clenched his teeth in pain. Suddenly, a misty haze could be seen above. Then the top of the secret realm appeared. Lu Yi and Shay Feng were both startled and looked closely. In an instant, both were brought up by the ropes. Someone shouted, "We've reached the top." Lu Yi noticed something and glanced down. Another rope suddenly twisted, and then it coiled around his other arm. Lu Yi seemed to float in midair, wondering to himself, "I can float." After a moment, Lu Yi glanced around to assess the situation. At that moment, the two were floating in the center of a room with many black doorways. Looking at one door, Lu Yi evaluated internally. This is the door that, according to Tai Yan's strategy, allows you to leave this secret realm. And outside it are the ropes that bind the realm. Suddenly, Shay Feng swung his palm and shouted, "Die!" At the same time, the system displayed, "Wandering Flow, Storage, Form 2. Continuously absorbs and stores damage taken within 10 minutes. After the storage time ends, the stored energy will burst out in the user's next attack." Note, during the unlocking of Storage Form 2, the player cannot attack. Shay Feng roared in anger. "This is the total 200,000 damage I absorbed in 5 minutes. Then he shot the blue-white energy at Lu Yi. "I'll fight you to the death. I thought this move would give you a taste of your own medicine." Shay Feng sneered smugly, but within seconds his face froze and his mouth fell open in shock. On this side, Lu Yi opened his red eyes and asked, "Is this your final trump card?" Spreading his palm with blue energy swirling around its edge, he sneered contemptuously. "How weak." At the same time, the system displayed, "Player Lu Yi, level 38, experience none. Power 100,689.5, attribute attack and defense, both over 300,000. Resistance over 60. Strength, agility, structure, intelligence, perception, all 5,000. Health 2,763,043 million. Comprehension 3 million 4 million. Suddenly, Lu Yi spoke, "Time for you to go." Powerful assault. Seeing this, Shay Feng quickly raised his hands in surrender. Wait, hold on." But in an instant a white light enveloped his body, and Shay Feng's health dropped from nearly full to a sliver. Lu Yi looked at door number 7 and thought. He ducked into the hatch. He flew closer to the hatch, silently judging. Surviving that, truly a level 60 player, not easy to deal with. The boss sent one after another. According to Tai Yan's guide, entering this hatch meant leaving the secret realm. He frowned and thought, when the hatch slammed shut, he'd be hanging right on his weak point. With low health and weakness facing Xiaochu outside, that should be enough to take him out, right? Then he too shot into a black door, muttering to himself, "Forget it, just in case. I'll leave this realm first, deal with Shay Feng, and come back to continue." The next second, Lu Yi landed in a room that looked like a spaceship cabin. At the same time, the door behind him closed. Lu Yi stood still, looking around, assessing. "So this is the inside of the cabin. How do I get back to reality? Do I wait for a notification?" Suddenly, the system popped up a notice checking if the entering player had left the secret realm and needed to find a safety ropes harness to return to the real world. Beep beep. Checking player due to special physique conditions met. Tianyao program initiated. Harness owner identification system activated. Hearing this, Lu Yi's eyes widened in confusion. Tianyao was something Yu Ending mentioned. And what's this harness owner identification system? Suddenly, Lu Yi vanished from his spot, then reappeared in the top room of the secret realm. Seeing this, Lu Yi inwardly exclaimed, "Forcibly ejected." All at once, ropes surged from a single point, swirling around Lu Yi, leaving him bewildered. Then, all the ropes wrapped around his hands and body simultaneously. At the same time, the system indicated health deductions decreasing. 500, 1,000, 2,500, 5,500, 8,000, 16,000. Lu Yi immediately gritted his teeth, angrily cursing his health. Then he analyzed. With each additional rope, the health deduction per rope increased by 500. So many ropes. How far would it stack? Should he try to escape? By now the ropes had covered his entire body, leaving only his head exposed. He was drenched in sweat, thinking, "The most important thing is not to resist. No, it's that I can't escape." Meanwhile, the health deduction continued to decrease to 99,500. Lu Yi calculated. The deduction stopped at 90,000. With his current health he could only last another 25 seconds. He frowned, scanning around, racking his brain. Lu Yi weighed his options, but if I can repair it, there's no problem. During the immortal power growth, strength and intelligence recover based on blessings. As long as within 30 seconds the intelligence power used doesn't exceed 200,000, I can use it infinitely. He glanced to the side, raising an eyebrow. Now, each point of intelligence power recovers 980 health. With intelligence condensation, this level of health deduction poses no threat to me. Lu Yi looked at door number 7, silently asking, but can that Shay Feng handle Xiaochu? The system prompted, do you want to enable a higher level? Your harness control level after success will increase from 40 to 60. Note, enabling the harness will shorten the total wrapping time. Seeing this, Lu Yi was curious. 2 stages, control level, so at the 3rd stage, control would be 80, and at the 4th stage 100. Lu Yi gritted his teeth. The control level for a transcendent grade weapon is 100, even if I can't see the control level. Seeing the note that it shortens wrapping time, I have to choose carefully. Then he shouted, confirm enabling the 2nd stage. At the same time, the system indicated health deduction decreasing from 99,500 to 500,000. Lu Yi thought, the deduction reached 500,000. He looked at the floating health recovery plus sign and checked the system's 3 consecutive reports. Consumed 511 intelligence power. Health recovered 500,780. Then the system asked, do you want to enable a higher level? Your harness control level after success will increase from 60 to 80. Note, enabling the harness will shorten the total wrapping time. Lu Yi immediately cheered, just as I thought, confirm. Then his health deduction continued decreasing from 500,000 to 1 million. Lu Yi pondered, 1 million per second. With this difficulty increase, would it be 1.5 million or 2 million at 100? No matter how much, as long as it's not my own rope, I can hold out. Then the system asked again, do you want to enable a higher level? This time, Lu Yi decisively shouted without hesitation, confirm. After a while, outside the secret realm in the provincial city, someone jumped out of the realm, landing on a mountain peak below. Shay Feng landed, puzzled. Again? Then he cursed, not noticing someone flying behind him with a sword. Damn it, what the hell is this? I'm never taking these crappy missions again. With my level 60 strength and inner force, I don't need some immortal life. No need to seek thrills anymore. Shay Feng glanced warily, and suddenly Chu Hao swung his sword at him, but he dodged. Shay Feng stomped hard on the ground, cracking it, then conjured a weapon from his palm. Shay Feng blocked Chu Hao's blade with his spear, sneering. So it's you. I promised that girl I'd spare your life, but you come looking for death? This made Chu Hao's face twist with rage, while Shay Feng continued taunting him. He glared and mocked, though I'm no match for that freak inside. Taking you out is more than enough for me. Are you sure you want to keep fighting me? Chu Hao cursed while fighting. You scum. Then he leapt, swinging his sword overhead, shouting, I was just frustrated I couldn't kill you myself, and you show up right in front of me. Gotta thank Brother Lu for leaving you to me. He unleashed a terrifying explosion, sending debris flying, and roared firmly. Even if it cost me my life today, I'm dragging you to hell with me. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, ropes were slowly descending, intertwining and gradually disappearing one by one. In the end, only a few remained in the dim space, fading away. Now only 4 ropes remained on Lu Yi. Sweating profusely, he sighed, it's over. The health deduction afterward was terrifying. A full 2 million. So I can say no one but me could clear this realm. He looked at the single rope wrapped around his arm, thinking, I wonder how they got this safety rope in their past lives, but regardless, I've got it now. At the same time, the system notified, safety rope, transcendent grade special item, bound to owner Lu Yi. Made of unknown material, indestructible, cannot be destroyed, cannot be placed in inventory. Form 1, becomes a consumable energy entity, with infinitely extendable length. Extension length is proportional to cognitive energy consumption. Form 2 continuously consumes cognitive and intelligence power to change the safety rope's form, covering an area and turning it into an intangible zone. Within a limited range, any target can be captured without quantity limit. Energy consumption is proportional to area size, target strength, and number. Form 3 consumes a certain amount of intelligence power to detach the safety rope from the owner and execute commands. Intelligence power consumption is proportional to the rope's strength after detachment. When energy is depleted, the rope automatically returns to the owner. Form 4, considered complete restraint of the target by the safety rope. The player loses their identity, becoming an ordinary person, and recovers after the ban is lifted. Seeing this, Lu Yi was extremely shocked, thinking, like the Eastern Emperor Bell, it's a special item. Though it has no stat boosts, its effects are ridiculously overpowered, especially the last one. Being completely restrained by the safety rope makes the player lose their identity. Then the system continued, "Congratulations, player, for clearing the safety zone's secret realm. No safety rope remains. Mission achievement clearing the deadly zone activated. Secret realm clear reward multiplied by 10 settlement complete. You have gained nearly 400 million experience." Suddenly the secret realm's door appeared, startling Lu Yi. He looked at it, thinking, the exit of the secret realm has appeared. Then he leapt out, thinking, hurry and take out Shay Feng. Finally, the system prompted, detected player mastering 100 of a transcendent grade item. Title Warrior. High-dimensional warrior promoted to rule-breaking warrior. When starting the mission, please pre-designate the mission start location. Chu Hao, holding a sword in each hand, charged forward in fury, attacking Tian, Xiao Xiao and a bunch of brothers from the provincial city. We had already worked together to clear the monster hordes from the provincial city's secret realm and sealed off most of the realm's dangers. We firmly believed that under Atai's leadership, these realms would eventually be dealt with. With our efforts in the provincial city, order would gradually be restored. We were looking forward to life more and more. Shay Feng gripped his spear tightly, charging forward, frowning and gritting his teeth in anger. It's all your fault. Your appearance shattered everything. Chu Hao's eyes bulged as he roared furiously. And now everyone's dead. Tell me, do I need to fight like this? How can I not fight you to the death? What right do I have to hold back? Chu Hao swung his swords down and Shay Feng blocked with his spear. Killing you for Atai, for Xiao Xiao, for our hopes of a better future. Even if I die, I'll do it willingly. With that, Chu Hao slashed horizontally across Shay Feng's body. Shay Feng's face twisted in rage, eyes wide, gritting his teeth as he looked down. Chu Hao shouted and charged forward. Shay Feng was cut into 3 pieces by Chu Hao's sword. A blurry figure appeared in the distance. Lu Yi was startled, looking at Chu Hao. Chu Hao held his swords and Shay Feng's body slowly dissipated. Shay Feng glowed all over, muttering, I won't accept this. If it weren't for... Chu Hao tilted his head back, letting out a loud cry, his eyes brimming with tears. Lu Yi smiled lightly, and a massive vortex appeared. Shay Feng walked step by step toward the sobbing Chu Hao as the mist slowly cleared, revealing the image of a white city. Chu Hao stared in surprise out the window, his voice joyful as he blurted out, The bones are gone, the bones are gone. Another voice sounded, Wah, great, the bones are all gone, honey. Look, look, we're alive. We've come back to life. In a hotel in the provincial city, Chu Hao said, Brother Lu, get some rest now that the secret realm has been breached and the mist has dissipated. There are still many ordinary people who need help. I need to gather the remaining players and handle their affairs. Lu Yi hummed in agreement. Lu Yi lay on the bed with his hands behind his head. Lying there, he watched everyone discussing heatedly. Found a solution. I'll use non-combat immortal-grade weapons to establish contact with players inside and outside Buzhou Mountain. Successfully sent people in. According to his description, various spatial rifts appear randomly inside. Except for the level of non-combat gear, anything else, any item or person that touches a rift gets cut in half. Meanwhile, players entering first get disoriented. That's probably why no player had ever come out from within Buzhou Mountain's range before. Currently, I don't have many non-combat immortal-grade weapons. I hope everyone can chip in a little. That way, the second exploration of Buzhou Mountain can begin. Lu Yi looked at the message, thinking, it seems the New Order leader has also discovered the immortal-grade effect of weapons and sent people in. Spatial rifts. Generally, this kind of non-physical damage can only be withstood by stacking health and resistance. So if the team entering this time has high enough health and resistance, they should be able to overcome some of the area's dangers. Everyone was still discussing fervently, stubborn mystic leader. You actually conducted experiments behind our backs. Has the trust between us fallen to this level? Auspicious cloud leader. Non-combat grade, this is the second time a transcendent quality weapon has appeared. Aren't the lower non-combat gear enough? No, even non-combat grade weapons can only resist 10 attacks from spatial rifts in a short time. If attacked more than 10 times in a short period, they'll be destroyed like lower grade weapons. Swift brave white leader. Since we've found a method, I agree with this operation, Yanqi leader. What about the collective action? We don't have many experts here. We really can't withstand such consumption. Falling petal purple leader. Very reliable. I believe from now on the purple leader will share all information with us. Rain sound. I think so too. After the exploration, when it's time for the real clear, we'll follow the purple leader to tackle Buzhou Mountain. And I really don't have any non-combat grade immortal weapons. Hot body thief. Same here. Lu Yi looked at the messages, thinking, besides the purple leader, the other members' reactions are a bit suspicious. Most are willing to participate in the exploration. Only the purple leader knows the truth about Buzhou Mountain. And the New Order leader has long-term contact with Earth Shadow. When the time comes to clear Buzhou Mountain, we'll know if the truth is real or fake. Lu Yi sat up, looking at everyone's messages, thinking, it seems that after development, if we really have to rely on the Purple Leader's process, we'll need to verify the truth of the Purple Leader's information before the final assault. Stubborn Mystic Leader. Oh, by the way, before the clear succeeds, I need to find someone. An image of Lu Yi was sent. Who can kill him? Bring the equipment orb he drops after death to Green City. This vice leader position is for that person. Additionally, from the back garden's warehouse, any set of non-combat grade equipment can be taken. Lu Yi was shocked, eyes wide, staring at his own image sent in the chat. Such a high bounty? Who is this? What name makes the back garden offer such a price? Vitamin. Must be tough to deal with. What level is he? What kind of inner force does he have? What equipment? Where is he now? Lu Yi looked at the heated messages, thinking, before getting the safety rope in the secret realm there were so many back garden members. And I had no disguise. Lu Yi stared at his photo, thinking, it's normal for this photo to fall into his hands, but just dealing with a few people doesn't warrant such a big stake. Is this confirming that I'm Yi? Lu Yi let out an ah. He chuckled lightly, thinking, so the adversarial relationship between me and the enemy can be established. You put a bounty on me first. I'll deal with you later. There's nothing more to say about the others. Everyone was still discussing the bounty target heatedly. Who do you want to go after? I have no objection, but prioritize the Bujo Mountain matter. I hope you'll put this first. Everything else is secondary. Stubborn Mystic Leader. Don't worry, don't worry. That's why I'm asking everyone in our group for help. Since you're not willing to explore Bujo Mountain with us for now, let's entrust matters unrelated to Bujo Mountain to you as commissions. And we'll focus on exploring Bujo Mountain. That's a perfect plan. Stubborn Mystic Leader. I'll send you the specific details. Vitamin. This works, pure nourishment, no supplement. We're all in the same boat, we might get bountied by the back garden. He must have done something to upset people. Leave it to us. Once we meet him, we'll find a way to handle it. Embed the wind storage orb. Notification. The wind storage orb has been embedded into the giant weapon form. No matter how they try to target me, as long as my strength is sufficient, a crisis is nothing but an opportunity. Notification. Detected that the player holds 100 of a transcendent grade item, title Warrior. The mission begins when a high-dimensional warrior breaks through to a rule-breaking warrior. Please designate the mission start location in advance. I didn't expect to be able to upgrade the high-dimensional warrior title here. A map of Lucheng province, which has cultivated into a spirit, appears, with a glowing dot at the location of Xingcheng. Is Lu Yi resting in Xingcheng? If so, there's no need to go to Lucheng. I can take a shortcut to Xingcheng to upgrade the title instead. I wonder what rewards I'll get from upgrading from high-dimensional warrior to rule-breaking warrior. Will it just be an increase in weight? Probably not. The rule-breaking warrior is hard-earned, far superior to the freely obtained high-dimensional warrior, not to mention this 100 possession. There are very few players among those who have obtained this transcendent grade item. The night sky's full moon, but regardless, even if it's just an increase in weight ratio, it's a significant boost to my strength. Before dealing with it, the group from the back garden gathered in Tacheng, which can add a layer of protection for me. At dawn outside the provincial capital, Lu Yi and Chu Hao stood facing each other. Lu Yi asked him if he was sure he didn't want to go to Haicheng. That's the headquarters of our scattered alliance. Not only can your abilities be fully utilized there, but with everyone's efforts life will definitely get better, even better than before the original realm descended. Chu Hao scratched his head and smiled happily. No can do, Brother Lu. My family is still in the provincial capital, and there are people here who need my help. Even if life here is tough, as long as the living work hard to support each other, we can definitely restore the original realm descent to how it was before. Lu Yi waved his hand and smiled. All right, this is your choice, no more words then. Farewell if fate allows, goodbye. Chu Hao waved and said. But Lu Yi was surprised. Chu Hao asked, Brother Lu, are you going to Xingcheng just like that? Do you want me to arrange an off-road motorcycle for you? It could save you a lot of effort. Lu Yi smiled. Well, about that, a black rope coiled around Lu Yi's arm. Lu Yi floated in midair and said, I can use this. Chu Hao's mouth dropped open in shock and he stammered. What is this? Is it an ability that lets players fly? Lu Yi waved his hand and explained that it wasn't flying, just floating. And then he used a hidden rope to extend and pull himself forward. Goodbye, Lu Yi said, and then flew off, leaving a trailing line behind. Chu Hao waved happily and said, Goodbye, Brother Lu. Thank you. In Xingcheng, towering buildings loomed faintly in the hazy mist, with sunlight filtering through the fog creating a serene scene. In a dilapidated building, two men were fighting over a piece of bread. Lu Yi walked along, watching the scenes of people scrambling and fighting. A mother tightly held her child in her arms. Lu Yi's eyes flickered. He turned his face away, frowning slightly. Lu Yi looked at the luxurious high-rise in the distance and curled his lips, thinking, I didn't expect the title breakthrough mission to be in this Obsidian Arena building. In my past life I was a regular here. But not a core customer. I only became a regular a year after Yi Chung opened this department. What a terrible memory. Lu Yi recalled scenes from the past, and a voice rang out, "Here they come, here they come." The exciting showdown begins. Lu Yi stood among a crowd of people with strong bodies, covered in scars and trembling, fighting for the first time while being hunted, killing for the first time while being chased, being led around like a dog for a bit of food for the first time. Another voice rang out, "They say one level 1 player is worth 10 ordinary adults. Today, let's see if that's true." Lu Yi walked step by step toward the building ahead, thinking that maybe he could gain some experience. How many levels could he level up? Starting from level 40, the experience requirements have been increasing. Leveling up is getting harder and harder. A person was tied up and hung with a cloth gag in their mouth, their eyes wide with fear, trembling all over. A scene of a group of people tied up and hung. Lu Yi quickly ran inside. 2 people tied up on the 15th floor were terrified when they saw him. Lu Yi ran up the stairs puzzled. Strange, why are they all ordinary people? Where are the players? Later, the Obsidian Arena's backstage was run by players from the 4 major guilds. There's no way this central area doesn't have a single player. I'm here. In front of him was door number 33. Lu Yi stood in front of door number 33 thinking, forget about that. The most important thing now is the title breakthrough. I wonder what the specific mission for this title breakthrough is. Lu Yi slowly opened the door in front of him, revealing pitch darkness inside. Lu Yi was surprised to see a group of players. Notification. You have arrived at the designated location. High-dimensional warrior breakthrough to rule-breaking warrior. Mission start. Phase 1. Enter the 3 little brothers need to stick together. Secret realm. A massive vortex appeared on the screen. Lu Yi thought, I was wondering why there were no players. So they're all gathered here. The group of players had fear on their faces. Lu Yi's eyes lit up, and he clenched his fists thinking, perfect, I can catch them all in one net. He stomped his foot, and the ground beneath him cracked. Among the players, Chenbo spoke up. Big 9, being offered a high bounty by the back garden means you're definitely not an easy opponent. Don't misunderstand, we don't want to oppose you. My goal was to gather my people here to avoid you. I was worried they might accidentally offend you and cause a conflict. Lu Yi maintained a stance ready to attack at any moment. Chenbo continued, I never thought your goal would be here. May I ask what is your purpose? Just give the word, and if I can do it, I'll go all out to help you. Another frightened person whispered. Maybe we should think of a way to escape. Another said, the boss is very dangerous. I heard he single-handedly wiped out several departments of the back garden. The entire room fell silent. Chenbo smiled. Chenbo, the founder of the Obsidian Arena. Lu Yi frowned. Lu Yi grinned, thinking, so cooperative. After all, there are only a few familiar faces here, right? In my past life, the person in charge of Yi Chung's Obsidian Arena and the HR manager were both standing there, trembling. Lu Yi recalled how in his past life those two had bright eyes and a threatening, bullying demeanor. Lu Yi stood before the crowd like a giant, not knowing when his position had shifted again. Lu Yi said, I need to enter the secret realm behind you. Don't worry, I'm not here to compete, I just need to go in to complete a mission. Lu Yi thought to himself that he should always stay cautious and be wary that they might be pretending. Chenbo immediately shouted, move aside quickly, let Big 9 enter the secret realm. The crowd stirred. Yes, yes, yes. Lu Yi walked forward, his eyes sharp and alert. Lu Yi stood in the crowd, his gaze piercing. Chenbo said, we've already conquered this secret realm. The mission was just to break a thin wall, extremely simple, basically no difficulty at all. Lu Yi stood before the massive vortex in front of him. Chenbo smiled politely and said, but the rewards were incredibly generous. If Big 9 wants it, this secret realm is yours from now on. Lu Yi frowned, glanced at the crowd and thought, really not stopping me, and they even told me what's inside the secret realm. That shows the content inside is definitely fake. If it's fake, I can deal with them when I get back. Lu Yi stepped into the secret realm, and his entire body was sucked in and disappeared. Lu Yi left, and the crowd outside collapsed with a long sigh. A voice said, truly terrifying. Is it psychological? Facing him felt like facing an invincible monster boss. Another stammered. He really went in, another asked. Bro Bo, how do we get out? Notification. You have entered the 3 little brothers need to stick together secret realm. Mission content. Help the 3 little brothers conquer the various gates around the royal. Decay mission. High-dimensional warrior breakthrough to rule-breaking warrior. Phase 2. Protect the various gates around the royal. Decay. Lu Yi thought in confusion, what is this? Conquering the secret realm requires conquering the gates around the royal. Decay. But breaking through this title requires protecting the gates around it? If I conquer the secret realm, the title breakthrough mission will definitely fail. If I don't conquer it, I'll be stuck in this secret realm forever. Notification. Due to insufficient computing power of the three little brothers royal, the three little brothers decided to borrow some computing power from the Decay royal. They discovered a surprise. The Decay truly didn't realize the importance and capabilities of the royal. So the three little brothers casually occupied the royal. Now, as long as they break through the central gate, they can fully occupy it. Please help the three little brothers destroy the central gate of the Decay royal. Lu Yi frowned deeply. Before him stood a massive majestic tree, and three little creatures flew over happily. Lu Yi looked at the tightly closed gate in front of him and thought, that guy from the Starry Arena didn't lie to me. Conquering this secret realm really is just about breaking a gate. But the problem now is that my title breakthrough mission requires me to protect this gate. Protect, break. Lu Yi crossed his arms, his expression turning serious, while the three little creatures danced happily around him. The three little creatures fluttered around Lu Yi. Lu Yi, arms crossed, thought, speaking of the three little brothers' true goal, it should be to enter the interior of the Great Royal. That wasn't the key issue originally. Could I bypass the central gate with the three little brothers, and directly enter the interior of the Decay Royal? Lu Yi walked around the entire tree, then cupped his chin as he looked at the only passage gate in front of him. He thought, I've checked both above and below, and there's no entrance. I've also tried to open an entrance, but aside from this gate, everything else is extremely sturdy and unbreakable. Lu Yi raised the gun in his hand and aimed forward. The only option is to break this gate. But for example, if I break this central gate first, enter the royal to conquer the secret realm and then restore the central gate, would that complete the title breakthrough mission? Break the gate first, then enter the royal. Lu Yi looked at the Eastern Bell in his hand. Use the Eastern Bell to restore the scene to its initial state. Lu Yi looked at the Eastern Bell in his hand with doubt. Will it work? Lu Yi comforted himself, just try it. I can't give up on the title breakthrough. After all, I don't know the specific rewards of the rule-breaking warrior yet. Not getting it is the same as not losing anything, no big deal. Lu Yi's expression turned resolute, his brow slightly furrowed. The Eastern Bell recorded and golden energy radiated around, enveloping Lu Yi in an energy halo. The entire tree glowed with blue grid-like lines. The entrance at the base of the tree roots shone brightly. Lu Yi's small figure stood there, and the whole tree suddenly emitted many hazy white rays of light. Lu Yi and the three little creatures were still standing there. Notification, scene recorded. Lu Yi shouted happily, great, blessing, blessing, blessing. In a condensed state, swaying decision, decide on a triple hit damage. Lu Yi fired a shot, the gate shattered and the bullet flew through. The three little creatures got excited. Lu Yi quickly ran inside and the three little creatures flew in after him. Notification, congratulations on conquering the secret realm. The three little brothers need to stick together. Secret realm rewards are being calculated. Now Eastern Bell restore. Lu Yi looked at the gate closing behind him. Notification, High-Dimensional Warrior Breakthrough to Rule-Breaking Warrior Mission, Phase 2. Your title, High-Dimensional Warrior, has been upgraded to Rule-Breaking Warrior. Lu Yi shouted happily, success, Eastern Bell, you're amazing. Lu Yi happily kissed the Eastern Bell. Notification, detected that the player meets the conditions due to a special physique. Initiating program, three little brothers need to stick together. Starting subsequent storyline. Lu Yi was surprised after hearing this. There's more to the story? Lu Yi looked at the glowing sphere ahead. Lu Yi was puzzled. He thought, what now? The three little creatures just entered that glowing sphere. Is that the central area of the royal? It's already entered the second phase. Lu Yi frowned, initiating the Tianyao program. Is this Tianyao the same one that Wanding mentioned? Once I know, I'll act without hesitation. What's going on? Lu Yi cupped his chin in thought. It seems that after I restore my level, I should ask the new order leader. Lu Yi crossed his arms, his expression serious. I need to be cautious to avoid misunderstandings. Otherwise the new order leader might turn against me like that Wanding did. Lu Yi sat down, squinting and glancing around with an unhappy expression. What now? It's been so long. And there's still more to the story. The sphere suddenly showed movement. Lu Yi got excited. Something changed. A map appeared on the sphere. Lu Yi was surprised. A map. The three little creatures fluttered around the sphere and an excited voice rang out. Great, we've taken control of the royal. This is fertile ground for cultivating computing power. But the area the royal is producing is too large now. We need to shrink it a bit, then build a program, a destruction spell. Lu Yi's mouth dropped open in shock. Was that the voice of the three little creatures talking to each other? 2 days later, outside Tacheng, Wanding stood with his back turned and said, it's been 2 days, and he's still in the secret realm, refusing to come out. Wangu spoke up, not yet with the 100-hand lock. He asked, isn't he dead in there? Should we continue our ambush plan? Wanding glanced at the two and said, without Yi's confirmation of his death our ambush must continue. Wangu said, there are unruly people. The people the Dean gathered are about to break. 100-hand lock said, it's been causing trouble for days. Wanding put his hands in his pockets, looked up and said, is that so? then find an excuse and say they came to Tachung to vent, a person asked in confusion. Then why do we need to care so much? Wanding frowned, his eyes sharp, and said, they're just ants, why bother? Notification. You have received experience. Promise reward obtained from the Tianyao system. Reward settlement complete. Your level has increased to level 46. Notification. Secret realm completed. You have been sent out of the secret realm. Outside the secret realm, the crowd saw the commotion and shouted excitedly, he's out, he's out. The crowd was shocked and panicked as they watched Lu Yi emerge from the secret realm. Someone shouted, Big Nine is out of the secret realm. Go report to Brother Bo. Lu Yi walked out of the secret realm. A person shouted in fear, what's going on? The suppression from the rule breaker makes me want to kneel and beg for mercy just by looking at Big Nine. This is completely different from how I felt before Big Nine entered the secret realm. That person immediately knelt down, his face full of fear. The crowd outside knelt in unison. One person shouted, I can't take it anymore. Another stammered, me neither, a person said with a face full of shock and fear. All players below level 40 are kneeling, another said fearfully. Don't even mention below level 40. Even my level 50 legs are about to give out. Lu Yi's expression was stern, his eyes sharp as he thought, the entire subsequent storyline, everything that follows, depends on how the three little brothers use the royal to change the decay world. All the operations that cause changes in the decay world are exactly the same as the current state of the real world. Lu Yi turned his face away and looked at the decay world cultivation map. Evolution, protecting the royal, gaining computing power through killing. Could humanity really be so decayed? And after confirming humanity's decay, what concerns me most is that one-click deletion program. And what the three brothers mentioned at the beginning, does such a program really exist? If it does, then what meaning does my current power have? Lu Yi stood before the kneeling crowd, exuding an oppressive aura, his expression turned bitter, filled with disappointment. Lu Yi spoke, can you arrange a place for me to rest? One of Chen Bo's subordinates said, sure, please come with me. In an unknown hotel in Star City, Lu Yi asked, by the way, remember when I first arrived, some members of the Scattered Alliance were taken by the back garden? What happened to them? In a smoky, luxurious room, Chen Bo's subordinate spoke up, the day you entered that secret realm, Bo Zhe had already colluded with the back garden and released the Scattered Alliance members. Those people have already gone to Sea City. Lu Yi said, is that so? Thank you. Lu Yi sat on the bed, pondering, then stood up, turned and ran out. Reaching the balcony, he gripped the railing tightly, gazing into the distance as he thought. No matter if it meant anything or not, the only thing he could do was strive to improve his own abilities. Leveling up was definitely the right move. Lu Yi looked at the high-rises shrouded in mist. The next morning, someone kept knocking on his door, accompanied by shouts of, Big Nine Bro. Big Nine Bro, your breakfast is here. The person pushed the door open and called out, but the room was empty. Transforming into a magnificent mountain landscape, a clear light flashed by. Lu Yi was caught by a tree branch and cursed angrily through gritted teeth. Using a safety rope for high-speed running also required immense energy. Lu Yi then thought about stacking all his attributes together, attempting a maximum speed sprint. Although he could reach that mountain landscape instantly, it drained his energy, causing him to fall straight from the sky. Lu Yi moved faster, but he could sense he could travel even farther. He had already set his target beyond that mountain landscape. So once he arrived, he stopped moving, and the energy he expended didn't recover. With Zhu Fu's cooperation, Lu Yi's eyes sharpened. The time needed to recover energy wasn't long, but after leaving Star City he could almost instantly reach that mountain landscape. The back garden should already know his whereabouts, but they definitely wouldn't expect him to arrive at that mountain landscape so quickly. Lu Yi looked down from afar at the full view of the city below. Looking back now, the back garden's actions were filled with strangeness. Lu Yi frowned, silently pondering. A large number of people had been gathered. Along the way, members of the Scattered Alliance were still being held captive, and even among the saints he was being hunted. It seemed like a warning to players. Just like with Chen Bo, if they made a move against him, at least he could still level up 1 or 2 times. He had to act cautiously. First, investigate what they were really up to, then make a move. Lu Yi walked to the pile of dust and smoke in front of the temple, planning to first gather any important intelligence. Lu Yi grinned. He had once visited this temple with his sister for a trip. Lu Yi recalled the image of his sister Lu Yun happily extending 2 fingers. She made a heart shape with her hands in front of her chest. He wondered what the temple had become after the Metaverse. A series of beep 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 sounds brought Lu Yi back to reality. Huang Nianchu's voice came through. You finally picked up. Bro thought you were still like before, never answering calls. Lu Yi said, yeah, did you enter the secret realm? What's up? Huang Nianchu then said, go comfort a Yun. Those scattered alliance members scattered in other cities who were caught by the back garden have all been executed by them. After Yun found out, she organized people to set up defenses in Sea City for 2 days and 2 straight nights. She won't rest no matter how much she's told to. Lu Yi fell silent, his hands clenched tightly, his face turning terrifying. He asked in a low voice, "They're all dead?" A building collapsed with a roar, dust flying everywhere. Lu Yi just stood there coldly watching. 10 years ago, a soothing voice rang out, "Don't be afraid, it's okay, little sister, don't be afraid. Big sister is here, big sister is here." Through the gaps, people discovered 2 children lying under the rubble and exclaimed, "There are people here, there are people here." The older sister had used her hands to support the stone, saving her younger brother. A voice full of defiance sounded. 24 hours had passed since the building collapsed. Had this little girl been holding up the stone, pressing on her brother with her hands all this time? If so, her awareness to protect her brother was terrifying. In the temple's hospital, the doctor's voice rang out, "The younger brother is fine, but the older sister's left arm can't be saved." The older sister stood on the hospital bed, laughing happily. "It's okay, it's okay. If the hand is gone, it can grow back. And I still have my right hand, I can still protect my brother, my good brother." The older sister patted her crying brother's head and laughed heartily. The 2 sisters took a photo together. The older sister patted her brother's head, laughing with squinted eyes, and the younger brother smiled brightly too. "Big sister will always protect you." The photo of the 2 sisters laughing happily in the bamboo forest sat on the table. Now, that photo sat on a broken table. Lang Mian stood there, looking at her brother lying in a pool of blood. The entire city was in ruins. Lu Yi walked to the collapsed area to check the situation. 2 people were buried under the rubble. Lu Yi frowned as he took in the full scene, wondering what had happened. How could the entire temple have no living people left? Even if the Metaverse had descended and monsters from the secret realm had invaded, they couldn't have destroyed an entire city like this, could they? Besides, not long ago, he had seen temple players coming out to chat in the Saints' chat room. A figure appeared in the building across the way. Lu Yi and that person spotted each other. When that person saw Lu Yi, they shrank back in fear. The person fled in terror, muttering, gotta run, get away." Lu Yi suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking their path, and asked again what had happened in the temple and why it had become like this. The person dodged in fear, clutching their head and screaming, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." Lu Yi looked at them in confusion as they screamed with their head in their hands, "No, don't kill me, wah." Lu Yi hurriedly reached out to them and said, "Don't worry." Before he could finish, a voice rang out, "Don't bother asking him, he's scared out of his mind." Lu Yi turned to look behind him and found someone standing with arms crossed, leaning against the wall. A temple player. I Chi Lang Mian, level 60. Lu Yi looked at Lang Mian standing there, puzzled, thinking he hadn't immediately noticed her presence, but from her tone she didn't seem like an enemy. Lang Mian walked over step by step, smiling happily as she extended her hand. "Hello, Big Nine Bro Yi. I'm the player with the nickname I Chi Lang Mian, real name Huo Mu Lu Yi." Seeing that she was one of the people in the Saints' chat room, Lang Mian continued, "You can call me Lang Mian or Xiao Mu." Lu Yi asked, "What exactly happened in the temple?" Lang Mian looked at him silently. Lu Yi and Lang Mian stood on the rooftop. Lang Mian stood at the edge, looking at a blue vortex in the distance, and said, "A member of the back garden came to the temple to harass a player's wife and was killed by that player. After that, the back garden used that incident as an excuse to mobilize all their people." Lu Yi stood behind Lang Mian, listening to her recount the whole story. In just one night, almost all the players and ordinary people in the temple were killed. The city was destroyed in an instant. Only a few lucky ones, or people like me who had just stepped out, survived. Lu Yi's eyes widened in shock. Never mind the players, but they killed ordinary people too. Did Wan Ding tacitly allow this to happen? Lang Mian lowered her eyes, a bitter smile curling at the corner of her mouth. "As far as I know, Wan Ding has treated all players and ordinary people as second-class items. It's like a child playing with ants under a big tree. That child's parents will never scold the child." Lang Mian wiped her tears with her hand, her voice pitiful. "It's really unfair. My parents and younger brother all died in the temple. Just the day before, I promised them I could protect them. But the next day they were all dead. The key is, I don't have enough strength to take revenge." Lang Mian lifted her head, her face pitiful, her eyes brimming with tears. Lu Yi stood there silently expressionless, watching Lang Mian. Lang Mian turned to look at Lu Yi and asked, "Big Nine Bro, are you really going to take on the back garden? Take me with you." Wan Ding stood at the entrance of the secret realm. Wan Jiyu spoke up, "If it's just about killing them outright, we have plenty of very direct methods." Wan Ding frowned deeply, hands in his pockets. Wan Jiyu continued, "For example, clearing the area with explosives or using Wind Gold's fissures, both are life-for-life tactics. But if we want to capture them alive and let the gloves seize the title, none of these methods work. And using the guild's control group's connection and full oversight to take the opportunity to eat the gloves isn't reasonable either." We don't know if Yi has skills to break free from control or how immune he is. If it exceeds the 2 control skills of most members in our control group, they won't work. Wang Jiyu crossed his arms and continued. What's left is to find a place that can restrict all skill usage and limit personnel escape. Wang Jiyu, Vice Dean of the Back Garden, said, We use this location relying on the Dean's basic attributes to capture Yi, so we chose this secret realm. A massive blue vortex gate appeared on the mountain of the secret realm, capable of restricting Yi's escape. Plus, the secret realm has rules that restrict the active use of skills. Wang Jiyu frowned and said, It perfectly fits our strategy. According to reliable information, Yi has already had dealings with the Yu family. Wang Jiyu looked at Wang Ding and continued, It'll take about 2 days. During that time we'll secretly gather guild members here to lure Yi back. To avoid Yi leveling up further through us, we'll only keep the Dean and a 19-person core combat team. Bai Shou Gloves clenched his fists and said, Heh, when Yi comes and sees we're only 19 people and has stepped into our trap, just thinking about it is hilarious. Wang Ding still stared in the direction of the secret realm and said, You handle the arrangements. After that, go back to them. Leave this place to me. Wang Jiyu was surprised. Wang Jiyu shouted excitedly, You, at such a critical moment, how can you? Wang Ding glanced at him, patted Wang Gu's head and said, Be good. A voice rang out. Based on the back garden data information you provided. Lang Mian rubbed her chin and continued, The back garden's gathering is indeed aimed at you. With Big 9 Bro's strength there are only 3 points to watch out for. Forced 1-for-1 skills, long-duration control skills, and complete suppression of your own skills. Lu Yi stood with his hands in his pockets leaning against the wall, watching Lang Mian as she spoke. Big 9 Bro, do you have a method for target tracking? Lu Yi replied, No, that's why I didn't agree to let you come with me to take on the back garden. I'm not invincible. My abilities don't go beyond the scope of a player. Lang Mian laughed upon hearing this. Is that so? Heh, then I understand my role in our team. Lu Yi was surprised. Lang Mian gritted her teeth and said, My power is wind gold and I'm on a flexible specialization path. I can serve as a vanguard scout, gathering intelligence for Big 9 Bro, Lang Mian shouted fiercely. It's dangerous, but as a member of the flower picking team, I have to take on my responsibility. Lu Yi thought in confusion. When did this happen? And they've even named the team. And what the hell is the flower-picking team? Lu Yi looked at Lang Mian and asked, Are you sure you want to do this? Lu Yi thought to himself, dealing with the back garden required vigilance, and having a scout like this would indeed be better. Lang Mian laughed heartily and said, Big 9 Bro, let me join your team to crusade against the back garden. We'll advance and retreat together. Lu Yi then asked, All right, should we set off now? A voice came from behind the wall. Mu Jia. Lu Yi and Lang Mian both turned toward the sound. Nato, an ordinary person. Nato walked out and said, Can I join you? I want to take on the back garden too. Lu Yi looked at him, thinking an ordinary person. Lang Mian looked at him and asked, Nato, not good. You're supposed to stay at the temple survivors' gathering point. What are you doing here? Nato raised his phone and said, Mu Jia, there's something I've never given you. It's something Shao Sen left behind. It has Shao Sen's final footage. Lang Mian's eyes widened in shock. Nato continued, I want to use this to trade for a chance to join everyone's team. I know I'm an ordinary person without the freakish abilities of players, but I still hope to contribute to dealing with the back garden, even if it's just running errands around the edges or becoming bait, as long as I can follow everyone's actions. Lang Mian stepped forward and said, Give me the thing. Nato was surprised. Lang Mian's face darkened as she continued, Then get the hell back. Nato clutched his phone tightly, his heart saying, I'm just an ordinary person, even if I survive, what can I do? Become a player's plaything rather than waiting for some vague hope? Let me live like a human. Lang Mian walked up to Nato, her face gloomy. Nato dodged in fear. Nato gritted his teeth in anger, then shouted again, Don't worry, even if I die in the end, I won't have any regrets. This is my choice, Mu Jia, please. Lu Yi just stood there silently watching. Outside the temple's super-large secret realm, cheerful voices came from behind the bushes. Cheers, cheers. You're slacking off, drink up. A group of people happily raised their glasses, unlike the group of subordinates happily drinking behind him. Wang Ding sat in a corner, pondering. Wang Ding looked at his arm, where an indicator bar emitting a blue-pink light had appeared, shaped like an energy bar. Wang Ding clenched his fist in anger, frowning as he thought, he couldn't underestimate Chang Yi. He had already failed once in the Metaverse. He couldn't fail again in reality. Wang Ding stood up, looked around, and then left. A voice rang out, Contact her again and see if we can get the key item for victory. Because the final victory had added another layer of lock. In the gloomy forest, a figure stood there now, sporting a purple heart-shaped head. That person was on the phone, hands on hips. He said, Hey, I want to draw again, but the capacity isn't enough. If I knew it would exceed the limit, what's there to say? A female voice came from the other end of the line. Haha, are you that reluctant to become my servant? Your current strength is all thanks to my help. The Purple Heart was none other than Wan Ding. Hearing this, he cursed. You said the same thing when you enslaved my grandfather and father. Look at them now, you should know better than I do. The female voice sounded again. That's it. If you can obtain a special physique, I'll expand your capacity. Let your form return to your body, and then I'll give you a private capacity. Wan Ding listened to this long speech and fell silent, but before long he agreed. With Wan Ding's consent, a white jade stone appeared before him. The jade stone was surrounded by blue light as if being absorbed into it. Suddenly the man's face twisted in pain. The next second he roared as if exploding. Are you scheming against me? With something of this value, even if my container is expanded, it will be filled up immediately. The woman on the phone laughed a few more times and said, Your form has been taken from me. It'll take some time to fill the container. During that time you can use the special physique to make your strength surpass mine. By then maybe I'll be the servant. Wan Ding silently looked at the jade stone before him. It had absorbed enough blue light and was now gently spinning in front of him. He reached out, touched the jade stone, then suddenly clenched it tightly, thinking to himself, there was no turning back. If he didn't seize this opportunity, his future days would be over. Then the system panel popped up with a notification. You have obtained 25 of the ultimate computational power of Hua Zhangzhou. You have obtained the skill Price Dog. By this time, Wan Ding had already hung up the phone. He clenched his fist and muttered to himself, Only by serving her can I secure the position of Tian Yao and thus avoid the crisis in reality. In another area, amidst the endless mountain ranges, this was Buzhou Mountain. Among the giant ancient trees of Buzhou Mountain, a voice suddenly rang out. Really, you struggle so fiercely every time, but in the end, you still obediently submit, don't you? The speaker was a girl with glowing white hair. She was the 6th Tian Yao, the girl continued. According to the normal process, the special body's Tian Yao program had already been activated, just like in previous cycles. The only change was that the special body was no longer obtained by Huang Yaoan, but by Yi. Since the nail couldn't get the special body, number 8 and 9, go help him. The so-called number 8 and 9 were a monster with 2 different heads. They were slightly startled when their names were called. The next second the 2 heads split into 2 separate bodies, kneeling on one knee and responding clearly. Tian Yao added, remember to deal with Yi's original body first. You must eliminate the resurrection methods he has planted in Haicheng. Not done yet, Tian Yao glanced and said, also, when you get to Haicheng, take a look at what my brother and sister are doing in that cycle. In another place, a golden-haired boy lay weakly on the ground, his eyes vacant and tear stains still fresh. A frivolous laugh rang out. Ha ha ha. The boy's feeble voice came from the phone held by Lengmian. Sister, protect yourself, the owner of that frivolous laugh said again, and recorded. A farewell, come on, pick a good spot. Let's take a look at that supposedly high-definition clip. A scream full of pain rang out, making Lengmian tremble uncontrollably. Slap on the phone screen, a man wearing glasses looked at the camera and said arrogantly, remember my name. I'm Yuan Jiyu, the vice president of the back garden. I heard you came to take revenge on me. A companion behind him leaned out and laughed in agreement. The vice president sure knows how to have fun. Nato beside him looked at the girl's gloomy face and asked worriedly, Sister Mew, are you okay? Lengmian had already hung up the phone by then. She remained silent, her hands clenched into fists. After a while the girl let out a long sigh. When she looked up, her expression had returned to normal. Lengmian smiled brightly and said, brother-in-law, let's go. The next second she clenched her fist and waved it at the sky, shouting, let's start picking flowers. Nato beside her also echoed loudly, picking flowers, picking flowers. Lu Yi looked at the 2 crazy people and asked slowly, are you really letting him follow? Even you could die at any moment. Lengmian said casually, let him follow. Nato, upon hearing this, excitedly said to her, thank you, Sister Mew. You won't be happy for long, Lengmian warned again with a roar. Remember to stay far away from me. Nato, frightened, hurriedly agreed repeatedly. Definitely, definitely. Scene shift. Several pairs of feet in black boots were walking leisurely forward. The group was all wearing the same style of clothes, chatting easily as they walked. The other side wasn't so pleasant. Yuan Jiyu walked while irritably scolding the people around him, the atmosphere around him exceptionally gloomy. Lengmian, hiding behind a nearby tree, saw this, and felt very puzzled. In the dense forest, night had not yet fully fallen. Lengmian quickly ran in another direction. She landed in front of Lu Yi and said, brother-in-law, it's strange. The people from the back garden are evacuating. Lu Yi asked back in confusion. Evacuating? Lu Yi and Lengmian stood together. In the distance, Nato was standing behind a tree watching them. At this moment, Lu Yi stepped forward and looked down at the path now covered by the back garden crowd. They walked and chatted lively. It's still a long way back to Bicheng. I don't want to walk. Although we've been in this wilderness for 10 days, we've gained a lot. Yeah, that secret realm was amazing. Leveling up was so fast, Lu Yi frowned in thought. They're actually retreating, good thing we arrived early or we would have let them escape. Lang Mian spoke again. Brother-in-law, I just used reconnaissance to scan this group of players. The highest level player inside is only level 50, and most of the rest are between level 40 and 50. What do we do next? Lu Yi grinned and said slowly, such a long line and no leading player. Let's start from the tail and clear them all the way, he thought to himself. So many players should be enough to get me to level 50 and embed that permanent sealing orb. He stomped hard on a branch for leverage, the force so great that the branch he stepped on quickly cracked. Lu Yi quickly issued an order. Suddenly an unusual light flashed across the vast sky. Lu Yi immediately noticed this anomaly. He wondered in confusion, what is that? The next second Lu Yi didn't hesitate to shout a warning, not good, retreat. As soon as he spoke, a beam of light shot down from the sky, hitting the path where the back garden team was moving. The immense force sent them all flying into the air, unable to dodge. Lang Mian and Lu Yi retreated to a nearby branch. She quickly asked, what's going on below? The lucky back garden members who had dodged the beam were either lying on the ground not yet getting up or staring wide-eyed, unable to believe what had just happened. The bodies of their unfortunate teammates lay on the rugged ground, gradually dissipating into the void. Among those who had escaped, Yuan Jiyu and the remaining people also had their mouths wide open, staring ahead. The originally uneven ground was now pitted and bumpy due to the protruding jagged rocks. In the distance, a person was lying on the ground. After a while, that person suddenly sat up, showing no signs of injury. It was number 9, Tianyao's dual servant number 9. He tilted his head slightly in thought, then suddenly paused as if he had discovered something. He looked around for a moment, and without a word, number 9 leapt up, jumping high into the distance. This action startled the remaining back garden members on the nearby rocks. In just a few seconds the figure had become only a blur, leaving those left behind staring blankly. Lu Yi opened his mouth wide and murmured softly, what the hell was that? A player, or a secret realm monster? Such terrifying power, diving straight down from the sky. Thousands of back garden members died, only a few left, he said to Lang Mian behind him. Is there something that can take out so many back garden people at once? Lu Yi gritted his teeth and thought, what a pity. My experience, but he said aloud, it seems our cooperation is ending early. Let's clean up the remaining ones and go back. At this moment, Lang Mian suddenly spoke, pointing at Yuan Jiyu below who was frowning deeply, and said, brother-in-law, can we keep this person? He's the vice president of the back garden, she added. And this is clearly not the main force against you, brother-in-law. Lu Yi looked at her in confusion after hearing this. Lang Mian continued with her speculation. The core members must be waiting for someone in another secret realm. We can also use him to get some information about the ambush. Maybe we can turn the tables and deal with the back garden's core members. Pushing the back garden to the brink of destruction, Lu Yi asked her, how do you know his identity? Lang Mian didn't answer immediately, but fell into thought. But my target is that massive power. Eliminating high-level players is nothing. It's dangerous and doesn't yield much total experience. After a while, Lang Mian's faint voice sounded, he is the killer who murdered my brother. At this moment a scream rang out in the dense forest. A back garden member collapsed to the ground. He scrambled backward in panic, muttering, dead, all dead. How could such a monster suddenly appear? Soon the person quickly stood up and ran while saying, at the same time, over 90% of my brothers are dead. I have to run. I have to run. Yuan Jiyu suddenly appeared in front of that person and kicked him hard in the abdomen. He scolded the person harshly. What the hell are you panicking for? Even if they all die, the president can resurrect them. What's there to fear? Watching the other person get kicked to the roots of a nearby tree, Yuan Jiyu added, what a waste. Then he turned and shouted to the remaining people, clean up, take the equipment and orbs of our dead brothers. We need to get back to Bicheng quickly. The situation here is getting more and more complicated. Those people, upon hearing his instructions, immediately ran to do it, speaking clearly as they went. At this moment the irritable Yuan Jiyu frowned again and cursed. Damn it, what the hell was that thing just now? Lu Yi's voice sounded behind him at the right moment. So you don't know what it was either. I thought you had offended that person and were getting your comeuppance. Yuan Jiyu was startled and turned around, thinking to himself, who is it? Due to a moment of carelessness, he was immediately tightly bound by Lu Yi's rope around his neck. Ah, Yuan Jiyu shouted, his limbs all tied up and pulled in 4 directions. The back garden crowd saw this and panicked. In the distance, Lu Yi and Lang Mian were leisurely walking toward them. The remaining back garden members stammered, It's the brother-in-law. The brother-in-law is here? Before they could finish, Lu Yi used a fierce attack move, and the remaining people were quickly and cleanly dealt with, their bodies gradually dissipating in the air. Yuan Jiyu saw this and opened his mouth in shock. Lu Yi stood opposite him and said slowly, surprisingly softly, Langmian behind him was not so calm. She looked at the tightly bound man in front of her, clenching her teeth in hatred. She said to Lu Yi, "Brother-in-law, after you're done questioning him, can you hand him over to me?" Hearing these words, Lu Yi sat down casually on a nearby rock. He said, "Nothing to ask, he's all yours. After you're done with him, we'll go back to Haicheng." He thought to himself again. The target is gone. I need to find another way to get experience. Lu Yi, while talking to Langmian, was distracted, thinking, what a pity, if only I had taken out that group of players. Then I would have leveled up to 50. I could permanently embed the sealing orb, put on the full set of equipment, and fully restore my strength. Now I'm stuck at level 46. It's so frustrating. The young man's expression turned serious, his thoughts continuing. I don't know if I missed this back garden gathering. Where else can I find such an opportunity next time? Do I really have to charge into the back garden headquarters myself? That's too dangerous. If only players were like in ordinary games where killing them doesn't drop your level. Then I could just gather all the players and level up to the peak. Thinking of this, Langmian beside him had already begun silently contemplating how to avenge her brother against Yuan Jiyu. Yuan Jiyu, tied up nearby, heard Lu Yi's words and became restless. He thought to himself, he wants to leave, can't let him leave. With the growth rate of the special body, if I don't kill him within this time, it will be very troublesome later. Langmian walked up to Yuan Jiyu at this moment. She said to the person behind her, "Thank you, brother-in-law." Suddenly, Yuan Jiyu said something that startled both of them. "Do you think you can kill me?" Seeing that he had achieved the desired effect, he continued, "The players of our back garden, you can't kill a single one. We can be resurrected under the president's command, return in full condition, and drown you with numbers." Lu Yi heard this key word and turned his head to look. He began to think, resurrection? Does Nail have a resurrection skill? And from his tone it can be done on a large scale completely, without any auxiliary items. Lu Yi sneered and said, "Are you saying Nail has a resurrection skill?" Yuan Jiyu, seeing the other party respond to him, arrogantly raised his face to look at him. Lu Yi lowered his eyelids and said, "So unless we deal with that resurrection skill first, no matter how we deal with you, it's useless." Saying this, he slightly curled the corner of his mouth and changed his tone a bit. "Exactly, that's why you're fearless." Lu Yi looked directly at Yuan Jiyu and continued, "And then next, are you going to say that this resurrection skill is the effect of the Mystic Hand title, and that the Mystic Hand title can be obtained by eliminating the title holder?" Langmian stood dumbly by the side, silently and intently listening to Lu Yi speak. "Use this to lure me to your ambush site and push me step by step into the trap you've already set." Hearing his conspiracy being exposed step by step, Yuan Jiyu couldn't help but widen his eyes, speechless. Lu Yi looked at his expression and thought, judging by that expression, that's exactly it. It seems the back garden gathered in Tacheng just to deal with me. He would use resurrection to subdue me. In other words, he's also a special body, and he knows that special bodies can level up by killing players. And if there's resurrection, a special body can continuously kill a group of players and level up extremely fast. I just don't know if resurrected players can provide experience again. Having said what needed to be said, Lu Yi pushed himself up from his knees and said, "I guess I'm just stupid." Then he turned and left, leaving a few words of instruction for the silent Langmian. "All right, he's yours. Don't worry, I've got him under control. He can't kill himself. But be careful not to use too much force. He can still be resurrected. If you use too much force and kill him, you'll be in big trouble. No need to interrogate him either. If he can really be resurrected, he definitely won't tell the truth." Lu Yi thought again. As for where Nail got the resurrection skill, it's also easy to guess. A player in the Saint group once said that every Death Guard title has an extremely special effect, giving a guild great convenience when dealing with enemies. If the Mystic Hand title's effect is to resurrect players, then that fits. Yuan Jiyu, bound hand and foot, watched Lu Yi leave calmly, gritting his teeth in anger but unable to do anything. Lu Yi no longer cared about what would happen to Yuan Jiyu next. He walked slowly forward. As he walked, he raised his hand to his chin and thought, "Resurrection, it seems it's the same in the game." Suddenly, as if realizing something, Lu Yi's aura instantly became excited. Resurrection? Just a moment ago, he was thinking how great it would be to get such a resurrection skill. The next second, news about it appeared right in front of him. If that's the case, its value is enormous, and the sooner you get it, the greater the value. Lu Yi clenched his fists, his heart full of determination. He continued to think, or from a more selfish perspective, the sooner you get it, the more you can add a layer of the strongest protection for the people around you. Thinking of this, Lu Yi suddenly became serious, his brows furrowed. He clicked his tongue in displeasure and thought again, "But this is clearly a trap aimed at me. If I charge in, I'll probably be trapped inside. Too dangerous. Lu Yi clenched his fist, looking at the equipment gloves on it, and thought, I have a special body, infinite potential, while Nail's level is forever stuck at 60. Lu Yi raised his hand to smooth his hair, thinking unwillingly. When I reach level 70 or 80, I can summon Juyin and then go deal with Nail. He comforted himself. Give it up, I have no reason to take this risk now. Just knowing this information is enough. After all, it will be mine someday. On the other side, Yuan Jiyu, instead of being afraid, laughed heartily. He said, treating me like this, it's like you have a grudge against me. Can you tell me again what I did to you to make you like this? Forget it, forget it. It's better not to know. That way you can't make me worry or regret. Anyway, I've done so many bad things. If I had to repent for each one, it would be too troublesome. After saying this, he laughed a few more times, letting his body be covered in wounds, his clothes torn and ragged, with not a single spot intact. Standing opposite him was Lang Mian. She tilted her head and asked a question, then answered herself. You want me to kill you? No, I won't act impulsively. If I finish you off now, that would be letting you go. Upon hearing this, Yuangu fell silent, not daring to say anything more. Lang Mian added, Don't worry, I will kill you. Once that Yu ending is dealt with, even if you want to be saved later, it won't be possible. After saying this, Lang Mian glanced back. Then, ignoring the battered person, she quickly ran toward Lu Yi's direction. Nearby, a hand slammed angrily into a tree trunk, producing a muffled thud. The owner of that hand was Yu Ending. He clenched the fragments of the tree trunk, gritting his teeth in fury. Just then, a figure flew swiftly to the branch where Yu Ending stood. It was Bai Xiaotao. He asked Yu Ending, Why are you stopping here? How is it Ji-Yu? Then he looked down and immediately saw a broken body hanging in midair. Bai Xiaotao's eyes widened in shock. After a moment of stunned silence, he couldn't control himself and cursed, Beast, how dare you treat a Ji-Yu like this? His whole body tensed, ready to rush over and rescue the person, but Yu Ending grabbed him. Yu Ending said they couldn't act rashly. Now wasn't the right time to strike. Bai Xiaotao turned back and questioned him, asking if they should just watch a Ji-Yu suffer like this. Yu Ending, also pained, gritted his teeth and said, It's just some physical pain. Once we catch that fake, once I get the special physique title, I'll let a Ji-Yu die, then revive him and let him take revenge himself. Bai Xiaotao still frowned, unwilling to let it go. At that moment, Yu Ending quickly decided to enter the secret realm and wait until nightfall. Bai Xiaotao asked doubtfully, He probably knows about this scheme too, will he still come? Yu Ending's face turned fierce. He said he would come. Even if he didn't, he had ways to make him come. Meanwhile on the ground, Lang Mian asked Lu Yi, Brother-in-law, are you going to deal with Yu Ending next? He listened and asked back, puzzled, You want to go too? Lang Mian immediately replied, Yes, only by killing Yu Ending can we truly kill Yuangu and avenge my brother. Lu Yi looked at her without a word. After a moment he plopped down on a rock and said, Sorry, I might disappoint you. In a situation with 9 deaths and 1 chance of survival, I won't take that risk. Hearing this, Lang Mian looked down at her clasped hands and said disappointedly, Is that it? Lu Yi sensed the disappointment in her voice but didn't soften. He just stared straight ahead. Behind a nearby tree, Pei Do carried a sword on his back, a player weapon he had picked up on the road. Watching the two, he thought to himself, What are Sister Mu and Brother Lu discussing? Sister Mu looks really sad. Are they breaking up? I thought there would be a big fight and then a narrow escape. I never expected the back garden to be wiped out by a monster in an instant. He pondered further, wondering what that monster was, where it had gone, and if they would ever meet it again. Who knows? Please, I hope we never meet again. It's terrifying. Even a player dies from a single touch, let alone me. Speak of the devil and he appears. Pei Do had just poked his head out when another floating white head pressed down on top of his. Pei Do's eyes widened as he looked behind him. In an instant, cold sweat covered his face. His mind raced with the thought of warning Brother Lu and Sister Mu. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, he sprinted toward Lang Mian and Lu Yi, shouting, The monster is coming, the monster is coming. Sweat poured from his forehead. Pei Do thought again, Am I going to die? I'll die instantly, right? With just a light touch. Then he seemed to give up. Pei Do lowered his eyes, gritted his teeth and forced himself to accept it. It's fine. Dying is a relief. In this world where players run rampant and no one is in charge, ordinary people have long lost the will to live. He ran headlong, so focused that he didn't even notice when he passed by the two. After running a distance, Pei Do suddenly stopped, touched his intact body and murmured, I'm fine, it didn't attack me. Lu Yi and Lang Mian were now on high alert. They frowned and looked over. The pale white monster was slowly approaching. It walked and spoke in broken phrases. Go to the secret realm. Go to the secret realm. Lang Mian asked Lu Yi, puzzled, What is it saying? Number 9 drew closer and closer to them. He held a large hammer in his hand, still muttering the same words. Go to the secret realm. Go to the secret realm. At that moment, Lu Yi stepped forward and said to Lang Mian, Take Pei Do and leave. I'll hold it off. Lang Mian called out softly, Brother-in-law. She looked at him with an indescribable expression. Lu Yi ignored her, focusing all his thoughts. Damn, just finished a fight and that giant weapon is still on cooldown. Other weapons can only use storage gems for a few seconds, not permanently embed them. Too complicated. When will I reach level 50? Lang Mian didn't hesitate long. Making up her mind, she rushed to Pei Do, grabbed him with one hand and ran in another direction. Before leaving, she told Lu Yi, "Be careful." Pei Do, being dragged away by the strong girl, frowned and said, "We can't leave brother Lu behind, we can't." Lang Mian snapped, "Shut up if we stay. He'll have to protect us too, making it more dangerous." Number 9 walked up to Lu Yi, tilted his head slightly and said word by word, "Go to the secret realm." Lu Yi frowned at the thing before him, thinking he didn't react when Lang Mian left. It seems this guy's target is me. Seeing no response from the person in front, Number 9 began to grip his hammer handle impatiently. He slightly crouched, assuming an attacking stance, and uttered a few more words. "Or break your limbs and drag you away." With that, Number 9 charged at Lu Yi. Seeing the danger approaching, Lu Yi quickly made a decision and acted without further words. The system prompt sounded, "Your skill level is insufficient to immobilize the target." Lu Yi immediately switched attack moves, but the system prompted again, "Your skill level is insufficient to perform a powerful assault." 2 consecutive prompts forced Lu Yi to stop. He panicked, thinking, "Skills are useless, what's going on? Why isn't my skill level enough?" Without delay, Lu Yi quickly fired a powerful bullet from his gun. The bullet flew but was easily swatted away by Number 9. His foot stomped the ground with such force that it left a dent. Watching the creature continue charging at him, Lu Yi was clearly startled. The next second he turned to Number 9 and said, "Fine, I'll go to that secret realm you mentioned." This statement stopped the hammer, which was about to smash down just a few centimeters above his head. Lu Yi thought frantically, "I'm no match for him. The key is that my skills are nullified. What's happening?" Despite his inner panic, he managed to keep his voice calm and repeated, "Go to the secret realm." Hearing that the person before him had finally agreed, Number 9 said one word, "Go." Then he pointed his hammer toward the secret realm entrance on the other side of the woods. Lu Yi thought anxiously, "Did the back garden set up an ambush in the secret realm?" The young man fell into deep thought. Is he working with the back garden? If so, why not kill me here instead of forcing me into the secret realm? Looking at the massive secret realm gate, he thought further. And why did he attack the back garden people? I have no way to deal with him now, so I have to comply. With that, he replied to Number 9, "Okay." Lu Yi turned and walked toward the secret realm. Behind him, Number 9 strolled leisurely. The brother-in-law thought as he walked, "Wait, if I look at it from another angle, these 2 points aren't contradictory. Eliminating the back garden people was to suppress me. If they had been dealt with by me, my strength might have increased significantly, indirectly making it harder for them to handle me." With that, he concluded, "Yu Ending is truly ruthless, and forcing me into an ambush point can only mean one thing. Yu Ending wants something from me." He glanced back at Number 9, who was happily following him. Lu Yi wondered, "What is it?" His thoughts began to spread complexly. "The most valuable thing I have is the special physique title. Does Yu Ending want that? Capture me and transfer it from me using some method I don't know." Thinking this, Lu Yi's expression turned serious. He mused, "Is that it?" Lu Yi looked up slightly and saw the secret realm entrance getting closer. The system prompted, "Giant weapon restored. Storage gem embedded. Blessing enhances all attributes. Blessing enhances all attributes." As the system finished, Lu Yi and Number 9 arrived at the secret realm entrance. He glanced around and thought, "There's not a single player outside the secret realm. It seems the ambush is really inside." Thinking of the monster behind him, Lu Yi worried, "If I go in alone, will he follow? If he does, I'll have to just give up. There's nothing I can do. My skills are useless. My all-attribute enhancement is mediocre. And with Yu Ending, I'm definitely no match." His brows furrowed. Lu Yi decided, "I'll go in and check. If I really can't resolve this crisis in the end, I still have one last escape method, the memory orb. For safety, I left it with a Yun. If I really can't handle it, I'll kill myself and go back." Looking at the massive secret realm gate, Lu Yi fell into another moment of thought. Then he stepped inside, his clothes fluttering. As soon as Lu Yi fully entered, the secret realm gate immediately closed and completely vanished into the air. The safety rope was still tightly wrapped around Yuangu's arm, but the next second when Lu Yi stepped into the secret realm, Yuangu lost support and crashed heavily to the ground. His body began to glow like others when they die. At that moment, Yuangu thought, "I'm about to die." On the other side, Lang Mian ran a considerable distance with Pei Do before stopping. She looked around, saw no sign of Number 9 chasing them, and concluded, "Its target isn't us, it's brother-in-law. Since I'm not the primary target, I need to go back and see if I can help." Pei Do was thrown to the ground with a thud. Then Lang Mian turned and sprinted in the opposite direction, leaving him behind with only one last remark. "Final advice, don't follow. The situation is complicated now. I'm no longer responsible for your safety." He lowered his eyes, looking sadly at the ground, then clenched his teeth in anger. His voice, full of grievance, rang out. "So in this world, ordinary people are just trouble, can't do anything, only cause problems and drag others down." Peido trembled slightly, and in the silent forest space a faint reluctant sound echoed. On the other side, Lu Yi was crossing the secret realm entrance. As he walked, he glanced back to confirm no one was following. The secret realm entrance behind Lu Yi swirled with air. Lu Yi frowned, thinking, "So it really just rushed me into this secret realm. Does he believe Yuanding can finish me here, or can he not enter?" His foot finally landed on solid ground inside the secret realm. The system prompted, "Welcome to the Heaven and Earth Reforging Secret Realm. Mission sequence: eliminate the Black Sun. Note: the Black Sun descends. Players cannot use any active skills. All active skills are nullified." Lu Yi stared wide-eyed at this system message, repeating in his mind, "All active skills are restricted." The system added, "Affected by the Black Sun, all attribute blessing enhancement is invalid." After hearing these prompts, Lu Yi stood frozen, unsure what to do next. He looked at the sky, where clouds gathered around a black spherical object. Then hurried footsteps approached. Lu Yi recognized them as the back garden people and looked at the group charging aggressively. Lu Yi cursed inwardly. "Damn it, even if my all-attribute enhancement dissipates, I'm no ordinary player. You commoners can't handle me." Then Lu Yi swung his blade, cutting these back garden people in half. Suddenly, a few faint explosive sounds came from behind Lu Yi, making his eyes widen in confusion. He turned around just in time to see the severed bodies merge together and rush at him as a white light. A prompt appeared. "You are affected by the deep sleep skill, causing limited limb movement." Lu Yi gritted his teeth as he watched his body being bound by the white light. He thought angrily, "Didn't it say skills can't be used?" When the white light completely disappeared, Lu Yi gripped his blade tightly and suddenly realized, no, it only said active skills can't be used. "Passive skills aren't prohibited," he mused, feeling his body grow heavy, and seeing another group of back garden people charging, his thoughts became chaotic. "How do I deal with them?" A purple light suddenly flew from afar, heading straight for the back of his neck. Lu Yi warily looked over, but it was too late. Yuanding had already appeared behind him, grabbing his neck and lifting him off the ground. He said, "You can't improve. All your attributes are trash to me." "I have maxed out attributes." The system panel displayed his data. Yuanding, level 60, number recorded player info, restores players' consumed energy. The upper limit recorded his base energy total and other attribute data. The system prompted Lu Yi, "You are affected by the interruption skill, causing gradual slowing of movement." The back garden people were slowly closing in. Lu Yi suddenly shouted, "Suicide, use passive to trap him." He thought again, "Can't let them activate passives." He quickly decided to use the safety rope. The rope wrapped around Lu Yi's arm began to move, catching the attention of Yuanding, who stood behind him. Contrary to Yuanding's surprise, Lu Yi felt the change on his arm and thought excitedly, "Great, the safety rope works." The safety rope swung rapidly, making Yuanding warily retreat a large distance. He frowned at the strange rope and asked, "What is this? I've never seen anything usable in the game. Is it equipment obtained in reality?" The remaining back garden people were wrapped up like mummies by the safety rope. Lu Yi, with a grim expression, swung the rope around, thinking, "Turn you into ordinary people and then kill you so you can't activate passives." With that thought, he looked up with a determined gaze. The next second, Lu Yi, holding a sharp blade, swiftly passed by those tightly bound people, effortlessly causing them to collapse weakly to the ground. The passive skill wasn't triggered. "What's going on?" Yuanding watched the situation warily, thinking. Just then, Lu Yi said a few cold words to him. "Whoever falls is the real loser, not determined by numbers." The scene underground was desolate and ruined, with flashes of collision light flickering occasionally. Upon closer look, those collisions were Lu Yi swinging several safety ropes at Yuanding. The ropes shot rapidly toward Yuanding's chest, but he sidestepped in time to dodge. Seeing the attack from above fail, the ropes targeted his feet, but he remained calm and evaded them easily. While dodging, he said, "You're really agile. You could use this to escape. The exit from the secret realm is right below the center of this vortex cloud. Give up fighting me, and you can leave." A loud crash rang out as the safety ropes shattered several large rocks behind Yuanding. After dodging again successfully, he grinned and asked, "So, are you afraid of those monsters outside?" The purple-haired bald man was thrilled by the current situation. He curled his lips and said he wanted to use them to deal with me, then find a way to handle the monsters outside, but you're too weak, even though your gear protects you well. Lu Yi frowned tightly as the other man kept exposing his thoughts. That annoying voice continued, "But using it must drain a lot of mental energy." Watching the murderous youth charging at him, Yuanding stepped back slowly and said leisurely, "How much longer can you keep this up? Once you can't use that gear, trapping you is just a matter of time." His face was full of confidence. Yuanding rambled on, "Also, your body is getting heavier, isn't it?" The mud's effect worsens over time. When your mental energy runs out, you'll be completely immobilized. Then you'll be like fish on a chopping board, at my mercy, the man dodged while speaking with a relaxed smirk. So I don't need to rush. Time will take care of you. The next second his expression turned fierce. On the other hand, that person's time is running out. Seeing Lu Yi's gloomy silence, Yuan Ding pretended to suddenly remember something and said, "Oh, by the way, I just recalled, you got a memory orb in the origin realm, right?" Hearing this, Lu Yi jerked his head up and frowned at the man. The purple-haired bald man crossed his arms and analyzed with a smirk, "You're carrying it, aren't you? If it were me, I wouldn't. I'd hide it with a trusted companion and keep it separate. That way, if I run into danger, I can escape through the memory orb. If the other person is in trouble, I can use the orb to get there quickly. So that's it." Yuan Ding clapped his hands loudly and said, "I knew it. Why would number 8 and number 9 act together?" Number 8 went to the Mirage City. Lu Yi's eyes widened in disbelief when he heard Mirage City. Then he frowned and asked, "Is number 9 that secret monster guarding outside?" Yuan Ding crossed his arms and dodged Lu Yi's attacks leisurely. As he retreated, he said, "That's right, and number 8 is stronger than number 9. Can it stop Xin Ming in the Mirage City?" Then he flashed a lewd grin and said, "Or rather, can your sister stop number 8? Above the Mirage City, dark clouds kept blocking the sunlight, and a powerful bolt of lightning struck the gloomy sky. Heavy rain began to pour. By then number 9 had arrived at the Mirage City, standing in the rain as if waiting for the right moment, facing a few people gathered under the eaves of a building. Lu Yi suddenly stopped in his tracks. He stood still for a long time, which startled the purple-haired man slightly. The next second he decisively turned and ran in the opposite direction. Lu Yi thought to himself, "Yuan Ding is right, if this situation continues, I'll fail." He charged toward another beam of light, thinking as he ran, "I have to find a way to break this stalemate." Looking at the black hole in the sky, he pondered, "The key to breaking it is before my mental energy runs out. Can I attack this secret realm and shoot down the black sun in the sky? That might be my only option now." Then he gritted his teeth and thought, as for my sister, recalling Lu Yan and her teammates, he could only decide to trust her. Yuan Ding stood in the distance, watching Lu Yi with a slight smile. At the only place he was running toward, a glowing arrow made of an unknown material gleamed. After a few more steps, Lu Yi finally got close to the arrow. He reached out to grab it, thinking it might be a key item, and checked for prompts. The system suddenly alerted, "Organization mismatch, unable to use sky-piercing nail." His hand, which had just grasped the arrow, froze. The system prompted, "Upon touching the sky-piercing nail, you have been locked by the black sun. During this time, your health will be consumed at double the rate of mental energy. You cannot leave the secret realm until your mental energy is depleted. After depletion, you may choose to temporarily leave the secret realm." That sudden trap has plunged Lu Yi into an extremely perilous situation. It's hard to believe that someone with such overwhelming strength could be so meticulously outschemed by Yuan Ding, completely backed into a corner as his mental energy slowly drains with no way out. Will Lu Yi take the gamble and use his final trump card, the retrograde orb, to commit suicide and resurrect in order to escape this deadly secret realm? And more importantly, will he make it back in time to rescue his sister from the devastating danger lurking in Mirage City? All the mysteries and breathless confrontations to come will be revealed in part 2 of the story. Don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notification bell so you don't miss the upcoming developments. As soon as part 2 is released, Hali Recaps will update the playlist link in the description, or pin it in the comments below so you can watch seamlessly. Thank you for spending your time with Hali Recaps. Goodbye and see you next time.